Fu Chuan, your brother Zichen has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and will not live beyond 30. You must treat him with greater kindness. In an unexpected turn of fate, the true heir, Fu Chuan, and his false brother, Fu Zichen, are reborn following a tragic car accident that end their previous lives. The marriage contract with the Qin family, which Fu Zichen deemed beneath him, was bestowed upon Fu Chuan. Consequently, the Qin family's fortune soared, and the paintings that Fu Zichen dismissed found great value in Fu Chuan's hands, especially after the original artist's untimely demise in this lifetime. However, Fu Zichen seizes everything for himself. He remains oblivious to the fact that the Qin family's fortune was transformed through the recognition of Fu Chuan's artistic creations, attributing it solely to luck. As for familial bonds, Fu Chuan has chosen to abandon all ties, vowing to sever connections with the Fu family once he gains admission to his desired university. Faced with the scorn of his sisters, Fu Chuan remains indifferent. As for his ailing brother's attempts at appeasement, he maintains an emotional distance. When confronted with his parents' concern, Fu Chuan responds in a mechanical manner. If his false brother, burdened by a terminal illness, requires their love and care, then let them lavish it upon him. Fu Chuan shall not partake in their charade any longer. By a stroke of serendipity, Fu Chuan gains fame on an artist platform, catching the eye of the campus belle. Fu Chuan, would you consider adapting my novel into a comic? Unbeknownst to Fu Chuan, his sisters are thrown into a frenzy after he resigns himself to apathy. Chapter 1. The true heir and the false heir are reborn together. Named Fu Chuan 8G17 AS, he sat before the officer taking a statement. Fu Chuan realized he had returned to the day he turned 17, sent to the police station by his eldest sister, no less. The incident arose from a quarrel between Fu Chuan and his false brother. Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan is the true heir of the Fu family, lost in childhood and only returned 2 years prior on New Year's Day. Fu Zichen, the surrogate adopted by the Fu family following Fu Chuan's disappearance, is cherished by his 7 sisters, who value him more than their own lives. In their past lives, both Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen found themselves in a car accident, both possessing type B blood, coincidentally when the hospital's blood bank was depleted. Without hesitation, the sisters donated their remaining blood solely to Fu Zichen. They fussed over him, offering warmth and concern. The rationale: Fu Zichen, afflicted with a terminal illness, required love and salvation far more than Fu Chuan, who was merely a healthy individual. Thus, Fu Chuan, the biological brother, was cast aside, left unattended. By the time the type B blood arrived, Fu Chuan had already departed this world in the ICU. The caller claims you attempted to inflict violence upon Fu Zichen. Is there any truth to this? No, considering Fu Chuan's sincere acknowledgement of his misstep and the triviality of the matter. Had it not involved the Fu family, the police would have shown little interest in intervening. They allowed Fu Chuan to leave, escorting him home in a police vehicle. Upon entering the house, Fu Ling heir stood with her arms crossed, an air of authority surrounding her. Have you realized your mistake? Elder sister, please calm down. This incident was entirely Zichen's fault. He accidentally damaged brother's belongings. Cough, cough, cough. The 16-year-old Fu Zichen appeared flustered, his porcelain skin and somewhat effeminate features accentuated by his frail voice and teary eyes, clutching a broken picture frame, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Seeing Fu Zichen's woeful expression, Fu Ling heir's heart ached, and she quickly interjected. Brother Zichen, this matter does not concern you. Fu Chuan, as the elder brother, should not be so enraged over a mere broken frame, especially knowing your health condition. I'm sorry. Fu Chuan suddenly interjected with an apology. I should not have let this matter frustrate me towards brother Zichen. This picture frame held no significant value. I apologize, dear sister, and I apologize, brother Zichen. Fu Chuan's voice was remarkably calm, a stark contrast to his previous defiant demeanor. Fu Ling heir nodded in satisfaction, noting that a lesson from the police had evidently instilled some fear in him. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Go to your room and reflect. In that painting, Lovers in the Spring Landscape will serve as your compensation to brother Zichen. The lovers in the spring landscape? Fu Chuan glanced at Fu Zichen, a contemplative expression crossing his features. In his former life, after confessing at the police station, upon returning home, Fu Ling heir mocked him mercilessly. Fu Zichen had refused the painting, and what the Fu family deemed suitable to gift Fu Chuan could hardly compare to what Fu Zichen possessed. Naturally, Fu Zichen would scoff at it. Coincidentally, after the original artist's death, the painting's value skyrocketed, transforming what the Fu family had carelessly given to Fu Chuan into a coveted treasure. Catching Fu Chuan's gaze, Fu Zichen lowered his head, concealing a flicker of greed in his eyes. If brother Zichen desires it, then let it be his compensation. The possessions of the Fu family are something Fu Chuan shall never covet, nor shall he deign to accept. Moreover, there is another matter. Fu Ling heir pursed her lips. Regarding your engagement with Qin Jian, brother Zichen has come to terms with it. He shall accept it on your behalf. granting you liberation. Engagement? At that moment, Fu Chuan was entirely convinced. Qin Jian, the daughter of the Qin family, had been raised in luxury. 3 years prior, the Qin group faced developmental stagnation, falling far behind the Fu family. The Qin and Fu families had maintained a cordial relationship since their grandfather's generation, even establishing a betrothal in this generation. With Fu Chuan's disappearance, the engagement fell to his adopted brother, Fu Zichen. However, Fu Zichen, upon reclaiming Fu Chuan, intended to transfer the engagement back to him, dismissing the waning Qin family's prospects. It had yet to be disclosed to the Qin family that Fu Zichen was afflicted with a terminal illness, a diagnosis revealed when he was 13. The Qin family found themselves in a precarious position, wishing to annul the engagement without incurring the Fu family's wrath, fearing it would further exacerbate their own dire circumstances. Fu Chuan felt no romantic inclination towards Qin Jian, even harboring disdain for her. Her haughty demeanor was unbearable to most. To appease his family, Fu Chuan had no choice but to endure, knowing the Qin family preferred Fu Chuan, who was less favored within the Fu household, over marrying their daughter to the ailing Fu Zichen. Fu Zichen's motivation to reclaim the engagement stemmed from the subsequent revitalization of the Qin group, which flourished beyond the Fu family's achievements, unbeknownst to them. Fu Chuan's contributions were pivotal. Even with his rebirth, Fu Zichen's simple act of reclaiming the marriage was futile, without the right timing and lacking Fu Chuan's artistic works to seize opportunities. Even if the Fu family were to assist the Qin family, they could never replicate the former glory. Fu Chuan maintained a facade of composure. "Thank you, Brother Zichen. I shall take my leave upstairs." Fu Zichen paused, his head bowed, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. "What should I do, elder sister? Brother Fu Chuan must surely be angered. If Fu Chuan continues to be so ungrateful, I shall send him straight to the police station. Brother Zichen, you are willing to accept the engagement for Fu Chuan and marry a woman you do not love, yet he still dares to be ungrateful. Do not concern yourself with that broken frame." Fu Ling Er took the shattered frame from Fu Zichen's hands and, upon glimpsing the photograph, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her eyes. This was a family portrait taken when Fu Chuan had just been brought back by the Fu family. In the center, Fu Chuan held hands with Fu Zichen, radiating an overwhelming happiness, beaming brightly. Yet it was merely a family photo. As an older brother, Fu Chuan exhibited no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Could Fu Zichen, who was afflicted with a terminal illness, endure such harshness from Fu Chuan? What if it frightened him into a worse state? Fu Ling Er began to regret bringing Fu Chuan back. Despite their blood relation, Fu Chuan was ultimately not raised alongside them, nor had he received the Fu family's upbringing. One could not help but suspect ulterior motives. Was he here for the Fu family's wealth? Caution was warranted. Conversely, Fu Zichen, burdened with a terminal illness and a prognosis of not living past 30, was simply too pitiable, eliciting immense sympathy. Fu Ling Er remained oblivious to the triumphant smile that crept onto Fu Zichen's lips in the previous life. Although the sisters had promptly donated blood to Fu Zichen, he still succumbed, passing away just days before Fu Chuan. When Fu Zichen opened his eyes once more, he found himself reborn to this very day. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had stumbled upon good fortune. Gifts that Fu Zichen had dismissed skyrocketed in value, while women he had overlooked transformed into renowned beauties. Fu Chuan, oh Fu Chuan, in this lifetime, I have been reborn. You are even less likely to be my rival. The possessions that rightfully belong to me shall be reclaimed. Returning to his room, Fu Chuan reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, meticulously reflecting upon the past and future. Currently, Fu Chuan was in his final year of high school, with the college entrance examination looming just a year away. He no longer wished to curry favor with the Fu family. Since they did not regard him as one of their own, he would not regard them as such. In his previous life, he lived like a dog, and he had been foolish enough. This time, Fu Chuan desired to live solely for himself, for his own future. Once I am accepted into university, I shall sever all ties with the Fu family and leave them behind. Fu Chuan silently resolved himself. Just 1 year remained. A year, neither too long nor too short. As he navigated life within the Fu household, Fu Chuan contemplated how to endure, securing admission to his desired university and major, saving enough money. Once in college, Fu Chuan would be able to support himself through scholarships and part-time work. As for Fu Zichen, who had also been reborn, he needed to be wary of him. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Chuan drifted into slumber. Knock, knock, knock. The door was being pounded with fervor. Awakened by the commotion, Fu Chuan rose to open the door, only to be met by the furious visage of his second sister, Fu Xianling Fu Chuan. How dare you? You actually had the audacity to insult Brother Zichen. Fu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Brother. Indeed, Fu Zichen was a brother without blood ties. He lived within the Fu household more like a true young master than Fu Chuan himself. While Fu Chuan, who shared blood relations with the family, appeared utterly out of place, he was addressed by his name, while Fu Zichen was always referred to as Brother Zichen. The so-called blood ties ultimately pale in comparison to the companionship cultivated over many years at D. Oh, not question it. It is simply because Fu Zichen has a terminal illness, and the doctors say he will not live past 30, rendering him frail and in need of indulgence. Oh then. What was the purpose of bringing Fu Chuan back? Is this a jest? Chapter 2. The reborn Fu Zichen remains the same green tea. What expression is that? Do you feel no remorse for the outrageous actions taken against Brother Zichen? You are fully aware that he is afflicted with a terminal illness. Fu Xinling instinctively sensed that Fu Chuan before her seemed somewhat altered. When Fu Chuan had first returned to the Fu family, he had been timid yet eager to please all 7 of her sisters, treating Fu Zichen, his brother, as if he were his own. Upon learning of Fu Zichen's dire condition, he had endeavored even harder to be kind to him. The 7 sisters secretly conspired, harboring suspicions that Fu Chuan had ulterior motives. After all, he had grown up in an orphanage in the countryside, received a subpar education, and could have picked up all sorts of dubious habits, perhaps even being petty and unscrupulous. If it weren't for their parents' insistence on bringing Fu Chuan back, they would have vehemently opposed his return to the Fu household. What if Fu Zichen came to believe that they had fetched Fu Chuan to replace him, the ailing brother, thus exacerbating his condition? The more Fu Chuan endeavored to ingratiate himself with her sisters, the more they associated his actions with the gravity of Fu Zichen's illness, leading them to suspect that Fu Chuan was harboring malicious intent. Today, Fu Chuan indeed could not restrain himself any longer, revealing his true nature. I apologize, second sister. I have already expressed my regrets to eldest sister and Brother Zichen. Fu Chuan spoke nonchalantly, devoid of the warmth once present in his tone. It felt as though he were addressing a stranger. To her surprise, Fu Chuan's seemingly courteous demeanor left Fu Xinling with no grounds to defend Fu Zichen. Though she yearned to slap Fu Chuan, reminding him of his subordinate status in the Fu family compared to Fu Zichen, she restrained herself, recognizing him as an outsider. However, as the well-mannered second daughter of the Fu family, she could not stoop to such a disgraceful act. If their essay next time, I will not let you off so easily. Now go eat. Fu Xinling glared at Fu Chuan with fierce intensity before turning to descend the stairs. In the air, Fu Chuan's indifferent voice seemed to linger. There will not be a next time. In Fu Chuan's mind, the Fu family had become utterly inconsequential. They were devoid of significance. Who would bother to experience joy or sorrow for those deemed unimportant? Fu Xinling's heart skipped a beat as she abruptly turned to look at Fu Chuan. Observing him follow obediently with his head bowed, she muttered to herself. What did Fu Chuan just say? Am I imagining things? Once they reached the lower floor, Fu Zichen hurriedly approached Fu Chuan, cautiously presenting a picture frame before him. Brother Fu Chuan, I sincerely apologize. It was Zichen who accidentally broke your frame. I've done my utmost to repair it, and I return it to you now. Please, don't remain angry with me. I am truly frightened. Brother Zichen, why did you personally repair the frame? Are you not aware that your health is fragile and you require ample rest? Fu Xinling spoke with concern, her disdain for Fu Chuan intensifying. Fu Zichen shook his head vigorously. Second sister, it's nothing. It was my fault, and I should take responsibility. Green tea BTCH. 3 words flashed through Fu Chuan's mind, and he couldn't help but reflect. So it turns out that when men play the game of tea, it truly has nothing to do with women. Perhaps Fu Zichen had never regarded Fu Chuan as a worthy rival. Fu Zichen merely needed to feign vulnerability, and the family members would rush to defend him, even going so far as to send their own son and brother to the police station. All the gifts meant for Fu Chuan, the arranged marriage set for him, could be effortlessly snatched away by Fu Zichen. How absurd would it be for such a tale to circulate? Yet, it was precisely what transpired in Fu Chuan's life. What appeared to be an inconsequential incident was exaggerated by the sisters, painting Fu Chuan as the malevolent villain and Fu Zichen as the innocent lamb, suggesting that Fu Chuan intended to devour Fu Zichen alive, potentially triggering his terminal illness. It became clear to Fu Chuan that he could never be regarded as the beloved brother of the sisters in this lifetime. Fine. Fu Chuan accepted the frame, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far from Fu Zichen. Fu Xinling furrowed her brow in disapproval. Brother Zichen went out of his way to repair a broken frame for you, and you respond with such indifference? Fu Chuan, do not forget that you are the elder brother. Remember that Brother Zichen's health is fragile. What if something were to happen? Second sister, please don't be like this. Fu Zichen spoke softly. Thank you, Brother Zichen. Fu Chuan lowered his head as he set the frame aside. Humph. Fu Xinling scoffed coldly. Were it not for Fu Zichen pleading on Fu Chuan's behalf, she would not have been so easily swayed. At the dining table, only the eldest sister, Fu Linger, the second sister, Fu Xinling, the high school senior, Fu Chuan, and the sophomore, Fu Zichen, were present for dinner today. Fu Chuan kept his head down, taking bite after bite of his meal, behaving like a transparent presence. He spoke little and acted less, believing that such an approach would minimize errors. Fu Linger was engaged in conversation with Fu Xinling about company matters, with their parents currently abroad managing overseas business. The entire family enterprise relied heavily on the eldest sister and CEO, Fu Linger. Observing Fu Chuan's indifferent demeanor, Fu Xinling grew increasingly irritated. His victim-like attitude was unbearable to witness. Thus, she intentionally inquired, "Brother Zichen, how are your grades at school lately? Are you enjoying yourself?" "I'm very happy, second sister. This time, I ranked first in the entire grade." Fu Zichen beamed with joy. "Wow, that is impressive. Brother Zichen, this calls for a generous red envelope from second sister." Fu Xinling affectionately ruffled Fu Zichen's hair, casting a triumphant glance at Fu Chuan. This was the disparity between Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan's grades were mediocre. The only reason he could attend the best high school in G City was due to his impressive art skills that secured him a spot in the special class, leveraging the Fu family's connections. In contrast, Fu Zichen earned his place at the prestigious Shi High School through sheer merit. In such comparisons, who could help but favor the obedient, understanding, and diligent Fu Zichen? Yet, Fu Chuan exhibited no reaction. He continued to lower his head, finishing his meal. Fu Chuan, with Brother Zichen being so outstanding, shouldn't you, as the elder brother, offer him some praise? Fu Xinling could not bear to see Fu Chuan overlook her brother. She aimed to provoke him. People are peculiar beings. Previously, Fu Chuan had fawned over Fu Xinling, who perceived his flattery as insincere and warned him not to attempt to ingratiate himself with her. Fu Xinling had no intention of acknowledging Fu Chuan as her brother. Yet now, Fu Chuan had transformed into someone entirely different, quiet, compliant, and avoiding conflict, no longer seeking Fu Xinling's favor. This shift left Fu Xinling feeling strangely unsettled, as though a piece was missing. Fu Xinling would never admit to her own vulnerabilities. However, Fu Chuan's demeanor suggested that the Fu family owed him something, which irked Fu Xinling considerably. Even Fu Zichen regarded Fu Chuan with a contemplative gaze. This was unlike the Fu Chuan of the past. What was happening? Fu Linger subtly furrowed her brow, but chose not to voice her thoughts. "Second sister, please don't be this way. Brother Fu Chuan is quite remarkable too, managing to gain admission to the special art class at Shi High School through his painting skills. Regardless of how skilled he is in painting, can it compare to the well-rounded development in morality, intellect, physical education, and aesthetics? Wouldn't you agree, Fu Chuan?" Fu Xinling's eyes fixated on Fu Chuan, eager to witness his discomfort, to remind him that he held no standing to assert himself in the Fu family. "Brother Zichen is truly exceptional. I've eaten my fill, so I'll be heading back to my room now." Fu Chuan, in accordance with Fu Xinling's sentiments, extolled Fu Zichen, arranged the tableware, and then rose to return to his room. Fu Xinling's punch felt as though it had struck a cotton ball, soft yet excruciatingly uncomfortable. She was so incensed that she couldn't even bear to eat dinner that evening. "Sister, what has transpired with you today?" Fu Linger perceptibly noted that Fu Xinling's demeanor was far from her usual calm composure. "It is all Fu Chuan's fault. If he hadn't worn that sour expression, I would not have been so enraged. Clearly, the blame lies with him, yet he makes it seem as if our entire family owes him something. How dare he?" Fu Xinling vented her frustrations. "Fu Chuan has already been admonished by the police. Let this matter rest. Do you wish for Zichen to continue suffering at his hands?" Fu Linger interjected coldly. Fu Xinling paused, casting a glance at Fu Zichen's woeful expression, and fell silent, secretly attributing the grievance to Fu Chuan. I am infuriated." After dinner, Fu Xinling spotted the picture frame carelessly discarded by Fu Chuan and was immediately consumed by rage. She seized the frame and stormed to Fu Chuan's door, knocking forcefully as if to unleash her pent-up dissatisfaction. The door swung open to reveal Fu Chuan's handsome visage. "Is there something you need? Why did you not bring up the picture frame that Zichen repaired for you? Instead, you left it lying around. You deliberately scolded him today, didn't you? Clearly, that frame holds no significance for you." "I forgot," Fu Chuan replied dismissively, reaching for the frame. "Fu Chuan, how brazen. You are openly admitting your guilt. You are deliberately targeting Zichen. You deserve to spend time in jail for this, to be properly educated." Chapter 3. You can clean up the mess and throw it in the trash. In her fury, Fu Xinling hurled the picture frame to the ground. The glass shattered, marring the photograph of Fu Chuan's beaming face. Only then did Fu Xinling truly observe the picture within the frame. Her anger had blinded her to the significance of the photograph, which depicted their family together, a cherished keepsake in Fu Chuan's heart. It was, without doubt, the only family portrait they had with him. To destroy it was a grave offense. Fu Xinling racked her brain, about to offer an explanation, when Fu Chuan's voice interrupted her. "You broke it. You can clean it up and throw it away. I still have homework to finish. I need to go to school tomorrow." He unhesitatingly closed the door, leaving Fu Xinling standing outside in a daze. "Fu Chuan, how could you be so indifferent? This is a family portrait, the only one we have." It dawned on her that Fu Chuan had indeed changed. The realization left her feeling constricted and uneasy. The following day, Fu Chuan arose punctually and descended for breakfast. Fu Linger had business to attend to and left early. Thus, breakfast was shared solely among Fu Xinling, Fu Chuan, and Fu Zichen. Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen were the earliest to rise, and she was engaged in warm conversation with him when Fu Chuan approached. Recalling the shattered family portrait from the night before, Fu Chuan wore an air of indifference. That inexplicable sensation of discomfort resurfaced within her. Fu Chuan greeted Fu Zichen and Fu Zichen before retreating to a corner to eat his breakfast, deliberately distancing himself from them. Observing this, Fu Zichen attributed the situation to the butterfly effect. Having been reborn, Fu Zichen believed that his transformation had subtly altered Fu Chuan's personality, leading him to no longer seek to please their family. Fu Zichen did not consider the possibility of Fu Chuan's rebirth. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished the spring landscape painting and the engagement with Qin Jian so readily. Everything is well. I have reclaimed what rightfully belongs to me. In this life, I will treat Qin Jian well, and once the Qin family flourishes, I shall be the unequivocal victor in life. Fu Chuan would forever remain an insurmountable presence. The true heir of the Fu family could boast of their lineage. Yet it meant little when Fu Zichen stood above him. The one cherished by the Fu family was Fu Zichen, not Fu Chuan. Even if Fu Zichen's time was limited, he would ensure that Fu Chuan faced no ease. Fu Zichen bit into a piece of bread, her mind racing as she pondered Fu Chuan's complete transformation, leaving her baffled. Once the scheming younger brother who sought to ingratiate himself with them, he now exuded a disturbing calmness. It was as if, in Fu Chuan's world, they had become insignificant. Zichen, this is delicious. Drink more milk. It's good for your health. Have an egg to supplement your nutrition. You're about to enter your final year of high school, so take care of yourself. Fu Zichen exerted every effort to care for Fu Zichen, yet received not even a glance from Fu Chuan. I'm full. Fu Chuan collected his things and departed with his backpack. Fu Zichen's lips twitched, and she suddenly exclaimed, Fu Chuan, I threw away that item from yesterday. Naturally, she referred to the family portrait. When it was handed to Fu Chuan, he had been filled with joy, even going so far as to frame it and place it prominently in his room. On one occasion, Fu Zichen had entered Fu Chuan's room only to find him grinning foolishly at the portrait, which had turned her stomach. Admittedly, the family portrait was indeed Fu Chuan's treasure. Let it go, Fu Chuan replied coldly, vanishing from Fu Zichen's view. She stood frozen in place. Sister, what item from yesterday? Fu Zichen inquired with curiosity. Nothing. Fu Zichen quickly took a few sips of milk to mask her strange emotions. By the way, Zichen, didn't you always want to attend school with Fu Chuan? How can he leave without you? Sister, I'm not finished eating. It's all right. I can manage to go to the first high school by myself. You're coughing again. When the family doctor arrives, let him examine you properly. Fu Zichen lowered his head, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, sister. My health is too frail, and I keep causing you worry. Silly child, you are our brother. If we don't care for you, who will? Fu Zichen joyfully threw himself into Fu Zichen's embrace, seizing the moment to express his desire to meet Qin Jian and foster their relationship. Aware of his health condition, he felt that dissolving the engagement would be selfish, forcing Fu Chuan to marry a woman he did not love. Fu Chuan had already endured enough suffering. Fu Zichen would bear this burden for him. While alive, he wished to provide Qin Jian with companionship and joy, which moved Fu Zichen to the verge of tears. I will arrange for you to meet, dear Zichen. If you truly dislike Qin Jian, do not force yourself, alright? If it were not for Fu Zichen's terminal illness, Fu Zichen would never have considered allowing him to fulfill the engagement. The former Qin family was inconsequential compared to the Fu family now. It was an injustice to Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan boarded the bus and found a seat. Gazing out at the familiar scenery, he inhaled deeply. Living is truly wonderful. He chose to live selfishly, focused solely on himself, relinquishing unrealistic aspirations and fantasies. Life, it turns out, is far more expansive and luminous than Fu Chuan had ever envisioned. At the next stop, an enchanting figure boarded the bus. Clad in the uniform of G City No. 1 High School, she donned headphones and held a paperback novel in her hands. Despite the garishness of domestic school uniforms, some individuals possess an otherworldly beauty that allows them to exude charm. Her ponytail, fastened with a crimson ribbon, complemented her ethereal demeanor, while a subtle fragrance enveloped her. The captivating legs, gracefully encased in the uniform's short skirt, were enough to draw the gaze of countless admirers. Fu Chuan focused his attention and realized it was Shen Shutong, the school's belle. Among the senior students, they referred to her respectfully as Senior Shun, for she was a fourth-year student repeating her studies. Shen Shutong was renowned as an internet novelist. Her pen name Endless Love for Oranges, having garnered immense popularity on tomato novels, where readers overwhelmingly voted for her, elevating her to the status of a revered author. Remarkably, Shen Shutong was only 17, the same age as Fu Chuan, yet her achievements were galaxies apart. Furthermore, her academic performance was exceptionally commendable. When her college entrance examination conflicted with a literary rights development conference, she chose the latter, forsaking the exam, which provided her sufficient income to pursue a full-time writing career. Nevertheless, Shen Shutong opted to repeat her fourth year, determined to conquer the examination anew. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had been preoccupied with pleasing his 7 elder sisters, and in this life, he had failed to notice that Shen Shutong shared the same 765 bus with him. Previously, Fu Chuan had intentionally waited for Fu Zichen to accompany him to school, only to find that Fu Zichen was chauffeured to school while Fu Chuan took the bus, under the pretense of needing to hone his abilities, as he was the true heir of the Fu family. At that time, Fu Chuan naively believed their words, thinking this was a trial set by his sisters. Yet, how ironic it was, for favoritism was evident, cloaked in pompous justifications. Such were the family ties Fu Chuan bore. He was disinclined to pay attention to Xin Shutong. A celestial beauty like her had no bearing on his life. His thoughts were consumed by his passion for painting. Although he had lived foolishly in his past life, he had honed his artistic skills to a more exquisite and mature level. This time, Fu Chuan aimed for the finest art academy in G City, having missed the entrance by a mere 2 points in his previous life. This time, he was determined to rectify that regret. Unbeknownst to Fu Chuan, Xin Shutong was stealing glances at his profile while absorbed in her novel, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Upon arriving at G City No. 1 High School, Fu Chuan settled into a seat by the window. The students at G City No. 1 were predominantly affluent, having received elite education throughout their lives, forming exclusive cliques. This became particularly apparent in the high-priced specialized classes. The senior students had learned to prioritize benefit, discerning what was advantageous and what was not with remarkable clarity. Fu Chuan's sisters forbade him from revealing that he was the true heir of the Fu family, fearing it would cause unnecessary discrimination and trouble for Fu Zichen, who was said to be terminally ill and unable to tolerate stress. Fu Chuan believed them wholeheartedly. His identity was now that of an ordinary individual who had wormed his way into a specialized class through his exceptional artistic talent, devoid of power or influence, easily overlooked by others. Sometimes, it seemed that being ordinary was preferable, allowing for more laughter and less scheming. Living in a family of privilege, where genuine emotions had long been extinguished, Fu Chuan found it impossible to create works imbued with sentiment. They were merely soulless imitations. After the academic lessons, the specialized class began. Fu Chuan gathered his tools, awaiting the assignment from their teacher. A familiar figure entered the classroom. Teacher Wang has been unwell lately, so I will temporarily substitute for him, said none other than Fu Qingqing, the fifth daughter of the Fu family, dressed in professional attire and wearing glasses. She could hardly conceal her stunning beauty. Beneath her glasses, her piercing eyes occasionally flashed with a cold glimmer, demanding respect. Chapter 4. Did Fu Chuan truly not care? How could that be? It was absurdly unfortunate. He had encountered Teacher Fu. During this challenging period in the senior year, he fervently hoped for Teacher Wang's swift recovery. Typically, one would expect many male students to revel in the presence of such a stunning teacher, but not so in this case. G City No. 1 High School was Fu Qingqing's alma mater. In her time, she was a celebrated academic prodigy, achieving near-perfect scores on the college entrance examination, which secured her admission to Tsinghua University. After completing her master's degree, she returned to G City No. 1 High School to teach, while simultaneously pursuing further studies. Fu Qingqing was known for her aloofness and lack of emotional warmth. She adhered strictly to principles, distinguishing right from wrong. As the fifth daughter of the Fu family, few dared to provoke her. Attending her class felt akin to imprisonment, where one feared making mistakes, an excruciating experience. Listening to the complaints around him, Fu Chuan merely shook his head. They were unaware that this seemingly cold and unapproachable woman would selectively avoid addressing matters concerning Fu Zichen. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had participated in a sports meet alongside Fu Zichen, striving for his sister's praise by waking early and training tirelessly, ultimately securing first place. He had hoped for their genuine affection, only to find his sisters gathered around Fu Zichen, praising his impressive performance despite his frail constitution. They accused Fu Chuan of being overly competitive, suggesting he sought accolades while knowing Fu Zichen's struggles. Such words had come from Fu Qingqing's lips. To others, it was as shocking as a bolt from the blue. Winning first place at the sports meet without commendation was one thing. Being criticized for his efforts was another. What kind of family was this? It became clear that even the coldest of hearts could harbor favorites. Yet that favored person was not Fu Chuan, but his faux brother, Fu Zichen. Being terminally ill was not a shield against criticism. Fu Chuan did not seek to usurp the attention and affection of the Fu family from Fu Zichen. Rather, as a biological brother, he merely yearned for a modicum of attention and familial warmth. Yet, they were unwilling to grant even that. Thus, Fu Chuan resolved to relinquish his desires, allowing them to love whomever they wished. Fu Qingqing noticed Fu Chuan with his head bowed, a slight furrow appearing on her brow. If possible, she would have preferred to teach Fu Zichen directly, guiding him through the pivotal years of high school. Doctors had warned that Fu Zichen would not live past 30, and Fu Qingqing merely wished to provide him with the greatest happiness and light in his limited life. A significant reason for Fu Qingqing's choice to become a teacher at G City No. 1 High School was indeed for Fu Zichen's sake. However, the school had assigned her to substitute for the ailing teacher Wang, with no new teacher yet appointed. Coming from the prestigious Fu family, Fu Qingqing possessed an innate appreciation for art and was exceedingly proficient in teaching courses related to it, making her the obvious choice. Her principled nature would not allow her to abandon her duties for personal desires. Yet, She found herself irritated by Fu Chuan's attempts to curry favor with her. Whether it was mere illusion or not, since Fu Qingqing had entered the classroom, Fu Chuan's gaze had not lingered on her for even a moment. The familiar Fu Chuan, whom Fu Qingqing had once known, would have undoubtedly looked at her with delight, shyly striving to impress her and win her affection. Little did he realize that such behavior could be perceived as excessively utilitarian and rather irksome. In stark contrast to the unassuming and sympathetic Fu Zichen, Fu Chuan appeared markedly different now. Reflecting upon Fu Chuan's actions upon his return to the Fu family, it is merely a case of wanting to capture, yet releasing. Fu Qingqing had assigned today as topic, flowers. The students commenced their projects one by one, hardly daring to make any superfluous noise or movement, fearful of leaving a poor impression on Fu Qingqing. Fu Chuan, however, was indifferent to Fu Qingqing's perceptions of him, wholly engrossed in his artistic creation. In just a year, time, which felt interminable, had become fleeting, leading to liberation. As long as one harbors no desires, no thoughts, nor attachments within their heart, the familial ties that once seemed more vital than life itself could appear so inconsequential. Familial bonds devoid of reciprocation ultimately disintegrate like scattered sand, dissipating without the need for a gust of wind, merely requiring a few steps to scatter apart. While Fu Chuan was deeply focused, Fu Qingqing's gaze fell upon him. It was the first time Fu Qingqing had observed Fu Chuan painting. At 17, he was strikingly handsome, having perfectly inherited the Fu family's genes, standing at 6 feet 2. With tousled bangs, a fair and straight nose, and earnest eyes wielding a paintbrush, he exuded the aura of a master artist. Such an inherent grace must be cultivated from a young age, ingrained within one's very essence. Otherwise, it may come across as contrived in adulthood, akin to a failed attempt at mimicking a tiger that resembles a dog. Strangely, Fu Chuan, having grown up in an orphanage, possessed this grace, truly a testament to the Fu lineage. Fu Qingqing averted her gaze, intentionally choosing not to look at Fu Chuan. In her heart, she still harbored significant reservations towards him. Suddenly, someone softly called out. It was Shin Shutong, the belle of G City No. 1 High School, positioned by the window. Holding a bottle of mineral water, her beautiful eyes quietly surveyed the younger students in the classroom. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicately fair swan-like neck. Her gaze, subtle yet palpable, lingered on Fu Chuan. Yet, absorbed in his painting, Fu Chuan remained oblivious to Shin Shutong's attention. If he did not even regard Fu Qingqing, what could possibly concern him? Fu Qingqing naturally noted this and stepped out of the classroom. Addressing Shin Shutong, "Is there something you need?" Fu Qingqing had certainly heard of Shin Shutong's prominence. Her exceptional academic performance and striking beauty exuded an air of aloofness. As a teacher, it was inevitable that she would feel a twinge of favoritism towards such a talented student, prompting her to soften her tone in an effort to appear gentle. Shin Shutong nodded. "Teacher, I would like to." Upon hearing her words, Fu Qingqing was taken aback. "Are you certain? With your grades, you should have no shortage of manga adaptations." Shin Shutong lowered her gaze. "I do not like their sample illustrations." Fu Qingqing pondered. If mature comic artist illustrations did not appeal to Shin Shutong, how could this group of students possibly catch her eye? Even among the specialized students of G City No. 1 High School, their artwork was far too juvenile, lacking the refinement that comes from university and societal experience. They required substantial honing, akin to newly unearthed diamonds that must undergo expert cutting to reveal their inner brilliance. Unless one possessed innate talent, like a sword that could pierce through the eternal night. Noticing that Shin Shutong had no intention of leaving, Fu Qingqing could only say, "Just do not disturb the students." Although Shin Shutong was a fourth-year repeat student, the school, recognizing her exceptional achievements and status as a best-selling novelist, had granted her exemption from the entrance exams. Now, attending classes was of little consequence for her. With her guaranteed placement, she need not participate in the gaokao. As the professional class concluded, the students gradually packed their belongings and departed. Fu Qingqing remained to photograph and assess each student's artwork. "Goodbye, teacher." Fu Qingqing had anticipated that Fu Chuan would eagerly approach her to greet her. She contemplated how to reprimand him for his overly familiar behavior. If others were to discover Fu Chuan's closeness to Fu Qingqing, what would Fu Zichen think? Given Fu Chuan's status as the young master of the Fu family? However, amidst the crowd, Fu Chuan slipped away without a word, becoming an invisible presence. It was as if he had discerned all of Fu Qingqing's thoughts and chosen the most prudent course of action. Alternatively, Fu Qingqing sensed a profound estrangement from Fu Chuan's retreating figure. Fu Chuan was deliberately drawing a line between them. How could this be? Fu Qingqing, do not overthink it. This must be Fu Chuan's ploy to elicit her sympathy. Shaking her head vigorously, Fu Qingqing proceeded to evaluate the students' artworks, arriving before Fu Chuan's piece. The moment she beheld Fu Chuan's creation, she was momentarily stunned. He had painted a lotus blossom poised to bloom, a common subject, yet under Fu Chuan's brush. It appeared so vibrant and teeming with life, as if witnessed firsthand. Even without Fu Qingqing's artistic acumen, it was evident that Fu Chuan's painting was flawless, devoid of any faults. What was happening? Had Fu Chuan's artistic skills always been so remarkable? Why had she never noticed it before? Chapter 5. Look, Junior. Fu Qingqing murmured to herself. Previously, she had caught glimpses of Fu Chuan's artwork, yet it had never possessed the maturity and soulfulness evident now. Such mastery could only be achieved by a naturally gifted professional artist. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Fu Chuan intended to visit the convenience store to purchase a bread roll, settling for the school's provided boiled water for lunch. Once he gained admission to G City's finest art academy, he would sever ties with the Fu family, for expenses would soon burgeon. In this era, pursuing an art degree was a costly endeavor. Yet, Fu Chuan possessed only this singular talent, passion, and innate ability. He hoped that his convictions would not betray him amidst the trials of life. Fu Chuan had devised a plan to seek out online commissions, drawing illustrations for others to earn money, preparing for the future. He wished to disentangle himself from the financial obligations tied to the Fu family, repaying them once he had saved enough. Henceforth, Fu Chuan would no longer be a member of the Fu family. They would owe each other nothing. Regarding his specialization, Fu Chuan was unwaveringly confident that he could apply early for G City's Xingman Art Academy through the school's recruitment process. The challenge lay in the cultural subjects, which he had not engaged with for far too long, resulting in many forgotten concepts that required diligent review. Though the cultural score requirement for specialized students was not excessively high, there remained standards to meet, especially for G City's Xingman Art Academy. This year, there were countless tasks to accomplish. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously. A light drizzle began to fall. Fu Chuan had not brought an umbrella, but fortunately, he had already secured his bread. Taking refuge beneath the entrance of the academy building, he retrieved his water bottle and began his makeshift lunch, chewing slowly. At that moment, a graceful figure intruded upon Fu Chuan's line of sight. It was Shen Shutong. Wearing headphones and clutching a novel, she shielded herself from the rain. She dashed into the sheltered area where Fu Chuan was, facing him directly. Now, they were the only two individuals present. Locking eyes with her, Fu Chuan could only nod. Hello, senior. Noticing that Shen Shutong was drenched, her clothing clung to her skin, revealing the admirable contours of her developing form and her long, slender legs. It was no wonder that so many were captivated by the allure of a wet appearance, Fu Chuan mused quietly to himself. Turning his gaze away to continue nibbling on his bread, while also retrieving his textbook to review, lest Shen Shutong perceive him as intrusive. Fortunately, the foundation he had laid in his previous life was not entirely forgotten. As he glanced at the formulas jotted down in his textbook, Fu Chuan's memories began to resurface. Somewhat rekindled, he still retained a faint recollection of the exam questions from his previous college entrance examination. Unfortunately, Fu Chuan had been reborn, altering so much that it had already created a butterfly effect for the future. He wondered whether the exam questions would resemble those from his past life. Just as Fu Chuan was lost in contemplation, Shen Shutong took a deep breath. This situation was not what she had anticipated. She had expected Fu Chuan to take the initiative to greet her. Shen Shutong wanted to discuss the most important matter concerning Fu Chuan. Everyone else was exceedingly warm towards her. Why did Fu Chuan seem oblivious, like a block of wood? Shen Shutong, who had always been averse to excessive enthusiasm from others and was somewhat socially anxious, found herself in a predicament. The rain showed no signs of abating, and Fu Chuan remained indifferent to Shen Shutong's demeanor. After enduring for a while, Shen Shutong could no longer restrain herself and took the initiative to speak to Fu Chuan. Hey, Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan responded, somewhat surprised. It was astonishing that someone as renowned as Shen Shutong remembered his name. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had never engaged with her. To put it nicely, they were merely senior and junior. To put it bluntly, they were strangers. As Shen Shutong's words hung on the tip of her tongue, they inexplicably shifted. What are you looking at? Reviewing my math textbook for the college entrance exam. Oh. The two fell silent once more. Shen Shutong's peculiar behavior made Fu Chuan wonder if it was a result of his rebirth causing a butterfly effect. No. With Shen Shutong present, Fu Chuan found it difficult to concentrate on his studies. Senior, I need to head back to the classroom now. Without waiting for Shen Shutong's response, Fu Chuan grabbed his backpack and dashed into the rain. Hey, Junior. Shen Shutong stood there in shock, clenching her small fists, feeling as if she wanted to pound the wall. After school, Fu Chuan entered an internet CAF with his ID card. The Fu family had internet access and computers, but Fu Chuan's room did not. His sisters claimed it was to prevent him from being distracted during his last year of high school and going astray. Consequently, the phone he used could only make calls and send texts. He couldn't even access WeChat, affectionately dubbed an antique. In contrast, Fu Zichen's room boasted gigabit internet, Wi-Fi, a top-of-the-line computer worth hundreds of thousands, and the latest iPhone 20 Pro Max. The disparity in treatment was already evident. Fu Chuan had always believed that sincerity could touch his biological family. He had used the excuse of Fu Zichen's terminal illness to numb himself to the situation. Claiming to be indifferent was a deception. In reality, Fu Chuan cared deeply. He feared that his sisters would think he was envious of Fu Zichen and form a negative impression of him. Fu Zichen excelled academically, while Fu Chuan possessed only artistic talent, necessitating greater effort on his part. His sister's arrangements were always purportedly for Fu Chuan's benefit. He had continuously used such justifications to pacify himself. However, which passionate youth could remain uninterested in the latest computers and phones? In this life, Fu Chuan sought not the favor of the Fu family. Whatever he desired, he would earn and buy for himself. Alas, if only he could remember the winning lottery numbers. Fu Chuan's memories from his previous life revolved around the orphanage, drawing, studying, and pleasing the Fu family. It was an utterly dismal existence. If only he could remember some numbers that could change his fate, he could achieve immense wealth overnight upon his rebirth. Damn, a certain plant. As Fu Chuan logged onto a computer, he adeptly accessed Penguin and entered the Picasso app. The Picasso app required skilled illustrators and had high restrictions. Conversely, the rewards were substantial. As long as a patron took notice, securing a commission worth 1 or 2,000 was not problematic. What Fu Chuan needed most was a phone that would allow him to save and upload works to the app for patrons to view at any time. For now, he could only register and search through his previous chat history on Penguin to find works, hoping to send them to patrons he had served in his previous life. Seeking a response. Initially, Fu Chuan held little expectation, as he felt that his past works, although brimming with imaginative vitality, appeared overly immature. Given time, he could create better pieces. However, with internet access costing 3 yuan per hour, he had already spent half an hour registering. He couldn't waste the remaining half hour. Perhaps he might strike it rich. After all, life should harbor a bit of hope, shouldn't it? Fu Chuan also registered a green bubble account. When the 50 minutes elapsed, he figured that no patron would respond today and resolved to borrow a better phone to photograph a few recent works to upload to Picasso, hoping to attract patrons to place orders. Just as he was about to log off, a notification chimed. Did this artwork belong to you? Came a message from last night's rain and wind. The message was accompanied by an image, a painting from Fu Chuan's first year of high school, depicting a whimsical little kingdom. Yes, it's mine. Are you interested? Fu Chuan replied enthusiastically. Very good. I will place an order for a commercial piece through the platform. If satisfactory, we can continue our collaboration. Do you have a green bubble? I do. Fu Chuan saw that time was running out, gritted his teeth, and rushed to the front desk to extend his time for another hour, spending 3 yuan, the cost of his lunch. That's fine. As long as I serve the patron well, small amounts of money will flow in. Fu Chuan finalized various details with the patron, specifying a male lead in ancient attire. Silver hair, a mask, standing atop a high tower, commanding the stars, and ruling the ages. For their first collaboration, he set the price lower at 1,000. Once the collaboration succeeded, future pricing would rise accordingly. When can you submit the piece? Last night's rain and wind inquired. Around tomorrow, Fu Chuan replied. I await your good news. After logging off, Fu Chuan had formulated a plan. During class tomorrow, he would borrow the key from the administrator and secretly complete the patron's commission using the available computer. Seamless. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had already gained a modest reputation as an illustrator on the Picasso platform, receiving numerous commission invitations. Each successful order filled him with exhilaration. The feeling of having his work recognized was wonderful. This life marked his first commercial order, which would earn him the tools he desperately needed. Upon returning to the Fu household via bus, Fu Chuan found Fu Zichen and the others already dining. Fu Chuan was unfazed. This was a recurring occurrence. Whenever he returned home a bit late, they would already be eating, never waiting for him. If Fu Zichen were delayed for any reason, however, everyone would wait for him to return before starting the meal. It mattered little. After all, with only 1 year until the college entrance exam, he would soon be able to sever ties with the Fu family. Why are you back so late? Fu Zichen had yet to utter a word, but it was Fu Qingqing who spoke first. All eyes turned in astonishment towards her. Chapter 6. Not looking, not caring, not mindful. In her memories. Regardless of Fu Chuan's actions, Fu Qingqing always adhered to the principle of not looking, not caring, not minding. Whether it was Fu Chuan's attempts at flattery or his various undertakings, she refrained from commenting. Yet, when it came to matters concerning Fu Zichen, she regarded Fu Chuan with the same hostile gaze as her other sisters. This time, however, Fu Qingqing unexpectedly inquired why Fu Chuan had returned so late. It was akin to witnessing the sun rise from the west. Something came up, Fu Chuan replied, unwilling to speculate on Fu Qingqing's innermost thoughts. Regardless of her veiled sarcasm, he had resolved not to be a sycophant to the Fu family any longer. They could think whatever they liked. Ultimately, Fu Chuan felt a clarity within, knowing well the path he intended to take in the future. Let us sit down to dine, he suggested. Fu Qingqing realized her behavior diverged from her usual demeanor. To conceal this from others, she simply stated, let's continue eating. Fu Zichen attempted to serve a chicken leg from his bowl to Fu Chuan, feigning the role of a caring younger brother. However, Fu Chuan had chosen a seat in the farthest corner, making it impossible for Zichen to succeed in his endeavor. He understood that deliberately placing the chicken leg in Fu Chuan's bowl would come across as insincere, and Zichen had already secured the affections of his sisters, rendering such foolishness unnecessary. Zichen, dear brother, make sure to eat more meat. You need to replenish your strength while you are still growing, Fu Linger remarked, placing a piece of braised pork into Zichen's bowl. Thank you, elder sister, Zichen replied instinctively, glancing at Fu Chuan, only to find him entirely unresponsive. In truth, Zichen was aware that every time his sisters treated him kindly, Fu Chuan would cast envious glances. Zichen relished witnessing Fu Chuan's expressions of defeat. It was immensely satisfying. Yet this time, Fu Chuan seemed utterly indifferent, depriving Zichen of that gratifying sensation, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Fu Linger noticed this change as well. If Zichen could perceive it, how could she not? Indeed, Fu Chuan appeared transformed. Could it be that the shattering of the family portrait, his subsequent detention by the police, and the gifts and betrothal bestowed upon Fu Zichen had truly wounded his heart? I've had enough, Fu Chuan declared, placing his chopsticks down and ascending the stairs without a backward glance. He had more pressing matters to attend to, far too preoccupied to engage in the Fu family's machinations. Fu Qingqing's gaze was inscrutable. Fu Zichen spoke up with a hint of concern. Elder sister, fifth sister, Fu Chuan brother has eaten so little. Fu Linger replied coolly. No need to worry about him. He is old enough to take care of himself. Zichen, Qin Jian has agreed to meet you this weekend. If you truly dislike it, do not feel compelled to comply. Both Fu Linger and Fu Xinling shared the sentiment that even if Zichen were to face a terminal illness, significant life events should not be settled for merely out of obligation. If he did not wish for it, he should not have to endure the pain and regret that could linger. If necessary, the engagement could be passed on to Fu Chuan. Upon hearing that he would meet with Qin Jian, Zichen could hardly contain his joy. Thank you, elder sister, cough, cough. He began to cough again, prompting Fu Linger to say, I'll fetch you some medicine. Once in his room, Fu Chuan began to conceptualize the design brief provided by his patron. With a few deft strokes of his brush, he brought to life a striking figure, a silver-haired, ethereal beauty. He sketched a rough outline on paper before digitally recreating it, a testament to his artistic style. In this age of rapid technological advancement, digital art was gradually overshadowing traditional methods, yet Fu Chuan remained in antiquity, convinced that the tactile experience of painting with a brush imbued his work with vitality and warmth. It was akin to reading. Fu Chuan preferred the weighty feel of a physical book over the convenience of a mobile device. At that moment, the image of Shun Shutong surfaced in his mind. She seemed to favor reading physical novels, often seen cradling one in her hands. A knock interrupted Fu Chuan's reverie. He felt a twinge of surprise. In his previous life, few had knocked on his door, save for Fu Zichen, and even then, only sporadically around mealtimes. If not for the need to present himself as a good brother in front of their sisters, Zichen would hardly have sought him out. Curious, Fu Chuan opened the door to find Fu Qingqing standing there. Is there something you need? He inquired, his tone distant and unfamiliar. Taken aback by Fu Chuan's aloofness, Fu Qingqing interpreted his demeanor as a tactic of feigned disinterest. Can I come to chat if there is nothing else? After all, I am your sister. Had Fu Chuan spoken such words in the past, he would have been elated, eagerly inviting Fu Qingqing into his room like a fawn learning to stand, desperately seeking her favor. Yet this time, Fu Chuan had no intention of playing along. I'm busy now, perhaps another time. With that, he closed the door firmly. Fu Qingqing stood there, stunned. What was this? Why was Fu Chuan deviating from the expected script? Had he learned some new tactic from someone? He was holding his ground remarkably well. After spending half an hour completing the piece for his patron, Fu Chuan exhaled deeply. The painting of the silver-haired beauty, commanding the stars and exuding an aura of authority, was so captivating that, had he possessed a mobile phone, he would have instantly captured an image to share with his patron, eagerly awaiting feedback. Who wouldn't he wish for their freshly finished work to be admired and praised? Having earned some money, it was high time he purchased a smartphone. His current keypad phone was simply too inconvenient. Setting the artwork aside, Fu Chuan descended the stairs to grab a glass of water. Meanwhile, Fu Qingqing remained in her room, feeling restless and agitated. She sought out Fu Zichen under the pretext of tutoring him, but soon realized he required no assistance. The high school material posed no challenge for him. Zichen, perceptive as ever, noticed Fu Qingqing's unease and kindly suggested she return to rest, assuring her he would manage alone. Indeed, Fu Qingqing recognized Zichen as her only acceptable brother. He was intelligent, obedient, and considerate, never causing her worry. Why then? Was she so unsettled by Fu Chuan's apparent games? Perhaps it was because Fu Qingqing had discerned Fu Chuan's latent talent for painting, leading her to reconsider her opinions of him. At that moment, she noticed Fu Chuan's door ajar, light spilling out from within. Compelled by an unseen force, Fu Qingqing approached and gently pushed the door open. She chastised herself internally. This was an invasion of privacy. As a teacher, her professional ethics warned her against such behavior. It was the most shameful act she could commit, yet it was all for the sake of Fu Chuan, the brother she had never truly acknowledged. No, I merely wish to prove that Fu Chuan is still playing games. He is still that brother who seeks our attention by any means necessary. His earlier claim of being busy was nothing but a ruse. Justifying her actions as protective of Fu Zichen, Fu Qingqing mustered her resolve, pushing the door open a little wider. As Fu Chuan returned upstairs after quenching his thirst, he noticed the door to his room ajar. Wondering how it had come to be so, had the wind blown it open? As Fu Chuan pondered, he arrived at the door of his room. where he found Fu Qingqing entranced by his artwork. What are you doing? Fu Chuan's sudden inquiries startled Fu Qingqing, causing her to inadvertently knock over his easel. The sound of a crash echoed as a painting, still damp with pigment, was irrevocably ruined. Fu Qingqing's complexion paled instantly. I didn't mean to. Even the usually confident Fu Qingqing, who often held the position of the elder sister, found herself flustered at this moment. It was Fu Qingqing who had trespassed into Fu Chuan's room without permission. It was Fu Qingqing who had carelessly damaged his painting. She could not shamelessly claim that Fu Chuan's unexpected voice had frightened her into ruining the artwork. Fu Chuan approached with an unflappable demeanor, picking up the fallen easel. Well, the painting is completely destroyed, he remarked, crumpling the piece of art and tossing it into the trash bin. Do you have anything else to say? His tone had taken on a note of impatience. Fu Chuan, I only came to inform you that the painting you created in class today was quite beautiful, and I awarded you full marks. Fu Qingqing's voice was lacking in conviction. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Fu Chuan stated, effectively ushering Fu Qingqing out of the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock clicking. This reverberated in Fu Qingqing's heart. The usually composed Fu Qingqing, who seldom displayed any emotional response to Fu Chuan's actions, now bore a rare flush of embarrassment. Clenching her fists repeatedly, she ultimately relaxed her grip and left dejectedly. Chapter 7. The senior sister is a rich beauty. The following day, Fu Chuan descended for breakfast. Good morning, brother Fu Chuan, Fu Zichen greeted him enthusiastically. Fu Chuan merely nodded, choosing a secluded corner to eat his bread and drink his milk, avoiding any glance at Fu Linger or Fu Qingqing. Fu Linger, engrossed in a newspaper, noticed Fu Chuan's transformation but remained silent. This was quite satisfactory. Fu Chuan no longer fawned over Fu Linger as he once did, much to her relief. As for Fu Qingqing, encountering Fu Chuan brought to mind the previous night's incident, leaving her feeling exceptionally awkward. After a few hesitant coughs and much contemplation, she finally peeled an egg. Once she had finished, Fu Zichen assumed the egg was meant for him and waited for Fu Qingqing to speak. Instead, she held the egg for a full minute before finally uttering, Fu Chuan. This egg. I'm full, I'm off to school. Fu Chuan rose, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and departed without a moment's hesitation. He no longer bid farewell to his sisters or Fu Zichen with the customary politeness. It was as if he had drawn an irrevocable line in his heart. The Fu family could no longer breach this boundary and occupy a cherished place in his affections. Fu Qingqing's hand hung awkwardly in the air. She felt like a jester in that moment. Fu Linger set down the newspaper, casting a skeptical glance at Fu Qingqing. Fifth sister, what did you just say? Nothing. Fu Qingqing replied, her hand dropping helplessly as she consumed the egg herself. Fu Zichen suddenly felt a pang of unease. The egg Fu Qingqing had peeled did not seem intended for him, but rather for Fu Chuan. Had Fu Qingqing begun to reassess her feelings towards Fu Chuan? The thought deepened Fu Zichen's concern. The bus was unusually crowded this time. Fu Chuan struggled to find a seat and was left standing. With his handsome features, backpack, and school uniform, standing at a height of 6 feet 2 inches, he appeared like a striking youth straight out of a comic book. At the next stop, Shin Shutong boarded. Still wearing her headphones and clutching a novel, she emanated a vibrant youthful aura, her demeanor exuding a chilling aloofness. Upon colliding with the standing Fu Chuan, she paused momentarily before softly addressing him, Fu Chuan, Jr. Fu Chuan nodded in response. Good morning, senior. With her back to Fu Chuan, Shin Shutong immersed herself in her book, only removing her headphones to place them into a wireless case. The bus being crowded, she was compelled to inch closer to Fu Chuan, and he caught a whiff of her fragrant hair. However, what captivated Fu Chuan's attention was the book she was reading. Dragon Clan, he blurted out. Shin Shutong hesitated before softly replying, have you read it too? Yes, that was in my past life. The Dragon Clan series has concluded. In this life, Fu Chuan's phone was an ancient relic, incapable of downloading novel apps. He retained a vague recollection of the plot and remembered it being quite well written. Yet, he could not help but recall the line, Jiangnan, you rogue. How will you repay my Yili? Fu Chuan inquired. Aren't you an author of female-centric novels? I read a diverse range. I enjoy anything well written. Oh. Fu Chuan mused that Shin Shutong seemed less aloof than the rumors suggested. However, their relationship was not close enough for him to find a suitable topic of conversation, leaving him in silence as he contemplated how to borrow the studio key from the manager. Have you read any of my books? Shin Shutong suddenly asked. Yes, he replied. After entering university in his past life, Fu Chuan acquired his own phone. He had heard whispers about the school beauty and talented writer Shin Shutong, though they were not acquainted. Nevertheless, her pen name, Orange, You Can't Finish Loving, was quite renowned. Fu Chuan had read her novels, spanning genres such as history, fantasy, and palace intrigue, all of which were exceptionally well written, and she excelled academically. I'm planning to write a fantasy piece. Do you have any suggestions? Shin Shutong's question sparked a memory in Fu Chuan. In his past life, she had concluded a fantasy novel that she had yet to begin in this life. Hearing a trace of uncertainty in her tone, Fu Chuan recognized the challenge of transitioning from writing female-centric works to the vast realm of fantasy. Rather than offering empty platitudes of encouragement, he drew upon his knowledge from her previous works to analyze potential entry points for her new endeavor. Shen Shudong's eyes brightened suddenly. What you said is wonderful. It aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Fu Chuan felt a twinge of guilt. He was merely sharing insights based on what he had read in his past life. Am I helping myself? He wondered. Though he had contemplated becoming a literary copyist, writing was not his forte. He could only recall fragments of plots, the nuances of prose long forgotten. A novel lacking literary finesse was akin to a pile of scattered sand, easily dispersed with the slightest breeze. In any case, Fu Chuan resolved to devote himself to painting in this life, aspiring to become a renowned artist. The bus arrived at their destination, and Shen Shutong remained beside Fu Chuan, eagerly requesting more of his advice. Every point he raised regarding entry, plot, and structure resonated deeply with her, as if Fu Chuan had tapped into the very essence of her thoughts and brought them to life. Shen Shutong grew increasingly animated as they conversed. Fu Chuan hesitated to offer too much, fearing it might disrupt Shen Shutang's train of thought. After all, if the surefire formula that had succeeded in his previous life were to be rendered obsolete by Fu Chuan in this one, it would be utterly disheartening. The students of City No. 1 High School were taken aback, witnessing the usually aloof campus belle, the senior sister, engaging in lively banter with Fu Chuan. Was it possible they were seeing things? With the crowd growing, Shen Shutang appeared somewhat uncomfortable and softly remarked, "That junior, I'll head back to the classroom now. See you next time. Goodbye, senior sister." As Fu Chuan entered the classroom and set down his backpack, a chubby classmate approached him. "Fu Chuan, were you with Senior Shen this morning?" Fu Chuan nodded. "We happened to take the same bus." The classmate, Fong Kai Wei, was Fu Chuan's deskmate and came from a family involved in the general merchandise business. He had always been quite astute, prioritizing personal gain in his social interactions. Surprisingly, he possessed a genuine interest in painting and was quite talented at it, proving that life is full of unexpected twists. The relationship between Fu Chuan and Fong Kai Wei was rather ordinary, had it not been for Shen Shutang's attention this morning. Fong Kai Wei likely would not have initiated a conversation beyond a mere nod of acknowledgement. "You rascal." Fong Kai Wei cast a lewd glance at Fu Chuan, grinning mischievously as he patted Fu Chuan on the shoulder. Fu Chuan felt uneasy under Fong Kai Wei's scrutiny, wondering why his classmate would cast such a gaze. Perhaps out of jealousy regarding his rapport with Shen Shutang. "What is up? Fu Chuan, you are quite handsome, though your family background is lacking. However, you possess talent. With a bit of packaging, you could easily become a paragon of character design. Even Senior Shen wouldn't be able to escape your grasp. Let me tell you, Senior Shen comes from a very wealthy family. She is the epitome of a rich and beautiful girl." "Really?" Fu Chuan was genuinely unaware of Shen Shutang's family circumstances. He only knew her as a talented individual, a renowned online novelist, part of the affluent elite. Despite her fame, she still took the bus to school, seemingly unaccustomed to having a private driver. The assertion that Shen Shutang was a rich girl was news to him. "That is all I'll say. Seize the opportunity well. If you end up being supported by Senior Shen and your fate changes, remember to give me a red envelope." Fong Kai Wei shot Fu Chuan a knowing look before falling silent. Fu Chuan could only smile wryly. No matter how wealthy Shen Shutang was, what relevance did it have to him? They were merely acquaintances, a senior and junior, nothing more. During the midday break, Fu Chuan sought out the teacher in charge of the painting computer lab, and after much persuasion, he managed to borrow the key to begin working on the illustrations requested by his client. With the conceptual groundwork laid the previous night, this session of creativity felt particularly effortless. After layering the images, he sent them to last night's Rain and Wind, an irreverent comic artist. "Client, is this painting satisfactory?" In no time, last night's Rain and Wind replied, "It's excellent. Do you have availability for more commissions soon? I'd like you to create a few more pieces." A lucrative client indeed. The irreverent comic artist, certainly. Having recorded the client's requests, he was pleased to find that payment had been settled promptly, along with 3 additional commissions. Furthermore, the commission price had increased to 1,500 yuan. The Picasso platform required a 10 withdrawal fee. If one became familiar with clients like last night's Rain and Wind, it would be possible to handle commissions privately, avoiding platform fees altogether. However, Fu Chuan preferred to accept commissions through the platform, aiming to boost his order volume and reputation, drawing more attention to his work. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Fu Chuan to encounter such a lucrative client on his very first day registered with the Picasso platform. Typically, a new account like his would struggle to secure commissions, given that the platform's minimum order requirement was 1,000 yuan. Clients would likely turn to established artists with a proven track record and positive reviews, unless Fu Chuan was willing to risk creating borderline content, which could easily attract the attention of law enforcement in the domestic market. Fu Chuan withdrew the funds from the platform to his bank account, planning to purchase an Android phone at a second-hand market after school, as managing orders and responding to clients would be cumbersome without one. The second and third classes of the afternoon were specialized courses, once again taught by Fu Qing. This time, Fu Qing couldn't help but fixate her gaze on Fu Chuan's artwork. The day's theme was human models, in contrast to the somewhat immature creations of other students. Fu Chuan was utterly absorbed, his few strokes bringing to life a depiction of a post-bathing ancient Greek beauty. Among the students in the class, Fu Chuan was undoubtedly the most remarkable. His artistic skills were exceptionally refined, and his ability to grasp the essence of his subjects resulted in creations brimming with vitality, leaving everyone deeply impressed, as if a once dusty gem had begun to radiate brilliance. Compared to Fu Chuan's work, the others paled in comparison. Had Fu Chuan truly been this talented all along? Fu Qing racked her brain to recall Fu Chuan's previous artworks, only to realize how little she truly knew about her younger brother. Despite their familial connection, she had scarcely made an effort to understand his emotions, talents, or aspirations. Teacher, I'm finished. Fu Chuan's voice broke through Fu Qing's reverie. As long as students completed their work and received a passing grade, they could leave early. Fu Chuan was eager to purchase a phone quickly. You can go. Fu Chuan left without a moment's hesitation. That strange feeling returned, as if Fu Qing had become irrelevant in Fu Chuan's world. Was this truly Fu Chuan's intentional withdrawal, or merely Fu Qing's misperception? Fu Chuan paid little heed to the shift in Fu Qing's demeanor. After leaving school, he first withdrew cash from the bank and then headed to the second-hand market, where he purchased a Samsung phone at a rock-bottom price of 800 yuan. After testing the camera and Wi-Fi functions, all was in order, and Fu Chuan left feeling quite satisfied. He found a place offering chicken and downloaded various apps, indulging in a special deal on a yellow app. He decided to have dinner out tonight. Fu Chuan didn't think to inform his family. After all, whether he returned for dinner or not, they wouldn't wait for him or care. Their only concern was for Fu Zichen. This suited Fu Chuan just fine. He now aimed to avoid his family as much as possible, and when avoidance was impossible, to simply disregard them. Ultimately, once the college entrance examination was over, everything would come to an end. While Fu Chuan busied himself with his phone, he failed to notice Shen Shutang entering the chicken place. She purchased an ice cream sundae and settled into a secluded seat to savor it slowly. She took out her phone and sent a message to an irreverent comic artist. Could you share how you conceive the frame of your artwork? As she savored a spoonful of sundae, sweetness filled her heart, and her eyes sparkled. It was a pleasant surprise, aside from Fu Chuan. There was another newcomer artist capable of producing such vibrant and life-infused creations. Shen Shutang's affluent background made her particularly discerning when it came to artistic appreciation. If a piece did not meet her standards, it was swiftly dismissed. Under her pen name, several of her books had already sold their rights. Yet the rights to her comic remained unsold, as no artist had met her specific requirements. Shen Shutang poured her heart and soul into each of her novels, meticulously researching every detail, crafting extensive character profiles for the protagonists and even minor characters, detailing their origins, settings, backgrounds, and pivotal moments. Each novel is akin to a cherished child, nurtured with the utmost dedication by Shen Shutang. It is inconceivable to simply sell the copyright and neglect it thereafter. Shen Shutang yearns for the finest artist who resonates with her vision. A rather unconventional illustrator promptly responded. The two engaged in spirited conversation. Fu Chuan showed no reluctance in sharing his creative insights with the patron. In Fu Chuan's perspective, having someone appreciate and enjoy his work brings unparalleled joy. Even if his ideas were shared and exposed, without Fu Chuan's innate talent and unwavering dedication, they would amount to mere empty talk. Every artist possesses their own unique creative habits and idiosyncrasies. Attempting to forcibly imitate another's work may yield superficial results, but it can never capture the essence. Furthermore, as a fledgling artist who would dare to plagiarize Fu Chuan's creations, there is simply no exposure to warrant such attention. Unexpectedly, the patron's taste aligned harmoniously with Fu Chuan's, and their discussions about art grew increasingly animated. Shen Shutang sat behind Fu Chuan, separated by a sofa, utterly oblivious to the fact that they were the very individuals on opposite sides of the screen. Fu Chuan noticed his phone was nearly out of battery. Informing the patron that he needed to take the bus home, he rose to leave. Be cautious on the road. The rain and wind were fierce last night. Unbeknownst to him, he had engaged in such extensive dialogue with an unconventional illustrator. True friends are found even across vast distances. Shen Shutang could not help but smile at the corners of her mouth, recalling the novel suggestions Fu Chuan had given her. Inspiration surged forth like a gushing spring, and she hurriedly took out her notebook to record her thoughts. By the time Fu Chuan returned to the Fu residence, it was already 8 in the evening. To his surprise, the house was empty. The butler encountered Fu Chuan and, astonished, remarked, "Young Master Fu Chuan. Young Master Zichen has suddenly collapsed and has been sent to the hospital. How is it that you returned so quickly? They did not call for me." Fu Chuan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. It turned out that Fu Zichen was in dire straits. The terminal illness he suffered from was beyond the reach of current medical science, leaving him with but a few short years to live, requiring meticulous care to prolong his life. A moment's carelessness could lead to emergencies like today's hospitalization. Were it not for the Fu family, he might have already perished. In a previous life, even if the members of the Fu family disregarded him, Fu Chuan would have hurried to the hospital on his bicycle to visit Fu Zichen. But now, it was no longer his concern. With the Fu family offering their care, What need did Fu Chuan have to intervene? His presence would likely only invite scorn and cold indifference. Even if Fu Zichen were to be reborn, no matter how much he gained, the most vital aspect, his life, could not be preserved. Such is the nature of karmic retribution. Fu Chuan silently ascended the stairs, returning to his room to contemplate the task presented by the patron. The butler could only let out a gentle sigh. She had always witnessed the grievances Fu Chuan endured within the Fu household and struggled to comprehend why the family displayed such coldness towards the son they had finally reclaimed. While Fu Zichen's plight was indeed pitiable, it defied reason to favor one while remaining indifferent to another. Fu Chuan was her own flesh and blood. Abducted at a young age, his life had been filled with hardship. Should they not make amends for his suffering? Chapter 9. Conquering Magic with Magic. Fu Xianling and Fu Qingqing returned to the Fu household at 11 o'clock at night, having insisted on coming back only after Fu Zichen had awakened. Their other sisters were working in distant locales, and their parents, upon learning of the situation, began to video call in concern. Fu Zichen, upon regaining consciousness, was remarkably understanding. Despite feeling unwell, he still managed to smile and reassure everyone not to worry. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the Fu family. Expecting everyone to drop their responsibilities and rush back to care for Fu Zichen was utterly unrealistic. Fu Ling'er stated that she would remain in the hospital to sleep in the VIP room, as it was closer to her workplace the next day. With access to premier medical resources and Fu Ling'er's attentive care, the others felt somewhat reassured and returned home once they confirmed that Fu Zichen was stable. Sister, is there something we've forgotten? Upon arriving home, Fu Xianling felt a nagging sense of absence, though she could not pinpoint what was missing. Fu Qingqing lowered her gaze and remarked, Fu Chuan did not come. Ah, right, that wretched Fu Chuan. How could he not come to visit Fu Zichen after such a major incident? Fu Xianling finally recalled Fu Chuan's presence, and her anger flared. Sister, do you not think Fu Chuan has been acting strangely lately? Fu Qingqing could not restrain her observations. If Fu Chuan were attempting to feign indifference to capture their attention, he was certainly exercising remarkable restraint, whether at school or at home. It seemed as if Fu Chuan had become entirely unconcerned with his sisters. Fu Xianling scoffed. Isn't it just because I broke his family portrait? Am I supposed to coddle him for that? It's merely a photograph. Sister, you broke Fu Chuan's family portrait? Fu Qingqing was taken aback. Why would you do that? Fu Xianling recounted the events of that fateful evening. Fu Chuan knew full well that Fu Zichen was gravely ill, yet he still reprimanded him. I was merely standing up for Fu Zichen when I smashed the frame in front of Fu Chuan. I had no idea it was a family portrait. Yet Fu Chuan seemed utterly unconcerned and even told me to throw it in the trash. What a petty man, not even worthy of comparison to Fu Zichen. Had Fu Chuan truly become indifferent to that family portrait? Fu Qingqing felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. The Fu Chuan of yore would never have been so nonchalant. He had once declared that it was a treasure he would cherish for a lifetime. The joy in his expression and the sparkle in his eyes had been unmistakably genuine. Why had Fu Chuan transformed into this version of himself? At that moment, Fu Chuan came downstairs to get a drink and encountered Fu Xianling and Fu Qingqing. His expression remained as impassive as ever. His wings were still unformed, and he had yet to survive a full year in the Fu household. Such circumstances were inescapable. Fu Chuan merely nodded and greeted them, second sister, fifth sister, before heading to the kitchen for water. Witnessing Fu Chuan's callous demeanor, Fu Xianling gritted her teeth. Fu Chuan, do you know that Fu Zichen collapsed? Fu Chuan took a sip of water. I know. Then why don't you go to the hospital to see Fu Zichen? The last time I visited the hospital. Second sister, you told me not to come again, lest I provoke Fu Zichen and worsen his condition. Fu Chuan replied casually, conquering magic with magic. Fu Xianling looked at Fu Qingqing in bewilderment, as if to say, did I say that? Fu Qingqing nodded. Not only had Fu Xianling expressed such sentiments, but so had the third and fourth sisters. All seven sisters feared that Fu Chuan's presence would exacerbate Fu Zichen's condition. Fu Chuan attempted to bypass Fu Xianling and Fu Qingqing as he ascended the stairs, feeling her dignity as an elder sister at stake. Fu Xianling hastily spoke up, then can't you at least inquire about Fu Zichen's condition? He is your brother. You were the one who told me to ignore Fu Zichen's affairs. With that, Fu Chuan ascended the stairs without a backward glance. You, Fu Chuan. Fu Xianling could hardly believe the words that had just escaped Fu Chuan's lips. The Fu Chuan of the past would never have dared to speak so to Fu Xianling. Whatever happened to the respectful brother? The mask had fallen, revealing his true colors, and he now treated Fu Xianling with such indifference. Cursed, wretched brother. Fu Xinling found herself inexplicably unsettled ever since Fu Chuan had discarded the family portrait as if it were mere refuse. In his presence, she was plagued by a sense of disquiet, a stark departure from her usual composure. This was not the Fu Xinling known as a formidable and accomplished attorney. Perhaps, in her profession, she had learned that the crux of winning a case lay in identifying the opponent's vulnerabilities. If Fu Chuan was indifferent to familial bonds, what leverage could she possibly wield against him? Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, Fifth sister, Are you truly going to let Fu Chuan act so arrogantly without uttering a word? Fu Qingqing responded helplessly. We were the ones who made the initial remarks, and Fu Chuan has adhered to them. What more can I say? A frustrated cry escaped Fu Xinling's lips. When had she ever felt so constrained? It was particularly vexing coming from Fu Chuan, who had once endeavored to please them at every turn. Fu Qingqing inquired softly, Second sister, have you seen Fu Chuan's artwork? What merit does his wretched art possess? I am off to take a shower. Fu Qingqing retorted angrily before storming away. Chapter 10, Truly a Jester. Meanwhile, in his room, Fu Chuan had spent several hours sketching the outlines of a few paintings for his patron. The features of a dark-haired, red-eyed heroine and a dashing male counterpart came to life on the canvas. After finalizing the sketches, he sent them to last night's sudden storm. Esteemed patron, does this evoke the desired sentiment? Although they had collaborated once before, Fu Chuan had yet to fully grasp his patron's tastes. The previous attempt had faltered due to a lack of communication and the unfortunate destruction of his work by Fu Qingqing. This time, with conditions set, confirming the composition with his patron was paramount, for a single word from the client could either make or break the endeavor. It took last night's sudden storm a full 10 minutes to respond. I have scrutinized your work. The composition is quite impressive, and the chemistry between the heroine and her counterpart is vibrant, capturing the essence beautifully. However, I believe some details could be improved. Perhaps the heroine's earrings could be replaced with filigree drop earrings, and the male counterpart's weapon should be a tang dao. Last night's sudden storm acknowledged Fu Chuan's artistry while suggesting refinements, providing reference images for the alterations. Fu Chuan relished the collaborative process with last night's sudden storm, appreciating the constructive feedback rather than vague criticisms that left him in the dark. Such specific suggestions expedited his revisions, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. By the time Fu Chuan had made the necessary adjustments, it was already past midnight. He sent the updated artwork through a green bubble message and, unable to resist the lure of sleep, retired for the night, knowing he had school the following day. Meanwhile, Shen Shutong, donning black-rimmed glasses that obscured her delicate features, sat by the window with a notebook in hand, her long hair cascading elegantly as she opened the window to let in the refreshing breeze. The twinkling stars outside illuminated her face, while the glow from her computer screen flickered in the dim light. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, typing fervently. After a conversation with Fu Chuan the previous day, a wellspring of inspiration had unfurled within her, enabling her to create a plethora of character designs. Upon receiving a whimsical artist's work, Shen Shutong was immediately captivated. After a thorough examination, she expressed her satisfaction, requesting the artist to refine the piece for confirmation of their business arrangement. Curiosity piqued, she mused over the talent of this remarkable newcomer, a true gem rarely seen in a century. If Fu Chuan were unable to secure the project, inviting this artist to adapt her work into a comic could prove fruitful. Feeling invigorated, she resolved to pull an all-nighter to continue her creative endeavors. The following day, as Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing descended the stairs for breakfast, they found Fu Chuan already awake, quietly nibbling on a piece of bread in the corner. Fu Xinling felt an inexplicable discomfort in Fu Chuan's presence and opted to ignore him as she took a seat. Having finished his meal, Fu Chuan prepared to leave, eager to avoid any lingering tension. Fu Chuan, wait a moment, called Fu Qingqing, surprising both him and Fu Xinling with her request. Fu Chuan remained silent, regarding her with an indifferent gaze. What are you up to, fifth sister? Fu Xinling asked in astonishment. Ever since Fu Chuan had changed, Fu Qingqing had too. His return to the Fu household had resulted in a marked reduction in their conversations, yet her recent demeanor suggested an increasing concern for him. What was going on? Fu Qingqing fidgeted slightly, clearing her throat before speaking. Fu Chuan, you mentioned wanting my opinion on that painting you created for me. Now that I have some time, please show it to me. The two paintings Fu Chuan had produced at school were breathtaking in their artistic merit, captivating onlookers with their brilliance. In comparison, the works of other students paled to insignificance. Most students admitted into the G-City First Middle School's special painting class were talented individuals, many of whom had received elite education and were steeped in artistic heritage. Yet, the orphaned Fu Chuan outshone them all. Fu Qingqing could not deny being drawn to Fu Chuan's talent. She recalled the time he had sought her opinion on a piece he had created specifically for her, his eyes brimming with hope. Though she had rebuffed him at the time, she now wondered if Fu Chuan's admission into G-City First Middle School was based on merit rather than connections. Surely, the school's leadership could discern genuine talent when they saw it. Is that so? Fu Chuan replied nonchalantly. Indeed it is. Fu Qingqing knew Fu Chuan was feigning ignorance to exact revenge for her earlier dismissal of him. Yet, her curiosity about that particular painting grew. Was it more soul-stirring than the two pieces he had submitted at school? I remember this incident as well, haha. At Fu Qingqing's remark, Fu Xinling recollected that Fu Chuan had also gifted her a painting, which she had callously thrown away without a second glance, chastising him for attempting to curry favor with her through such means. The image of Fu Chuan's pale visage, clenched fists, and trembling lips as he repeatedly apologized came flooding back to her. Haha, what a jester! Fu Xinling couldn't help but laugh aloud. How could a brother who once groveled before her possibly become so resolute? Surely, Fu Chuan was employing a strategy of feigned indifference to draw their attention, hoping to wrest affection away from Fu Zichen. How perilous it was, nearly falling for Fu Chuan's ruse. In this moment, Fu Xinling appeared to occupy a position of superiority, gazing down condescendingly at Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, cease your pretense. You prepared a painting for our entire family back then, and now you feign ignorance? Do you not find it rather too late? Second sister, those were merely discarded scraps that you did not even spare a glance. And I believe it is entirely justified to dispose of refuse where it rightfully belongs. I have long since discarded it. Fu Xinling was taken aback by Fu Chuan's audacity, her indignation boiling over. Fu Chuan, do you even possess the qualifications to call yourself an artist? How can you label your own work as trash? That was your sentiment, not mine. I merely echoed your words. The painting is no longer in my possession, and I must catch the bus. Farewell, you. Before Fu Xinling could utter another word, Fu Chuan turned and departed, showing her no courtesy whatsoever. The things are lost, Fu Qingqing murmured to herself. Had Fu Chuan truly discarded them? Unconsciously, she felt a twinge of regret, not because Fu Chuan did not cherish the painting meant for her, but because she could no longer delve deeper into Fu Chuan's talents. Never mind, fifth sister, what value could Fu Chuan's art possibly hold? I could procure any renowned masterpiece from around the world for you. Do you truly believe I would be so enamored by it? Second sister, Fu Chuan's paintings are genuinely unique. If you do not believe me, look. Fu Qingqing retrieved her phone, displaying the photograph she had taken of Fu Chuan's artwork. Fu Xinling was momentarily struck dumb upon viewing it. Is this truly painted by Fu Chuan? Right under my nose, undeniably. Second sister, you must recognize that Fu Chuan's work possesses an extraordinary spirit, with an exceptional composition. This is merely a photograph. Witnessing the actual painting would be even more astounding. Fu Chuan is undoubtedly a genius. What about my little brother Zichen? Upon mentioning Fu Zichen, Fu Qingqing hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Their indifference toward Fu Chuan and their rejection of his overtures stemmed from a fear that it would trouble Fu Zichen, potentially triggering his serious health condition. Fu Zichen was indeed exceptionally intelligent, and despite not inheriting the Fu family's lineage, he excelled academically, with prospects of gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Nonetheless, such brilliance merely marked him as a standout talent among ordinary individuals, easily replicable. The 7 women of the Fu family were all graduates of world-renowned universities, incomparable to Fu Chuan. Given Fu Chuan's current artistic endeavors, if nurtured, he would undoubtedly become a historical luminary. Chapter 11. The senior was the first to acknowledge me. Fu Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the shift in sentiments from Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him in the slightest. Upon boarding the bus, which was less crowded today, Fu Chuan found a seat and began to memorize vocabulary from his English textbook. After a few stops, a graceful figure boarded the bus, her eyes immediately catching sight of Fu Chuan diligently studying. A smile graced her lips as she settled into the empty seat beside him. Fu Chuan paid no heed to the identity of his companion, fully engrossed in his English phrases. When you love someone, your eyelashes jump from the inside out, little star. The pronunciation of inside out is incorrect, Shin Shutong interjected suddenly, startling Fu Chuan. What a coincidence, Junior. Shin Shutong greeted him warmly. In that moment, the sunlight seemed to shine brighter. Fu Chuan glanced at Shin Shutong's charming visage and nodded. Good morning, Senior. Did I startle you? My apologies. With her chin resting on her hand, her sparkling eyes fixated on Fu Chuan's heavily annotated English textbook, she inquired, Are you aiming to apply to Xingman Art Academy? Fu Chuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you know, Senior? With your artistic skills, gaining admission to any art institution would require no academic scores. Yet your current efforts indicate that only the esteemed Xingman Art Academy has a certain cultural score requirement. Shin Shutong reasoned logically, lavishing Fu Chuan with high praise. For he was the artist whose style resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. She firmly believed that if Fu Chuan persevered, he would one day astonish the world with his artistry. Indeed, entering Xingman Art Academy is my dream. It is also a means for Fu Chuan to fulfill the regrets of a past life. A mere 2-point difference can feel like 1,000 miles. Reborn. Fu Chuan is determined to gain admission to the university of his dreams and embark on an entirely new journey. Well, it seems our goals align perfectly. Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. But didn't you receive an automatic admission, Senior? I have yet to agree to it, but it's not a bad thing to delay, as it frees the teacher from worrying about my studies. Fu Chuan, recognized as Shin Shudong's artist, inadvertently opened the floodgates of conversation, leading to an engaging exchange between them. Shin Shutong aspired to join Xingman Art Academy to fulfill someone else's unfulfilled dream, though she did not specify who that person was. A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Observing Shin Shudong's animated discourse, Fu Chuan couldn't help but softly remark, It seems you are not as aloof as the rumors suggest. As the words escaped, Fu Chuan realized he had misspoken and quickly clarified, Senior, please don't misunderstand. That wasn't my intention. Shin Shudong's cheeks flushed slightly as she clenched her fists and turned away, avoiding Fu Chuan's gaze, appearing somewhat miffed. Oh no. Fu Chuan felt a rush of panic, acutely aware of his blunder, yet lacking any experience in soothing a girl's emotions. Regrettably, in his previous life, several girls had confessed their feelings to Fu Chuan. With his striking looks and artistic talent, he exuded an aura that captivated many young admirers. However, his heart had always been solely focused on his family, showing little interest in other girls, leaving him perpetually single throughout both lifetimes. As for Qingjian, she had never regarded Fu Chuan with any affection. His indifference toward her had stemmed solely from the engagement thrust upon him by Fu Zichen, which he had no intention of pursuing. Senior, please do not be upset. I did not mean to offend, I merely... Fu Chuan stammered, his words faltering. His clumsy attempts at explanation only served to amuse Shen Shutong, who laughed softly. Fu Chuan, I am not aloof. I simply experience a bit of social anxiety. I dislike crowded places filled with strangers, and I am uncomfortable with unfamiliar people approaching me. Over time, this has led to a less than favorable reputation. Shen Shutong elucidated. Then why did you choose to greet me? This was a question Fu Chuan could not quite comprehend. Surely it could not be due to his handsome appearance attracting her attention? He chuckled at the thought. He would never be so conceited. Given Shen Shutong's status as a talented and beautiful woman, she could have her pick of any man. In his previous life, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong had been like parallel lines. What had changed in this life to draw her closer to him? The butterfly effect of reincarnation? I need your assistance with something. Shen Shutong inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to speak. Fu Chuan, I would like to invite you to be the artist for the adaptation of my novel into a comic. Fu Chuan was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom such an unexpected proposition. Senior, you are a renowned novelist. Surely there are countless art societies clamoring to secure your adaptation rights. Why choose me? It is you. Shen Shutong lightly bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with determination as she interrupted Fu Chuan before he could finish speaking. A simple 4-character declaration radiated her resolve. Only Fu Chuan will do. Fu Chuan, this task can only be accomplished by you. I believe in you. The girl's exquisite profile, illuminated by the sun streaming through the bus window, danced with flecks of light, stirring a flutter in Fu Chuan's heart. The feeling of being chosen with such unwavering faith left him momentarily dazed. No one had ever looked at him with such conviction or entrusted him with a task, expressing that only he could fulfill it. Shen Shutong was the first. Her voice, however, had risen a touch too high, drawing the attention of fellow passengers on the bus. Observing the striking duo of Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan, some couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly a blessing." Realizing her reaction had been excessive, Shen Shutong coughed awkwardly and turned her face away. Fu Chuan, after a brief silence, asked, Senior, may I inquire why you have chosen me? I have seen your artwork, and your style resonates deeply with me. Indeed, your creations may seem somewhat juvenile compared to those of more seasoned artists, yet they possess an essence that many lack. In short, I am quite fond of your work. Her intention was clear. She wished for Fu Chuan to be the illustrator for her adaptations. What could be a more significant reason than this? Shen Shutong had poured her heart and soul into her creations, akin to a mother nurturing her child, and it was only natural for her to seek the most suitable illustrator. Fu Chuan was taken aback to learn that Shen Shutong had noticed him long before this moment. Elated yet rational, he shook his head. I'm afraid, Senior, that I must prepare for the college entrance examination this year. I simply do not have the time to assist you with the adaptations. Working on freelance projects for financial backers was one thing. A piece of artwork could be completed swiftly, provided both parties were satisfied. However, adapting a novel into a comic series was a far more arduous endeavor, especially with a popular author like Shen Shutong. Such a project could span several years. Once he entered university, he might have the time to accept such commitments, but at this critical juncture, he could not afford to jeopardize his future for a fleeting moment of favor. He aspired to be a refined egoist, prioritizing his future over transient affections, lest he squander his potential, which would be no different from living foolishly in a past life. Shen Shutong quietly interjected, So, does that mean you are agreeing? Fu Chuan was momentarily bewildered. His refusal had been quite clear, hadn't he? I'm not asking you to be my illustrator during your senior year. What matters is after the exams, right? Shen Shutong was quite fond of Fu Chuan's talent and would never impose upon him during such a crucial period. After the college entrance exams then, once you gain admission to your desired university, you will have ample time. Fu Chuan pursed his lips. That would require a year. I can wait, Shen Shutong replied without hesitation. After all, she had already decided that it would be Fu Chuan. A year was but a trifle. She could afford to wait. Thank you for your trust, Senior. If you change your mind, please let me know in advance. I would understand. Having reached this point in their conversation, Fu Chuan no longer resisted. He was in dire need of money, desperately so. After the college entrance exams, he planned to sever ties with the Fu family and would need to cover living expenses and tuition, which amounted to a substantial sum. If the editorial company handling Shen Shutong's adaptations could afford to pay, he would gladly work for her. After all, earning money was still earning money, regardless of the source. All right, it's settled then. With a lingering worry alleviated, Shen Shutong yawned lazily, and closed her eyes to rest. Observing this, Fu Chuan quietly put away his English book and switched to a mathematics book to study formulas. Unbeknownst to him, a soft weight leaned against his shoulder. Fu Chuan instinctively glanced beside him. Shin Shutong had fallen asleep, her profile resting against him, murmuring softly like a little kitten. The fragrance of her hair wafted into Fu Chuan's senses. Clearing his throat, he buried his face in his mathematics book, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Teacher, this question is too difficult. I can't solve it. As the bus approached G-City No. 1 High School, Fu Chuan noticed that Shin Shutong showed no signs of waking. After much deliberation, he could only call out, "Senior, we've arrived. Please wake up." Are we having strawberry cake for dessert today? Shin Shutong stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. Fu Chuan, not waiting for her to fully comprehend, quickly pulled her off the bus. The breeze refreshed her, and recalling what had just transpired, she hurriedly apologized. "Fu Chuan, I'm so sorry I fell asleep." Fu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble." Shin Shutong quickly concocted an excuse and dashed away. Had it not been for her all-nighter the previous evening, she wouldn't have dozed off on the bus, leaning on Fu Chuan's shoulder. She hoped she hadn't caused him any undue discomfort. "Senior, you are actually quite endearing." Fu Chuan genuinely assessed her from a man's perspective, devoid of any ulterior motives. Such an exceptional woman, he mused. He could only wonder who would eventually win her heart. The man fortunate enough to marry Shin Shutong would surely have been a hero in a past life, saving the galaxy. After morning classes ended, Fu Chuan finished his bread and yogurt, determined to ask the administrative teacher for the art room key once more. This time, however, the teacher flatly refused, eyeing him with suspicion. "Fu Chuan, last time you claimed it was an urgent matter requiring the computer. What is it this time? As a senior, you should focus on your studies and aim for a good university, not get distracted by trivial pursuits." Alas, it seemed the same strategy could not be employed twice. Faced with the administrator's firm stance, Fu Chuan had no choice but to plan on seeking out an art institution after school to borrow equipment. Even if it meant spending some money, he had to fulfill the task assigned by his patron, even if it meant wasting his lunch break. "Ms. Li, could you lend the key to Fu Chuan? He truly has something important to attend to, and I can vouch for him." A gentle voice chimed in. Shin Shutong, holding some documents and wearing glasses, stepped forward to advocate for Fu Chuan. Upon seeing her, Ms. Li's demeanor softened, her previously stern expression transforming into a warm smile that revealed the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. "Since Shun is willing to vouch for you, Fu Chuan, don't betray our trust, and please take care of the equipment in the classroom." "Yes, thank you, teacher." "Thank you, senior." This was Fu Chuan's first time witnessing Ms. Li's gentler side, and he gratefully accepted the key to the computer room as he exited the office. Once Shin Shutong emerged, Fu Chuan once again sincerely expressed his gratitude. Shin Shutong waved her hand dismissively. "I was just delivering materials to Ms. Li, and besides, consider it a repayment for resting your head on my shoulder on the bus. By the way, what do you need the computer room key for?" "I want to create a few illustrations." All right, you should hurry. The lunch break is short." "Got it, senior." Fu Chuan turned and dashed to the art computer room. With Shin Shutong's endorsement, he would now have access to the drawing equipment whenever he needed it. Completing the business order has now become significantly more convenient. For the time being, Shin Shutong has not associated Fu Chuan with an unorthodox comic artist. Is there such a remarkable coincidence in this world? Fu Chuan has promised Shin Shutong that he will become the illustrator for her novel after the college entrance examinations. Merely having Fu Chuan alone is insufficient. He must enlist several capable assistants. An unconventional comic artist, whose style and quality align with Fu Chuan's, could be recruited to collaborate with him, aiding Shin Shutong in illustrating her novel. The only uncertainty lies in whether such an unconventional artist would be willing. Just as Fu Chuan was engrossed in his work in the illustration computer room, Fu Qingqing happened to visit Teacher Li to retrieve a key. Upon noticing that the door to the illustration computer room was ajar, she curiously peered inside, calling, "Teacher Li, are you there? I've come to pick up the key for the multimedia classroom." Coincidentally, she stumbled upon Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, what brings you here?" Fu Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly, though she concealed her concern. "The illustration computer room is not open to students during break time. I have matters to attend to," Fu Chuan replied. Not expecting to encounter Fu Qingqing here, he preferred to remain focused on his creative endeavors, knowing that he had obtained permission from the teacher and was not sneaking in, thus rendering Fu Qingqing unable to cause any trouble. Noticing Fu Chuan's preoccupation, Fu Qingqing pondered how strange it was for him to borrow the key from Teacher Li. She understood that Teacher Li typically disapproved of granting students such privileges. Any mishap would lead to complications. Did Fu Chuan perhaps reveal his identity as the Fu family's young master to gain leniency? In the past, Fu Qingqing would have immediately approached Teacher Li for clarification, especially if Fu Chuan had employed such tactics, which would undoubtedly earn them a reprimand from their sisters. This time, however, she inexplicably found herself stepping closer to observe Fu Chuan's artwork. "What are you doing?" Fu Chuan swiftly closed the screen, watching her warily. "Are you engaged in something unsavory? Am I not allowed to take a look?" Even Fu Qingqing, with her typically aloof demeanor, felt a surge of anger. How did Fu Chuan perceive her? He was merely drawing, yet he shut off the screen upon her approach, clearly wary of her presence. Fu teacher, this is my personal privacy. Teacher Li is in his office. If you wish to speak with him, please go there. If it were an ordinary piece, it might not matter. But this was a commissioned artwork meant for the client, and it constituted a matter of contractual confidentiality. Fu Chuan could not even display his work on his personal page without the client's approval, as any indiscretion on Fu Qingqing's part could jeopardize his clandestine arrangement. Chapter 13. They treat Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen differently. Fu Chuan found it perplexing that Fu Qingqing, who had always been indifferent to his affairs, was now scrutinizing him so closely. Recently, he had aligned himself with her wishes, no longer relying on the Fu family, nor seeking their sisterly affection. Was this not what Fu Qingqing desired? Why, then, was she now directing her criticisms at him? It was truly vexing. Fu Qingqing sensed Fu Chuan's distrust in his gaze and straightened her expression. Fu Chuan, I seriously suspect that you are using the school's computer for some illicit purpose. Let me investigate this immediately. The weight of such an accusation could lead to Fu Chuan's expulsion from G City No. 1 High School. Fu Qingqing was determined to uncover what Fu Chuan was hiding, convinced that he was up to no good. Indeed, she believed that such a statement would instill fear in him. To her astonishment, however, she saw only shock reflected in Fu Chuan's eyes, a revelation of her own audacity and unscrupulousness. In their previous life, Fu Qingqing would have simply ignored Fu Chuan. Yet in this life, Fu Chuan had come to see her true nature, stripped of the familial lens. Her seemingly cool and beautiful exterior revealed a relentless determination to achieve her goals by any means necessary. Encountering the emotions in Fu Chuan's gaze, Fu Qingqing composed herself, grappling with disbelief that she had uttered such words, falsely accusing her own brother and demanding a confession. With tension mounting, Fu Qingqing attempted to soften her tone. But Fu Chuan interjected, if you open the computer and find that things are not as Teacher Li described, will you apologize to me? Fu Chuan's voice was devoid of anger. It was simply not worth it for the Fu family. After all, you wouldn't want the rumor of you misjudging a student to spread throughout G City No. 1 High School, would you? Fu Chuan, if you need to practice, why not do it at home? Why come to school? Where at home would I find the equipment? Fu Chuan nearly burst into laughter. This sister, who shared his bloodline, was utterly oblivious to his situation. Such a foolish question. Fu Chuan had originally thought Fu Qingqing possessed a measure of intelligence, but it appeared that the familial bias had clouded her judgment. At a loss for words, Fu Qingqing realized they had not provided him with smartphones or computers, let alone tablets or electronic drawing boards. They had only equipped him with basic drawing materials, erroneously believing that would suffice. Fu Chuan, I understand you might harbor some resentment, but you are a senior in high school, in a crucial phase as you prepare for university. If you were to become distracted by electronic devices, your grades might plummet. We are doing this for your own good. Once more, Fu Qingqing adopted the guise of a caring teacher and sister, addressing Fu Chuan earnestly. He responded with a cold smile. The school provides these resources for students like us in the arts. Are you truly worried I'll go astray? Or is it that you fear I will spend too much of the Fu family's money? What are you saying? Fu Chuan, our family provides for you food, shelter. Surely that is sufficient? If it weren't for the Fu family, you'd still be in an orphanage, with no chance to attend such an esteemed school as G City No. 1. If we were concerned about expenses, we would never have taken you back in the first place. Fu Chuan retorted. Then why are you not worried about Fu Zichen going astray? You coddle him, so surely he shouldn't have access to such things either. Fu Chuan, I have come to understand that you harbor jealousy towards your younger brother Zichen, constantly measuring yourself against him in your heart. Do you possess no self-awareness whatsoever? Zichen's achievements are remarkable, while yours. As for me, I gained admission to G City No. 1 High School through my own merit. No matter how much you despise me, reason has awarded my works full marks. Fu Zichen is indeed impressive, and I am not lacking either. The disparity in treatment is evident. You all favor Fu Zichen and disregard me. Why not openly express your sentiments? Why must you feign a sisterly demeanor? Which is utterly nauseating. Fu Chuan unhesitatingly pierced through Fu Qingqing's fade. You, Fu teacher, if you have nothing to do, please leave and do not disturb my painting. Fu Chuan plopped down in a chair and resumed her work. The interruption caused by Fu Qingqing wasted a considerable amount of her time. She hoped to finalize 2 business deals during her lunch break and was eager to meet that goal. You, Fu Qingqing, infuriated, stamped her foot, her face flushed, before turning and leaving, quickening her pace as if she were fleeing. A voice within Fu Qingqing echoed, Fu Chuan speaks the truth. They do treat Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen differently because Fu Zichen is the brother they acknowledge. Fu Chuan possesses nothing beyond their blood ties. She ought not to have been reclaimed by the Fu family, disrupting their peaceful and happy existence. Previously, Fu Qingqing thought and acted this way. Fu Chuan's indifference towards her sisters should indeed bring Fu Qingqing joy. When exactly did Fu Qingqing start to care about Fu Chuan's opinions? Gradually, Fu Qingqing slowed her steps. After a moment of reflection, she concluded that she had developed a sense of admiration for Fu Chuan. Such extraordinary talent as Fu Chuan's should not fade into obscurity. Fu Qingqing found it immensely regrettable. As a teacher, She could not bear to witness such a fate. Perhaps it would be best to treat Fu Chuan with a little more kindness, so as not to provoke Fu Zichen's illness, while still cherishing Fu Chuan's talent. Fu Qingqing must find the right balance. After 2 classes in the afternoon, school was dismissed. The class schedule for art students differs from that of regular students. Many gain admission to universities through their artistic specialties, and the academic requirements are not stringent, with some universities having none at all. Hence, many parents strive to have their children learn painting, sports, music, and other specialties to secure a place in prestigious schools, ensuring better job prospects in the future. Art students have 2 notable drawbacks. The tuition fees are exorbitant, and the job market is challenging. After class, Fu Chuan stealthily entered the painting computer room to finish her work and sent the completed pieces to her client. Last night's gentle rain. I am quite satisfied. The business deal is confirmed. An unruly comic artist. Thank you, my esteemed client. Congratulations. Last night's gentle rain. By the way, comic artist. Are you interested in participating in a comic adaptation? Another comic adaptation? Fu Chuan instinctively thought of Shu Tang. However, it was hardly surprising that a renowned artist website like Picasso would have comic publishers seeking to recruit artists. For popular second games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, parent companies often choose to collaborate with well-known artists to create fan art during promotional events. It must be said that MiHoYo's small coins are quite generous. They pay handsomely for such fan art. In her previous life, Fu Chuan earned tens of thousands from just a few commissions. Currently, Fu Chuan remained relatively unknown at Picasso. Merely a minor player, and naturally could not attract the attention of large companies like MiHoYo. She would take it step by step. Making money this year was secondary, as the college entrance examination was paramount. A year later, she had promised her senior to assist with the adaptation of her novel into a comic. And until her senior changed her mind, Fu Chuan could not go back on her word. Apologies. Fu Chuan simply replied with those 2 words. Last night's gentle rain, what a pity. Shu Tang could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to find a few helpers who would align with Fu Chuan's artistic vision. An unruly comic artist. Esteemed client. Will there be future collaborations? Chapter 14. The senior is truly adorable. For the sake of her future and her promise, Fu Chuan had no choice but to decline. She feared offending last night's gentle rain. Oh dear. With such an amiable and relatable client who shared her artistic taste, Fu Chuan truly did not wish to miss out. Last night's gentle rain. Of course, I have no current demands but can recommend you. An unruly comic artist. Thank you, esteemed client. The 2 confirmed the business deal and exchanged 5-star reviews. Fu Chuan then improved several illustrations and uploaded them to her personal page on Picasso. By the time she completed her tasks, it was already 6 in the evening. After locking the painting computer room, Fu Chuan unexpectedly ran into Shu Tang. Junior, I saw the light in the painting computer room and thought it might be you, so I came over to take a look. Thank you so much, senior. Fu Chuan expressed her immense gratitude. Had it not been for Shu Tang's guarantee, Fu Chuan would not have known how to obtain the key to the painting computer room. You need not worry about returning the favor from this morning. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head. Then, shall I treat you to a meal, senior? Fu Chuan merely intended it as a polite gesture. Shu Tang had mentioned her mild social anxiety and disinterest in crowded places. Surely, she would not want to dine with Fu Chuan. To his surprise, Shu Tang readily agreed. Sure, Junior, dinner is on you tonight. Ah, wait. Fu Chuan had only said it casually, yet Shu Tang took it seriously? Awkward. What? Are you unhappy? Delighted indeed. Let us go, senior. Fu Chuan thought to himself that it was fortunate he had received the client's payment, so he could afford to splurge a little tonight. Thus, Fu Chuan and Shu Tang walked side by side out of the campus. Their laughter and conversation once again astonishing the entire G City No. 1 high school. Senior, shall we go to Wanda Plaza for Kobe beef? Having no experience in taking a girl out for dinner, Fu Chuan recalled Fong Kaiwei's advice. Choosing the most romantic and upscale place nearby for someone of Shu Tang's stature should be a safe bet. Why go there? It's both expensive and scant. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head. What does senior wish to eat? It wouldn't be right to seize this opportunity to extort Fu Chuan, the so-called impoverished student. Would it? Haha, follow me. Shu Tang led Fu Chuan to a barbecue restaurant. Once they found a seat, Shu Tang expertly ordered a series of barbecue dishes and handed the menu to Fu Chuan. This place's barbecue is both affordable and delicious. Take a look and see what you fancy. Shu Tang actually enjoyed this. She ordered so much. Fu Chuan was not concerned about the money. Rather, he pondered why someone as beautiful, well-built, and privileged as Shu Tang would indulge in such greasy food. Shu Tang couldn't help but laugh at Fu Chuan's expression. Do you think I'm some ethereal being who doesn't partake in earthly delights? I too require sustenance. That was a fair point. Fu Chuan realized he knew far too little about Shu Tang. Most of his impressions stemmed from hearsay. Shu Tang was the aloof senior, a celestial being who shunned worldly affairs and preferred solitude. Yet, in reality, Shu Tang was far from the icy persona others described. She possessed a gentle and endearing side. Her social anxiety, coupled with her stunning appearance, instinctively made others feel that she was unapproachable akin to a snow lotus that could only be admired from afar. Reflecting on this, Fu Chuan could not help but speak up. I suppose we can consider ourselves friends, right? Xin Shutong pressed her lips together and remarked, in this vast world, a true friend can be found even at great distances. Junior, initially, it was your works that captivated me. However, upon delving deeper into your persona, I discovered a myriad of common interests between us. I believe that a handful of genuine friends is ample, and I hope I have already secured a place as one of your cherished companions. With that, Xin Shutong offered Fu Chuan a radiant smile. Her brows arched like crescent moons and her eyes sparkling like a field of blossoms, illuminating the starry universe within the boy's gaze. Fu Chuan nodded appreciatively. If you don't mind, senior, it is truly an honor. Then let us discuss the plot of your novel further. After our last conversation, my creative juices surged forth, and I toiled throughout the night, hastening my progress. He chuckled, albeit in a somewhat forced manner. While he had plot ideas aplenty, he feared that Xin Shudong's extensive knowledge might muddle his thoughts, potentially ruining a promising story and tarnishing her illustrious creative history. Fu Chuan could only divulge fragments of his storyline. To his surprise, Xin Shudong's excitement only grew as she clung to Fu Chuan, chattering incessantly like an indefatigable little rabbit. Her cheeks flushed, eyes aglow, her breath quickening. She became ever more insistent. Fu Chuan felt overwhelmed. Senior, I genuinely have nothing left. Please, do not drain me further. Just then, the barbecue arrived, and Fu Chuan seized the opportunity to quiet her with food. In the next moment, Fu Chuan was taken aback. Xin Shutong devoured the barbecue with an astonishing speed that could only be likened to a whirlwind. Fortunately, her striking beauty, with her mouth stuffed and cheeks puffed, added a touch of adorableness, reminiscent of a hamster storing its treasures. Grease stained her lips, rendering them a vibrant red, inciting an irresistible urge in the men around her to draw near. With her allure and sheer delight in eating, even if she forsook her novelist aspirations, she could undoubtedly achieve internet fame as a food influencer. Watching her, Fu Chuan felt his appetite awaken. These were indulgences he rarely allowed himself, and he resolved to savor every bite this time. As he sipped on his sugary soda, he mused, I never would have guessed that my senior is such a foodie. Have you not perused my author column's introduction? It states, one must not neglect the pleasures of food and camaraderie. If that's the case, you shall be punished with 100 repetitions. She teased playfully. Fu Chuan's smile widened at her jest. Realizing her previous gaffe, Xin Shutong cleared her throat awkwardly. I apologize. I tend to get carried away when I'm excited. Please do not take it to heart. You truly are delightful, Fu Chuan remarked sincerely, expressing the most genuine admiration a man could offer. To outsiders, Xin Shudong's brilliance, beauty, and status were captivating. Yet, those familiar with her would uncover even more charming facets. Her occasional clumsiness, her love for food, and her penchant for engaging in spirited conversation. Xin Shutong, sensing Fu Chuan's innocent intentions, took a sip of her drink and agreed, I feel the same. Naturally, Junior, you are quite handsome. What girl wouldn't appreciate heartfelt compliments? Fu Chuan beamed. To receive praise from you, Senior, is indeed my honor. You speak so eloquently. Perhaps you possess the potential to become a novelist, she quipped. Please spare me, Senior. I struggle even with essays, let alone novels, Fu Chuan pleaded. Indeed, you are better suited for art. Destined to be a renowned Da Vinci. I have high hopes for you. Junior, Xin Shutong affirmed with heartfelt conviction, her gaze brimming with trust, injecting Fu Chuan with renewed zeal. I shall strive for it, Senior. Here's to the future great artist. Cheers. Cheers to you, Senior. May your literary rights flourish. Their soda and milk tea clinked together, producing a crisp sound that resonated with the essence of youthful romance. At that moment, two figures entered the barbecue establishment. Sister, I heard from a classmate that this barbecue place is absolutely delectable. You know, while the doctor hasn't restricted your diet, you shouldn't indulge too much in fried foods. The elder sister admonished. It's fine, sister. If my life is indeed drawing to a close, I simply wish to live freely and joyfully, rather than merely prolonging my existence in regret, the younger replied. Stop talking nonsense, the elder interrupted, sensing the tension rising. Apologetically lowering his head, Fu Zichen murmured, I'm sorry. Sister, occasionally indulging isn't so bad, she reassured him, gently patting his head. The doctor had informed Fu Linger that, with current medical capabilities, there was little hope for Fu Zichen's condition. They could only strive to improve his mood, ensuring timely hospital visits to prolong his life. This was the reason Fu Linger had permitted him to enjoy barbecue. Hey, sister, isn't that Fu Chuan? Fu Zichen suddenly exclaimed, pointing in his direction. Fu Chuan. Fu Linger paused, following her brother's gaze and indeed spotting him. The barbecue joint was bustling, and while they recognized Fu Chuan, he remained oblivious to their presence. Engrossed in conversation with Xin Shutong, Fu Zichen instinctively moved closer, his expression darkening upon realizing that the person Fu Chuan was conversing with was Xin Shutong. Senior Xin? She is with Fu Chuan. Chapter 15. I shall not bear this blame. Xin Shutong. Fu Linger quickly pieced it together. the renowned school beauty from G City High School, a prodigious novelist, and the pampered daughter of the Shen family. Fu Linger had encountered her at social events on 2 occasions. When did Fu Chuan forge a connection with Shen Shutong? Could it be through his identity as a scion of the Fu family? Sister, perhaps we should refrain from interrupting them, Fu Zichen suggested, jealousy boiling within him. Girls as remarkable and beautiful as Shen Shutong were the object of affection for many boys at G City High, including Fu Zichen himself. Knowing he had little time left, compounded by the fact that Shen Shutong had never acknowledged him, he had once attempted to write her a love letter, but it had vanished into the void. He felt utterly unworthy of pursuing her. The sight of the aloof Shen Shutong engaging so warmly with Fu Chuan felt like a cruel mockery to him, as if they were destined lovers, mercilessly feeding the onlooker's envy. Zichen, you find a seat. I shall greet them, Fu Linger stated decisively, not waiting for her brother's response. Fu Zichen felt a flicker of delight. Perhaps Fu Linger would stir up trouble. It would be best if Shen Shutong came to detest Fu Chuan entirely. Shutong. It has been a while. Fu Linger's cheerful voice rang out as she approached, a bright smile adorning her face. Fu Chuan fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. He had not anticipated running into Fu Linger here. She had always looked down upon such venues. Shen Shutong acknowledged her with a subtle nod, Sister Linger. As the daughter of the Shen family, Shen Shutong was well aware of Fu Linger's notable achievements, and thus engaged in polite conversation. Fu Linger exchanged a few polite remarks with Shen Shutong before directing her attention towards Fu Chuan. Shutong, is he your boyfriend? Shen Shutong felt a twinge of displeasure at Fu Linger's words. Fu Chuan is my friend. Oh, you two enjoy your meal. I shall not intrude any longer. Having gleaned some insight, Fu Linger turned and returned to the table of Fu Zichen. Elder sister, why? Fu Zichen expressed his dissatisfaction. You've scarcely spoken a few words. Wasn't Fu Linger attempting to disrupt the date between Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong? Elder sister has her own thoughts. Zichen, feel free to order whatever you desire. Following this interruption, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong soon settled the bill and departed. The two walked side by side to the bus stop, where Shen Shutong cast a slight smile at Fu Chuan. Thank you, my dear friend. I am quite happy thanks to you. I might have to stay up late tonight. As she spoke, Shen Shutong gestured towards her dark circles. Please take care of yourself. Senior, no worries. I can take the 773 bus. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Shen Shutong boarded the bus, and after waiting for another 10 minutes, Fu Chuan's bus home arrived. Just as Fu Chuan found a seat, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed slightly as he pressed the answer button. What is it? The caller was none other than Fu Qingqing. Why are you not home yet? I had dinner out. Fu Chuan replied coldly. In the past, Fu Qingqing had been indifferent to Fu Chuan's whereabouts, seemingly unconcerned even if he had perished, as it would not affect Fu Zichen. Now that Fu Chuan had not returned home for dinner, Fu Qingqing's call, given her recent behavior, seemed to indicate a desire for revenge against Fu Chuan. In any case, you need to come back quickly. With that, Fu Qingqing hung up. Fu Chuan felt a wave of indifference wash over him. First Fu Linger, now Fu Qingqing. Whatever. Fu Chuan chose not to care, nor to inquire, nor to ponder. Once the college entrance examination concluded, Fu Chuan would promptly move out of the Fu household and bring this torment to an end. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Fu Xinling deliberately approached Fu Chuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he were an alien. Fu Xinling's gaze made Fu Chuan sense that something had transpired during his absence, and he asked, Is there something you need? What exactly happened between you and fifth sister today? Why did she buy you so many things? Fu Chuan was taken aback. What is going on? At that moment, Fu Qingqing descended the stairs. No, it's too much. Fu Chuan's room is too small to accommodate all this. Fu Chuan warily interjected. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Aren't you resentful that we treat you and Zichen differently? That we didn't buy you the computer equipment you need? I've purchased the latest and best for you. You can use these from now on. Fu Chuan gazed at Fu Qingqing in disbelief. He had assumed she was deliberately trying to make his life difficult, intending to drive him out of the Fu household. If he truly could not endure it any longer, he would not cling to the place. He would simply gather his belongings and leave. If not for the pivotal life juncture of the college entrance examination, fearing that moving out would jeopardize his future, Fu Chuan would not wish to remain in the Fu household for even a moment. Yet, Fu Qingqing had actually bought him all this equipment? Was this a jest? Fifth sister, this is your reason. Fu Xinling too found it hard to believe. Hadn't they all long since agreed to treat Fu Zichen better than Fu Chuan? They feared that if Fu Zichen saw Fu Chuan living well in the Fu household, he would be distressed, potentially triggering his illness. If their kindness towards Fu Chuan caused any misfortune to befall Fu Zichen, they would never forgive themselves. I don't need it. You can take it back. Fu Chuan, fifth sister is being so kind to you, and you refuse? Are you out of your mind? If your well-being leads to something happening to Zichen, wouldn't I become the eternal sinner of the Fu family? I refuse to bear this blame. This had always been an unspoken agreement among the family. Now, Fu Chuan brazenly exposed it, leaving Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have made my decision. Fu Chuan, regardless of what you say, you are still our brother. I do not want others to say that we, as your sisters, have been too heartless towards you. Though it was impossible to compare him to Fu Zichen, out of familial ties, Fu Qingqing was willing to invest in Fu Chuan's future. Fu Chuan coldly replied, "Fifth sister, why make it so difficult? There's no need. I do not covet it, nor will I express gratitude." Fu Qingqing ignored Fu Chuan's words and turned to Fu Xinling. "Second sister, I want to prepare a study for Fu Chuan. His room cannot hold so many things now. You've already bought him so much. Now a study too? What audacity does he have?" Fu Xinling couldn't help but scoff, but Fu Qingqing shot her a glance, pulling her aside to speak in hushed tones. When Fu Chuan was brought back to the Fu household, they had assigned him a servant's room, which naturally lacked space. Now, upon reflection, it was indeed rather thoughtless. If outsiders discovered Fu Chuan's true identity and saw him living under such conditions, wouldn't they be humiliated? Fu Qingqing had previously been indifferent to Fu Chuan's existence, her focus solely on the pitiable and lovable Fu Zichen. However, now captivated by Fu Chuan's talents, she increasingly considered that even if not for Fu Chuan himself, for the family's reputation, they ought to treat Fu Chuan better to avoid gossip. Fu Xinling reluctantly accepted this reasoning. But what if Zichen finds out about all this? And what about the eldest sister? Our kindness towards Zichen will never be less than towards Fu Chuan. Zichen is a good child. He has always wanted us to treat Fu Chuan better. And he will understand. I will do my best to persuade the eldest sister. Chapter 16. I do not covet it, nor will I express gratitude. As Fu Qingqing spoke, Fu Xinling fell silent, signifying her agreement with Fu Qingqing's perspective. One could not deny that merely from the photographs, Fu Xinling found Fu Chuan's paintings breathtaking, believing he could indeed become an exceptionally talented artist. However, Fu Qingqing doubted that Fu Linger would approve of her actions. Fu Chuan, disinterested in the scheming of these venomous women, took his bag and ascended the stairs. No matter what Fu Qingqing did, she could do as she pleased. He would not touch a single item from them. He would not allow them to claim he owed them anything once he departed from the Fu household. Before long, Fu Linger returned with Fu Zichen. Upon seeing the servants tidying up the unused study, with boxes still in the hallway on the second floor, Fu Linger inquired, "Second sister." "Fifth sister, what are you doing?" "Elder sister, Fu Chuan requires some equipment for his painting, but his room is too small, so I prepared a study for him." As she spoke, Fu Qingqing discreetly observed Fu Zichen's expression. Fu Zichen's heart jolted. The innate charm of a scheming individual allowed him to swiftly regain his composure. Replying seamlessly, "Second sister, I've heard that Fu Chuan needs various items for his art studies. He only has one room and no study. This will surely be beneficial to him. Zichen, your understanding is the best." Fu Qingqing perceived no signs of suspicion. Deep down, she trusted Fu Zichen's inherent kindness. Ultimately, they awaited Fu Linger's decision. Fu Linger nodded. "Fifth sister, your decision is sufficient." "Oh." Fu Xinling stared at Fu Linger in astonishment. Could it be that the elder sister has actually acquiesced? In the past, it was clearly Fu Linger who staunchly opposed allowing Fu Chuan access to mobile phones, computers, and the internet. Her intention was to ensure that Fu Chuan understood his lack of standing within the family, ideally driving him away. This way, Fu Zichen would remain unharmed, and they wouldn't have to worry about Fu Chuan harboring ulterior motives. Fu Qingqing had prepared an array of arguments, yet they proved utterly futile, regardless of the outcome. She could only nod in agreement. Fu Zichen was on the verge of exploding with rage. What on earth is happening? Why did the elder sister so readily agree? Ever since she witnessed the burgeoning relationship between Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong, she had become inexplicably strange. Could it be that she intends to use Fu Chuan as a means to curry favor with the daughter of the Shen family? Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was diligently working on his assignments in his room. Thankfully, the foundation laid in his previous life had not been entirely forgotten. He adeptly searched for formulas in his textbooks, feeling quite at ease. A knock echoed at the door. With an expressionless visage, Fu Chuan opened the door, expecting to see Fu Qingqing, only to find Fu Linger standing before him. "Elder sister, is there something you need?" Fu Chuan did not step aside, his tone imbued with a palpable coldness, implicitly issuing Fu Linger a guest eviction order. "Would you not like to come in for a moment? My room is rather chaotic. It might inconvenience you. Whatever you need to discuss, we can do so here at the threshold." Since that fateful day when Fu Linger had personally ushered Fu Chuan into the police station, he had undergone a transformation. Fu Linger believed this change to be for the better. It spared her the sight of Fu Chuan groveling for their approval, which was indeed an eyesore. And it wouldn't burden Fu Zichen's conscience either. "And what is your relationship with Shen Shutong?" Fu Chuan understood all too well. Fu Linger had come seeking him for the sake of Shen Shutong, for the formidable power that lay behind her. Although Fu Chuan was oblivious to Shen Shutong's background, he chose not to inquire, maintaining the tacit understanding of friends. Yet Fu Linger's visit, driven by Shen Shutong, underscored the latter's influential family ties. Just a regular friendship. You should continue to nurture your relationship with Shen Shutong. She is the precious daughter of the Shen group, and the Fu group is likely to engage in several substantial collaborations with the Shen family in the future. Remember, you are Fu Chuan. Your lineage is of the Fu family. Fu Linger spoke with a pointed brevity. Even a fool like Fu Chuan could not fail to comprehend the implications. As long as he obediently endeavored to please Shin Shutong, Fu Linger would be inclined to acknowledge him as a member of the Fu family, granting him the attention he so earnestly desired. Was this not the very opportunity Fu Chuan had long yearned for? Previously denied. He had now fortuitously intertwined his fate with Shin Shutong. This was indeed the best chance. I am merely a student, focused on gaining admission to a prestigious university. This matter is beyond my capabilities. Please seek assistance elsewhere, as I must return to my studies. With that, Fu Chuan unceremoniously shut the door. Fu Linger was left stunned, her face meeting the cold rejection. Was her intent not conveyed clearly enough? All right, elder sister, Fu Chuan is currently in this state. I even had the fifth sister refrain from such behavior, knowing Fu Chuan would not appreciate it, but she chose to ignore me. At that moment, Fu Xinling happened to ascend the stairs and witnessed the scene. She had not anticipated Fu Linger would actively seek to placate Fu Chuan, only to have Fu Chuan dismiss her, leaving no semblance of respect for Fu Linger. Oh my goodness, what on earth has transpired? This simply cannot be. Fu Linger's dignity as the eldest sister was undeniably at stake. In the Fu family, she had always been the one whose word was law. With her younger siblings dutifully acquiescing to her wishes, even their own parents heeding her counsel, Fu Linger had inherited her parents' remarkable business acumen. Rising from a mere employee of the Fu group to the position of president, none could question her capabilities. That once obsequious Fu Chuan now disregarded her entirely. And being caught in this situation by Fu Xinling had severely undermined Fu Linger's pride. Fuming, she glared at the closed door of Fu Chuan's room before turning away. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Zichen lurked in the shadows, observing the unfolding drama. Fu Linger's overtures toward Fu Chuan were evidently motivated by her ties to Shin Shutong. Yet what was the meaning of Fu Chuan's demeanor? Could it truly be that Fu Zichen's rebirth had set off a butterfly effect that altered everything? Once Fu Linger and Fu Xinling departed, Fu Zichen deliberately approached and knocked on Fu Chuan's door. A narrow crack opened. Is there something you need? Fu Zichen feigned innocence. Brother Fu Chuan, I wish to have a word with you. I am currently unavailable, perhaps another time. Brother Fu Chuan, are you still upset? I truly did not intend to shatter your painting of mountain waters in spring. It was a gift from the elder sister, and to make amends, I willingly took on the engagement with Qin Jian. Is that not sufficient? If you desire it, I can return it to you. All of it. Very well. Then please return it to me. Fu Zichen was taken aback by Fu Chuan's response, his expression stiffening. These items belonged to Fu Zichen. How could he truly return them to Fu Chuan? I could mention it to the elder sister, but I fear it might upset her. Zichen, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. I have matters to attend to. I shall close the door now. With a resounding bang, Fu Chuan shut the door, denying Fu Zichen even a sliver of opportunity to ensnare him. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had failed to discern Fu Zichen's true nature, suffering multiple setbacks. In this life, would Fu Zichen still attempt to enter Fu Chuan's room? Not a chance. Indeed, Fu Zichen began to feign illness at Fu Chuan's door, drawing the attention of Fu Linger and the others. Zichen, are you all right? Fu Xinling inquired anxiously. Fu Zichen appeared pale, his voice weak as he replied, Second sister. I feel unwell. Fu Chuan. Fu Xinling pounded furiously on Fu Chuan's door. What is it? Fu Chuan asked, maintaining a calm demeanor as he opened the door. What have you done to Zichen? Why is he in this state? No, second sister, it has nothing to do with brother Fu Chuan. It is solely my issue. Zichen, you need not defend Fu Chuan. He is undoubtedly the cause of your plight. Fu Xinling played the role of the villain while Fu Zichen feigned innocence. A familiar scene unfolding. In their previous life, Fu Zichen had often feigned illness, with Fu Chuan bearing the brunt of the blame each time. This time, I did nothing. Fu Chuan asserted, presenting the video evidence. The events that had just transpired were crystal clear. Fu Zichen's complexion grew even paler. How could this fool have recorded a video? When did he even change his phone? With the footage as evidence, Fu Chuan had indeed committed no wrongdoing, leaving Fu Xinling somewhat at a loss for words. She resorted to verbal attacks. If you hadn't barred Zichen from entering your room, he would not have fallen ill. Should he become unwell inside your room? How could I possibly clear my name? Remember, you once said Zichen should not enter my room, as it brings ill fortune. Fu Xinling fell silent. She had indeed uttered such words. Reflecting on it, Fu Zichen had experienced a few too many incidents in Fu Chuan's room. Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing exchanged glances, sensing the oddity of the situation. Previously, they had held an unwavering trust in Fu Zichen while harboring disdain for Fu Chuan, which had prevented them from delving deeper. Now, with Fu Chuan transformed and armed with video evidence, alongside the occurrences that had transpired, they were compelled to reconsider. Fu Zichen, fearing exposure, weakly spoke, Sisters, I'm fine. I'm just lying in bed to rest. Please take my younger brother Zichen back to his room. As for Fu Chuan, he promptly shut the door after resolving the troublesome matter, disinterested in witnessing the theatrics of the Fu family. In Chapter 17, Fu Zichen was flustered. Upon returning to his room to rest on the bed, his complexion quickly softened. The family doctor arrived promptly, examined Fu Zichen, and confirmed there were no abnormalities, which finally eased everyone's concerns. Second sister, it was somewhat inappropriate of you to blame Fu Chuan without discernment earlier. Fu Qingqing chided Fu Xinling, who, to Fu Qingqing's astonishment, found herself defending Fu Chuan. Perhaps even Fu Qingqing was unaware of her shift in attitude towards Fu Chuan. Fu Xinling had no words to retort and could only silently endure. Reflecting on the matter, it was indeed true that Fu Xinling had been excessive. It was Fu Xinling who had prevented Fu Chuan from entering Fu Zichen's room, and with video evidence to boot. A headache ensued. Second sister, I am sorry for causing you trouble, Fu Zichen lamented, taking all the blame upon himself. Zichen, this is not your fault. It is I who made a mistake. Fu Xinling had to concede to this reality. When did Fu Chuan change his phone? Fu Linger suddenly inquired. Fu Zichen was contemplating how to steer the conversation in this direction when Fu Linger took the initiative, secretly pleased. I recall that Fu Chuan's phone was not this model. Where did he get the money to change it? Fu Chuan had saved a little money while in the orphanage. He must have economized on his daily expenses. I noticed Fu Chuan's phone was quite worn. It was probably secondhand. Eldest sister, while it is said to be for Fu Chuan's studies, in this digital age, functions like WeChat and cameras are incredibly vital, particularly for someone like Fu Chuan who is so specialized. This expenditure cannot be spared, Fu Qingqing interjected. Fu Linger tacitly accepted this explanation and did not pursue the matter further. Fu Zichen's fists clenched in secret. Today truly was a case of losing more than he gained. His sisters had begun to harbor doubts about him and even started to favor Fu Chuan. The following day, Fu Chuan awoke early. Grabbing some milk and bread, he greeted the butler before preparing to leave. Recently, Fu Linger and the others had become increasingly enigmatic, and he decided it was best to keep his distance. Just as Fu Chuan reached the doorway, he fortuitously bumped into Fu Qingqing, who was returning from her morning exercise. Fu Qingqing glanced at Fu Chuan, who had a piece of bread in his mouth and yogurt in hand, her brow furrowing slightly. Do you so desperately wish to leave the Fu family? Don't misunderstand. I simply have matters to attend to at school, Fu Chuan replied, attempting to sidestep Fu Qingqing. I have given you everything you wanted. What more do you remain dissatisfied with? Fu Qingqing couldn't help but feel anger rising. If she had erred the previous day, she had already apologized and even bought Fu Chuan numerous items. What more did he want? Her efforts far outweighed those of eldest sister and second sister. Fu Chuan halted his steps. Take back your gifts. I never asked for them. What I wanted, you could not provide before, and now I have no need for it. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Fu Qingqing stood there, stunned, watching Fu Chuan's retreating figure. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within her. Fu Chuan was no longer the brother she could easily control. Fu Chuan, I have never reclaimed gifts once given. You can take them or leave them. Do you think I am a collector of discarded items? Fu Qingqing exclaimed in frustration, her heavy heart leading her back to the Fu residence. Noticing that Fu Linger and the others had yet to come down, she, almost unconsciously, made her way to the studio prepared for Fu Chuan. Despite her claims of not wanting to waste Fu Chuan's talent, she felt a slight obligation as an elder sister. The studio was meticulously arranged by Fu Qingqing. She had removed any excess items, ensuring the computer and desk were neat and pristine, even placing a few potted plants by the window for a touch of visual appeal. It was undeniably a room that a boy, especially a gifted artist like Fu Chuan, would appreciate. Fu Qingqing found herself anticipating Fu Chuan's reaction upon seeing the studio. Conflicted thoughts tangled within her mind, causing a slight headache. Fifth sister, are you alright? Fu Zichen entered, his face etched with concern. He had noticed the shift in Fu Qingqing's attitude towards Fu Chuan. She had even come to the studio prepared for Fu Chuan that morning. It was imperative to gain full control over Fu Qingqing. I just feel a bit dizzy. Zichen, could you help me with a massage? I remember how comforting your technique was when you helped me with a hangover last time. Ah, Fu Zichen suddenly exclaimed. Is there a problem, Zichen? Fu Qingqing assumed he was struggling. No problem. Fifth sister, please sit. I will assist you with a massage. We still have time before school, he replied. All right. Fu Qingqing did not dwell on his peculiar expression and sat in the chair within the studio. Fu Zichen stood behind her, took a deep breath, and extended his hands to massage Fu Qingqing. As Fu Zichen continued, he realized something felt amiss. The technique was not the same. The last time Fu Qingqing had returned home with a headache after a gathering, he had helped her feel better, allowing her to sleep soundly. This time, however, Fu Zichen's technique felt unfamiliar. Despite knowing the pressure points, he was missing the mark. Fifth sister, is this comfortable? Fu Zichen asked cautiously. Very good. Fu Qingqing replied reluctantly, not wishing to dampen his spirits. At that moment, Fu Xinling peeked in through the doorway. What are you two doing? Breakfast is ready. All right. Zichen, let us go downstairs for breakfast. Fu Qingqing hastily concluded the massage topic. After being massaged by Fu Zichen, her headache not only persisted but seemed to worsen. She needed a moment to recover. How curious. Why is Fu Zichen's technique so different this time? Fu Zichen lowered his head, biting his lip. As they descended the stairs, Fu Xinling inquired, Fifth sister, have you seen Fu Chuan? Recalling the events of the morning, Fu Qingqing's expression darkened slightly. He has gone to school. Oh, Fu Xinling responded with a slight click of her tongue, feeling a mix of relief and discomfort. Fu Chuan arrived early at school, missing the chance to encounter Shin Shudong at the bus stop. A few scattered students in the classroom cast envious glances at Fu Chuan upon his arrival. News of Fu Chuan laughing and chatting with Shin Shudong the previous day, followed by an outing for barbecue, had circulated widely on the school forum with accompanying photos, igniting fervent discussions. The beautiful and aloof school belle was seen with Fu Chuan. Such gossip spread like wildfire throughout G City's first high school. While they could not deny Fu Chuan's looks, if Shin Shudong was indeed a beauty enthusiast, she could hardly resist Fu Chuan's striking features. He was the kind of handsome that could debut as a star. Just as Fu Chuan set down his backpack, Fong Kaiwei entered, a yogurt pouch dangling from his mouth. Upon spotting Fu Chuan, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over, producing a stash of treasured snacks and eagerly offering them to Fu Chuan. This maneuver left Fu Chuan utterly bewildered. Kaiwei, what are you doing? Idle, as your devoted fan. This is my duty. Remarkably, you've already captured the attention of the legendary campus belle. I implore you to share your romantic wisdom. Fong Kaiwei gave a thumbs up. Fu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Do not misconstrue. My relationship with the senior is merely that of ordinary friends. Oh, come on, Chuangu. Shin Xuejia has been at G City No. 1 high school for 4 years, and not a single boy has ever gotten this close to her, laughing and chatting. Otherwise, do you think the title of Ice Mountain Goddess came from nowhere? It's solely you, a paragon among men, a battle-hardened warrior in the pursuit of romance. Fu Chuan dismissed Fong Kaiwei's flattery with indifference. As a man, he was not overly concerned about such rumors, but he feared that Shin Shudong might find it troublesome. He intended to message Shin Shudong to clarify the misunderstanding, only to realize he had forgotten to add her green bubble. How unfortunate. He would have to wait until class ended to find an opportunity to contact her and resolve this matter. Chuangu, rest assured, while Shin Xuejia is admirable, my heart belongs to you, Xuejia. I must strive to excel in the college entrance examination and enroll in Xingmon Art Academy. I aspire to be Yu Xuejia's junior. Fong Kaiwei clenched his fist, gazing at Fu Chuan with admiration. Once I am admitted to Xingmon Art Academy, I will certainly require Chuan Ji's guidance in matters of romance. You need not worry. Regardless of the outcome, I shall ensure that you reap the rewards. Chapter 18. How fortunate to meet the senior. Yu Xuejia actually enrolled in Xingmon Art Academy? Fu Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had failed to gain admission to Xingmon Art Academy and was not well acquainted with Yu Inger, thus he remained oblivious to this fact. Yu Inger was renowned at G City No. 1 high school. She served as the president of the student council and was a close friend of Shin Shutong. Although her beauty paled slightly in comparison to Shin Shutong's, she was still a radiant and captivating figure, possessing a vibrant personality, kindness, and exemplary academic performance. The term heavenly beauty aptly described her, having undoubtedly received countless love letters from infatuated boys. If Shin Shutong could be likened to the moon, then Yu Inger was the sun. The two stunning beauties frequently commuted to school together, becoming a striking sight at G City No. 1 high school. Given Yu Inger's impressive academic record, her choice to attend Xingmon Art Academy, which offered a comprehensive range of programs, was surprising. G City aimed to elevate Xingmon Art Academy to the status of a prestigious institution, investing substantial resources and attracting notable professors in recent years, gradually gaining recognition among students nationwide. However, it still could not rival the likes of Tsinghua or Peking University, particularly in the realm of arts. Thus, Chuangu, it seems that fate has conspired in our favor. Yu Xuejia, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Sensing Fong Kaiwei's fervent ambition in pursuit of love, Fu Chuan did not wish to dampen his spirits and simply encouraged him. Good luck. He couldn't help but reflect silently. How splendid it is to be young. Ding dong. Fu Chuan's phone vibrated. Last night, Yu Shufeng sent a message on WeChat regarding Picasso. It was then that Fu Chuan noticed a business order notification from the Picasso app. The order was placed by someone with the intriguing name Nongshui Buxiao Kanjiu. How tantalizing. Clearly, this was the good friend of a benefactor. Fu Chuan was in need of funds and promptly clicked accept. The order details revealed that Nongshui Buxiao Kanjiu had requested a green bubble connection for further discussion. Sushu. The name Nongshui Buxiao Kanjiu instinctively reminded Fu Chuan of Shin Shutong, as her name also contained the character Shu. How fortuitous. Upon reflection, Fu Chuan realized that since his rebirth, his luck had improved remarkably. First, he had found a benefactor who shared his values. And then the senior had assisted him in obtaining the key to the painting studio, allowing him ample time to complete the business order. It seemed that the senior was indeed Fu Chuan's lucky star. Having added the green bubble, Fu Chuan found that the benefactor had not yet approved the request. With no response from Picasso, he set his phone aside and sent a grateful emoji to Yu Shufeng. Your capabilities warrant such recognition, she replied. Fu Chuan had initially feared that declining the benefactor's invitation to develop comic copyright would result in disdain, but now he realized he had underestimated his own worth. After class, Fu Chuan sought out Shin Shutong in the repeating class. A senior by the window spotted Fu Chuan and teasingly remarked, "Junior, are you here to see Shin Xuejia?" Fu Chuan blushed slightly. Could you please inform Shin Shuejia that I am here? And also, I must clarify that my relationship with her is not quite what you imagine. Understood. Shutong, someone is looking for you. All right. Shin Shutong emerged from the classroom. Her expression slightly pensive upon seeing Fu Chuan. Junior, you arrived just in time. I need to talk to you. Fu Chuan's heart sank. It appeared that the senior was already aware of the rumors circulating at school today. He felt a pang of guilt, fearing he might have caused her unnecessary distress, even though he too was a victim of the situation. Once they arrived at the rooftop, Shin Shutong deliberately locked the door behind them. The blue sky and white clouds were serene, the space empty and vast, an archetypal battleground for the protagonists of urban anime. The very place where Chenggu had once heroically fallen. However, Fu Chuan's emotions were quite different. Senior, I am aware of what transpired today. We must find a way to clarify this misunderstanding. From a male perspective, Fu Chuan felt compelled to speak first. Though he did not believe it was his fault, the stance must be clear. He could not simply take the blame because Shin Shutong had been helpful to him. I am sorry, Junior. Shin Shutong unexpectedly offered a formal apology, leaving Fu Chuan utterly bewildered. I caused you trouble because of my actions. It was I who suggested treating you to a meal, and I also proposed going to the barbecue stand near the school. I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Such rationality and the self-reproach evident on Shin Shutong's face only served to heighten Fu Chuan's admiration for her. Seeing her so earnest and sincere, despite being the victim, Fu Chuan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. No, Senior, I bear some responsibility as well. We must find an opportunity to clarify this matter. Let us post on the school forum, with a mutual understanding. Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong both took to the school forum, using their verified names to issue a clarification. They stated that their relationship was purely that of senior and junior, devoid of any romantic implications as rumored, and urged their fellow students to focus on their studies rather than propagate misinformation, with the parties directly involved addressing the rumors. The forum administrator took notice and began deleting posts, pinning Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong's clarification at the top, while discussions about their supposed romance continued to circulate. The impact was minimized to the extent that it would not warrant intervention from their teachers. A senior and a junior, merely friends, there was no need for concern, especially since the Qing dynasty had long since fallen. However, if their academic performance were to be affected, teachers would inevitably have to intervene, particularly with the college entrance examination approaching. Excelling in academics was of utmost importance. Senior, would you mind adding a green bubble? Fu Chuan wished to avoid any further awkwardness in trying to contact Shin Shutong without her green bubble. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Shin Shutong stuck out her tongue, pulled out her phone, and scanned Fu Chuan's QR code. Oh, Shin Shutong added Fu Chuan using her personal account, while Nongshui Buxiao Kanju was merely an online persona, not her private one. The notification indicated a new friend. However, Fu Chuan's profile picture and nickname were rather unrefined for a serious artist. Senior? Fu Chuan's voice pulled Shin Shutong back to reality. Fu Chuan, are you receiving business orders on the Picasso platform? Is something the matter? Shin Shutong inquired as she messaged Fu Chuan from another WeChat account. Ding dong. Last night the rain fell fiercely. Look ahead. Ahead. Is that not Senior Shin? Wait a moment. Fu Chuan suddenly realized something. Senior, are you the esteemed benefactor? Indeed, it is quite the coincidence, or should I say, it is exactly so. Shin Shutong replied with a bemused smile. No wonder an unconventional comic artist resonated so well with Shin Shutong's interests and personality. From his works, Shin Shutong glimpsed the essence of Fu Chuan, now more mature and exceptional, imbued with a profound artistic aura. It turned out to be the same individual. Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? This is truly astonishing. Fu Chuan, why haven't you registered a work-related WeChat account? If you continuously accept orders on the Picasso platform without distinguishing between your work and personal accounts, it can lead to considerable confusion. To be honest, I only possess one SIM card. The green bubble registration mandates a mobile number, which has left me in a bind. Fu Chuan was reluctant to spend money at the moment. He contemplated using his personal WeChat for now, planning to acquire another SIM card and register 2 green bubbles once he earned some money, thus avoiding any mix-up. Little did he anticipate that his first patron would be Shin Shutong. The vastness of the online world is indeed unfathomable, and it was astonishing how small it could be. What was even more surprising to Fu Chuan was that in a previous life, he had engaged in a commercial transaction with Shin Shutong, yet neither had recognized the other. Reflecting on his thoughts about Shin Shutong that morning, Fu Chuan softly murmured, Senior really is quite fortunate. What did you say? Shin Shutong did not catch his words. Ever since I met you, Senior, my luck has improved significantly. If it weren't for your appreciation of my work, I might never have landed a commission on Picasso. Not to mention you lent me the key to the art studio, solving my work-related issues. I'm currently in dire need of funds. Fu Chuan spoke earnestly. The most challenging phase had been remarkably resolved with Shin Shutong's presence. It would not be an exaggeration to regard her as the brightest star in Fu Chuan's life. Once they both entered university, their encounters would likely diminish compared to their frequent meetings at G City No. 1 High School, where they shared countless conversations. Fu Chuan would forever cherish the memories of their senior year. What could be more luminous and comforting than the moonlight amidst an endless night? Chapter 19. The Unlikelihood of Fu Chuan's Acknowledgement. Fu Chuan, everyone faces their own challenges, but your work has truly moved me. You deserve every penny you earn, and I believe more and more people will come to appreciate your creations. Future Master of the Arts, do not forget your senior, Xin Shutong said, her hands behind her back, tilting her face upward, smiling encouragingly at Fu Chuan. Her sincere words radiated trust, more brilliant than the March sunshine, touching the heart deeply. Fu Chuan nodded earnestly. With your encouragement, senior, I will surely succeed. I believe you will also become a little J.K. Rowling. Oh, how did you know my dream is to write a globally renowned Harry Potter book like J.K. Rowling? Xin Shutong was certain she had never mentioned this to Fu Chuan. Well, J.K. Rowling's success is a dream for every novelist. Her story is so legendary, much like your comparison to Da Vinci. I merely spoke off the cuff. Fu Chuan hastily clarified. This metaphor had slipped from Fu Chuan's memory from a time in his previous life, when he casually browsed through Xin Shutong's published works. To speak of it now, he was taken aback that Xin Shutong had never disclosed it. Xin Shutong couldn't help but stifle a giggle, which only made Fu Chuan feel bashful, scratching the back of his head, a blush creeping to his ears, warmed by the sun's rays. Xin Shutong placed her hand on her chest, conveying her fervent heartbeat, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Fu Chuan, you are truly remarkable. Many of your unintentional words resonate deeply with me, like a clear mirror. It is truly wonderful to know you and to have encountered you. Fu Chuan nodded in agreement. I feel the same. It's really wonderful to meet you, senior. Upon returning to the classroom, Fu Chuan received a green bubble message from Xin Shutong. Now aware of the true identity of his benefactor, he naturally updated her contact name to Senior Shun, adding both her personal and professional accounts. Senior, have you figured out the name? She teased. This was a question left from their earlier conversation on the rooftop. I understand. At your command. The phrase last night the rain fell fiercely is derived from Li Qingzhao's poem Ru Mingling, which continues with the heavy sleep does not dissipate the lingering wine. When asked the curtain roller, they say the begonia remains. The characters Shu and Tang in Xin Shutong's name were inspired by this poem. Fu Chuan sent the answer to Xin Shutong and received a congratulatory emoji in return. Junior, I'll treat you to the school's limited edition caviar salad hot dog bread for lunch if you help me with something, she proposed. That may not be appropriate, senior. It's settled then. If you're worried about what others might say, it doesn't matter. The innocent will remain innocent. All right. After all, she was his benefactor, and Fu Chuan dared not offend her. You're amazing, Chuan. Fong Kaiwei's voice echoed like a ghost in Fu Chuan's ear. Fu Chuan felt 3 black lines forming on his forehead. Don't misunderstand. Senior, and I have clarified everything. In my memory, you are the first man who can post simultaneously with Senior, even if you two are not officially a couple. Be careful on your way home after school, lest you attract the ire of envious men. After the 3rd class, Fu Chuan sat at his desk, gazing out the window, pondering what important matters Xin Shutong wished to discuss with him at lunch. If he were an ordinary boy, he would have been over the moon due to his close relationship with Xin Shutong. However, having been reborn and experienced so much, Fu Chuan had grown indifferent to such matters. Seeking too much, being greedy, and holding expectations only ensnared him, ultimately causing him suffering. Just as Fu Chuan longed for a fleeting glance from his biological family, any moment of tenderness would suffice, only to find his hopes dashed, having been mercilessly abandoned by them. Fu Chuan, someone is looking for you, a classmate called out. Understood. Stepping out of the classroom, he found it was Fu Zichen. An instinctive wariness arose within Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen lowered his head and spoke softly. Brother Fu Chuan, do you have a moment? He had heard about the rumors regarding Fu Chuan and Xin Shutong circulating on the school forum, particularly after seeing their photo together, which only fueled his envy. Fu Chuan maintained a distant tone, keeping his distance from Fu Zichen. What brings you here? Can we talk privately? Whatever you have to say it here. Fu Zichen's intent of pulling Fu Chuan aside to have a private conversation, where he might feign illness, would not fool Fu Chuan. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Qingqing happened to be nearby. From a distance, Fu Qingqing was startled to see Fu Zichen with Fu Chuan. Although she had intended to find Fu Chuan, his unpleasant demeanor had dissuaded her from engaging with him any further. However, upon witnessing the situation involving Fu Chuan and Xin Shutong on the school forum, Fu Qingqing, as both an elder sister and a teacher, felt compelled to remind Fu Chuan that his current responsibility was to focus on his studies and strive for admission to a prestigious university, rather than indulging in romantic pursuits. She could not bear the thought of him squandering his remarkable talents. Students in the corridor, aware of Fu Qingqing's formidable teaching style, instinctively retreated into their classrooms. Hoping to avoid any confrontation, they surreptitiously observed Fu Qingqing's strikingly beautiful visage, questioning whether she was there to see her younger brother, Fu Zichen. Meanwhile, Fu Zichen was preoccupied with how to approach Fu Chuan, oblivious to Fu Qingqing's approach. In a hushed tone, he began, Brother Fu Chuan, regarding the massage technique you taught me. Only then did Fu Chuan recall the incident, responding, I've written down the key points for you. But I'm too clumsy to learn. Fu Zichen lamented. The technique is right there. You are clever enough to master it, Fu Chuan assured him. Not having me massage you for a day won't be the end of the world. He then playfully adorned Fu Zichen with a metaphorical crown, effectively silencing him. The mention of the massage technique evoked painful memories for Fu Chuan. His time in the orphanage was starkly different from today's technologically advanced world, where economic conditions were far more favorable. Back then, the meager subsidies for the rural orphanage meant that the children often faced hunger and cold. Desperate for educational opportunities, Fu Chuan seized every chance to learn from anyone who came to the orphanage for charity, absorbing knowledge like parched earth yearning for rain. At the age of 8, a retired traditional medicine practitioner from the capital, seeking a quiet life back home, came to the orphanage for charitable work. Initially unaware of the man's true identity, Fu Chuan persistently sought to learn from him. Fortunately, his aptitude for learning shone, and the rudimentary medical skills imparted by the master allowed him to assist at the orphanage, thereby securing his chance to continue his education. Otherwise, he might have remained illiterate, with no hope of attending G City No. 1 high school, let alone pursuing art. He might not even comprehend the basics of composition. Brother Fu Chuan, that is fifth sister. How could you say that? Fu Zichen exclaimed, incredulous at Fu Chuan's callous words. It was hard to fathom such heartless sentiments coming from someone who once held deep respect for his sisters. Fu Zichen found this new attitude of Fu Chuan rather bothersome, as it thwarted his attempts to entrap him in mischief. A person who is indifferent and lacks vulnerabilities is indeed the most challenging to contend with. Fu Chuan, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, I'm merely speaking the truth, am I not? Standing at a height of 178 centimeters, Fu Zichen was 10 centimeters shorter than Fu Chuan. And as he leaned in to speak, he sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere, with students in the corridor beginning to disperse. Fifth sister, Fu Zichen exclaimed in shock upon noticing Fu Qingqing standing a short distance behind Fu Chuan, her expression a stormy shade of pale. Oh no, had she overheard their conversation? As Fu Chuan turned around and caught sight of Fu Qingqing's expression, he momentarily feared she would misunderstand the situation once more, and he coolly remarked, I'm heading back to class. After all, Fu Zichen was perfectly fine, having approached Fu Chuan voluntarily, and with so many eyes upon them. Fu Chuan was unafraid of being misconstrued, unless Fu Qingqing decided to stir up trouble. In that case, the reputation of G City No. 1 high school's most promising teacher would be irreparably tarnished. Fu Chuan cast a fleeting glance at Fu Qingqing before walking away, as if the roles between them had completely reversed in that moment. No matter what Fu Qingqing did, she could never earn Fu Chuan's acknowledgement again. Chapter 20. She knew everything. In that instant, Fu Qingqing felt a piercing pain in her heart. The once hopeful and respectful gaze of Fu Chuan, which had reflected her image, was now devoid of warmth, cold and indifferent, as if she were a stranger. Aside from a nod and a brief greeting of fifth sister, there was no longer any response from him. When the day came that Fu Chuan departed from the Fu family, even that small acknowledgement would vanish. Why? Why did Fu Chuan's frigid attitude evoke such discomfort in her? Fu Qingqing had always recognized Fu Zichen as her true brother, and yet, it was only Fu Zichen. Fifth sister, are you alright? Fu Zichen's concerned voice pulled Fu Qingqing back to reality. She managed to compose herself and forced a smile, albeit a strained one. I'm fine. Zichen, what brings you to look for Fu Chuan? Didn't I tell you not to meet him at school unless necessary? What if his true identity gets exposed? Listening to Fu Qingqing's words, Fu Zichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't overheard their previous conversation. I came to find brother Fu Chuan about a few matters. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Fu Qingqing refrained from probing further, urging Fu Zichen to hurry back to the second-year classroom. Once Fu Zichen had departed, Fu Qingqing took a deep breath, slowly unclenching her tightly clenched fist that had been hidden in her pocket. Her nails had dug painfully into her palm. Fu Qingqing had heard everything. It turned out that during those times when she had been intoxicated, ill, or in a daze from headaches, someone had been there to massage her, not Fu Zichen, but Fu Chuan. Not only that, their eldest sister, Fu Linger, had long suffered from migraine issues, and it was Fu Chuan who had taught Fu Zichen how to help alleviate her pain. No wonder Fu Linger had mentioned that during her most excruciating headaches, when she lay in bed, it was Fu Zichen's massages that provided some relief. At times, when she had asked Fu Zichen to massage her while awake, it had yielded little effect. Fu Linger had never held out much hope, as her migraine symptoms were long-standing and had defied diagnosis even with the most advanced medical technology. She had taken countless medications, which only harmed her body, providing at best a slight respite from her pain. Fu Zichen's massages had only been effective during acute episodes, while normal sessions rendered no significant results. The realization struck her, it was not Fu Zichen performing the massages, it was Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing dared not confront Fu Zichen about this, fearing it would wound his fragile, sensitive heart. With this thought in mind, Fu Qingqing glanced out the classroom window, where Fu Chuan was engaged in conversation with his deskmate, Fong Kaiwei, utterly indifferent to her gaze. Indifference was indifference. Fu Zichen decided against entering the classroom to find Fu Chuan and instead pulled out her phone to send him a message. Fong Kaiwei inquired, "Brother Chuan, what did Fu Zichen want from you?" "Just a minor matter," Fu Chuan replied evasively. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had yearned to reveal his true identity to others, to declare that he was the young master of the Fu family, not an orphan, but someone who had blood relatives. He despised the pitying, scornful, or condescending gazes of others. In this life, Fu Chuan endeavored to sever ties with the Fu family as much as possible, wishing to keep his identity concealed. The terminal illness of Fu Zichen had become the perfect shield for Fu Chuan, preventing unnecessary complications after the college entrance examinations when he would cut ties with the Fu family. I have heard that Teacher Fu dotes on her younger brother the most. Just now, as I observed Teacher Fu with a grim expression walking past, I feared something might be amiss, but thankfully, all is well. However, Chuan, you share the Fu surname as well. What a coincidence. Ha. Fu Chuan's phone vibrated momentarily. It was a message from Fu Zichen. "Come to my office during the lunch break." Fu Chuan chose not to respond. He still needed to meet with his senior at noon and had no time to entertain Fu Zichen. He decided to pretend he hadn't seen the message. As the fourth period concluded, the students in the class hurriedly rose to rush to the cafeteria. Today, there was a limited edition caviar salad hot dog bun and golden fried chicken drumsticks available. If one were to delay even a moment, not only would the limited edition buns be sold out, but waiting in line for lunch could lead to one feeling utterly exasperated. Fu Chuan was about to send a message to Xin Shutong when a notification chimed. "Junior, come to the phoenix tree on the playground." "Okay." Fu Chuan promptly made his way to the designated spot. From a distance of 10 meters, he could see her graceful figure drawing nearer, captivating his gaze. Xin Shutong stood with her hands clasped behind her back, clad in her school uniform skirt, revealing her fair, slender legs. As always, her hair was styled in a ponytail, adorned with a red ribbon intertwined in her dark tresses. She gazed pensively at the already withered phoenix tree before her. Upon hearing footsteps, Xin Shutong turned around and, upon seeing Fu Chuan, greeted him with a gentle smile. "Junior, you've arrived." With that, Xin Shutong produced a packaged limited edition bun from her bag and handed it to Fu Chuan. "Here it is, the promised limited edition caviar salad hot dog bun. Still warm. Senior, how did you manage to buy it so quickly?" "Ah, that's the advantage of being a direct admit." Xin Shutong playfully winked at Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan felt a rush of realization. He had almost forgotten that Xin Shutong was a direct admit to university, allowing her the freedom to skip classes and queue early for the limited edition buns. "I envy you. Do taste it, and let me know if it's delightful." This was Fu Chuan's first experience with such a bun. In his previous life at G City No. 1 High School, he had lived in financial straits, receiving a meager allowance from the Fu family, which they claimed was meant to foster his independence. He had to rely on the small savings he accrued from working part-time at an orphanage during his free time, even toiling at McDonald's during vacations to earn a little extra. This limited edition bun was a rare treat provided to students, sold only once every 2 weeks for the price of 300, with very few available, due to the inclusion of precious caviar. Upon tasting it, Fu Chuan instantly fell in love with the flavor, and before he realized it, he had devoured the entire bun. "Ah, it's gone," he lamented, eliciting a soft giggle from Xin Shutong. Xin Shutong handed Fu Chuan a tissue. "Wipe your mouth." Fu Chuan hastily accepted the tissue. "I apologize, senior, for making a fool of myself. Your reaction reminds me of my first time tasting this bun. It has sparked my inspiration again. Thank you, Junior. I'm glad to be of assistance, Senior. What did you wish to ask me for help with?" Xin Shutong glanced back at the phoenix tree. "Could you create a piece depicting the school's phoenix tree in full bloom for me?" Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. "Of course, I can. Is that all the enthusiasm you can muster?" "Junior, I like your confidence." Xin Shutong's voice was soft, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. A gentle breeze stirred her hair, and she reached up to smooth it down, her gaze filled with a longing tenderness. Fu Chuan sensed the unique significance this phoenix tree held for Xin Shutong. Interestingly, in his previous life, Fu Chuan had once stumbled upon Xin Shutong beneath the phoenix tree. Lost in thought. "You know, Junior, my name was given by my mother. Last night, the rain was heavy and the winds fierce. Deep slumber could not dispel the remnants of wine. May I ask if the begonia still blooms?" My mother graduated from G City No. 1 High School, and she once said that her favorite was this phoenix tree, for it was beneath this very tree that she met my father. As she spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed Xin Shutong's face. If only this tree could bloom perpetually, how beautiful it would be. Alas, it only blossoms from May to July. "I will create the piece you desire, Senior," Fu Chuan declared earnestly. Having listened to Xin Shutong's few poignant words, Fu Chuan's creative inspiration was ignited. "Then I shall entrust this to you, Junior." Xin Shutong's eyes sparkled with trust in Fu Chuan. For Fu Chuan was a rare genius artist she had finally discovered. Chapter 21. A devoted admirer loses everything in the end. By the way, has the lingering wine from deep slumber responded to you yet? Not yet, senior. Is her true identity. Shu, Shin Shutong gestured for silence. Revealing the mystery too soon would spoil the intrigue. In any case, I eagerly await your work, junior. Fu Chuan nodded. After parting ways, Fu Chuan returned to the classroom, contemplating his professional class in the afternoon and how he could simultaneously complete the assignment while assisting his senior with the phoenix tree artwork. Inspired by Shin Shudong's words, Fu Chuan felt a creative surge. He had not experienced such a sensation in ages. Closing his eyes, he began to envision the contours of the blooming phoenix tree, the girl beneath it, the sunlight, and the azure birds, sketching the composition in his mind. Never before had he felt such urgency to attend class and start working on this piece. Memories from his past life had rekindled Shin Shutong's inspiration. She could indeed be considered Fu Chuan's muse. Many of his works were born from her suggestions, and together they achieved a perfect synergy. Fu Chuan rested his hands behind his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The early autumn sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in a sense of unparalleled comfort. A true friend is a treasure, regardless of the distance. In this lifetime, it was a blessing to truly know his senior. As for Fu Qingqing's message, Fu Chuan had completely forgotten about it. Meanwhile, Fu Qingqing had been waiting in her office, missing lunch in her anticipation. Fu Chuan had not come, nor had he replied to her message. Fu Qingqing suspected that Fu Chuan would not show up, yet she couldn't shake the doubt, fearing that she might miss him if she went to eat, thus giving Fu Chuan a reason to refuse her inquiries about the truth. The feeling of being ignored was unexpectedly painful. How ironic that the brother she once dismissed had become the source of her frustration. Furious, Fu Qingqing slammed her palms on the desk. She leapt up angrily and stormed towards Fu Chuan's classroom. Fu Chuan was napping with his head resting on his desk, already immersed in his creative dreams. Just a little more. Just a tad more. In his dreams, Fu Chuan's brush danced with vigor. Chuan, wake up. Fu Chuan groggily awakened. Chuan, Teacher Fu is looking for you outside the classroom. Teacher Fu Qingqing, understood. Fu Chuan yawned, rubbed his eyes, and leisurely made his way outside the classroom. He encountered Fu Qingqing, who was struggling to contain her anger. With an impassive expression, Fu Chuan asked, Teacher Fu, is there something you need? Seeing Fu Chuan's nonchalant attitude only fueled Fu Qingqing's fury further. Her fists clenched tightly. Did you not see the message I sent you? What message? Fu Chuan feigned ignorance. Fu Chuan, I refuse to believe you didn't see it. In the past, Fu Chuan had set special notification tones for messages from the Fu family, never daring to overlook any communication. Whenever a member of the Fu family sought him out, he would respond promptly, always at their beck and call. That was the Fu Chuan of yesteryears. But has the present Fu Chuan chosen to disregard these messages entirely? Showing indifference towards his own kin? When did their relationship deteriorate to such an extent? Teacher Fu, what do you want from me? Fu Chuan's voice was laced with impatience. Awakened from a beautiful dream, it was no surprise that he was in no mood for pleasantries. As adults, they understood each other's unspoken words and actions. Fu Chuan claimed he had not seen the message and had not kept the appointment. How could Fu Qingqing not grasp the underlying meaning? It was precisely because she understood that her anger flared. Typically aloof and indifferent towards Fu Chuan, Fu Qingqing now found herself entangled in a futile confrontation, only serving to irritate him further. Truly, like a devoted admirer, she had given so much only to be left with nothing in the end. If their positions were reversed, the attitude would remain unchanged. With love extinguished and hatred dissipated, all that remained was a profound sense of disregard, more painful than 1,000 deaths. Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing spat out his name in frustration, yet found herself at a loss for words. Fu Linger had advised her not to reveal her true identity at school, and she knew that continued entanglement would be detrimental, not just for him, but for her, the Fu family, and Fu Zichen as well. You even dare to call me by my name now? Aren't you concerned that the walls might have ears? Every excuse Fu Chuan offered was impeccably crafted. Yet deep down, Fu Qingqing understood. His heart was gradually drifting away from the Fu family. Recalling the conversation between Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan, she bit her lip. Fu Chuan, come with me to the office. I have something very important to ask you. It's almost class time, Teacher Fu. Whatever it is, let's discuss it when we get home this evening. The bell rang, signaling the end of their exchange. Fu Chuan turned and walked back to the classroom. In that moment, Fu Qingqing felt utterly powerless. Unable to intervene, she could only watch as he departed. It became evident that Fu Chuan, who had previously ignored her advice and treated her with indifference, was now impossible to control. Fu Qingqing was not as jubilant as she had anticipated. After all, this was precisely what she had wished for. Why, then, did she feel this way? Had she unconsciously developed feelings for Fu Chuan as if he were her brother, only to remain oblivious to it until now? During the specialized class, Fu Chuan meticulously prepared his tools, diligently working on the assignment Fu Qingqing had set. Unable to restrain her gaze, Fu Qingqing found herself captivated by the sight of Fu Chuan painting. And she had to concede one thing. He looked undeniably handsome while doing so. His focus exuded the aura of a master. Moreover, Fu Chuan's work was so flawless that she could find no fault in it. From both the audience's and the judges' perspectives, Witnessing Fu Chuan's creations was an indescribable delight. The artistic fervor within Fu Zichen surged in anticipation of Fu Chuan's masterpiece. It was not merely a sister's admiration for her brother, but rather that of an art enthusiast eager to behold the work of her idol. Not just Fu Zichen, but other students in the class were silently observing Fu Chuan. First, he was strikingly handsome. Second, he shared a close bond with Xin Shutong. Third, as art students, they could easily discern that Fu Chuan's skills had skyrocketed, placing him in a league of his own. They were all students from G City No. 1 high school senior art department. Initially, when Fu Chuan had forcefully transferred in after passing the school's entrance exam, they had speculated about his origins, wondering how he had accomplished what others could not. They had studied his work back then, noting the minor gap in skill. Fu Chuan, having lost both parents, had no connections to facilitate his entry into G City No. 1 high school, and they had questioned why the institution would break tradition to allow him in. Now, they slowly began to comprehend the principal's reasoning. Fu Chuan's talent was unparalleled, given a stage and an opportunity to grow. His rise would far surpass that of those who had the privilege of wealth behind them. Upon completing the assignment, Fu Chuan wasted no time and plunged into his next creation, a piece that had been occupying his thoughts. One in which he aimed to pour out all his inspiration and passion. A blooming phoenix flower, bright sunshine, a lush green lawn. A girl with a ponytail standing beneath the phoenix tree, gazing upward with a slightly flushed face, her eyes tender and enamored, as the wind playfully tousled her hair. Fueled by an outpouring of passion, Fu Chuan completed the piece in one breath. When he finally set down his brush, he felt utterly drained, collapsing into a chair. Gasping for air, only then did he realize that all eyes were on him. What's wrong? The intensity of his classmates' stares made Fu Chuan feel uneasy. Wow, Brother Chuan, you're incredible. You finished 2 paintings in such a short time, and each one is so exquisite. You're a monster. Fang Kaiwei was the first to voice his astonishment. Filled with admiration and excitement. How had he not recognized Fu Chuan's brilliance before? It was as if he had been blind to the greatness standing before him. Chapter 22. My hands are dirty, she's disgusting. The feeling had arrived. Under normal circumstances, Fu Chuan could not possibly paint so swiftly. The details required thoughtful consideration. However, this time, the creation of Xin Shutong's painting had flowed seamlessly, without interruption. That feeling of being buoyant, of having an infinite source of inspiration, was simply divine. Every artist dreams of such moments. Brother Chuan, you painted the phoenix flower tree at school, right? Who's the girl in the painting? Duh, obviously it's Senior Shun. Who else could it be? Woo Fu Chuan, I've declared my admiration for you for so long. Give me a chance, okay? The students in the class regarded Fu Chuan as an idol. His paintings were so superb, so quick and precise. He was undoubtedly a genius in the art department. While competition existed, the emergence of true talent elicited genuine respect and envy from them. They would never resort to petty jealousies or sabotage. That was the stuff of fantasy. Cough. Fu Qingqing cleared her throat heavily. Realizing it was still class time, everyone hurried back to their seats in preparation. Fu Chuan, however, was in no rush to leave. Holding his brush, he scrutinized his work. Since this was a gift for Xin Shutong, Fu Chuan was determined to make it perfect. Watching Fu Chuan in this moment, Fu Qingqing pondered. He had completed 2 paintings. The first was for class, but what of the second? Was it intended for Xin Shutong? If it were in the past, she would have concluded that Fu Chuan planned to gift it to some sister. She would have refrained from intervening, choosing instead to silently scorn Fu Chuan's audacity. No matter how much he tried to ingratiate himself, they would never acknowledge him as their brother. Yet this time, Fu Qingqing felt a pang of discomfort. Fu Chuan's enthusiasm was no longer directed at her and her sisters, but rather towards another woman. Damn it. Fu Qingqing couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why did it feel so wrong? Once Fu Chuan was satisfied with his work, he nodded approvingly, snapped a photo of the piece, sealed it for submission, and prepared to leave. Fu Chuan, please wait a moment. Fu Qingqing instinctively spoke up. Fu Chuan, cradling his artwork, furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Is there something the matter, Teacher Fu?" Fu Qingqing stepped forward deliberately and inquired, "Why did you create 2 pieces? Is there an issue?" "I completed the class assignment before painting the additional piece," he replied. "I was merely showing concern for you. Is that not permissible?" Fu Chuan nearly stifled a chuckle. Concern for Fu Chuan? Huh. Did Fu Qingqing not find such words repugnant? Fu Chuan, you are now a senior in high school, standing at a crucial turning point in your life. I hope you can dedicate more of your energy to your studies rather than indulge in frivolous thoughts. Do you understand? Fu Qingqing feigned a serious tone. Understood. May I leave now? You must stay. I have matters to discuss with you. Fu Chuan truly wished to retort. In the past, when he sought to please her, she was indifferent. Now that he chose to disregard her, she found it distasteful. However, unwilling to provide Fu Qingqing with any leverage, he said, "Teacher Fu, if it is inconvenient to discuss now, may I first take my things out? It won't take much of your time." It was better to expose his true identity. After all, it was Fu Qingqing who had provoked him. Yet, revealing it was of little use. Fu Qingqing was the teacher, and he remained the student, their positions unchanged. Fu Chuan still had to focus on his studies at G City No. 1 High School and prepare for the Gaokao. The wretched teacher-student relationship. With no other recourse, Fu Chuan placed his sealed artwork in a corner and waited. Thankfully, the bell rang shortly thereafter. The students submitted their works and left in droves. Once the room was empty, Fu Chuan turned to Fu Zichen. Teacher Fu, please speak plainly. There is no need to be deliberately aggravating. Fu Chuan, I do not comprehend your meaning. Do not forget your surname. Remember whose brother you are. The moment Fu Zichen uttered those words, a flicker of regret crossed her face. What had come over her to speak such things to Fu Chuan? She cautiously scrutinized his expression, her heart inexplicably yearning for his happiness. Would Fu Chuan be pleased to hear such words? Ha, teacher. It was you who insisted I feign ignorance in school, addressing you as teacher so as not to affect Fu Zichen. Now you masquerade as an elder sister? I have ceased to cater to you and have chosen to be myself. Yet, you remain dissatisfied. I truly cannot grasp what it is you desire. Fu Chuan had already endured enough of being the good brother in the eyes of his sisters. This, however, displeased Fu Zichen. Fu Linger, noticing Fu Chuan's closeness to Shen Shutong, assumed that in order to secure a contract with the Shen group, Fu Chuan would still cower to them. As for Fu Xinling, her disdain for Fu Chuan remained unchanged. What did that make Fu Zichen? Among the 7 sisters, she was the most indifferent, often ignoring Fu Chuan's existence. Yet now she attempted to coerce him into submission with her sisterly faade. Was she experiencing a split personality? What do I want? Fu Zichen momentarily faltered. She could not provide an answer to Fu Chuan's question. She herself was unsure of what she desired. Her guilty gaze averted from Fu Chuan, she changed the subject. Fu Chuan, I am aware of your relationship with Shen Shutong. I am merely friends with the senior. She is the daughter of the Shen group. Even my elder sister seeks to please her. Do you think she would deign to notice an orphan like me? I am 17. Do I need teacher Fu's approval to make friends? Fu Zichen recognized the sarcasm in his words. She was fully aware of Shen Shutong's status. By referring to himself as an orphan, Fu Chuan was mocking Fu Zichen and the others for insisting he keep his identity concealed at G City No. 1 High School. Even after 3 years of searching for him, they had yet to hold a public event to reveal his true identity, leaving others to believe that the true heir of the Fu family remained unfound. Fu Chuan, could you refrain from speaking like that? I speak only the truth. Before Fu Zichen could finish, Fu Chuan coldly interrupted her. This time, he had completely seized the initiative. No longer appeasing the subservient, he had shed the remnants of servility. He was no longer under Fu Zichen's control. Fu Zichen had never anticipated Fu Chuan would display such assertiveness in her presence. So utterly contrasting with the Fu Chuan she once knew, she shrank back, unable to meet his merciless gaze, and inwardly began to wish for him to revert to his former self. Fu Chuan, did you help me with the massages when I was hungover? That was Fu Zichen's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Fu Chuan replied without hesitation, distancing himself from the matter. It was clearly you. Why won't you acknowledge it? You possess the skills to care for me. You could have also helped my elder sister, who suffers from migraines. Each time you massaged her, it provided relief. Why do you attribute all the credit to Zichen? It seemed Fu Zichen had overheard Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan's earlier conversation. Fine then, I shall no longer pretend. Teacher Fu Linger claimed my hands were dirty and that my touch disgusted her. Fu Chuan's words were chillingly indifferent. Each syllable a lethal blow. Fu Zichen felt a twinge of despair, one that rendered her incapable of countering his assertions, for he spoke the truth. It was indeed the sort of thing Fu Linger would say to Fu Chuan. Even when Fu Chuan treated Fu Linger, he had to do so under the guise of Fu Zichen, hidden from view. Fu Zichen had monopolized all the credit, and they harbored no suspicion. All goodwill was directed toward Zichen, while Fu Chuan was met with disdain. Who was to blame? Fu Chuan? Fu Zichen? No. At this juncture, the blame lay squarely on them, the sisters. Fu Zichen recognized her regret. Regret for not having acknowledged Fu Chuan's talent sooner. For not having treated him better before matters escalated to this extent. Fu Chuan, I can speak to my elder sister on your behalf, if you demonstrate your worth. She will surely accept you. Worth? So in your eyes, those deemed unworthy are not entitled to be your brother? Fu Chuan articulated the true sentiments of the Fu family with a calm demeanor. Fu Chuan, I admit I may have been somewhat excessive in my actions. But could you refrain from misinterpreting my intentions? You know that is not what I meant. Teacher Fu, farewell. Why linger to endure Fu Zichen's empty repartee? Fu Chuan had no time for such trivialities and left with his belongings. At this point, Fu Zichen adopted the guise of a concerned sister, attempting to reconcile with Fu Chuan. Was it merely because Fu Chuan could assist in alleviating Fu Linger's migraines? Was that enough? Such familial affection held no value to Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen could only watch helplessly as Fu Chuan departed, yearning to utter words of entreaty. But his callousness rendered her efforts self-defeating. Her heart swirled with a cacophony of emotions, each feeling colliding within her. Fu Chuan truly no longer wished for her as his sister. Fu Chuan had arranged a meeting place with Shen Shutong, the rooftop of the senior building. The sunset bathed the clouds in a fiery crimson, a picturesque backdrop reminiscent of an anime where the protagonists meet. Shen Shutong arrived first. standing before the railing as the gentle breeze tousled her inky hair. She closed her eyes, relishing the exquisite serenity of the moment, a sight to behold. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see Fu Chuan approaching, a smile gracing her lips as she greeted him. Junior. Senior, this is the item you requested. Shin Shutong reverently opened the package, her eyes shimmering with delight upon beholding the artwork. Her fingers traced the contours of the dried canvas, landing on the figure of the girl in white, and with satisfaction. She accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Junior. You have captured exactly what I desired. I shall cherish this painting for a lifetime. I'm glad you like it." Fu Chuan quietly exhaled, relieved. He felt a surge of confidence regarding the painting, yet a hint of nervousness lingered as he presented it to her. He had believed such feelings were long forgotten. After all, he had created numerous works and garnered admiration from many, reaching a state of tranquility in his aspirations to become a true artist. Or so he thought. In Fu Chuan's heart, Shin Shutong held a unique position. His concern for her opinion was what made him feel uneasy. With her discerning eye and profound artistic appreciation, coupled with shared interests, her insights would undoubtedly become invaluable as he pursued his artistic journey. Shin Shutong, hands clasped behind her back, gazed at him thoughtfully. "You have assisted me immensely, and I feel compelled to repay your kindness." Fu Chuan quickly declined. "No need, Senior. A limited edition pastry in exchange for a painting? I feel I've profited. That was truly the best pastry I've ever tasted. Without you, I might never have had the chance. Junior, I notice you often immerse yourself in your studies. With your abilities, gaining admission to Xingmon Art Academy should not be a challenge. The key lies in the academic subjects. If there are any difficulties, I would be glad to tutor you during the break. What do you say?" "Huh." Fu Chuan was taken aback. "Don't be deceived by my appearance. I take great pride in my academic achievements," Shin Shutong declared with confidence. "Institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University are within reach." Fu Chuan was well aware of Shin Shutong's impressive academic record. With her assistance, many of his challenging problems could be resolved. He couldn't afford private tutoring, and seeking help from his family was out of the question. "Wouldn't that trouble you too much, Senior? Helping you is not without my own motives. Sometimes, when I hit a creative block, conversing with you sparks new ideas. More importantly, I wish to attend Xingmon Art Academy alongside you." "Senior." Fu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. "Stay calm, Fu Chuan. You have lived 2 lifetimes. Do not behave as a naive high school student infatuated with love. How could such an exceptional girl possibly harbor feelings for him?" He resolved not to let a mere comment from a woman lead him astray. Witnessing how far the junior could go was a desire both for the present and the future, and he wondered if his previous words had been too forward. Shin Shutong abruptly realized her earlier remark had been overly ambiguous and hurried to clarify. Her cheeks flushed as if kissed by the setting sun. "I was a bit startled. But thankfully I am self-aware enough to know you could never like me," Fu Chuan stated with a light-hearted demeanor, displaying his magnanimity. Upon hearing his words, Shin Shutong inexplicably uttered, "Fool." "Huh. What did you say, Senior?" "Nothing. Shall we meet tomorrow during the break?" The only respite for a high school student was Sunday. "All right. Then I'll contact you through Green Bubble." "Okay." Shin Shutong departed, cradling the artwork Fu Chuan had gifted her. As she reached the corner of the staircase, she recalled her unintentional remark about him being a fool. She set down the artwork and patted her flushed cheeks, assuring herself it was merely the sun's warmth. "Why am I overthinking this? This isn't like me at all." Meanwhile, Fu Chuan rode the bus back to the Fu residence, coincidentally overhearing Fu Zichen animatedly discussing his upcoming first date with Qin Jian at the dining table. Fu Chuan remained unfazed, even amused, knowing that once Fu Zichen truly got to know Qin Jian, he would discover the meaning of a nightmare. Fu Chuan placed his backpack down and settled in a corner of the dining table, indifferent to the cheerful atmosphere among his family. He pondered where he would meet Shin Shutong for their study session, as he had a plethora of questions he wished to address. He had promised Shin Shutong that they would attend Xingmon Art Academy together, and Fu Chuan was determined to fulfill that promise as it represented his most significant aspiration in this lifetime. Lost in thoughts of tomorrow's tutoring session, Fu Chuan remained oblivious to the shifting expressions of Fu Linger and others upon his arrival. Unlike their previous indifference, Fu Linger seemed to harbor unspoken thoughts, while Fu Xinling felt uneasy, having wrongly accused Fu Chuan of harming Fu Zichen only to be confronted with evidence that contradicted her claims. As a lawyer, she found it difficult to face Fu Chuan with a clear conscience. Fu Zichen noticed the reactions of his sisters and feigned concern. "Brother Fu Chuan, why are you sitting so far away? Are you dissatisfied with us?" Fu Chuan responded calmly, "You needn't overthink it, Zichen. I simply prefer this spot for my meals." Unperturbed by his family's opinions, Fu Chuan knew that Fu Zichen posed little threat after his rebirth. What did not belong to Fu Chuan would never belong to him. Zichen would not need to contend for it. With a single statement, he could effortlessly reclaim what was his. Fu Chuan's status within the family had not shifted. The only change was his resolve to live solely for his own life. As long as he maintained a clear mind and relinquished unrealistic fantasies, Fu Chuan could thrive, living far better than he had in his previous life. Chapter 24. Why should it matter to Fu Chuan? Fu Linger opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent and continued eating. Brother Fu Chuan, isn't fifth sister supposed to be tutoring you this afternoon? Why isn't she returned yet? I've called, but there's no answer. Who knows? How is Fu Qingqing's situation relevant to Fu Chuan? He hastily finished his meal and retreated to his room, preferring to avoid witnessing Fu Zichen's theatrics. Fu Zichen felt somewhat disoriented. Fu Chuan remained entirely unconcerned about the Fu family dynamics. This made the game less enjoyable, relying on the Fu family's affection. Zichen found no satisfaction in Fu Chuan's presence. The tactics that had previously worked like a charm for Zichen now seemed futile against Fu Chuan, who appeared unperturbed, unyielding to the embarrassment and desperation he once displayed. Despite Zichen being the favored child of the family, he felt inexplicably outmatched. Brother Fu Chuan, tomorrow I shall meet Qin Jian. If only you. I wish you and Miss Qin a lifetime of happiness. I've had my fill. Fu Chuan set down his utensils and ascended the stairs, denying Zichen any opportunity to play the role of the victim. Zichen felt as though he had just consumed something distasteful, realizing that the butterfly effect of his rebirth had not transformed Fu Chuan into someone entirely different. He cast a pleading glance at Fu Linger and Fu Xinling, saying, eldest sister, second sister, brother Fu Chuan must be upset. In the past, when Zichen received no feedback from Fu Chuan, his older sisters would not stand idly by. This time, however, things had shifted. Zichen, my dear brother, you are to meet Qin Jian tomorrow. If you find yourself fond of him, do not hesitate to explore the possibility of a relationship. However, should you feel otherwise, do not force it. Indeed, dear Zichen, this betrothal was originally intended for Fu Chuan, and now that you have accepted it, refrain from discussing Qin Jian in his presence to avoid any discomfort. Fu Zichen was left utterly astonished. Unlike before, Fu Linger no longer admonished Fu Chuan for his indifferent demeanor. Fu Xianling even appeared to lean slightly in favor of Fu Chuan. Could it be that Fu Zichen's machinations against Fu Chuan last night have truly alerted the sisters to something amiss? Dreadful. Just then, Fu Qingqing returned home. She had remained at school, lost in thought for an extended period. Ultimately, it was only upon receiving a call from Fu Xianling that she snapped back to reality, completed her remaining tasks, and returned home to the Fu residence in a daze. Fu Qingqing genuinely wished to avoid any encounter with Fu Chuan, especially not wanting to meet the gaze that no longer reflected the presence of his sisters. Today, upon viewing the assignment Fu Chuan submitted, she was once again captivated. The illustration of the blossoming phoenix tree from G City No. 1 High School. Who could it be for? Fu Qingqing pondered incessantly, wondering if it was intended for Xin Shu Tang. Fifth sister, are you alright? Fu Linger quickly noticed something amiss with Fu Qingqing and approached her side. Fu Qingqing forced a smile. I'm fine, elder sister. Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued. I'll head upstairs to rest. Very well. I shall instruct someone to keep the meals warm for you. Come down when you feel like eating. Thank you, elder sister. As Fu Qingqing ascended the stairs, Fu Xianling voiced her concern. Elder sister, do you think fifth sister is truly okay? I sensed something was off during breakfast. Zichen, do you have any inkling of what transpired? Fu Zichen suddenly recalled the massage he had given Fu Qingqing that morning. She must have perceived something. Furthermore, given that their conversation at school regarding Fu Chuan was not a secret, it was unlikely that Fu Qingqing would remain silent about it. He could only shake his head. I am uncertain as well. Adults each harbor their own troubles. You needn't worry. I shall have a proper talk with fifth sister. Fu Xianling felt slightly reassured by Fu Qingqing's earlier statement. In truth, Fu Xianling herself was troubled, particularly regarding Fu Chuan. Should she apologize to him or not? If she chose not to, she felt awkward in his presence. Conversely, an apology seemed to undermine her dignity as an elder sister. After all, he was merely a brat who sought to placate his older sisters. Dastardly Fu Chuan. How could he have changed so drastically, showing no regard for their feelings? If only the previous Fu Chuan were still around, she could easily have taken the opportunity he provided to step down gracefully. Elder sister, let me accompany you to find fifth sister. I, too, am concerned about her. But you have a date with Qin Jian tomorrow. You should prepare well. Indeed. Fu Qingqing's room was located on the 4th floor, while Fu Chuan's was on the 2nd, which was solely designated for the servants. Even the computer room, which Fu Qingqing had meticulously prepared for Fu Chuan, was simply a repurposed servant's room. Gazing at the closed door of Fu Chuan's room, Fu Qingqing felt a pang of sorrow. She was truly exhausted and longed to retreat to her own room for a refreshing slumber. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself drawn to the computer room she had specifically arranged for Fu Chuan, harboring a glimmer of hope. If only Fu Chuan were there, admiring the new computer she had prepared for him. Fu Qingqing would never mock him. In fact, she would interpret it as a sign of his willingness to forgive her. The painting Fu Chuan had gifted her would be cherished dearly. She yearned to understand her remarkably talented younger brother better. Although she could not promise him the same level of support as Fu Zichen, she would assist Fu Chuan in nurturing his talents, enabling the world to witness his creations and transforming him into the pride of the Fu family. As Fu Qingqing entertained these thoughts and moved forward, she noticed the door to the computer room swing open, light spilling forth. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it truly be Fu Chuan? The moment she envisioned confronting Fu Chuan in the computer room, her steps quickened, and she dashed toward the door. Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing barely managed to utter his name when she was met with the sight of a servant inside the computer room, leaving her momentarily speechless. Why are you here? The servant exchanged bewildered glances with Fu Qingqing, struggling to comprehend her reaction. Fifth miss, I came to tidy up the room. Yesterday's preparations were rather rushed, and some areas were left uncleaned. How dare you touch anything in this room without my permission? With her hopes dashed, Fu Qingqing felt akin to a clown with a red nose. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted at the servant in a fit of rage. The servant, too daunted to breathe, was simply performing her job, unable to grasp why the usually composed Fu Qingqing had transformed into someone so furious, resembling a madwoman. What are you doing? Fu Chuan had just returned from the restroom and overheard Fu Qingqing's outburst at the computer room door. Initially intending to ignore her, he realized that returning to his room meant he had to confront her. Observing Fu Qingqing's volatile demeanor, he recalled her recent changes. Her outbursts were likely a reaction to his aloofness, causing her to vent her frustration on an innocent party. Previously, the idea of Fu Qingqing losing her temper in such a manner would have been unthinkable. Could it be that the butterfly effect resulting from Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen's rebirth had led to this transformation of the usually reserved and composed fifth miss of the Fu family? Fu Chuan had no desire to delve into the complexities of Fu Qingqing's unexpected behavior. He simply wished to coast through until the college entrance examination concluded, leave the Fu household, and pray for peace among the family members, hoping they would cease to provoke him. I apologize, fifth miss. I shall leave at once. The servant quickly exited the computer room, wiping her tears, and fled as if her life depended on it. Fu Qingqing, panting heavily, gradually regained her composure. With red-rimmed eyes, she glared at Fu Chuan. This is all your fault. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 25. Just words said in anger. Fu Chuan was left utterly perplexed. How could Fu Qingqing blame him for her inability to control her emotions? It was quite absurd. Fu Qingqing fell silent. Her earlier outburst had indeed been a product of anger. She had lost control in front of the servant, who was merely fulfilling her duties. To now direct such words at Fu Chuan was undeniably unreasonable. Fu Chuan, I merely meant. I'm heading back to my room. Fu Chuan, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Fu Qingqing, tossed this remark over his shoulder as he turned to leave. This indifference ignited Fu Qingqing's ire. Can you not allow me to speak properly? You live in the Fu household. I am your fifth sister, yet you treat me with such disrespect. Are you certain you wish to assert that? If your Zichen brother hears and begins to overthink, leading to some ailment, do not place the blame on my shoulders. If you are willing to accept it, I am open to listening. Fu Chuan played his trump card, leaving Fu Qingqing at a loss for words. Zichen brother. Zichen brother. Previously, Fu Qingqing had overlooked Fu Chuan's existence solely for the sake of her brother, Zichen. Fu Chuan was consumed by anguish. Yet he had to wear a smiling facade to placate Fu Qingqing. How could Fu Chuan be so callous, using his younger brother Zichen as a mere shield? Fu Qingqing's heart was ablaze with fury, but she could only stifle it within, feeling profoundly miserable. How could he treat her, his elder sister, in such a manner? What had transpired? Fu Linger and the others, hearing the commotion from downstairs, hurriedly ascended. Oh, it's fifth sister. Enough, Fu Chuan, retreat to your room. I shall handle my own affairs, Fu Qingqing stated firmly. Fu Chuan shrugged, unwilling to engage further. He had long wished to escape and walked directly to his room. Upon seeing him approach, Fu Xinling instinctively lowered her head, feeling a pang of regret for her action. Why was she so fearful of encountering Fu Chuan? It was merely a misunderstanding after all. Fu Xinling was simply overly concerned about Fu Zichen's potential reactions. It was not her intention to appear guilty. Yet it made her seem vulnerable. Ultimately, Fu Chuan's gaze never so much as flickered towards Fu Xinling. He returned to his room, closing the door, as if severing ties with the entire world. Fu Xinling's heart felt similarly shut off with that door. Dreadful Fu Chuan. How could he disregard his own biological sister? How could he act in such a way? Fu Linger chose not to address Fu Chuan for the moment and turned to Fu Qingqing. Fifth sister, what is troubling you? You were shouting so loudly just now that we could hear you from downstairs. This is not like you. For words remained unspoken by Fu Linger. Yet her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Today, Fu Qingqing was behaving strangely, unlike her usual self. If it weren't for her unchanged appearance, Fu Linger would have doubted whether her own sister had been possessed. Eldest sister, perhaps I am simply exhausted. I will apologize later. Fu Qingqing departed, dejected. Fu Zichen wished to interject, but was halted by Fu Linger. Fifth sister must genuinely be tired. Let us converse tomorrow. In contrast to the confusion among Fu Linger and the others, Fu Chuan was in his room, humming a tune, organizing the questions he intended to ask Shen Shutong during their tutoring session the following day. Just then, his phone vibrated. Believing it to be a message from Shen Shutong, he opened it to find a text from his benefactor. Apologies, Junior. I have been quite busy today and am only now able to check my phone. Ors. Fu Chuan replied, cough, Senior Yu Inger. your disguise has been completely unmasked. Initially, Fu Chuan wished to maintain a facade, but Yu Yinger's reference to him as Junior immediately revealed that she had learned his true identity from Shin Shutong. Who else could refer to Fu Chuan as Junior and have such a close relationship with Shin Shutong, if not the illustrious student council president Yu Yinger, who had taken the school by storm the previous year? Haha, Tang Tang asked me to play along and see if you could guess. But I got so caught up in responding that I forgot. Please, Junior, don't let Tang Tang know, or she will surely call me foolish. Understood. Senior Yu, what would you like me to draw for you? Please draw this photo in a comic style. Yu Yinger casually tossed a group photo to Fu Chuan, depicting her and several other first-year students from the student council at Xingmon Art Academy, alongside a few teachers. Senior Yu, is the gentleman in the center Professor Hao Zhe? Fu Chuan exclaimed. Professor Hao Zhe, a national treasure-level artist at Xingmon Art Academy, had created his own painting style and enjoyed benefits from the state council. His artistic stature was unassailable both domestically and globally. Even at international exhibitions, he was a distinguished guest. Fu Chuan had studied various art styles, but favored realism, occasionally blending in imaginative elements to create vibrant new forms of art. Today, domestic innovations in the realm of two-dimensional art were heavily influenced by the islands, affirming that art knows no borders. One must learn to appreciate both the strengths and weaknesses of others. Professor Hao Zhe, now over 60, continued to work on the front lines, exploring diverse new art forms, with each of his works shining brightly and adored by countless admirers. The reason Xingmon Art Academy had risen to prominence in artistic education was due to the presence of such national treasures. Professor Hao Zhe was Fu Chuan's idol. In his past life, he had missed the opportunity to attend Xingmon Art Academy and had only been able to benefit from attending Professor Hao Zhe's public lectures. Indeed, Professor Hao Zhe agreed to take that photo with us only after my second uncle begged him for quite some time, Yu Yinger replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Fu Chuan gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that the esteemed Professor Hao Zhe was Yu Yinger's second uncle? The connections were staggering. I heard from Tang Tang that your goal for the college entrance examination is Xingmon Art Academy. Best of luck, Junior. Tang Tang believes in you, and I am sure you will succeed. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Yu. Leave this task to me. Do you have any other requests? Just make sure everyone looks attractive, happy, and eye-catching in a unique way. Is that too vague? Not vague at all. I shall deliver the finished product. After discussing some conceptual details with Yu Yinger, Fu Chuan stared at the blank canvas for a full 20 minutes, glancing at the photo she had sent him, and began to formulate ideas. Little did he know, Yu Yinger was currently lounging on Shen Shudong's bed, with bare feet. Her fair legs swung playfully from the edge of the plush mattress as she indulged in some IELTS English exercises on her tablet. Shin Shutong sat at her desk, typing the outline for her latest novel, the blue light from the screen reflecting off her glasses, accentuating her delicate features. Suddenly, she deleted everything she had just typed, removed her glasses, propped her legs on the ergonomic chair, tilted her head back to gaze at the ceiling, and closed her eyes, allowing her mind to drift. Yu Yinger set down her tablet, approached Shin Shutong from behind, and wrapped her arms around her neck, asking, "What's wrong, Tang Tang? You seem distracted tonight. You deleted the outline you worked on all evening?" Shin Shutong rubbed her temples. "I'm lacking inspiration. Nothing I write feels right. By the way, did Fu Chuan reply to you?" Hee, Tang Tang, you are so perceptive. Are you perhaps missing your Fu Chuan Jr., which is why you're feeling flustered and uninspired? Aren't you two supposed to be going on a date tomorrow? Yu Yinger teased with a mischievous grin. What a historic moment to witness. The aloof goddess, revered for her social anxiety, had developed feelings for her junior. How fortuitous. Is your junior not the envy of many with his handsome looks? Yu Yinger mused, eager to witness this firsthand. Shin Shutong playfully ruffled Yu Yinger's hair. It's just tutoring. Yinger, don't say such nonsense. Oh, Tang Tang, you dare to ambush me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Just as Yu Yinger was about to catch Shin Shutong for a playful face wash, a notification chimed. Your beloved junior has messaged. I'll let you off the hook for now, but I need to take a good look. Yu Yinger dashed to the bed, grabbed her tablet, and upon viewing Fu Chuan's sketch, her eyes lit up. Oh my, how intriguing. Tang Tang, look. Chapter 26, Fu Chuan, I'm sorry. Shin Shutong glanced up to see Fu Chuan's innovative transformation of the student council group photo into characters resembling those from national comics. The small canvas brilliantly highlighted the unique traits of each student and teacher. A flamboyant smile graced his face, imbued with the distinctive charm of the creator of One Piece. It was a piece of art of remarkable completion. To think that, despite my vague remarks, Junior Fu Chuan could render it so exquisitely. Indeed, he is worthy of the admiration from Tang Tang. Yu Yinger promptly replied to Fu Chuan, expressing, both Tang Tang and I are enamored with it. Junior, your talent is truly exceptional. Fu Chuan, taken aback by Yu Yinger's proximity to Shin Shutong, hurriedly inquired, did Senior Shin offer any suggestions? Unable to contain her amusement, Yu Yinger chuckled, why does it feel like you possess a hint of that foolishly earnest male charm? Look, Tang Tang, Junior is beseeching you for advice. Shin Shutong Momentarily setting aside the jest with Yu Inger, contemplated seriously and suggested, adjust the color tones on the computer to be more vibrant and enhance the contrast. It would better suit your tastes. Yu Inger relayed Shin Shutong's words faithfully, adding with a teasing lilt, this is advice from your most beloved senior Shun. Yu Inger. Shin Shutong could no longer restrain herself. She seized Yu Inger and playfully chastised her. The following day, the appointed hour with Shin Shutong was 10 in the morning. Fu Chuan, rare in his indulgence, awoke at 8:30. Balancing work and rest brings forth greater productivity. After packing his belongings into his backpack, Fu Chuan descended the stairs, only to encounter Fu Xinling. Upon seeing Fu Chuan, her expression momentarily soured. How infuriatingly coincidental to run into him. Second sister. Fu Chuan nodded briefly, brushing past her. Fu Xinling, suppressing her frustration, clenched her fists and finally spoke. Fu Chuan. Feigning deafness, Fu Chuan quickened his pace down the stairs. Fu Chuan, are you ignoring me? Did you not hear me? He turned back, inquiring, is there something you need? She had clearly noticed his intent to avoid her, a deliberate evasion, a refusal to engage. Just like how Fu Qingqing and Fu Xinling had previously treated Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan remained silent, and Fu Xinling seemed to realize something, her lips twitching in frustration. Yes, Fu Chuan's intentional silence indicated his desire to sever ties with her. When had their relationship shifted to this? Once, it was Fu Chuan who was the ardent admirer. And now Fu Xinling appeared to be the one desperately trying to retain him. Fu Xinling understood she must bring closure to the events of that night. Otherwise, she would forever feel indebted to Fu Chuan. Her pride as a lawyer would not allow her to hold her head high. She sighed, Fu Chuan, I was overly anxious for Zichen that night and misinterpreted your actions. I apologize for my behavior. Her apology was laden with reluctance, marking the first time Fu Xinling had ever apologized to Fu Chuan. Previously, when she was displeased, she had used Fu Chuan as a tool, coercing him to leave the Fu household. When Fu Zichen fell unconscious in Fu Chuan's room, Fu Xinling, unable to control her emotions, slapped him. At that time, Fu Chuan had appeared like a lost puppy, kneeling before her, repeatedly assuring her, fearful that she might cast him aside. Apologizing to a brother who once sought her favor felt akin to swallowing a fly for Fu Xinling. It was indeed a rare occurrence for someone like Fu Xinling to apologize to Fu Chuan. Yet, the remnants of their past grievances lingered. Even when the evidence was laid bare, she remained obstinate, as if Fu Chuan owed her a debt of life. This first apology, so begrudgingly given, felt hollow. Fu Chuan had long ceased to harbor any expectations from his family. He left without a backward glance. Whether Fu Xinling apologized or not held no weight for him. There was no expectation, no love, no hate. Only the indifferent gaze of a stranger. Fu Xinling was taken aback. She had lowered her head, taken the initiative to apologize to Fu Chuan, yet his response was so lackluster. The image she had envisioned of Fu Chuan, overflowing with gratitude, was nowhere to be found. As she regained her composure and chased after him, Fu Chuan encountered Fu Zichen at the entrance. Brother Fu Chuan, are you heading out as well? Shall we go together? Fu Zichen asked, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. Yes. Fu Chuan replied coolly, an unprecedented agreement to accompany Fu Zichen. Just as Fu Zichen was about to speak, Fu Xinling appeared behind him. Second sister. Zichen, weren't you supposed to be meeting Qin Jian? Why are you still here? Yes. I'm heading out now. Fu Zichen's face flushed slightly, not from youthful infatuation, but from plotting to win over the exquisite Qin family heiress, thereby securing the entire Qin group for himself, reveling in the misfortune that had befallen Fu Chuan in a past life. From photographs, Qin Jian appeared appealing, fitting Fu Zichen's taste. With his good looks and privileged status as the favored son of the Fu family, he anticipated that Qin Jian would be eager to curry favor with him. With a touch of cunning, he could ensnare her affections, allowing him to enjoy the fruits of her family's prosperity effortlessly. Only Fu Zichen, with his newfound life, was aware of this plan. Fu Chuan remained oblivious. Observing Fu Chuan's impassive demeanor, Fu Zichen felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he had successfully outmaneuvered Fu Chuan and avoided an unwanted betrothal to the Qin family. With Fu Zichen present, Fu Xinling felt constrained in her conversation with Fu Chuan, relegating herself to offering him various reminders as a good sister while casting glances at his reaction. Fu Chuan, however, seemed indifferent, clutching his backpack strap, head bowed in contemplation. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Fu Xinling felt a flicker of delight at Fu Chuan's demeanor. It appeared he had not entirely severed ties with them, still harboring thoughts of her. As he lowered his gaze, perhaps he wished to conceal his jealousy over her kindness towards Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen departed the Fu household side by side, a scene witnessed by Fu Linger from her room on the 3rd floor. Drawing the curtains, she observed the somewhat dazed Fu Qingqing upon waking. Fifth sister, what transpired yesterday? Eldest sister, nothing happened. Fifth sister, do you still wish to conceal it from me? I am aware that everyone has their little secrets, myself included. If you choose not to share, I will not press you, but seeing you like this genuinely worries me. Faced with Fu Linger's earnest words, Fu Qingqing hesitated. her lips moving as she deliberated for some time before ultimately recounting the events of the previous day, deliberately omitting Fu Chuan's role in alleviating Fu Linger's headache. She feared that revealing this would tarnish Fu Zichen's image in Fu Linger's eyes, transforming him from the pitiful, lovable brother into a deceitful opportunist who usurped Fu Chuan's accomplishments. Chapter 27. The pinnacle of domestic first love. Was Fu Chuan's artistry truly that remarkable? Fu Linger raised an eyebrow. She had heard Fu Qingqing mention it, yet the notion that Fu Chuan's talent could alter Fu Qingqing's perspective was beyond her imagination. In a certain regard, Fu Qingqing's indifference towards Fu Chuan surpassed that of Fu Ling rendering it difficult to reverse. Indeed, Fu Qingqing presented Fu Ling with photographs of Fu Chuan's artwork. Upon viewing them, Fu Linger's eyes sparkled with evident astonishment. After a brief silence, she remarked, "He is undeniably a rare and exceptional genius. No wonder you personally established a painting studio for Fu Chuan." Fu Chuan's talent shone brilliantly, requiring little refinement, illuminating everything around him. At such a pace of growth, Fu Linger could hardly fathom the magnitude of Fu Chuan's future achievements in this realm, potentially becoming a source of pride for the Fu family. Yet, strangely, Fu Chuan no longer needed such validation. It's peculiar, elder sister. I clearly wished for Fu Chuan to vanish from our lives, as his disdain for us would spare us the need to endure his attempts at ingratiation. Yet, seeing Fu Chuan become this way fills me with discomfort. Fu Qingqing's gaze, tinged with confusion, met Fu Linger's. If she truly cherished Fu Chuan's talent, Fu Qingqing would not have allowed Fu Chuan's attitude to alter her demeanor so drastically. She believed that as long as she quietly observed Fu Chuan from the sidelines, ensuring he did not stray from the right path, everything would be fine. Fu Linger had already discerned the underlying truth and placed a reassuring hand on Fu Qingqing's shoulder, resolutely stating, "You merely value Fu Chuan's talent. However, there is no however, fifth sister." Fu Linger interrupted before Fu Qingqing could finish her thought. Approaching Fu Chuan without such a mindset, Fu Linger envisioned the dire consequences awaiting Fu Qingqing. She would revert to the former version of Fu Chuan, a sycophant stripped of dignity, ultimately causing harm solely to herself. It was truly astonishing that Fu Qingqing, who had always disregarded Fu Chuan, harbored such sensitive familial affection for him deep within her heart. With a sense of despair, Fu Qingqing inquired, "Elder sister, how should I face Fu Chuan?" "Face him as you will, fifth sister. In any form of relationship, be it familial, platonic, or romantic, the party that concedes first is invariably the one who loses. You wouldn't wish to become the former Fu Chuan, stripped of dignity, who desperately sought our approval, would you?" Reflecting on the past when Fu Chuan had tirelessly endeavored to please their family, sacrificing his dignity and resembling a jester, Fu Qingqing was overwhelmed by a torrent of remorse and fear. She did not wish to become that way, yet how could she manage her uncontrollable feelings towards Fu Chuan? An urge to make amends? Moreover, you have provided me with a crucial piece of information. Fu Chuan shares a remarkably good rapport with Shen Shutong, who has even requested Fu Chuan to create artwork for her. It seems Shen Shutong had recognized Fu Chuan's talent long before. Fu Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been pondering how to cultivate a good relationship with the Shen group. Initially, Fu Linger held little hope for Fu Chuan. She had previously suggested Fu Zichen approach Shen Shutong, but the latter seemed utterly oblivious to Fu Zichen's existence. If even the accomplished Fu Zichen could not attract Shen Shutong's attention, how could Fu Chuan? It was laughable. Fu Linger was indeed caught off guard. Yet she felt exhilarated, as this could mean a closer connection to the Shen family. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen had stepped outside. Fu Zichen had arrived in a luxurious Maybach, while Fu Chuan took the bus. "Brother Fu Chuan, where are you headed?" "Let me take you there," Fu Zichen offered insincerely. "No need," Fu Chuan replied, having already witnessed the outcome of Fu Zichen's first date with Qin Jian. Although he was intrigued by the process, Fu Chuan's destination remained the rendezvous point with his senior. As Fu Chuan's figure gradually disappeared from sight, Fu Zichen scoffed inwardly at Fu Chuan. Likely unaware that the Qin group was poised for a meteoric rise, still under the impression that it would languish indefinitely. With the Fu family's assistance, the Qin group would surely ascend even faster. Soon, Fu Chuan would be left to grovel, consumed by envy and resentment. "Let us go, driver," Fu Chuan instructed. Arriving at the plaza where he had arranged to meet Shen Shutong, he took out his phone and sent a green bubble message. "Senior, where are you?" "By the fountain," came the reply. "Okay." Shen Shutong, donning a beret and dressed in light-washed jeans paired with a pink blouse, exuded a youthful and vibrant aura. She crouched down, feeding a few white doves congregating around the fountain, occasionally glancing around. Upon spotting Fu Chuan, she smiled and waved. "Junior, over here." "Senior." Fu Chuan approached, thinking that if only she and T noticed that scene, he could have discreetly taken a photograph, which would undoubtedly inspire his new work, a picturesque girl frolicking with doves by the fountain, a view cherished by many. There's a Luckin coffee nearby with ample seating. "Shall we go there to study?" "Sure. What would you like to drink?" "I'll order first to avoid a long wait." Fu Chuan pulled out his phone. Do you have the Xfish app? They often have coffee promotions. You should order an orange sea Americano. I do. Fu Chuan followed Shin Shatong's instructions, searching for information about Luckin Coffee on Xfish, and indeed, he found it. Over 9 yuan for a cup of custom coffee, an incredible bargain. After placing his order, he gave Shin Shatong a thumbs up. Thanks to you, senior. I'll save quite a bit on coffee from now on. Shin Shatong playfully flicked her hair and remarked, anyone who overlooks discounts is a fool. Remember, every wealthy individual is astute. Noted, senior. Allow me to carry your backpack. Sure. Fu Chuan took the opportunity to assist Shin Shatong with her bag, guiding her to walk on the inner side of the sidewalk, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor. Shin Shatong chuckled softly. Junior, from which movie did you learn this? Hee hee, you can't hide anything from senior. My girlhood. They both exclaimed in unison. You've seen it too? It's the pinnacle of domestic first love. How could I have missed it? Watching you just now reminded me of a scene from the movie. The cheerful exchange between Shin Shatong and Fu Chuan drew the attention of many passersby. Sunlight cast a warm glow on the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman, radiating an atmosphere filled with youthful and ambiguous sentiments, prompting many weary souls beaten down by society to exclaim, ah, to be young is truly wonderful. After Shin Shatong and Fu Chuan acquired their coffees, they found a corner table. Fu Chuan retrieved his prepared notebook and began to inquire about his studies in detail. Shin Shatong's explanations were clear and straightforward, and with Fu Chuan's remarkable aptitude, their collaboration on the exercises grew increasingly harmonious. Junior, it seems you're not just an exceptional artist, you're quite clever too. Shin Shatong said, resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she took a sip of her orange sea Americano. Fu Chuan worked diligently on the formulas in his draft paper, humbly responding, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, senior. Do you think this approach is correct? Shin Shatong glanced at the draft paper and marked it with a red pen, stating, if every student were like you, I'd consider becoming a teacher myself. But didn't you aspire to be a world-renowned novelist? Because not every student can be as bright as you, junior. Thus, that dream is unattainable. Wow, senior. Your praise is genuinely an honor. Just then, as Shin Shatong and Fu Chuan were engrossed in conversation, the coffee shop door swung open, and 2 figures entered. On our first meeting, you brought me to a place like this? Qin Jian's voice, tinged with disdain, echoed through the CAF. Chapter 28. What a farce. What's wrong? Is it unacceptable? Fu Zichen replied gently, intending to temper Qin Jian's sharpness. Qin Jian is the quintessential spoiled heiress. Despite the current decline of the Qin family conglomerate, its historical wealth persists. In its heyday, she would have had the stars and moon fetched for her, leading to her extravagant habits and a temper that disregards the feelings of others. Fu Zichen desires to harness the benefits brought by a potential turnaround of the Qin family, intending to thoroughly annoy Fu Chuan. However, he has no intention of pandering to the ill-tempered heiress, Qin Jian. Unlike the previous Fu Chuan, Fu Zichen enjoys a favored status as the beloved young master of the Fu family. The Qin family, eager to curry favor with the Fu family, is resigned to the fact that even with Fu Zichen's terminal illness, their daughter must accept this marriage arrangement, leading to a meeting between Qin Jian and Fu Zichen. I'm a Qin heiress, and you're a Fu young master. I'm not asking for a Michelin-starred experience. If you think this place is acceptable, it's beneath my dignity. Qin Jian muttered under her breath. You know, if my sisters hear you say such things, it could reflect poorly on you. They disapprove of girls who squander their family's wealth, Fu Zichen remarked, believing this would intimidate her. Surely, Uncle Qin had warned her not to sulk in front of Fu Zichen, fearing it would exacerbate the already precarious situation of the Qin family. Then let them dislike me. I have no desire to marry you, Qin Jian retorted, showing Fu Zichen no respect. Were it not for her father's repeated pleas, she would never have agreed to meet him. Why should she marry a man with a terminal illness and be left to mourn? Nonsense. Fu Zichen's expression stiffened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such arrogance from Qin Jian. The disparity between the Qin and Fu families was stark, and yet she openly dismissed Fu Zichen. Contemplating the future potential of the Qin family, Fu Zichen took a deep breath. Women need to be properly trained and tamed. If they were obedient from the start, what would be the difference from raising a dog? Perhaps after spending some time together, you will come to appreciate my virtues. You want to even spend money on me. For our first date, you bring me to this dreadful place. What do you expect me to see that's good? Qin Jian scoffed. Out of respect for her father's pleas, she refrained from voicing her disdain too harshly, wishing only to end the date swiftly. She took a seat, clutching her limited edition Chanel handbag, and wrinkled her nose in disgust at the low-end CAF's environment. Even Starbucks was beneath her. She only indulged in meticulously crafted, high-end coffee, and this machine-brewed concoction made her want to retch. Fu Zichen, despite his polished demeanor, struggled to contain his irritation, ordering 2 cups of Americano curtly from the staff. Meanwhile, Shin Shatong, positioned nearby, had a clear view of the escalating quarrel between Fu Zichen and Qin Jian. Junior, it seems there's a dispute over there, she quietly noted. Fu Chuan, absorbed in solving a problem, turned at her nudging and was met with Fu Zichen's expression, which resembled one who had just tasted something vile. Is it really a coincidence that Fu Zichen and Qin Jian are in this coffee shop? He mused, considering their statuses. Shouldn't they be dining at a top-tier restaurant? Realizing that Fu Zichen had been reborn, Fu Chuan speculated that he must be attempting to temper Qin Jian's haughtiness. However, if she were so easily tamed, she wouldn't be Qin Jian. Her arrogance was ingrained. Even if the Qin family faltered, she would never bow her head. Fu Zichen remained oblivious to Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong in the corner. When their Americano arrived, he adjusted the sweetness and placed it before the disdainful Qin Jian. Try this. It's an iced Americano with 7 parts sugar and 2 creamers, your favorite combination. Evidently, Fu Zichen had done his homework on her preferences. Qin Jian's lips twitched slightly at his words, but she said nothing, taking a sip from the cup he offered. Ugh. She spat the coffee all over Fu Zichen. What is this? It tastes awful. Her reaction drew astonished glances from the CAF patrons, but Fu Chuan was unfazed. He had witnessed Qin Jian's true nature before. For Fu Zichen, this was merely an appetizer. It could only be said that Fu Zichen's memories from his past life had misguided him, as he thought he could subdue Qin Jian to secure the future of the Qin family. Unbeknownst to him, his efforts would yield nothing but hardship. Associating with Qin Jian would only lead to greater misery. Drenched in iced Americano, Fu Zichen felt the whispers and giggles of the CAF's patrons, igniting a burning embarrassment on his face. After all, he had never endured such humiliation. I can't take this anymore. You bring me to this dreadful place to drink such atrocious coffee. It's a blatant disrespect. Qin Jian dismissed Fu Zichen's feelings entirely, placing the blame solely on him before storming off, leaving Fu Zichen frozen in place, unable to mask his emotions any longer. A staff member approached cautiously. Sir, are you all right? I'm truly sorry. My girlfriend has a temper. How much did the CAF lose? I'll cover it all. Fu Zichen forced a smile and gentlemanly paid for the damages. Shin Shutong commented, this man is such a doormat. Fu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Fu Zichen wasn't merely a doormat. He understood the potential resurgence of the Qin family. This was a long-term strategy. Deep down, Fu Zichen might wish to exact revenge on Qin Jian, who had been coddled by the Fu family. This was the first time in his life he felt so embarrassed in front of others, and it was all at the hands of a woman. These experiences echoed Fu Chuan's past, where he had endured similar indignities. Now, Fu Zichen, believing he could control the narrative of their lives, was fated to suffer the consequences of his actions. Junior, men should never be doormats. True love requires mutual effort. It cannot be one-sided. Such relationships are neither enduring nor fulfilling, Shin Shutong softly murmured. Not only in romance, but also in familial and platonic bonds, Fu Chuan added. This statement seemed to unlock something within Shin Shutong, who nodded thoughtfully. You're right. The novels I write pursue a lifelong companionship, don't they? Fu Chuan had read many of Shin Shutong's works, all devoid of male leads, solely focused on pure love, never indulging in harem tropes. Later, she ventured into male-centric themes, achieving great success, yet her only story featuring a love interest had been about childhood friends. A lifelong companionship. How beautiful that sentiment is, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. At that moment, Fu Zichen spotted Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong in the corner, his heart dropping. Damn, how did they end up here? When did they arrive? A torrent of questions swirled in Fu Zichen's mind. He hadn't anticipated the closeness between Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong, especially on a Sunday date. Shin Shutong, the epitome of aloofness, seemed far beyond the reach of Fu Chuan, who was perceived as someone without value. Why did Fu Chuan even have a chance? Jealousy ignited fiercely within Fu Zichen. He was envious of Fu Chuan, a man he deemed inferior, who held no standing within the Fu family. What a preposterous farce. Chapter 29, Murdering the Heart. Or perhaps it is the senior sister who is truly formidable. If only he could win over Shin Shutong, Fu Zichen would willingly relinquish the opulence of the Qin family. However, as Fu Zichen finds himself unable to pursue Shin Shutong and unwilling to concede her to Fu Chuan, he is left with no choice but to settle for seizing the marriage arrangement with the Qin family. Now, witnessing the camaraderie between Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong, Fu Zichen feels as though he has fallen behind Fu Chuan by several leagues. His lips twitch uncontrollably, and ultimately, feigning surprise at Fu Chuan's closeness with Shin Shutong, he approaches them with a greeting. Senior Fu, Senior Shin, what a coincidence. Shin Shutong winks at Fu Chuan. You know him? Without waiting for Fu Chuan's reply, Fu Zichen immediately adopts a pitiful demeanor. Senior Shin, do you not remember me? The pitiable expression on Fu Zichen's face, combined with his somewhat feminine features and pallid complexion due to illness, renders him a master at portraying a tragic character. Fu Chuan muses that Fu Zichen could easily storm the Oscars in Lighthouse Nation. He is adept at evoking sympathy and shedding tears, his green tea act surpassing even that of women. Yet, this ploy is met with Shin Shutong's bewildered gaze. I don't recall. Shin Shutong is aware that many people know her, but she has little impression of most, including the individual before her, Fu Zichen. Since he calls her senior, he must be a student from G City No. 1 High School. Fu Zichen instinctively grits his teeth. Previously, having received hints from Fu Linger, He had pursued Shin Shutong in vain. Logically, having made numerous appearances before her and encountered her at high society gatherings, she should have some recollection of him. Yet, her confusion is not feigned. Shin Shutong's disdain for Fu Zichen is one thing, but her ignorance of his very existence is a blow to his pride. Fu Chuan nearly burst into laughter. When it comes to murdering the heart, Shin Shutong truly excels. Fu Zichen feigns a wounded expression, but Shin Shutong remains indifferent to his antics, turning her attention to Fu Chuan. Junior, have you completed the problem? Yes, I have, Fu Chuan replies, handing her the draft paper. Shin Shutong meticulously reviews it, nodding in satisfaction. This problem is well done. Let us move on to the next one. Shin Shutong disregards Fu Zichen entirely. She does not know him, and her slight social anxiety often leads her to treat those around her as if they were mere air, lest she feel instinctively tense. This behavior causes many to perceive her as aloof. The seniors are discussing coursework here. Fu Zichen thinks, his mood improving slightly. If Fu Chuan is indeed dating Shin Shutong, Fu Zichen would rather throw himself into a wall. Why would the unattainable white moonlight that Fu Zichen yearns for choose Fu Chuan, whom he deems a waste? Yet, pondering further, Fu Chuan receiving Shin Shutong's personal guidance raises questions about what went awry. In his past life, Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong were parallel lines. If Fu Zichen's reincarnation has altered the butterfly effect to favor Fu Chuan, it seems too good to be true. Not only have the Fu family members he longed for grown distant, but now Fu Chuan is entangled with Shin Shutong, with a bright future ahead. Senior, I cannot solve this problem. Could you possibly teach me? Fu Zichen rolls his eyes, deliberately speaking up to disrupt the budding rapport between Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong. Why aren't you pursuing your girlfriend instead of lingering here? Shin Shutong shoots a cold glare at Fu Zichen. She is with Fu Chuan and does not wish to be disturbed by someone she does not know, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Fu Zichen's heart races, and he hastily explains, Senior, don't misunderstand. She is not my girlfriend. You just told the shopkeeper she was your girlfriend. And now you deny it. A sycophant is indeed a sycophant, daring to act but not to own up to it, which only invites disdain. Shin Shutong's words, devoid of profanity, strike with precision. Fu Zichen's face turns a mottled hue, oscillating between red and pale, and he can only cast a desperate glance at Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen cannot believe Fu Chuan will not assist him. If today's events reach the ears of the sisters, they will certainly not go easy on him. Yet, Fu Chuan's response is, I prefer not to have anyone interrupting while I am with Senior. The dismissal is so blatant that Fu Zichen can no longer cling to his fade. Enraged, he trembles uncontrollably, first at Qin Jian's humiliation, then Shin Shutong's disregard, and now Fu Chuan's harshness. Fu Zichen silently vows to settle the score with his sisters later. My sincerest apologies, seniors. I must take my leave. Fu Zichen, as an actor, clings to the last vestiges of his pride to finish this charade before fleeing in disarray. Junior, do you have some connection with him? The astute Shin Shutong senses something awry. Senior, he is of no consequence to me. His worth is less than this mathematics problem that may appear on the entrance exam. Fu Chuan calmly articulates his sentiments. Not just Fu Zichen, but the entirety of the Fu family holds little significance for him. Fu Chuan's sole ambition is to gain admission to Xingmon Art Academy and fulfill his life in this incarnation. Other matters are of no concern and warrant no further attention. Very well. Shin Shutong recognizes that Fu Chuan's words come from the heart. Indeed, those who are inconsequential do not merit excessive discourse. As their tutoring session concludes, Fu Chuan glances at the clock, noting it is only 3 in the afternoon. Senior, I truly appreciate your help today. How about I treat you to something to eat? No need. I brought my own. Shin Shutong produces a thermos lunchbox from her backpack, opening it to reveal a delightful aroma. Sushi. Fu Chuan is momentarily taken aback. You made this yourself, Senior? Yes, give it a try. Fu Chuan takes a piece of tuna sushi and, after tasting it, his eyes light up. Delicious. If it's tasty, eat plenty. Shin Shutong savors an octopus sushi, chewing it thoughtfully. When will you upload Inger's work to the computer? I'll do it after I see you off, Senior. Why not operate it while I watch? I've only seen you paint. I've yet to witness how you handle the computer. Shin Shutong is familiar with similar techniques, but has never observed Fu Chuan's computer skills. Even though she holds his live painting abilities in the highest regard, admiring his unmatched aesthetic sense and composition that resonate with her deeply. If you're interested, of course. Very well, eat up, and then we shall depart. After Fu Chuan locates an appropriate art studio, pays the rental fee, and utilizing the insights gained from Yu Ingner's works last night, he quickly produces a finished image on the computer, adjusting the brightness and contrast based on Shin Shutong's suggestions. He seeks her confirmation. Junior, would you mind if I took a turn at the controls? Of course not, Senior. Fu Chuan saves the original image and steps aside to allow Shin Shutong to take over. Shin Shutong adeptly manipulates the software, brightening the composition further. Junior, do you think this looks better? I had no idea you also possess the talent of an artist, Senior. Fu Chuan's compliment is sincere. Following Shin Shutong's adjustments, the composition indeed appears more appealing, aligning perfectly with Yu Inger's notion of happiness. Before meeting you, I crafted all my novel covers myself. Senior, you are truly remarkable. Fu Chuan felt a profound admiration arise from the depths of his heart. Renowned at a young age, hailing from a wealthy family, possessing an exquisite beauty, excelling academically, and proficient in digital artistry, he recognized that this was merely a glimpse of Shun Shutang's myriad capabilities. She was akin to a treasure trove. The more one delved into her essence, the more one would feel an authentic reverence for her, a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the creator, in stark contrast to the casual attempts of others, which only served to highlight her brilliance. I graciously accept your compliment, Junior, Shun Shutang said. A playful smile gracing her lips as she stood and pointed a finger at Fu Chuan, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Prior to meeting Fu Chuan, she had personally handled the covers for her novels. However, with Fu Chuan's arrival, she could now entrust all character and cover designs to him without a second thought. Fu Chuan had the uncanny ability to resonate with her spirit and create the most exquisite works. There was no one better than him. Meeting the expectant and trusting gaze of the young woman, Fu Chuan felt an immense sense of responsibility wash over him, nodding fervently. I will never betray your trust, Senior. Chapter 30. Sister, so you can feel pain too. After sending the original image to Yu Inger, it wasn't too long before an excited voice message arrived. It's perfect. Junior, this is exactly what I wanted. You truly are a genius, just as Tang Tang said. It is thanks to Senior Shun, Fu Chuan humbly acknowledged. Eager to share the events that had transpired with Yu Inger. Oh, so how was your date with them today? If this were a video call, Fu Chuan would undoubtedly witness the mischievous grin on Yu Inger's face. Senior, Shen and I were simply studying together. Come on, we're all adults here. I understand. She teased. Let me share a little secret. You are the first boy who has garnered so much attention from Tang Tang. I used to think she was all about girl-on-girl affection. And here's another scoop. Tang Tang absolutely adores facial cleansers. Hee, I have to run now. Facial cleansers? Is that what Fu Chuan thinks it is? He instinctively glanced at Shin Shutang. She offered him an innocent smile. Don't pay attention to the silly things she says, or you might become foolish too, Junior. Fu Chuan felt an ominous premonition. It seemed that Yu Inger might end up in a precarious situation. Upon returning to the Fu residence, he was intercepted just as he passed through the living room. Fu Chuan, come in, came the irate voice of Fu Xianling. Fu Chuan surmised that Fu Zichen had surely tattled, and he entered the living room with an air of calm. There sat Fu Zichen, Fu Xianling, and Fu Qingqing. When Fu Qingqing saw Fu Chuan enter, she dropped her gaze. In the past, she would have glared at him with icy disdain, especially since Fu Chuan had embarrassed her beloved brother, Fu Zichen, today. But now, Fu Qingqing aimed to adhere to Fu Ling Er's teachings, approaching Fu Chuan with an appreciation for his talents, devoid of any other emotional motives. Yet, upon seeing him, her heart raced uncontrollably, as she was unprepared for such an encounter. Fu Chuan, why is your phone turned off? Have you been up to something shameful? My phone ran out of battery. Fu Chuan replied nonchalantly, hands tucked in his pockets, unaffected by the scrutinizing gazes around him. Is there something you need? Fu Xianling was incensed. How dare you ask that? Did you meet with Zichen today? Why did you humiliate him in front of so many people? Is this what Zichen told you? Fu Chuan glanced at Fu Zichen. Brother Fu Chuan, I didn't want to say anything. Fu Zichen feigned vulnerability. Don't blame him. I had to pry it out of him. He returned home, locked himself in his room, and cried, refusing to say a word. I knew something was wrong, but I never imagined you were the cause of it all. Fu Chuan, what are you hiding? Fu Zichen's dramatics compelled Fu Xianling to interrogate him, leading to her explosive outrage upon hearing the events of the day. Qin Jian had shown such blatant disrespect to Fu Zichen, publicly splattering coffee on his face and then fleeing. Later, Fu Zichen discovered Fu Chuan with Shen Shutang at the CAF, and instead of offering comfort, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang had conspired to utterly humiliate him. Just hearing this made Fu Xianling's heart ache. Her precious younger brother, who had been so well protected by her and her sisters, had been turned into a clown before so many eyes today. She could not allow this. Justice for Fu Zichen must be served. I was studying with my senior and simply wished to avoid interruptions. It's as simple as that. You, Fu Xianling, seeing Fu Chuan's lack of remorse, was furious and raised her hand to slap him. Sister. Fu Qingqing was taken aback by Fu Xianling's intention to strike Fu Chuan. In the past, Fu Xianling had slapped Fu Chuan several times, and Fu Qingqing had relished the opportunity to defend Fu Zichen, viewing Fu Chuan's actions as unforgivable. This time, however, Fu Qingqing's heart twisted with anxiety as she rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Fu Zichen's eyes gleamed with a hint of satisfaction. Fu Chuan, this is the price for making me look foolish in front of Shen Shutang. In an instant, Fu Chuan seized Fu Xianling's hand as it swung toward him. Standing at a height of 188 meters, in the prime of his youth, Fu Chuan towered over Fu Xianling, who stood at only 166 meters. Her petite arms posed no threat to him unless he willingly allowed it. However, Fu Chuan was no longer the obedient younger brother who would laugh it off and appease his sisters. With a slight exertion of strength, Fu Xianling winced in pain. Fu Chuan, are you rebelling? Fu Chuan remained silent, tightening his grip, causing Fu Xianling's face to contort in agony as she cried out, "Let go of me." Fu Qingqing and Fu Zichen rushed to intervene. "So, sister, you can feel pain too," Fu Chuan coldly mocked, releasing Fu Xianling. Fu Zichen, ever the supportive brother, moved closer to Fu Xianling's sister. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Fu Xianling's hand throbbed painfully, meeting Fu Zichen's concerned gaze. She could only muster a forced reassurance while angrily glaring at Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, you struck first," she said, expecting Fu Chuan to revert to his previous passive demeanor, unwilling to retaliate. Fu Chuan had learned to safeguard his future, and he had no intention of allowing himself to be a doormat any longer. If Fu Xianling wished to strike him again, she would have to face the consequences. "You've really grown wings, haven't you? How dare you retaliate against your elder sister? The Fu family can no longer accommodate you. You must leave." The command to leave the Fu household, uttered with an air of authority, held an inexplicable power that quelled Fu Xianling's impulsive urge to speak. Meeting Fu Chuan's emotionless gaze, Fu Xianling felt a premonition. If she were to utter such words, Fu Chuan might truly turn his back and never return to the Fu household again. This was in stark contrast to the past, where he would grovel like a lost puppy, desperate to avoid expulsion. Why? Why was it that Fu Chuan leaving the Fu family was precisely what Fu Xianling had always desired? This way, Fu Zichen's position would remain unthreatened, and the Fu family could continue to thrive in happiness as before. However, the moment Fu Xinling realized that she could not shout in front of Fu Chuan, she found herself unable to utter the words to drive him away. In that instant, she recognized that she did not wish to embody such a villain. "Yes, it must be so. Second sister, please refrain from speaking." Fu Qingqing quickly intervened, providing Fu Xinling with a graceful exit. Fu Xinling's face, a canvas of mingled hues, became particularly vivid. What had transpired? A displeased voice from Fu Linger interrupted the moment. Having just returned from the company, the housekeeper had informed her of a commotion in the living room, prompting her to hasten over. "Eldest sister, your timing is impeccable." Fu Xinling eagerly recounted the recent events to Fu Linger. Raising an eyebrow, Fu Linger turned her gaze toward Fu Chuan. "Did you meet with Shen Shutong today?" "Yes." Fu Chuan replied softly, already surmising Fu Linger's true intentions. "If there is nothing more, I shall retire upstairs." "You may go," Fu Linger responded almost simultaneously. And Fu Chuan exited the living room without hesitation. Fu Xinling was left astounded. "Eldest sister, you are simply letting Fu Chuan leave like this?" Fu Linger remained composed. Instead addressing Fu Zichen, "Brother Zichen, Qin Jian's actions towards you were indeed excessive. I shall seek justice from the Qin family. In the future, should you encounter Fu Chuan with Shen Shutong, do not approach them." Fu Zichen's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated that Fu Linger would deliver a severe reprimand to Fu Chuan upon her return, yet she allowed him to depart so effortlessly? Was Shen Shutong truly so captivating to Fu Linger? I understand. Though Fu Zichen was seething with indignation, he maintained the facade of a dutiful younger brother, lowering his head and leaving with a profound sense of desolation. This time, however, he could not elicit Fu Linger's sympathy. "Eldest sister, today Fu Chuan has done something utterly outrageous to Brother Zichen and you." Chapter 31. Fu Chuan has a more pressing commitment, Shen Shutong. Fu Linger uttered these 3 words, interrupting Fu Xinling's protest. "For the benefit of the Fu group, we must embrace any opportunity to ally with the Shun group, including this esteemed young lady from the Shun family. The stronger the bond between Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong, the more compelling it becomes for the Shun group to learn of Fu Chuan's true identity, which could sway their decision to collaborate with the Fu group." Fu Xinling could hardly believe her ears. "What? Eldest sister, do you truly intend to reveal Fu Chuan's true identity? What about Brother Zichen?" Even Fu Qingqing was taken aback. How significant was Fu Zichen's position in Fu Linger's heart? To indulge Fu Chuan's behavior for the sake of the Shen family, while disregarding Fu Zichen's feelings, was unfathomable. "If necessary, I will do so." To speak candidly, although the Fu group is currently thriving, we have reached a plateau. To ascend further, collaboration with the Shun group is imperative, and our only option at present is the Shen family, which possesses numerous choices. Fu Linger was succinct yet pointed. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing were not oblivious. For the Fu group, collaboration with the Shun group represented an unparalleled opportunity. Should it be missed, one could only wonder when such an opportunity might arise again. Fu Linger had long been aware of many matters, intentionally favoring others while dismissing Fu Chuan's feelings, as she considered him a liability rather than an asset to the Fu family. Now that Fu Chuan had established a connection with Shen Shutong and demonstrated his remarkable artistic talent, he had proven his worth, prompting Fu Linger to reassess him. What would Brother Zichen think? In the past, whenever such incidents occurred, they would rally to defend Zichen. Now with him, given Zichen's temperament, would he truly harbor no resentment? In any case, I will have a serious discussion with Uncle Qin regarding the matter with Qin Jian. Moving forward, you must refrain from interfering in Fu Chuan and Shen Shudong's relationship. As long as Fu Chuan wishes to continue living as a member of the Fu family and garner respect, he understands how to endear himself to Xin Shutong. With that, Fu Linger departed. Fu Xinling sat on the sofa, her gaze unfocused, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in her arm. The bruise inflicted by Fu Chuan earlier still lingered. Upon rolling up her sleeve, she discovered a deep contusion, a testament to Fu Chuan's unrestrained force. He had shown no regard for her status as an elder sister, recklessly inflicting harm. Second sister, allow me to assist you with your injury, Fu Qingqing offered, bringing forth a medical kit and delicately tending to Fu Xinling's wounds. Fifth sister, what is your take on eldest sister's words? I do not know. Fu Qingqing found herself in turmoil. Her feelings toward Fu Chuan were complex, intertwined with her concern for Fu Zichen. She was engulfed in a chaotic web of emotions regarding her two brothers. Fu Zichen remained unchanged, but Fu Chuan was no longer the same Fu Chuan he once was. I am genuinely afraid that eldest sister will indeed reveal Fu Chuan's identity, jeopardizing the interests of the Fu group. Our parents would undoubtedly support her, and brother Zichen would find himself without a place at home or school. Zichen has always been strong, concealing much of his grievances from us. What if he were to suffer a breakdown? Fu Xinling's every word was steeped in deep concern for Fu Zichen. Fu Qingqing pursed her lips. Second sister, your earlier actions against Fu Chuan were indeed unwarranted. There are better ways to address issues. Fifth sister, you never admonished me when I struck Fu Chuan on previous occasions. Why is it different now? Are you truly so biased toward Fu Chuan that even I, as your second sister, must be contravened? Second sister, that was not my intention. I simply believe that physical confrontation is not the answer. Humph. Fu Xinling huffed in irritation, withdrawing her arm. What is this? I shall retire to my room. Second sister. Meanwhile, Yu Yinger had confirmed an order and even generously rewarded Fu Chuan with 500 yuan. Upon seeing the money, Fu Chuan promptly sent a message via the green bubble. Senior Yu, why the extra reward? Because I truly adore your work. Work hard for your senior, and there will be ample rewards. She replied playfully. Then I shall treat you to a meal another day, Fu Chuan suggested. Of course, Junior. Love you lots. After deducting the platform fees, Fu Chuan's earnings exceeded 2,000 yuan. Together with his savings, he now had 6,000 yuan, with the Picasso platform securing business orders. Even if he were to sever ties with the Fu family and move out, he would at least not face starvation, though it would be tiring. And he feared it might affect his upcoming exams. Thinking of Xin Shutong and Yu Yinger's anticipation, Fu Chuan felt invigorated, pulling out his error notebook to continue reinforcing his knowledge. Starry Arts Academy, here I come. Once Fu Chuan had adequately reviewed the challenges he faced with Xin Shutong today, he stretched luxuriously and dashed out to the restroom. However, as he passed the computer room, he noticed the door ajar and the light inside. Was it Fu Qingqing? Not wanting to encounter her, he quickly turned to head to the restroom on the first floor, only to unexpectedly cross paths with Fu Xinling, who was sipping milk. Maintaining his composure, Fu Chuan, accustomed to life in the Fu household, ignored Fu Xinling and entered the restroom. However, Fu Xinling positioned herself in front of him, gritting her teeth as she spoke. You have won. One? Fu Chuan regarded Fu Xinling with a perplexed expression. You have successfully established a rapport with Xin Shutong. Such a maneuver is indeed astute, to the point that even my elder sister regards you with newfound respect. Fu Chuan, I must forewarn you. Should anything untoward befall my younger brother Zichen because of you, I vow I shall never forgive you, not in this lifetime. Observing Fu Xinling's self-satisfied demeanor, as if she had seized Fu Chuan's lifeline, Fu Chuan felt no stirrings of emotion within. In fact, he was nearly amused. Suit yourself. Fu Chuan uttered these words nonchalantly, bypassing Fu Xinling as he made his way to the restroom. The affections or animosities of the Fu family were of no concern to him. Rather, Fu Chuan's future held far more pressing commitments, attending the Xingman Academy of Arts with his senior. He longed for her to witness his achievements. No one should dare impede his progress. As Fu Xinling watched Fu Chuan depart, she clenched her arms, the remnants of her injury still throbbing painfully. In the past, Fu Chuan would never have harmed himself, let alone inflict pain upon Fu Xinling. Yet now, he acted without a care, even dismissively towards her. If Fu Chuan truly possessed such a cold and heartless demeanor, then why had he bowed his head in suppressed emotion earlier that morning while she consoled Fu Zichen? Little did she know, Fu Zichen had overheard Fu Xinling's words from the staircase, his anger boiling to the point where he felt he might shatter his own teeth. It was indeed because of Xin Shutong. Otherwise, after Fu Chuan's egregious actions towards Fu Zichen, Fu Linger would have undoubtedly erupted in fury, determined to send Fu Chuan to the police. In a past life, Fu Chuan had been entirely at Fu Zichen's mercy. How could it be that in this rebirth, it was Fu Chuan who reaped the benefits? Everything that Fu Zichen was meant to reclaim from Fu Chuan had already been restored in this lifetime. Fu Zichen ought to be living far better. After Fu Chuan finished in the restroom, he found Fu Xinling still lingering in place. Yet he paid her no mind and continued on his way. Suddenly, Fu Xinling cried out in pain. Reflexively, Fu Chuan hastened his steps away, turning back with a furrowed brow to regard her. He wished to prevent Fu Xinling from fabricating further accusations against him. What are you still doing there? Did you not inflict this injury upon my arm? Hurry and fetch the first aid kit to treat me. Her tone was surprisingly calm, lacking the fury one might expect. Fu Chuan recalled a time when Fu Xinling had been injured, and he was the first to notice, his heart racing as if he himself were grievously wounded. He rummaged through cabinets to find a first aid kit, desperate to tend to Fu Xinling's wounds, only to be met with a slap as she dismissed him, insisting he mind his own business. Standing aside, he had clutched his face, tears brimming in his eyes, watching her bandage her injury before departing in a huff. This time, however, Fu Xinling's willingness to seek Fu Chuan's assistance and her newfound amiability should have brought him joy, yet he remained burdened by guilt for having harmed her. Otherwise, how could he possibly pause to assist? Fu Xinling should have felt confident witnessing Fu Chuan's obsequiousness, yet uncertainty lingered within her heart. Chapter 32. I truly don't mind anymore. Where should I put this? Just then, the butler passed by, and Fu Chuan entrusted Fu Xinling's mess to him before ascending the stairs. Did Fu Chuan truly not know? That was implausible. He had frequently sought out the first aid kit in the past. He certainly knew where it was kept. Could it be that Fu Chuan genuinely did not care about the extent of Fu Xinling's injury? When the butler returned with the first aid kit and inquired about her condition, Fu Xinling, filled with despondency, merely replied, "No need," and left. The butler was left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening here? The following day, Fu Chuan continued to eat breakfast in his usual corner. Fu Zichen and others gathered, the atmosphere palpably altered. Fu Linger and the others no longer showered Fu Zichen with the same doting attention as before. As Fu Chuan neared the end of his meal, Fu Linger tapped the table lightly. "I have an announcement to make. Fu Chuan, Zichen, you are both high school students now, with studies becoming increasingly demanding and expenses rising. I intend to increase your living allowance by 1,000 yuan. An additional 1,000 yuan? Fu Zichen's expression darkened. For him, 1,000 yuan was hardly significant, outwardly. It appeared that both he and Fu Chuan were receiving equal allowances, yet the Fu family often gifted Fu Zichen. Fulfilling his every request, those gifts far exceeded the value of a mere 1,000 yuan. Though it seemed that both allowances had been raised, it was, in fact, a boon for Fu Chuan. Fu Linger was indirectly offering support to Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen understood this dynamic but feigned exuberance. "Thank you, elder sister. But Fu Chuan and I are still just high school students. We hardly need so much money." "All right, Zichen, heed your elder sister." Before Fu Zichen could finish, Fu Linger interrupted him. He had no choice but to fall silent. "I'm finished. I'm off to school." Fu Chuan tidied his dishes, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he departed. He neither rejected nor accepted Fu Linger's words. Regardless, Fu Chuan would not utilize the Fu family's wealth. Once the college entrance examination concluded, he would repay whatever he owed. He wished to avoid a future where, after severing ties, the Fu family would still approach him, insinuating that he owed them something. After Fu Chuan left, Fu Zichen remarked, "Yesterday, I spoke with Qin Jian about your situation, and he was furious. He will bring Qin Jian to our home tonight to apologize." Remembering how Qin Jian had so publicly slighted him, Fu Zichen felt a surge of indignation. Yet, Qin Jian was a prized flower of society, and considering the future of the Qin group, Fu Zichen had no choice but to endure. Upon arriving at school, Fu Chuan had just set down his backpack when Fang Kaiwei approached him with a sly grin. "Chuan, how are things progressing with Senior Shun?" Fu Chuan sighed. "How many times must I tell you? Shin Shutong and I share only a senior-junior relationship. Oh come on, someone spotted you two at the CAF in Wanda Plaza yesterday. Wasn't he that a date? Who told you that?" Fu Chuan's forehead twitched with irritation. Was G-City really so small? Wanda Plaza in Lihu District was in the opposite direction from the school, and he had been diligently studying with Shin Shutong in a CAF corner. How could a student from G-City number 1 have seen them? How utterly absurd. "Hey, Chuan, don't doubt the accuracy of my sources. Your expression indicates that there's indeed something going on, and you're keeping it from your brother. How could you be so inconsiderate?" Fang Kaiwei gave Fu Chuan a knowing look. "It's merely tutoring. Don't read too much into it." All right, Chuan, when the time comes to pursue you Inger, I'll be counting on you. From now on, I, Fang Kaiwei, will be your loyal subordinate, ready to obey your every command." As he spoke, Fang Kaiwei thrust a pile of snacks into Fu Chuan's hands. Did Fang Kaiwei need to know that Fu Chuan already had Inger's WeChat, and they had been chatting quite well? Would he go mad? "Fu Chuan, Teacher Li wants to see you in his office." The art computer management teacher, Li? Fu Chuan's heart raced with trepidation as he made his way to Li's office. Previously, it was due to Shin Shudong's endorsement that Fu Chuan had been able to borrow the key to the art computer management room each time. Now, was Li summoning him to revoke that privilege? "Fu Chuan, you're here. Have a seat." Upon Fu Chuan's arrival, Li gestured for him to sit, and then produced a contract for Fu Chuan to examine. Fu Chuan stared at the contract in bewilderment. "Teacher Li, this is a work-study position at the school, which, in principle, is not available to senior students. However, as an orphan, you perfectly fit the criteria. Student Shun has informed me of your circumstances, and I thought that frequently borrowing the keys would tarnish your reputation. Yet, with a work-study position, it is different. You can earn additional income while also enjoying the privilege of using the painting computer lab for free. Is it not a win-win situation? Really? Fu Chuan was overwhelmed with excitement. The work-study role managing the painting computer lab is quite enviable. All one needs to do is open and close the doors at designated times. Maintenance and cleanliness are handled by others. Moreover, as G City's top high school, the subsidies from the government for G City No. 1 high school are substantial, amounting to a monthly stipend of 2,000 yuan for work-study positions. Fu Chuan had entered the school temporarily. The registrations for work-study positions had long since been filled. Even if he wished to apply, there was no opportunity left. Now, with the chance to use the painting computer lab during free time, Fu Chuan no longer feared the possibility of being unable to borrow the keys from Teacher Li. Upon confirming his intent, Fu Chuan took up a black fountain pen and inscribed his name on the contract paper. I will take this to the academic office for confirmation. Here, this is the key to the painting computer lab. Once approved, you can officially start working. Feel free to use it in the meantime. Thank you, Teacher Li. Fu Chuan rose and bowed deeply to Teacher Li. Teacher Li cleared his throat. Ahem, Fu Chuan, you should express your gratitude to Student Shun. If it weren't for her intervention, you would not have this opportunity. You must seize it well. Senior sister. A warm current surged within Fu Chuan. After exiting the office, Fu Chuan immediately pulled out his phone and sent a green bubble message to Shin Shu Tang. Senior sister. Thank you. Bowing emoji just as Fu Chuan lowered his head, eager for a response from Shin Shu Tang, her message arrived. Junior, don't be a head-down type. It's easy to turn into an old man. Fu Chuan lifted his gaze, and there was Shin Shu Tang ahead, waving at him with a smile that blossomed like a flower, dressed in a simple and pure school uniform, her ponytail swaying, her graceful legs illuminated in a soft glow. Senior sister. Junior, no need for excessive words. Just make the most of it. Shin Shu Tang graciously patted Fu Chuan's shoulder. Standing at a height of 188 meters, Fu Chuan towered over Shin Shu Tang's 166 meters, requiring her to stand on tiptoe to reach his shoulder, which diminished her imposing presence. Shin Shu Tang playfully stuck out her tongue. Boys really do grow taller easily. I will not let down your expectations, senior sister. Shin Shu Tang had assisted Fu Chuan immensely, and he felt unable to repay her kindness, but he vowed to remember his promise to her. Once he was accepted into Xingmon Art Academy and had more time, he would achieve even greater results, proving that her judgment was not misplaced. All right. Shin Shu Tang's eyes glimmered with a soft light as they met the passionate gaze of the young man, and in that moment, the air seemed to heat up, a tingling sensation flowing into his heart. Oh, there's one more thing I must tell you. Shin Shu Tang pulled out her phone and flipped through her album to show Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of Yuing bound to a bed, pleading for mercy. Senior sister, this is... Shin Shu Tang lightly tapped her lips. It's a ritual for punishing fools, Junior. Really, do not heed the foolish ramblings. It leads to unhappiness. I understand. Senior sister. Fu Chuan shivered with excitement, nodding repeatedly. No, Fu Chuan, you cannot dwell on this. If you were to nosebleed, it would be too embarrassing. As night fell, Fu Chuan returned to the Fu household and noticed several pairs of unfamiliar shoes at the entrance. The butler approached. Young Master Fu. Mrs. asked you to come to the living room. Chapter 33. The despair bestowed by one's biological parents. I understand. Fu Chuan vaguely guessed what was happening and changed into slippers, calmly making his way to the living room. As expected, Qin Haoran and Qin Jian were present, facing Fu Ling, and Fu Zichen. Upon Fu Chuan's arrival, the expressions of Qin Haoran and the others shifted slightly. In truth, Fu Chuan was the ideal son-in-law in Qin Haoran's eyes, not only because of the childhood betrothal, but also due to Fu Chuan's handsome appearance and robust health. Even though Fu Chuan was not favored in the Fu household, there was no intention to dissolve the betrothal. Given the current power of the Qin family, they could not possibly request the engagement to be annulled, which meant this marriage must come to fruition. Qin Haoran's thoughts were centered on Fu Chuan, not on the sickly Fu Zichen, who could perish at any moment, leaving Qin Jian in a state of widowhood. It was unthinkable for Qin Jian to accept this situation. Nor would Qin Haoran. Initially, it was expected that upon Fu Chuan's return, Fu Zichen would naturally pass the marriage proposal to him, according to the information Qin Haoran had received. Yet, Fu Zichen surprisingly did not do so. Qin Jian gazed at Fu Chuan's handsome face. Growing increasingly disdainful towards Fu Zichen, a charming Fu Chuan could engage in a romantic relationship, while the ailing Fu Zichen was an entirely different matter. Qin Haoran took a deep breath, understanding that the situation had reached an irreversible point. He could only go with the flow. I truly apologize, Zichen. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood and lacks understanding. I have already reprimanded her at home. Today, I specifically brought her to apologize to you. Qin Jian. Hurry and apologize. This trouble was all caused by you. I'm sorry. Qin Jian could only obediently bow her head in apology. It was evident that she was merely putting on a show, and she felt resentful. Uncle Qin, although the Qin family has a childhood engagement with the Fu family, I believe Zichen and Qin Jian truly cannot get along. Perhaps it would be better to annul the engagement. The Qin group is waning and holds little utility for the Fu group. If Fu Zichen and Qin Jian could get along, that would be one thing. But how can they possibly continue after such a disastrous first meeting? As for handing Fu Chuan the responsibility, not only is it impossible for Fu Chuan to accept now, but he also has important reasons to please Shen Shutang and must not take on this burden. Really, Qin Jian could not contain her inner joy and exclaimed. Qin Haoran also found it hard to believe that such good fortune had come so suddenly, trembling as he spoke. Your parents are not suitable. They would not insist, for to delay the happiness of two people would be a great sin. I will resolve this matter. Eldest sister. Fu Zichen suddenly interrupted Fu Linger. I truly like Qin Jian. I do not want to give up so easily. Qin Jian. I know our first meeting was fraught with unpleasantness, but I want to be with you, to understand you more, and I hope you will understand me better too. Qin Jian looked at Fu Zichen as if he were a madman. What is this? Fu Zichen has fallen for her at first sight? If Fu Zichen were a normal person, Qin Jian might have felt a little happiness. Who wouldn't he appreciate the attention of someone they fancied? Especially from a pampered and handsome young master like Fu Zichen? However, Fu Zichen was a sickly individual. He was destined to perish. If he does not let go, will he truly make Qin Jian a widow? Dream on. This. Qin Haoran looked at Fu Linger with a troubled expression. Fu Linger had not anticipated that Fu Zichen would be so deeply infatuated with Qin Jian, unable to extricate himself. Logically, he typically did not favor such unreasonable and arrogant girls upon their first meeting. The concept of fate is indeed astonishingly complex. Only Fu Chuan understood Fu Zichen's true intentions. He sought to seize the wealth and glory that the Qin family had acquired in their previous life. For that, even if Qin Jian were an insurmountable challenge, Fu Zichen would willingly endure and swallow his pride. Unexpectedly, the dual reincarnation of Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan has led to such a dramatic scene. Fu Chuan is aware that Fu Zichen and Qin Jian are being forcibly bound together, and his life will only become increasingly miserable. Fu Linger naturally wishes to protect Fu Zichen. Since that is the case, you two should give it another try. What? Sisterling? Qin Jian glared at Qin Haoran, who incessantly signaled her with his eyes, compelling her to swallow her fury and turn her head away, biting her lip tightly. Qin Jian, I understand that you harbor many misunderstandings towards me, but we are still young and have ample time. I will allow you to gradually understand me. You think there's any time for that? You, a frail wretch, truly want me to marry you and become a widow? Dream on. Qin Jian retorted mercilessly, storming out of the living room. Qin Jian. Qin Haoran nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Such words could be uttered in private, but to say them in front of Fu Zichen and Fu Linger could provoke the Fu family, endangering the Qin group. Uncle Qin, isn't Qin Jian going a bit too far? Fu Linger interjected coldly, appalled that Qin Jian would dare to hurt her beloved younger brother in front of her. Don't worry, big sister. I am fully aware of my health condition and know I am not worthy of providing Qin Jian with a happy future. However, I have fallen for her at first sight. I truly do not wish to give up easily. Regardless of what Qin Jian says, I am mentally prepared. I will make her fall for me. Fu Zichen's earnest words left Qin Haoran feeling embarrassed, and he sighed softly. Zichen, is this really necessary? With pleading eyes, Fu Zichen looked at Qin Haoran. Uncle Qin, please allow me one more chance. If my time is truly limited, the girl I most desire to be with is Qin Jian. I will have a word with Qin Jian. I sincerely apologize for today's events. Qin Haoran then departed. After witnessing this farce, Fu Chuan intended to turn and leave. Regardless of the purpose, once one becomes a sycophant, escape becomes nearly impossible, even for Fu Zichen, who enjoys the full affection of the Fu family and wields considerable influence. This holds true. Fu Chuan could vaguely sense how miserable Fu Zichen's future might be, though it no longer concerned him. Fu Chuan, come here. Fu Linger called out to Fu Chuan, fearing that he might pretend not to hear and leave. She quickened her pace to stand in front of him. Fu Chuan pressed his lips together. Is there something you need? Our parents are coming back soon. Oh, if there's nothing urgent, I will head upstairs to do my homework. With a blank expression, Fu Chuan walked away. Fu Linger watched his departing figure, deep in thought. Strange. If they were cold towards their older sisters, it could be understood. Their parents had been abroad developing the overseas business of the Fu group, and every time they mentioned returning, Fu Chuan would be overjoyed. Yet, he still maintained an indifferent demeanor. Little did they know, in his past life, Fu Chuan had tasted too much despair and sorrow from his biological parents, even more so than the despair he received from his 7 sisters. There was a time when Fu Chuan felt an overwhelming desire to end his life, suffering from depression, all thanks to his biological parents. Chapter 34. One cannot always rely on the senior sister. Big sister, what's wrong? Fu Zichen inquired, noticing Fu Linger's peculiar expression. It's nothing. Over there. Yu Inger shared Fu Chuan's artwork in the group chat where the group photo was taken, receiving unanimous praise. She also sent it to her second uncle. Second uncle, I commissioned a comic version of the group photo. As a professor in the Star Manhwa painting department, would you mind giving your feedback? After sending the message, Yu Inger resumed studying while rubbing her chest. Yesterday, she had been rushed into her house by Shen Shutong and tied to the bed. subjected to an excessive amount of face wash that left her chest aching and uncomfortable. Hao Ze was sipping black coffee while engrossed in a comic. As a master artist, Hao Ze's style leaned towards traditional painting, yet he did not shy away from Japanese comics. On the contrary, he greatly enjoyed their artistic style and narratives. Works like Naruto, known for its emphasis on lines, Bleach, celebrated for its chic simplicity, and One Piece, with its rich information, all garnered worldwide acclaim. As the creativity and artistry of the authors took precedence, remaining unshakable. By learning from each other, one can continue to grow. Hao Ze never complacently rested on his laurels. Satisfied with his current achievements, this is one of the reasons he has become a world-renowned master. When Hao Ze finally noticed the message from Yu Inger an hour later, he removed his glasses and opened the artwork she sent. At first glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. While laymen perceive the overall effect, professionals focus on composition and line work. This piece was flawless in the eyes of both amateurs and experts alike. What was crucial was that Hao Ze could sense a powerful vitality infused within the artwork. To put it simply, it allowed the audience to feel the emotions the creator intended to express. After analyzing the piece, Hao Ze immediately called Yu Inger. "Second uncle, what's up? Inger, who created this piece?" Hao Ze's voice conveyed urgency. "A junior from G City No. 1 High School. Isn't it impressive, second uncle?" Yu Inger was still contemplating promoting Fu Chuan. "You've struck gold. Quickly introduce him to me." "Huh." Yu Inger was taken aback. "Did you anticipate my anticipation?" After completing his studies, Fu Chuan was preparing to go to bed when Yu Inger messaged him. "Junior, are you asleep?" "Not yet, senior sister." "What's the matter?" "My second uncle wants to arrange a meeting with you. Is that convenient?" "Professor Hao Ze." Fu Chuan's heart raced. That was his idol. This feeling was akin to a fan being chosen for a meet and greet with their idol. And in that moment, Fu Chuan understood why fans could be so fervent. Now, Fu Chuan was so excited that his fingers trembled, struggling to type. He took several deep breaths to calm his emotions. Through Yu Inger, he arranged to visit Professor Hao Ze's home next Sunday. Fu Chuan bounced excitedly on his bed. He would get to meet his idol so soon. And in a private setting, he had countless thoughts he wished to share with Professor Hao Ze. By the way, such joyful news should first be shared with senior sister Shen. Fu Chuan quickly sent a green bubble message to Shen Shutong, completely unaware that she was the first person he wanted to share his excitement with, rather than anyone else. Shen Shutong quickly replied, "Inger told me. Junior, seize this opportunity. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to reach out to me." "Okay, senior sister." At that moment, Fu Chuan noticed that Shen Shutong had shared a post on her Moments. The content was about a meeting for renowned authors in H City. Upon browsing further, Fu Chuan found that Shen Shutong's Moments were filled with information about the author meeting, with no posts about her daily life. Given her personality, it seemed she was not the type to share her life enthusiastically on social media. In today's society, she could be considered a breath of fresh air. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send a message, "Safe travels," waving goodbye. 10 seconds later, Shen Shutong replied with a selfie. She was wearing a mask on a high-speed train, giving Fu Chuan a yeah gesture, with her ponytail cascading down and her tresses softly resting on her shoulders. She bore an enchanting smile that captivated the heart. Astonished by her beauty, Fu Chuan could not resist saving her photograph in the private album on his phone. Ahem, who wouldn't be enamored by a beauty? In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. "Fu Chuan, could you please solve this problem?" Lost in thought. Fu Chuan was caught off guard by the astute gaze of his mathematics teacher, who summoned him to the blackboard to tackle the question. This was troublesome indeed. Fong Kaiwei wished to offer Fu Chuan a hint, but the mathematical conundrum presented was as daunting as scaling a mountain, akin to the final question on a college entrance exam designed for top students. Powerless, he noted that Fu Chuan had been daydreaming and had not been paying attention to the teacher's explanation. Thus, he was utterly incapable of solving it. To make matters worse, the teacher, now in her 40s and navigating the turbulent waters of menopause, was likely to unleash her ire upon Fu Chuan for his lapse in concentration, which could result in a scathing reprimand. As expected, the teacher pounded her desk, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Students, you are now in your senior year, a pivotal moment in your lives. Even those pursuing the arts should not neglect their academic subjects. Otherwise, a few missed points could cost you your dream university. An everlasting regret." Assuming that Fu Chuan, having not participated in the lesson, would be unable to answer the difficult question, she brazenly used him as a negative example to chastise the other students. Little did she know, Fu Chuan, chalk in hand, scrutinized the problem for a moment before swiftly writing the solution on the blackboard. Take Fu Chuan here, who I have observed for some time. He consistently drifts off during lessons and fails to engage. How can he expect to achieve good grades? Teacher, I have finished. Step aside. The teacher, initially thinking Fu Chuan's answer would be a mere guess, intended to highlight his mistakes. Yet when she beheld the flawless solution he had presented, she was left speechless. It was concise, impeccable, utterly beyond reproach. "Correct. Teacher, may I return to my seat?" "Yes, you may." The teacher's expression turned complex, her breath caught in her throat, stifled by the unexpected turn of events, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon returning to his desk, Fong Kaiwei whispered in awe. Wow, Chuan, you're that brilliant in academics? You could solve this problem? When the teacher explained it, it felt like listening to an alien language. I happened to learn it recently. During a visit to a CAF with Xin Shutong, she had explained a similar problem to Fu Chuan. He recalled that the question had been the finale of his previous math examination, and today, it fortuitously came to his rescue. Otherwise, a mistake would surely have led to punishment. After enduring the day, they finally reached the lunchtime interlude, and with no specialized classes in the afternoon, they were dismissed early. Yet Fu Chuan felt no joy. He was at a loss for what kind of token of appreciation to bring to Professor Hao Zhe. Scrolling through his chat history with the green bubble, he sighed deeply. He had asked Yuinger, who merely suggested he bring along a sample of the student council group photo he had created, assuring him that she would handle everything else. Fu Chuan kept samples of every satisfactory piece he produced, so that was not an issue. However, as an adult, he understood that arriving empty-handed to Professor Hao's home would be quite inappropriate. He couldn't afford anything overly extravagant, but something too cheap would be equally unsuitable. And he was still uncertain about Professor Hao's preferences. How could he leave a lasting impression? His fingers hovered over the chat with Xin Shutong. With no news from Yuinger, he contemplated consulting Xin Shutong but hesitated, sending a message saying, "Are you there?" only to retract it swiftly. Subsequently, Xin Shutong replied, and Fu Chuan feigned a mistake, claiming he had sent it by accident. He realized he couldn't always rely on Senior Shen. Perhaps he should gift an additional piece of his work? But would Professor Hao appreciate it? Just as Fu Chuan wrestled with these thoughts, a familiar notification chimed. "Come up to the rooftop, Junior." Xin Shutong had sent a message. "Senior, you're back?" Fu Chuan replied, slightly taken aback, before making his way to the rooftop on the third floor. As he beheld her silhouette bathed in sunlight, his heart leapt with joy. "Senior." Xin Shutong turned, a bag in her hands, and as she approached, she extended it to Fu Chuan. "Here, Junior." Fu Chuan, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" Xin Shutong smiled softly. "A gift for Professor Hao. He will surely appreciate it." "Ah, Senior, how did you know? When you last messaged me and changed the topic, I guessed you were troubled. Your reasoning is sound. Inger is Professor Hao's niece, and she was welcomed with open arms even when arriving empty-handed. It's best to bring something he likes. This is a rare opportunity." Fu Chuan was taken aback by Xin Shutong's thoughtfulness, which alleviated his pressing dilemma. "How much did this cost, Senior? I'll transfer you the money." "It's not worth much. But Senior, just listen to me, silly Junior." Xin Shutong playfully patted his arm and winked. "This is a strategic investment. I believe you will surely achieve great success. Just remember to acknowledge your senior when you become famous." She then made a gesture of encouragement. "Professor Hao rarely praises anyone, and you are the one I recognize. Seize this opportunity and don't let yourself down, all right? Senior." Fu Chuan felt a warmth in his heart, a wave of gratitude washing over him. "Every time I face difficulties, it's always you who helps me. I truly don't know how to repay your kindness." "How can you say that?" "Huh, didn't I tell you to reach out whenever you're in trouble? Yet here I am, having to guess what's wrong. If I guess incorrectly, wouldn't that waste both our time?" Xin Shutong puffed up her cheeks in playful annoyance, resembling a puffy bun, making her utterly endearing. "Do you understand your mistake?" Realizing how cute she looked when angry, Fu Chuan nodded vigorously. "I understand, Senior, I want to do it again." Xin Shutong playfully punched his arm a few times, her lips curving into a smirk, retaining some of her displeasure. "Let me tell you, I'm still not pacified. You owe me lunch today, barbecue." Fu Chuan readily agreed. "As long as it makes you happy, I'll do anything." "Silly Junior. It seems I've been too good to you. I'm going to make you treat me to a feast." "Hee. You're going to feast on my wallet and still smile, silly." As night fell, Fu Chuan, carrying his backpack and the gift bag Xin Shutong had given him, returned home with a buoyant heart. Just as he intended to sneak upstairs to avoid everyone, a figure emerged from the living room. Upon seeing each other, their expressions mirrored utter disdain. "Where have you been? You're only just getting back." The speaker was Fu Chuan's third sister, Fu Yueqing. With a notoriously foul temper and a straightforward demeanor, Fu Yueqing embodied the essence of a spoiled rich girl, having grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her innocent appearance belied her audacious and reckless nature, making her a classic case of contrasts. Fu Yueqing's profession is that of a middleman, which, as the title suggests, involves receiving budgets and procurement plans from Party A, profiting from the price differences within the budget. Over the years, she has thrived and established her own company. Fu Yueqing is disinclined to remain tethered to a corporate structure. Her nature is wild and unrestrained, craving freedom. Fu Chuan, however, does not regard Fu Yueqing with any semblance of respect. "What business is it of yours?" "What? Repeat that." Fu Yueqing could scarcely believe her ears. How could Fu Chuan dare utter such disrespectful words? This fellow must have had his courage bolstered by some wild beast. If he enjoys meddling in others' affairs so much, perhaps he should concern himself with African refugees. Want to hear more? Fu Chuan obliges. With that, he shouldered past Fu Yueqing and ascended the stairs. Since Fu Chuan's return to the Fu household, every word he has spoken has been laced with vulgarity, profane references to genitalia, parental explosions, and an array of other offensive remarks. Even Fu Linger, who usually remains silent, could no longer tolerate it and rebuked him. Despite her inherently free-spirited nature, Fu Zichen seems incapable of changing, and it disgusts Fu Chuan to no end that they share the same bloodline. Such a lack of refinement is utterly loathsome. Fu Zichen staggered as she was jostled, her anger flaring as she lunged toward Fu Chuan. "You son of a..." "Third sister, what are you doing?" At that moment, Fu Linger descended the stairs, admonishing Fu Zichen. "Eldest sister, that scoundrel Fu Chuan just disrespected me and shoved me. If you don't discipline him, that rascal will surely run amok." Accustomed to her own arrogance, Fu Zichen found it intolerable that her previously submissive brother, who thrived on the charity of the Fu family, had suddenly grown so bold, even daring to assert dominance over her. She felt compelled to teach Fu Chuan a lesson, using him as a punching bag to vent her frustrations. "Fu Chuan, you go first." Fu Chuan didn't even spare Fu Linger or Fu Zichen a glance, leaving with an impassive expression. "Eldest sister, why are you letting that fool off the hook? Be quiet. I implore you, Fu Zichen. You are an adult. Can you not organize your thoughts and speak clearly before you express yourself?" Chapter 36. Senior sister, don't be reckless. Fu Linger felt a headache coming on from Fu Zichen's incessant ranting. If it weren't for the clear DNA test that confirmed their sisterhood, Fu Linger might have thought Fu Zichen was a child their parents had brought home unbeknownst to them. It was one thing to have a foul temper growing up, but it was another to consistently resort to foul language, especially when addressing Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen felt no shame, but Fu Linger was embarrassed. Let us not forget the household is not just comprised of them. There are servants and a housekeeper. How disgraceful it would be if word got out. This is just my temperament, and I cannot change it. "An eldest sister, have you lost your mind? You are defending Fu Chuan against me. Fu, you, Ching. If you don't want to be kicked out by me, shut your mouth." Seeing Fu Linger genuinely angry and feeling the weight of her authority, Fu Zichen shrank back. "Fine, I will go find Brother Zichen." With that, Fu Zichen hurried upstairs. Fu Linger rubbed her temples, utterly perplexed by who Fu Zichen had taken after. Nothing could be done about her. The following day, Fu Chuan descended the stairs carrying a gift bag from Shinshutong, ignoring the family members of the Fu clan who were having breakfast, intent on leaving. Upon witnessing this, Fu Zichen's temper exploded as she flung her chopsticks at Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, you see us and don't even bother to greet us? You think you can just show off?" Cough. Fu Linger coughed heavily. Even Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing found Fu Zichen's language to be quite foul. "Eldest sister, please don't stop me this time. Last night, Fu Zichen had visited Fu Zichen's room to understand the recent events, and it was evident that Fu Chuan had undergone a significant transformation. However, to Fu Zichen, he was still that detestable younger brother, particularly disrespectful to his sisters, even causing Fu Zichen to feel embarrassed. Had it not been for Fu Zichen's firm intervention, Fu Zichen would have already confronted Fu Chuan. This morning, Fu Zichen had planned to attend to important matters and not stoop to Fu Chuan's level, yet Fu Chuan, instead of being reprimanded by her, had audaciously ignored them altogether. Was he not asking for a scolding? Fu Linger spoke coldly. "Fu Zichen, either leave the house and return only after correcting your foul temper, or close your mouth and eat your breakfast obediently. Eldest sister, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider." Fu Zichen's face reddened, her lips quivering. Yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. Eldest sister has truly changed. Just as Brother Zichen had said, due to Fu Chuan's connection with Shinshutong, the Fu group required cooperation with the Shun group to ascend to new heights, prompting Fu Linger to alter her attitude towards Fu Chuan. In the past, even if Fu Linger had grievances against Fu Zichen, she would never have openly criticized her in front of Fu Chuan. She had never regarded Fu Chuan as part of the Fu family. How could she allow Fu Zichen to lose face in front of him? What a fool. Fu Chuan mentally labeled Fu Zichen as he departed without a second thought, with Fu Zichen acting as a shield. Fu Chuan now had a legitimate reason to disregard the Fu family. Fu Zichen lowered his gaze. He had never expected Fu Zichen to inflict any substantial harm on Fu Chuan, who was now favored by Fu Linger. Among the 7 sisters, Fu Zichen was the least liked, and Fu Zichen harbored his own disdain for this uncouth third sister. Yet he still felt the need to maintain a facade of being the dutiful younger brother. After breakfast, Fu Zichen dragged Fu Qingqing and Fu Xinling to vent about Fu Linger's favoritism. "Eldest sister has truly lost her mind. We all agreed to target Fu Chuan, and now she has made me lose face in front of him. Is it really worth it over just the Shin group?" Fu Qingqing sighed softly. "Third sister, eldest sister is not intentionally favoring Fu Chuan. Rather, you must indeed change your temper. Yes, third sister, no matter how many grievances you harbor, at least refrain from using such vulgar language. Can't you speak properly?" Fu Xinling, who prided herself on her grace and elegance, could hardly tolerate Fu Zichen's demeanor, her words laced with barbs. "Second sister, your arm was injured by Fu Chuan, and fifth sister, you were kind enough to prepare a computer room for him. Yet he scorns it, and you still speak for him? Have you all been bewitched by Fu Chuan? Fine, if this is how it is, I can no longer stay in this house. I'm leaving." Fu Zichen was nearly exploding with rage as she stormed out of the Fu household. Fu Qingqing attempted to say something, but was halted by Fu Xinling. Fifth sister, just let it be. If third sister cannot change her temperament, honestly, I do not know how to interact with her anymore. I fear that Fu Yueqing may cause great trouble for the Fu family in the future. Fu Qingqing could only watch with concern as Fu Yueqing left. Fu Chuan boarded a bus, following the navigation to Professor Hao Zei's residence. It was a teacher's apartment located in the most bustling area of City G, complete with facilities, including a kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school, all of which were prestigious institutions in City G, where every square meter was worth tens of thousands. The exterior of the teacher's building had been renovated, but due to its age, an elevator could not be installed. Professor Hao Zei's home was on the 4th floor. Fu Chuan climbed the stairs, pressed the doorbell, and took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Click. The door swung open, revealing the stunningly beautiful face of Yu Inger. Ah, Fu Chuan Jr. Come in, come in. Yu Inger's voice was bright and cheerful, akin to a lark, instantly lifting the spirits of those who heard it. As the best high school in City G, the student council was a small center of power, and Yu Inger had been elected president by a landslide in the voting, showcasing her innate leadership and charm, contrasting greatly with Shen Shutong. Yu Inger is like a warm little sun, an innate presence that naturally draws people closer. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, she is nothing short of a captivating force of nature, which explains why her desk used to be inundated with love letters every single day back in the day. On the other hand, Shen Shutang is akin to a gentle little moon, seemingly aloof and unapproachable, yet upon deeper understanding, one realizes that she possesses the ability to dispel the darkest nights. Much like a solitary full moon in the sky, there exists no more affable presence than this. Gazing at the petite and adorable Yu Inger, who stands at a height of 1.66 meters and is clad in a white dress, Fu Chuan respectfully calls out, Senior Yu. It is amusing to note that this is our first encounter. Fu Chuan, as expected, is as handsome as I imagined. Let's take a selfie first. Cheese. Before Fu Chuan could react, Yu Inger had already pulled him in for a snapshot. Even without making a face, Fu Chuan still looks strikingly handsome in the photo. This is just a candid shot. In reality, Fu Chuan could debut as an artist with his perfect height, looks, and physique. Coupled with years of studying art and a serene detachment from worldly concerns, his aura easily eclipses that of superficial young men. Yu Inger, satisfied, stows away her phone. Okay. I'll send this to Tang Tang later, so she can feel a bit envious. Fu Chuan scratches the back of his head, recalling the photo Shen Shutang had shown him of Yu Inger tied to a bed. Ahem. Shouldn't Fu Chuan advise Yu Inger against such reckless behavior? Chapter 37. Call the police. Fu Chuan has arrived. The cheerful voice of Hao Zei rings out, and without waiting for Yu Inger to introduce him, he lifts her like a chick, completely disregarding the now irritated Yu Ing. Through his glasses, his eyes, rich with experience, fixate on the tall and handsome youth before him. And he nods in satisfaction. Although it is not a matter of personal preference, who does not appreciate the sight of strikingly beautiful individuals? Just Fu Chuan's appearance alone leaves a remarkably favorable impression, even if clad in common attire. Professor Hao. Fu Chuan, suppressing his excitement, presents a gift. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your presence is more than enough. There is no need for gifts, Hao Zei replies. After placing the gift down, he engages Fu Chuan in conversation, discovering that Fu Chuan's creative thought process and philosophy closely resemble his own, not out of a deliberate attempt to curry favor, but rather a genuine journey along the path laid down by Hao Zei, refined through his unique style. Observing Fu Chuan earnestly respond to Hao Zei's academic inquiries, with each statement resonating deeply with him, Hao Zei's admiration for Fu Chuan grows. The two delve into an endless dialogue about art and painting. Meanwhile, Yu Inger, who had originally prepared an array of reasons to recommend Fu Chuan to her uncle, finds her efforts rendered futile. Watching the camaraderie between Hao Zei and Fu Chuan, she muses, goodness, one must wonder whether Fu Chuan is perhaps Hao Zei's nephew. Their bond is more intimate than that of a biological son. Yu Inger has never witnessed such lively exchanges between her cousin and uncle. Feeling somewhat superfluous, she cannot bear the awkwardness any longer. Immediately, she snaps a photo and sends it to Shen Shutang, entering full-on teasing mode. After the playful banter, Yu Inger feels revitalized. Don't worry, Tang Tang. The junior and my uncle are getting along splendidly. I'll head downstairs to the milk tea shop to find you. Shen Shutang is indeed there today, at the milk tea shop downstairs. As Fu Chuan enters the faculty building, Shen Shutang notices him but refrains from greeting him. Instead, she waits for the opportune moment. Shen Shutang is the ultimate trump card. If Professor Hao fails to engage Fu Chuan and Yu Inger cannot assist, she will personally step in to form a powerful alliance to ensure Fu Chuan's success. It seems, however, that Yu Inger and Shen Shutang's assistance is unnecessary. Did I not say that the junior could manage on his own? Yet, deep down, I was genuinely worried. A slight smile curves Yu Inger's lips. It appears that this socially anxious friend of hers has truly developed feelings for the junior, making them the most promising pair. The prospect of indulging in her friend's romantic escapades is simply delightful. When she sees Shen Shutang later, she intends to give her a playful ribbing. Casting another glance at the oblivious Hao Zhe and Fu Chuan, she thinks, well, the bonds between men often leave no room for women. I understand. As Yu Inger prepares to exit, a figure suddenly appears at the door, none other than Fu Yueqing, bearing lavish gifts. Yu Inger subtly furrows her brow. And you are? I am Fu Yueqing, the third daughter of the Fu group, and I have come to pay a visit to Professor Hao today. She introduces herself. Fu Yueqing, when not cursing, presents a deceptively innocent visage. If it were anyone else, they might be easily misled by her first impression, but Yu Inger, seasoned in such encounters, recognizes that Fu Yueqing has not made an appointment and is burdened with numerous gifts. Since Professor Hao is specifically entertaining Fu Chuan today, it is evident that she has come to curry favor with him. Yu Inger politely responds, I'm sorry, but my uncle is currently quite busy and unable to receive visitors. Please come again another time. The unspoken message to leave is clear. However, Fu Yueqing has no intention of retreating. She has attempted to meet Professor Hao several times without success, and hearing his voice, mingled with the familiar sound of Fu Chuan's, piques her curiosity. That voice. It sounds remarkably like that of that brat Fu Chuan. Seeing Fu Yueqing's reluctance to leave, Yu Inger decides to step outside to close the door. Yet, Fu Yueqing swiftly places her hand against the door, forcefully pushing past Yu Inger into the room. Caught off guard, Yu Inger stumbles, hitting her elbow and feeling a sharp pain surge through her senses, causing her to cry out. The commotion naturally draws the attention of Fu Chuan and Hao Zhe. Fu Chuan, what are you doing here? Fu Yueqing, completely taken aback. Never anticipated that Fu Chuan would be connected to Professor Hao. Senior Yu. Fu Chuan rushes over to assess Yu Inger's injury. Are you alright? Yu Inger, her face pale from the pain, shakes her head in response. I'm fine. Yu. Hao Zhe, infuriated, is beside himself. His niece, who has been showered with love and care since childhood, is now being harassed by this uninvited woman and has injured Yu Inger in the process. I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fu Yueqing, the third daughter of the Fu group. I don't care who you are. Hao Zhe declares, pulling out his phone. Hello? Is this 110? A mad woman has barged into my home and injured someone. Please send help immediately. Goodness. Professor Hao. Fu Yueqing exclaims in a panic, instinctively cursing, and just as she attempts to intervene, Fu Chuan firmly restrains her. Apologize, he commands. His crimson eyes glinting like a ravenous wolf, ready to devour Fu Yueqing whole. How dare you demand that of me, you insufferable little brother? Fu Yueqing instinctively wants to retort, incredulous that this brat has the audacity to make such a demand. Yet, confronted with Fu Chuan's piercing gaze, a primal fear wells up within Fu Yueqing. The words die on her lips, as if sensing that refusing to apologize might lead to her demise at his hands. It is a visceral fear that emanates from the depths of her being, an instinctual dread that cannot be resisted. Once Fu Yueqing regains her composure and notices Yu Inger's injury, she finally speaks. I'm sorry. I was too hasty. I truly apologize. It is not that she fears Fu Chuan, but recognizes her own fault. No matter how arrogant Fu Yueqing may be, she would never be foolish enough to cause a scene in someone else's home, particularly in the abode of the esteemed Professor Hao, whom she idolizes. She had come to discuss a significant business deal, hoping to meet her idol, yet here she is, facing the prospect of being delivered to the police. If her sisters were to learn of this debacle, Fu Yueqing would undoubtedly face their wrath. Can you let me go now? In an attempt to demonstrate her fearless attitude towards Fu Chuan, Fu Yueqing glared fiercely back at him, though her wrist felt as if it were on the verge of dislocation, causing her immense pain. No, even if she were to concede defeat to the entire world, Fu Yueqing would rather die than yield to Fu Chuan. She bore the agonizing discomfort, locking her gaze onto Fu Chuan's terrifying eyes. Fu Chuan, calm yourself. Yu Inger, fearing that Fu Chuan might act out in his fury against Fu Yueqing, worried about the situation turning into a case of mutual brawling. After all, Hao Zhe had already called the police. Once they arrived, Fu Yueqing would face the consequences of her actions. Yu Inger forcibly pried Fu Chuan's hand away from Fu Yueqing, who promptly withdrew her hand into her pocket, inwardly gasping in pain while cursing Fu Chuan's ancestors to the heavens. She seemed to forget that they were siblings, sharing the same lineage. Chapter 38. Seizing the opportunity to strike. The police arrived swiftly. Hao Zhe was situated in a key jurisdiction where police resources were abundant. Particularly with someone of Hao Zhe's stature, a call to the police prompted immediate action to eliminate any potential threats. Alongside them was Shen Shutang, waiting downstairs for Yu Inger. Upon seeing two police officers hurriedly ascend to the teaching building, he realized something was amiss and quickly followed. Entering the room, Shen Shutang anxiously looked at Yu Inger. Are you alright? Tang Tang, I'm fine. Yu Inger feigned strength while clutching her arm. Shen Shutang quickly enveloped her in a comforting embrace. The leading middle-aged officer, wearing glasses, approached Hao Zhe, speaking gently. Professor Hao Zhe, what seems to be the issue? Xiao Huang, you're just in time. This woman trespassed into my residence and injured my niece. You must arrest her immediately. Hao Zhe was furious, barely managing to contain his rationality. Officer, I truly didn't mean it. The situation was dire, and I was injured too. It's all his fault. Fu Zichen hastily shifted the blame onto Fu Chuan, casting him a meaningful glance. If Fu Chuan was willing to plead for her, Fu Zichen might consider treating him more favorably next time. Furthermore, getting Fu Chuan to facilitate her business dealings and build a rapport with Professor Hao Ze would be mutually beneficial. She barged in and hurt Senior Yu. I thought she was going to attack Professor Hao Ze, so I intervened. Fu Chuan unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto Fu Zichen, seizing the opportunity to strike when she is vulnerable. What the hell? I never intended to attack Professor Hao Ze. You're framing me. Fu Zichen could no longer maintain her composure, unleashing a torrent of fluent invective at Fu Chuan. Shin Shudong seemed to sense a connection. Fu Zichen appeared to know Fu Chuan, and given they both bore the surname Fu, could there be a familial link? Miss, please come with us to the police station. Officer Huang understood the significant influence Professor Hao Ze wielded in the art world. Fu Yichen's actions warranted a thorough investigation, and they needed to provide Professor Hao Ze with an explanation. He immediately gestured to his subordinates to take Fu Zichen away. I am innocent. Fu Chuan, you wait. I will not let this slide. Be quiet, or I'll put you in handcuffs. Fu Zichen, still cursing, was escorted away by the police. We still require your cooperation for a statement, Professor Hao Ze. Let us go. Tang Tang, I entrust Inger to your care. Shin Shudong nodded in agreement. At the police station, the officers took statements from Hao Ze and Fu Chuan. Based on Inger's medical evaluation, her injuries did not even amount to a minor offense. Should the parties involved refuse to reconcile, they could only detain Fu Zichen for 1 day. Upon hearing about the detention, Fu Zichen exploded. Detain me? Do you know who I am? Go ask about the Fu group. Every person who enters here claims they didn't mean it. If you've done wrong, you must face the consequences. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? Officer Huang slammed his hand on the table. You. Fu Zichen appeared defiant, but internally she was in turmoil. If this incident reached the ears of her elder sisters. Team leader Huang, the family of the suspect has arrived. What did you say? Before Officer Huang could respond, Fu Zichen interjected. For such a trivial matter, why involve my family? If we don't involve your family, how can we secure a guarantee to release you? Officer Huang shot Fu Zichen a disdainful glance, detesting those who leveraged their status without decorum, especially when such a harmless visage belied a treacherous heart. No, don't call them. Let me go. This is illegal detention. Officer Huang ignored Fu Zichen and exited the holding room. Fu Linger and Fu Xinling were anxiously waiting in the police office. Upon seeing Officer Huang approach, Fu Xinling signaled to Fu Linger, the elite lawyer, to take the lead and stepped forward. Officer, I am a lawyer. May I inquire about Fu Zichen's situation? With a lawyer present, Officer Huang detailed the events that transpired. Fu Xinling and Fu Linger were almost driven to madness by Fu Zichen's antics. This reckless third sister of theirs would inevitably stir up trouble, just because things had been relatively peaceful until now did not grant her the right to act brazenly. That was merely others showing the Fu family some favor. Without the Fu family's backing, Fu Zichen would have met her demise countless times over. Now, she dared to create chaos in the home of such a world-renowned artist as Professor Hao Ze, entangling them in a web of complex relationships. Even the Fu group would find themselves in deep trouble. Currently, as the victim is unwilling to reconcile, we can only detain Miss Fu Zichen for 1 day for compensation. She cannot be detained. If this news leaks out, where will the Fu family's dignity go? Officer Huang shrugged. Then you must strive for the victim's understanding. Please, officer, take us to meet Professor Hao Ze. Very well. When Fu Linger and Fu Xinling entered the lounge and saw Professor Hao Ze sitting with Fu Chuan, both were taken aback. What is Fu Chuan doing here? Fu Chuan didn't look at them, soothing Professor Hao Ze's emotions before turning his face away, remaining silent. Professor Hao Ze, I am Fu Linger, the president of the Fu group, and Fu Zichen's elder sister. Fu Linger approached with a sincere demeanor. Although Professor Hao Ze had encountered Fu Linger several times at banquets and admired her beauty and decisiveness, the incident involving Fu Zichen had severely tarnished his impression of the Fu family. It was evident that a family capable of raising such a daughter could not be held in high regard. Professor Hao Ze, my sister indeed made a mistake. We are willing to do everything possible to make amends. I do not require your compensation. My niece is the apple of our family's eye. No one dares let her come to harm. The police have made a decision. I demand her detention for 1 day. Fu Chuan, we are leaving. All right. Hao Ze took Fu Chuan and turned to leave. Please wait a moment, Professor Hao Ze. Fu Xinling stepped in front of him. I've heard that you have an appreciation for Gu Kaiji's nymph of the Luo River. We are willing to present the original as a gesture of apology. Oh, the nymph of the Luo River. I thought the original had fallen into the hands of a collector. I did not expect it to be in your Fu family's possession. Upon observing signs of hesitation in Professor Hao Ze's demeanor, Fu Xinling seized the moment to press her advantage. As long as you are willing to pardon the actions of my younger sister, we are prepared to present you with the authentic artwork. Fu Xinling made such a proposition, primarily to mitigate the influence of Fu Yueqing, and secondly, to find a means to curry favor with Professor Hao. The thought of parting with such a priceless treasure would surely stir the heart of an artist of Hao Zei's caliber. As a world-class master, he undoubtedly possessed numerous resources and connections. While it may be a loss, it pales in comparison to the ramifications of having Fu Yueqing detained for even a single day, which would leave a permanent mark on her record. Fu Chuan was taken aback by Fu Xinling's willingness to trade such a gem for Fu Yueqing's sake. In truth, he found Fu Yueqing's indiscreet and arrogant demeanor quite distasteful, yet he was reluctant to allow her to suffer harm in the eyes of outsiders. Had it been Fu Chuan in this situation, Fu Linger and Fu Xinling would likely have chosen not to intervene at all, leaving him to his fate. After all, they could easily orchestrate his incarceration and then turn the tables, questioning whether he understood the gravity of his mistakes. A chilling indifference mixed with mockery flickered in Fu Chuan's gaze, reflecting the turmoil within Fu Xinling. Suddenly, she felt a pang of discomfort. This was a moment for negotiation with Hao Zei, and as a lawyer, she needed to cast aside any extraneous emotions and present herself as upright and rational, disregarding the implications behind Fu Chuan's piercing gaze. Yet, she resolutely declared, "I refuse." Chapter 39, A Promise to Bind Us for a Century. In an instant, Hao Zei's countenance shifted. The flicker of hope in Fu Xinling's heart was extinguished. "Professor Hao, the one who ought to seek forgiveness is not me, but my niece. If Yu Inger does not grant her pardon, not even the emperor himself could sway her." Seeing that Hao Zei remained unmoved by threats or persuasion, Fu Linger could only exchange glances with Fu Chuan. Although she was unaware of how Fu Chuan had come to be in Hao Zei's presence, he could not remain a mere bystander. As a member of the Fu family, he should understand the principle that their fates were intertwined. Now was the time for Fu Chuan to demonstrate his worth. However, Fu Chuan completely disregarded Fu Linger, following Hao Zei out instead. Remaining there to witness Fu Linger and Fu Xinling's moral coercion was repugnant to him. Fu Linger and Fu Xinling could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. They could not openly reveal Fu Chuan's true identity. The consequences if Fu Zichen found out would be dire. Big sister, how did Fu Chuan become involved with Professor Hao? Fu Xinling could not contain her curiosity. This brother, who had always prioritized the Fu family, had seemingly transformed into a different person since the day Fu Linger had personally brought him to the police station. He no longer cared for the Fu family and had even formed a connection with Shen Shudong and Hao Zei. How was that possible? They were not individuals of Fu Chuan's standing. "I do not know, little sister. You stay here and see if you can prevent our sister from being detained. I must return to the company to prepare for the potential fallout. If news of Fu Yueqing's incident spreads, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the president of the Fu group, I must be ready for anything." Understood. Fu Chuan accompanied Hao Zei back to the faculty building. Yu Inger had already been taken to the hospital by Shen Shudong to tend to her injuries. The doctor assured them that it was merely a bruise. Nothing serious, just some ointment and a bandage, with instructions to keep it dry. "I never expected such a situation today, Fu Chuan. Next time you come to my house, we shall have a proper conversation." Of course. Before parting, Hao Zei took the initiative to exchange contact information with Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan hurried to the hospital, where he happened upon Shen Shudong and Yu Inger exiting. "Oh dear, Tang Tang, am I truly that precious? Must I undergo a full checkup? How exaggerated," Yu Inger exclaimed, spotting Fu Chuan and instantly retreating behind him. "Junior, save me. Calling on a junior for help is futile. Money is trivial, but your health is paramount, understand?" "Oh, the doctor already said it's unnecessary. Just a minor injury. I must take my leave now." Bei seizing the opportunity, Yu Inger made a hasty exit. If Shen Shudong caught her, she would likely face a thorough examination and end up spending the entire day at the hospital. "Sorry, senior." Fu Chuan lowered his gaze, a flicker of resentment passing through his eyes. This resentment stemmed not from concern for the Fu family, but from the harm they had inflicted upon those who cared for him. "Junior, this is not your fault. Why apologize?" Fu Chuan parted his lips, seemingly wanting to articulate something, yet the words remained unspoken. He instinctively resisted the notion of being bound to the Fu family, who prioritized self-interest above all, neglecting their own flesh and blood, and even harming Senior Yu. At this moment, Fu Chuan yearned for liberation from the Fu family, even for the sake of his future. He could no longer endure. He aspired to sever ties with the Fu family and formally establish a contract of disassociation. Just after his rebirth, with no money or confidence, he felt compelled to endure and turn a blind eye. Now, thanks to Shen Shutong's assistance, Fu Chuan finally had the opportunity to extricate himself. Gazing at the concerned expression on the young woman's face, Fu Chuan inhaled deeply. In his heart, Shen Shutong was a trustworthy presence. Without her, he would have no means to leave, the opportunity to work with Picasso, the chance to meet his idol, and the part-time job that aligned with his greatest needs. All were gifts from Shen Shutong. "Senior, actually, my relationship with the Fu family." "Shoo." Shen Shutong abruptly placed a finger over Fu Chuan's lips. "Thank you for your willingness to be candid, Junior. If it's something that burdens you, perhaps it's best left unsaid. Senior, while I may feel sorrow, I do not wish to conceal anything from you." Junior, a secret, in my eyes, signifies an exchange. If you share yours, I wish to share mine in return. We are equals. It cannot be that only I know your secret while I must keep mine hidden. I am still contemplating. As she spoke, an uncontrollable sadness flickered in Shin Shutong's eyes, even as she wore a smile tinged with bitterness. Fu Chuan, having known Shin Shutong for only a short time, sensed that she harbored undisclosed secrets beneath her seemingly flawless exterior. Despite her success and the envy of many, she exhibited signs of mild social anxiety, aloofness, and an aversion to interacting with strangers. These traits reflected her sensitivity to the world around her. Senior, whenever I become the man you deem worthy of your trust, I will be a loyal listener, ever by your side. The brightness in the youth's eyes stirred something deep within Shin Shutong, creating ripples of emotion. She bit her lip, then extended her pinky finger. Yes, this is a promise. Their pinkies intertwined. Fu Chuan's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, a promise to bind us for a century, never to change. A faint smile graced Shin Shutong's lips as she retreated a couple of steps, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the sky outside the hospital. Junior, is there still time? Though today has been disheartening, I do not wish to return home just yet. How coincidental. I feel the same. Fu Chuan had resolved. It was time to seek housing beyond the confines of the school. Chapter 40. To treat someone well requires no justification. In order to effectively silence the Fu family's incessant chatter, Fu Chuan knew he must devise a comprehensive strategy. He could harbor no expectations regarding the Fu family's unscrupulous actions, particularly considering that Fu Qingqing was a teacher at G City No. 1 High School. This woman had exhibited a chilling indifference towards Fu Chuan in her past life. And now, she had seemingly transformed. Should Fu Chuan sever ties, inciting her wrath and potentially leading her to retaliate against him, it would complicate matters if he were unable to independently enroll in school. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had irrevocably ruined his own existence for the sake of the Fu family. Now, granted the opportunity to be reborn, Fu Chuan finds himself unable to alter the blood that courses through his veins. However, he is resolute that this time, his life must change. There can be no more unforeseen mishaps. As Fu Chuan strolls along the riverbank with Shin Shutong, he observes many individuals across the lawn flying kites. Shin Shutong halts for a moment, suddenly turning to regard the pensive Fu Chuan. Junior, I wish to make another promise with you. Fu Chuan, barely returning to the present, replies, Huh. Shin Shutong steps before him, firmly taking his hand, their pinkies entwined. If you encounter trouble, you must seek your senior's assistance. Fu Chuan offers a slight smile. It seems that was mentioned by you on the rooftop. You are a boy after all. Possessing a certain pride that makes you reluctant to bow to a girl, a little assurance wouldn't hurt. Why are you so kind to me, senior? Fu Chuan could not suppress the question that had long lingered in his heart. How could such a distant and noble girl pay attention to a grain of sand so ordinary as he? With her right index finger poking her cheek, Shin Shutong tilts her head, a playful glimmer in her eyes. If I say it is because you are handsome, would that make you happy? Fu Chuan chuckles. That would indeed bring me joy. In truth, kindness towards someone requires no justification. It is simply a matter of wanting to be good to them. Shin Shutong rises on her toes, playfully tugging at Fu Chuan's cheeks, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Is it really so hard to understand such a simple truth? Silly Junior, having you by my side is truly wonderful. Indeed, being good to someone needs no reason, and being unkind even less so. Just as the chance encounter with Shin Shutong became the moonlight that redeems Fu Chuan's life, those connected by blood to Fu Chuan, his own family, would seemingly wish for him to descend into hell. Fu Chuan earnestly prays that in this life, he will have the opportunity to stand alongside his senior, safeguarding this girl. As night falls, Fu Chuan returns to the Fu residence. With each step, his body resists, and the very air of the Fu household fills him with revulsion. He contemplates ascending the stairs without a word, but alas, someone hears his footsteps and rushes to confront him. It is the scheming Fu Zichen, brother Fu Chuan. The situation is not as you described, is it? No matter what, third sister could never intentionally harm anyone. Precisely so. Fu Chuan's cold and unfeeling words cut off Fu Zichen's protest. Fu Zichen secretly rejoices, eager for Fu Chuan to retaliate, as this would unite the Fu family against him. Recently, their attitudes towards Fu Chuan have become increasingly peculiar. Even though they continue to dote on Fu Zichen as always, Fu Zichen senses this is not a good omen. He must find a way to ensure they regard Fu Chuan with indifference once more. Fu Chuan, regardless of the circumstances, Fu Yiqing is still your third sister. You carry the blood of the Fu family. You clearly know Professor Hao Ze. Why didn't you speak up for her when she was misunderstood? Must you let her be imprisoned and left with a stain on her record? Fu Xinling strides into the room, glaring at Fu Chuan. Because she deserves it. You, faced with Fu Chuan's indifferent demeanor. Fu Xinling instinctively recalls the contemptuous gaze Fu Chuan had cast upon her at the police station earlier that afternoon. Not wishing to engage in a fierce confrontation, she struggles to maintain her composure. You've been back in the Fu family for 3 years. You should know that third sister has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Although her words may be harsh, we are all connected as one family. Fu Chuan interrupts her with a derisive laugh. Fu Xinling, what are you pretending for? What do you mean I'm pretending? And besides, this is our home. Shouldn't you call me second sister? Fu Xinling is inexplicably averse to Fu Chuan addressing her by name. She used to be infuriated when Fu Chuan referred to her as sister, but now she finds herself perplexed by the shift in her feelings. In the Fu family, Fu Zichen is the most neglected. Everyone disdains her, and she speaks her mind with reckless abandon, especially you, Fu Xinling. Of course, she cannot compare to me, the family outcast who is sent to the police station for the slightest misstep. Fu Chuan had originally intended to keep up the facade until after the college entrance examination. But now, with such events unfolding, he categorically refuses to assist Fu Zichen in tormenting Yu Yinger. The Fu family will undoubtedly use this incident against him, so he might as well lay everything bare. At worst, he can move out of the Fu residence. Fu Chuan, you are slandering me. Me? Slander? Yes. You despise Fu Zichen, yet deep down, you still regard her as a sister. She harmed Sister Yu and caused a ruckus at Professor Hao's house, resulting in her detention for a day. You were willing to offer priceless treasures to negotiate with Professor Hao. Yet when I was sent to the police station and refused to bow my head, I am forever stained. All thanks to you. That is what I call slander. In the past, Fu Xinling could boldly declare that Fu Chuan, an outsider, had no standing to compare himself to Fu Zichen. Although Fu Xinling detests Fu Zichen's foul mouth, she has grown up alongside her, and they are bound by blood. This time, Fu Xinling cannot bring herself to voice her thoughts. Fu Chuan will not coddle her. He will indeed move out of the Fu residence. Second sister, Fu Chuan, please stop arguing. Fu Zichen promptly intervenes, feigning a weak and helpless demeanor, while inwardly reveling at the prospect of bloodshed. He yearns to see Fu Chuan humiliated and expelled from the Fu household, thus securing his own status. Second sister, where has your fighting spirit gone? Hurry and confront Fu Chuan. To Zichen's surprise, Fu Xinling indeed takes the bait. Never mind, I'm too lazy to argue with you. With that, she turns and strides into the living room, leaving a stunned Fu Zichen in her wake. Is that it? Second sister, weren't you supposed to be strong? Why have you suddenly become a different person? Shouldn't you be berating Fu Chuan? Fu Chuan ignores him and ascends the stairs, catching sight of Fu Qingqing, whose expression is complicated. Spit it out if you have something to say. Fu Chuan's voice is cold and cutting, sending a jolt through Fu Qingqing's heart. She had promised herself not to be disturbed by Fu Chuan, yet now, his disrespect renders her utterly aggrieved. Fu Chuan, can you at least be reasonable? This has nothing to do with me. Get lost. Fu Chuan utters these words without a shred of remorse, merely reciting the past actions of the Fu family towards him. What? Is that too much to bear? Huh. With Fu Zichen's return, the fuse of Fu Chuan's temper has been lit. He no longer cares. If they truly wish to cast him out of the Fu family in a fit of rage, he will gladly take the opportunity to sever ties and move out. His earlier forbearance stemmed from a desire for peaceful coexistence with the Fu family. Fu Chuan will not play the sycophant or seek their approval. They would prefer to maintain the status quo and navigate their final year of high school smoothly. Now, they have crossed Fu Chuan's threshold, and he will no longer acquiesce. Chapter 41. Fu Ling faints. How can you speak to me like this? I am your fifth sister. Fu Qingqing, is this not what you desired? You speak so sweetly, but have you ever regarded me as a brother? In my heart, you are nothing now. It is as though a thunderclap has struck Fu Qingqing, for Fu Chuan has never expressed such callous words to her before. Today, he has done so with such indifference, as if he were eager to sever ties with the Fu family entirely. Fu Chuan pays no heed to the stunned Fu Qingqing, striding directly to his room. As the door closed with a resounding thud, Fu Qingqing was jolted back to reality. Is this what I truly wished for? Indeed, this was my desire. So why does it feel so painful? Why? Fu Qingqing should be elated, should smile. Yes, smile. For Fu Chuan would no longer pester her like a lovesick fool. Yet, at this moment, her smile appeared far more grotesque than her tears. Meanwhile, Fu Linger faced her greatest fear as the news broke regarding Fu Zichen's unauthorized intrusion into Professor Hao's residence, resulting in harm to his niece. Fortunately, the public relations department of the Fu Corporation was swift and efficient, immediately employing resources to suppress the trending topic while diverting attention with gossip about some popular celebrities. Several major companies were vying alongside the Fu Corporation for collaboration rights with the Shin Corporation. Such negative news could not be allowed to jeopardize their partnership before it was secured. As Fu Linger worked tirelessly to mitigate the fallout from Fu Zichen's actions, she couldn't help but feel regret. Had she known that Fu Chuan would become entangled with Shin Shutong, she would have treated him with greater kindness from the outset. Now, Fu Chuan had become impervious to persuasion, refusing to advocate for Fu Zichen even in her detention. How could she convince him to court Shin Shutong on behalf of the Fu family? After a night spent addressing the repercussions of Fu Zichen's misdeeds, Fu Linger returned home at 6 in the morning, just as dawn began to break. The butler, having received an early call, had prepared a nourishing breakfast to replenish her energy, ensuring she could rest well before returning to the office. As she sat down to eat, Fu Chuan descended the stairs. Fu Chuan, come join me for breakfast, she urged. I have no appetite, he replied, grabbing his backpack and making to leave. Fu Linger bit her lip in frustration, immediately rising to intercept him. Fu Chuan regarded her with a cold stare. Rest assured, Fu Chuan, I do not intend to blame you for yesterday's events. Indeed, my sister's actions were excessive. Your refusal to plead for her is entirely justified. Fu Linger, your approval of my actions is no longer necessary. Suppressing her rising anger, Fu Linger, who usually commanded authority as the eldest sister, found it disconcerting that her brother would defy her so openly. She maintained her composure and said, I understand you harbor a great deal of resentment. Let us sit down and discuss this properly. There is nothing to discuss. I hold no resentment. Having never expected anything from you, I feel no disappointment. I plan to move out of the Fu household and find a place to stay off campus. Move out of the Fu household? Fu Linger exclaimed in disbelief. Fu Chuan smirked icily. What is there to be surprised about? Haven't you all longed to rid yourselves of me? I was once tenaciously clinging on, but now, as you wished, you should be pleased. Where will you find the money to rent a place? How will you manage living expenses? You need not concern yourselves with that. I am capable and will not starve. Once I find a place, I will leave the Fu household at once. Indeed, as Fu Chuan stated, his departure would have once pleased Fu Linger immensely, preventing any further disturbances to Fu Zichen. However, with Fu Chuan now needed to curry favor with Sun Shutong to secure the collaboration with the Shin Corporation. She could not allow him to leave so easily. With an authoritative tone befitting the eldest sister, she declared, I forbid you to leave the Fu household. Why? Are you not afraid that my mere presence might trigger your precious Zichen's affliction and lead him to an early demise? Fu Chuan, regardless of your circumstances, you are still my brother. After so long in search of you, you cannot simply walk away. Wouldn't he that reflect poorly on the Fu family for having mistreated you? It would be utterly shameful. Fu Chuan could no longer contain his laughter. Fu Linger recognized the absurdity of her words. Only recently had she sent him to the police station for Fu Zichen's sake. Now, faced with Fu Chuan's derision, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Remaining in the Fu household only invites conflict. Moving out would be beneficial for everyone. You wouldn't have to endure my presence, and I wouldn't have to witness your distress. Fu Chuan was not pleading with Fu Linger. He was merely stating a fact. With no authority left to command him, she could only watch helplessly as he walked away. Now unshackled by familial ties, how could Fu Linger enforce her will upon him? Was she to bind him with a rope to keep him within the Fu household? Such an action would be utterly futile. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Fu Linger's head, compelling her to clutch her temples and cry out in agony. Hearing the commotion, the butler hurried to her side, finding her collapsed on the floor like a kite severed from its string. Miss, on bus 765. Shin Shutong approached with a light step and immediately spotted Fu Chuan sitting by the window. She removed her headphones and walked over. Junior. Senior. Once Shin Shutong settled beside Fu Chuan, he quietly inquired, Are you feeling better, Yushuejia? Why such concern for her? Why not ask her directly? Shin Shutong failed to notice the subtle bitterness in her seemingly playful tone. Fu Chuan lowered his gaze. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Good to hear. What about you? Do you have anything troubling you? Would you like to seek help from your senior? Shin Shutong perceptibly sensed Fu Chuan's unease. Senior. Fu Chuan pondered briefly before deciding to confide. I want to move closer to school. Finding a place isn't too difficult. But I need to go through the application process with the teachers without Shin Shutong's endorsement. Acquiring the necessary application for off-campus housing would be an insurmountable challenge for Fu Chuan. G-City No. 1 High School was unlike other institutions. Unless one had a specified off-campus residence, students were required to live on campus for their safety and academic focus. The scrutiny was especially stringent for third-year students. And since Fu Chuan had only recently joined, the school had not provided him with a dormitory, leaving him to seek housing externally. Fu Chuan could no longer endure life in the Fu household. He was reluctant to forcefully sever ties, not wishing to burden the Fu family during his final year of preparation for the college entrance examination. Moving out would spare him the discomfort of encountering their insincere smiles. It was bewildering how Fu Linger and the others had suddenly begun to regret their wish for his departure, merely because he refused to remain their loyal sycophant. Chapter 42. The junior is well-behaved and obedient. Noticing Shin Shutong's silence, Fu Chuan worried he might have put her in a difficult position and quickly added, If you think it's unfeasible, then it's fine. The junior is indeed well-behaved and obedient. Shin Shutong affectionately ruffled Fu Chuan's hair. Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is the mark of a good child. Was Shin Shutong treating him like a child? How vexing. Fu Chuan felt an inexplicable urge to assert his maturity before her. Shin Shutong made an okay gesture. I'll take care of this. Don't you want to know why? In his most crucial year of senior high, the decision to move out and reside near the school, while requiring assistance from others, was a sorrowful circumstance. Was there really no need for further inquiry? Shin Shutong's tone softened, contrasting sharply with her earlier brightness. As an undeniable wave of sadness washed over her, Fu Chuan's breath hitched. He seemed to comprehend the hidden sorrow veiled beneath Shin Shutong's exterior. Could it be that she, too, shared a similar plight? In that fleeting moment, their two wounded hearts, entwined by loneliness, drew inexplicably closer together. Fu Chuan recalled a line from the Dragon Tribe series, uttered by Wei Li. "We are all little monsters, destined to be vanquished by the righteous Ultraman one day." Though they appeared to be ordinary individuals, they were, in fact, ostracized by those they held dear. At the very least, the little monsters gathered around the campfire can warm one another and provide mutual protection. Upon entering the classroom, Fu Chuan was immediately greeted with enthusiasm by Fong Kaiwei. "Chuan Go. Kaiwei, I have something to ask you. Do you know of any affordable rental places near the school?" "Oh, you've come to the right person," Fong Kaiwei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "I have a property available for rent near the school, in the Xianan community. It's close to campus, has a pleasant environment, is tranquil, and conveniently located for food and amenities." "Xianan community? Wouldn't that be too expensive?" Fu Chuan inquired. "It is a bit pricey, but there are 2 rooms shared with others, and the smallest room is available. The current tenants hardly ever stay there. I can check if they still need someone. If you're interested, the total monthly expenses, including utilities, would be around 600. 600 sounds reasonable. To secure a place in Xianan community for merely 600 is practically a steal, especially in the bustling heart of G City, a boon for nearby students. For Fu Chuan, having a place to sleep suffices. Even a small room rejected by the family servants would be a significant improvement, and it's hard to imagine conditions being worse. His only concern was whether the current tenants would accept him, lest he be forced to search for another place. During class, an unexpected announcement came through. Fu Qingqing had taken a leave of absence due to a personal matter, and afternoon classes were cancelled. Fu Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. What could compel Fu Qingqing to take a leave? If it were to pick up Fu Yueqing, she wouldn't need to take a special leave. Never mind. It wasn't his concern. This turn of events afforded Fu Chuan the opportunity to seek suitable housing outside of school. With his income from taking orders for Picasso and a part-time job yielding 2,000, living frugally during his senior year was manageable. After all, he had survived the harshness of the Fu family before. Now, life was merely a bit challenging, but at least he was no longer subjected to their emotional oppression. After school, as Fu Chuan exited the gates, he intended to search for cheaper rental options when a voice, filled with seething anger, pierced the air from his left. "Fu Chuan." Turning around, he was met with the sight of Fu Yueqing, her face contorted in distress. He couldn't help but click his tongue in irritation. Why wouldn't she just disappear? He pondered why Fu Yueqing hadn't been sentenced to life imprisonment. Each member of the Fu family was repugnant to him, but this unabashed Fu Yueqing was the worst of them all. The mere sight of this so-called third sister made him feel nauseated. Having just been released from the police station, Fu Yueqing found herself abandoned, with no one from the Fu family to pick her up. An overwhelming fear of abandonment flooded her heart. Even she was terrified now. Given her character, she had always been the least favored in the Fu household. And if Fu Linger and the others were disappointed in her, she might find herself utterly forsaken. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yueqing approached Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, I have something to ask of you." The words tumbled from her mouth with reluctance, as if someone were forcing her at gunpoint to plead with him. "I'm busy." Fu Chuan responded coldly, already guessing what Fu Yueqing wanted. How could this woman be so shameless? Fu Yueqing's lips twitched in frustration, her mind racing with indignation. How dare he? To avoid disappointing her elder sisters and becoming a nonentity in the Fu family, she clenched her fists tightly. "If you help me, I can acknowledge you as my brother." Surely that's enough. Fu Chuan couldn't suppress a laugh. What delusion made Fu Yueqing think he would care about her sisters? Observing her unwillingness, as if bestowing him a rare mercy, Fu Chuan felt as though he were gazing into a mirror reflecting his past, a past where he had humiliated himself. Begging like a sycophant before Fu Yueqing. The pain. It was too excruciating. "Fu Chuan, stop smiling foolishly and help me explain to Professor Hauser. If necessary, go to him and kneel. Just ensure he tells my sister that this matter is resolved. Why don't you kneel yourself if you enjoy begging so much?" Fu Chuan interrupted her sharply, gesturing dismissively before turning away. "What do you mean by that, Fu Chuan? Didn't you love kneeling before others for my sake? I've offered you such a generous deal, and you dare insult me." Fu Yueqing's words were like a death knell, reminding Fu Chuan of his past humiliations. Fu Chuan had discarded his dignity, seeking merely a trace of acknowledgement from his blood relatives, only to become a tool for their ruthless manipulation. Students passing by stopped to watch the spectacle, whispering among themselves. Fu Chuan had developed a close relationship with the school beauty, Shin Shutong, and his handsome appearance coupled with his artistic studies had inadvertently made him a figure of prominence at G City No. 1 High School. Now, with Fu Yueqing causing a scene at the school gates, her loud declarations about Fu Chuan once begging on her behalf only added to the spectacle. "What are you doing?" The security personnel at G City No. 1 High School swiftly intervened upon seeing a student being harassed by an outsider. "How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? Get away!" Fu Yueqing shouted like a madwoman, striking out at the approaching security guards. Faced with her uncontrollable frenzy, they had no choice but to forcibly restrain her. Fu Chuan had long since slipped away. Fu Yueqing's chaos at G City No. 1 High School was fortuitous. The more trouble she stirred, the more it would burden Fu Linger and the others. thus sparing Fu Chuan from their scrutiny, allowing him to revel in his newfound freedom. Although Fu Yueqing's antics might affect him slightly, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. He had endured enough disdain, indifference, and discrimination throughout his life to be immune to the judgment of others. Had he cared about their opinions, he might have taken his own life long ago. An hour later, at the Kangha Private Hospital, a subsidiary of the Fu Group, Fu Linger slowly regained consciousness in a lavish room. As she opened her eyes, her awareness returned, but a piercing pain throbbed in her head. Fu Linger could not suppress a cry of agony. "Elder sister, doctor, come quickly. The elder sister is awake." The doctor hurriedly entered to examine Fu Linger, administering pain relief to alleviate her headache. Fu Qingqing pulled the doctor aside, her voice laced with concern. "Doctor, how is my sister's condition?" "Alas, headaches can be influenced by myriad factors, especially for someone like the president. Sometimes, MRI scans yield no results. It may be fine until it suddenly flares up, leaving one in excruciating pain. I can only do my utmost." The doctor was cautious not to make any promises, acknowledging the limitations of modern medicine. Despite advancements, humanity had yet to master even 1/10 of diseases, with 9/10 remaining unsolvable. Headaches and dizziness were particularly challenging, and the mainstream medications given to Fu Linger had proven ineffective, instead burdening her body. "Miss Fu Qingqing, didn't the president's headaches improve significantly before? There hadn't been a recurrence for a while. Did something trigger this sudden severity?" Fu Qingqing's expression darkened. She had heard from the housekeeper that Fu Linger's headache had stemmed from an argument with Fu Chuan regarding his decision to move out of the Fu household. However, she couldn't fathom that Fu Linger would be so affected by such a trivial matter. In Fu Linger's eyes, Fu Chuan hardly held any significance. If anyone were to cause disappointment, it would surely be Fu Yueqing, who had proven herself to be utterly useless. And there was one more crucial factor. Once, Fu Linger had long suffered from persistent headaches that remained unremedied until Fu Chuan, masquerading as Fu Zichen, provided her with therapeutic massages, which gradually alleviated her afflictions. However, since Fu Chuan's transformation, he no longer assumed Fu Zichen's identity to attend to her. Upon reflection, it had been nearly a month since this change, and the underlying circumstances had culminated in a resurgence of Fu Linger's headaches. "Doctor, may I inquire if traditional Chinese massage can alleviate my elder sister's condition? We have explored various remedies from both traditional Chinese and Western medicine for the president, yet none have proven effective. Nevertheless, I am open to the possibility that skilled practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine might provide some relief for her headaches." "I understand." When Fu Qingqing returned to the ward, Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen stood anxiously by Fu Linger's bedside. The intensity of her pain had diminished, and she offered a reassuring smile to her younger siblings. "I am fine. Please don't disclose this to anyone else." Fu Xinling shook her head. "No, I haven't." As Fu Qingqing entered, Fu Zichen rose to inquire, "Elder sister, what did the doctor say?" Fu Qingqing remained silent. It was an old ailment. What more could be said? Fu Linger had come to terms with her condition after years of enduring it and attempting countless remedies, ultimately concluding that modern medicine could not cure her headaches. Curiously, her headaches had inexplicably ceased to manifest a year prior, coinciding with Fu Zichen's regular massages. Now, having not sought Fu Zichen's assistance for a month, Fu Linger recalled how he would proactively suggest preparations, ensuring the aroma of calming incense filled their home's moxibustion room, gently massaging her while she was in a drowsy state. This combination had indeed prevented her headaches from recurring. Yet, with Fu Chuan's sudden shift and the ensuing turmoil within the Fu family, Fu Linger had forgotten about those treatments. Contemplating this, Fu Linger turned to Fu Zichen. "Zichen, could you help me with a massage?" Fu Zichen, caught off guard, froze momentarily. Fu Qingqing, aware that it was Fu Chuan who had previously provided the massages, feared that if this continued, the truth would be unveiled, putting Fu Zichen in an awkward position. Just as she contemplated interjecting to alleviate the tension, Fu Xinling's phone rang. After pressing the answer key and exchanging a few words, Fu Xinling's eyes betrayed her simmering anger as she uttered, "I understand," before abruptly ending the call. "What has happened?" Fu Linger inquired. "Just some work-related matters, elder sister." "Go on," Fu Linger encouraged, her gaze urging Fu Xinling to leave. With a nod, Fu Xinling was about to exit when Fu Qingqing spoke up. "Zichen, I can look after elder sister. You may leave as well." "All right, elder sister, fifth sister. Please take care of yourselves." Typically eager to impress his sisters, Fu Zichen hesitated. If Fu Linger continued to request massages from him, it would undoubtedly reveal that his technique differed from Fu Chuan's. Better to maintain the ruse as long as possible. Once Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen departed, Fu Linger turned to Fu Qingqing. "Fifth sister, please speak your mind. It seems I cannot keep this from elder sister any longer." Fu Qingqing had initially wished to remain silent, but the situation was no longer sustainable. Fu Linger had already sensed the significance of Fu Chuan's massages in alleviating her headaches, and she would inevitably seek Fu Zichen's assistance. When the truth emerged, it would be all the more humiliating. Consequently, Fu Qingqing revealed everything to Fu Linger. As anticipated, Fu Linger's complexion paled upon hearing the revelation. Are you saying that the person who has been helping me with massages for the past year was not Zichen, but Fu Chuan? Fu Qingqing remained silent. Why has Fu Chuan never mentioned this? Fu Linger clenched her fists, distressed by the current strain in her relationship with Fu Chuan. What if he refused to assist her with her headaches? Perhaps Fu Chuan believed that revealing this would mean the end of her requests for his massages, given that they had previously pressured him to withdraw, creating a situation fraught with dislike. Fu Qingqing's heart ached with bitterness as she uttered these words. How did things come to this? Perhaps it was merely the consequences of their own actions. Fu Qingqing was torn between cherishing Fu Chuan's talent and growing accustomed to his servile attempts to please them. Whenever Fu Chuan resorted to the same tactics he had once employed with his sisters against Fu Qingqing, she felt an uncontrollable sense of grievance. How painful it was. Was this how Fu Chuan had felt in the past, now that she had lost him? Fu Qingqing truly regretted her actions and began to wish for a chance to cherish Fu Chuan. Yet, Fu Chuan would not grant her that opportunity. His heart was hardened, having reached the point of wanting to leave the Fu family entirely. Has Fu Chuan lost his mind? How could I possibly refuse his massages when they genuinely relieve my headaches? Initially, Fu Linger had not given it much thought, and over the past year, she had nearly forgotten the tormentor of her suffering. Yet now, with the resurgence of her affliction, she recognized Fu Chuan's massages as her lifeline. Grabbing her phone, she dialed Fu Chuan, her heart fervently pleading, Fu Chuan, please answer. Come and treat my headaches. As long as Fu Chuan could alleviate her headaches, she could acknowledge him as a valuable brother and accept him as part of the Fu family. However, the response was disheartening. The number you have dialed is unreachable. Please try again later. Chapter 44, The White Moonlight of My Heart. Fu Linger attempted to call several more times, but the outcome remained unchanged. Was Fu Chuan experiencing poor signal reception? Fu Qingqing recalled that her own attempts to contact Fu Chuan had yielded similar results. In this modern age, with so many signal towers, how could a student like Fu Chuan be in an area with poor coverage? Could it be that he had blocked their numbers? Exchanging glances, Fu Qingqing and Fu Linger shared a moment of realization. They felt like clowns. The laughter of their past disdain for Fu Chuan now echoing back at them in a different guise. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was drenched in sweat, searching for accommodation near the school. He had to buy a large bottle of iced spring water from a convenience store, downing half of it in one go. Finding a suitable place was proving to be quite arduous. Without exception, the prices were exorbitant. After all, G-City No. 1 high school was situated in the most bustling area of G-City. A small studio apartment was already priced at 2,000 yuan, rivaling the rents in the most extravagant parts of the city. Applying for off-campus housing at G-City No. 1 high school mandated residing in proximity to the school. While there were subsidies for on-campus living, the application process was slow, and there were no spare beds available for Fu Chuan. For many affluent students attending G-City No. 1 high school, this was no hassle. They could rent the finest accommodations nearby, or their parents had already purchased properties there. For Fu Chuan, however, every penny was a struggle. As the rain fell all night, my love overflowed like the rainwater. The phone rang, and seeing that it was Fong Kaiwei calling, Fu Chuan answered. Kaiwei, what's the update? I've shared your number with them. They will add you to the group for further communication. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Chuan's phone chimed with a notification. Last night, the rain fell softly and the wind blew. Fu Chuan paused, slightly taken aback. Upon entering the group, he noticed 2 members named last night. The rain fell softly, and the wine from last night still lingers. Sister Shun, Sister Yu, is that you? Wow. It's actually a junior. Yu Inger was the first to respond, sending a meme of you are too beautiful. Guessed it. Shin Shutong simply sent 3 words. A student from G-City No. 1 high school suddenly needed to share a rental. It was already November. Students should have resolved their accommodation matters by now. Coupled with the favor that Fu Chuan had asked of Shin Shutong today, it was highly plausible that it was indeed Fu Chuan, which was also the reason Shin Shutong was willing to converse with him. Otherwise, she would have simply paid and declined. Shun, and you were sharing a rental in the Nguyen community? Fu Chuan couldn't help but ponder how Fong Kaiwei would feel knowing that the goddess he admired, Yu, was living in an apartment under his own property. Yu Inger, I can solve this problem. I rented it last year and didn't expect there to be a small room left. How unfortunate. She sent a meme of a scholar looking distressed. Shin Shutong, I've inquired, and the price offered to you is quite reasonable. You should go ahead and rent it, Junior. Also, your rental application has been approved. Fu Chuan, no way. You 2 girls sharing a place is quite inconvenient. Yu Inger, oh, that apartment is barely lived in, just still rented. It's just that Shin Shutong is unaware. Shin Shutong, I hardly stayed there. I merely paid to keep it as a backup. You can rest assured to rent it, Junior. For both Yu Inger and Shin Shutong, it was just a small sum of money. This rental space held cherished memories from their previous cohabitation, lingering on even before Shin Shutong had officially graduated from G-City No. 1 high school. For Fu Chuan, securing such a delightful living space for 600 yuan felt like a windfall, alleviating his immediate concerns. All right, I'll go take a look. Fu Chuan did not cling to his pride. Having already asked Shin Shutong for help, he knew he couldn't afford an apartment near the school. For the sake of the college entrance examination and his promises to the senior girls, accepting this offer was the best choice. Clinging to an imagined sense of dignity while rejecting the warmth offered by others was sheer folly. Shin Shutong instructed Fu Chuan to wait for her downstairs at the 10th floor of the new community, as she would bring the application form to him. Arriving first, Fu Chuan thought Shin Shutong would take time, so he busied himself with an English book, reciting vocabulary while waiting. When Shin Shutong arrived, she found Fu Chuan crouched at the stairway, engrossed in his English book. The sunlight illuminated the boy's brows, his eyes focused, and his lips moving fluidly as he pronounced, "I love you 3,000 times," a sight that was quite enchanting. Suddenly, Shin Shutong was struck by a whimsical thought. What if she wrote a youthful campus story? Fu Chuan seemed like the perfect protagonist. Noticing Shin Shutong staring at him in a daze, Fu Chuan put his English book into his backpack and waved at her, "Senior." His smile was quite charming. Shin Shutong had already sketched out the template for her male lead in her mind. She just needed to bring it to life. As Fu Chuan approached, he caught her murmuring something indistinctly. Senior, what did you say?" "Nothing, let us go up." "Okay." Following Shin Shutong into the elevator, they ascended to the 16th floor. Before them lay a spacious 180 square meters, featuring 2 large rooms, 1 small room, 2 bathrooms, and a small balcony attached to the smaller room. The larger balcony was located at the entrance's west side, boasting excellent lighting, a high floor, and a beautiful view. The kitchen, refrigerator, washing machine, and all essentials were present. These 2 rooms were previously occupied by Inger and me, Shin Shutong explained. "The door is locked. Your room is here, and you can use this nearby bathroom. We haven't used it much. The kitchen and living room are shared, and you can manage your own waste. When we're not around, feel free to use the large balcony for drying clothes, and when we are, you can use the small one." Though Yu Inger no longer lived there, Shin Shutong felt it necessary to clarify the rules of cohabitation with Fu Chuan. If she did not trust Fu Chuan's character, she would have preferred to pay an additional 600 yuan to secure the room entirely. Fu Chuan nodded. "I understand, senior." Shin Shutong lightly brushed her fingertip against the sofa in the living room, noting the dust that had accumulated during their absence. "It seems the apartment has gathered some dust. I should hire a cleaner." "Senior, why not let me do it? I can clean." "Fool, do you really think you can just waltz into our room?" Shin Shutong playfully exclaimed. Fu Chuan scratched his head sheepishly. "Then I'll clean my own room. The cleaning service covers everything. Even if you tidy up, I'm still paying for it. No worries. When we're not around, just keeping the shared areas clean will be a huge help. So I'll leave it to you, Junior." "Thank you, Senior. This truly helps me out. Otherwise, I would." "All right, tonight take me out for some skewers. Provide me with plenty of creative inspiration, and I'll reward you handsomely." As Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong grew closer, she began to reveal her more carefree and charming side. Appearing a far cry from the aloof senior he once remembered, Fu Chuan's gaze softened. No matter how Shin Shutong changed, as long as she remained Shin Shutong, that was sufficient. She would forever be the irreplaceable moonlight in his heart. Chapter 45. Fu Chuan would not lose his Shin Shutong. Having resolved the rental issue, Fu Chuan was just about to call Fang Kaiwei when he received a call from him instead. What a coincidence. Fu Chuan pressed the answer button. "Kaiwei, I've finalized the rental arrangement." "Wow, Chuan Gu, I just discovered that the person living in new community is Senior Shun. Renting requires signing a contract and presenting an ID." Fang Kaiwei had always returned home and never considered living in his own apartment. He had been indifferent to these matters. And had it not been for Fu Chuan's desire to rent a place today, Fang Kaiwei would have never thought to inquire about it. Upon asking, he was shocked to learn that the one filling out the information was Shin Shutong. Last year, Shin Shutong had been a senior at G City No. 1 High School. Renowned for her aloof demeanor, the only person close to her was the student council president, Yu Inger, who was Fang Kaiwei's goddess. It was only natural that Shin Shutong's co-renter would be Yu Inger. Fang Kaiwei, known as the information hub of G City No. 1 High School, had no idea that the campus beauty and goddess were cohabiting in his family's apartment. What an utter disgrace. Realizing this, Fang Kaiwei became uncharacteristically calm, leaving Fu Chuan bewildered by the sudden shift. "Kaiwei, are you alright? Given my current circumstances, looks, physique, how could Yu Inger possibly notice me? Countless men pursue her at G City No. 1 High School. I must wait until I get into Xingman Art Academy and become a better man before I can openly pursue Senior Yu. It's for the best. I'm glad you've come to terms with it." Fu Chuan could only express his admiration for Fang Kaiwei's self-reflection abilities. His clarity in recognizing his own issues, free from societal illusions, was remarkable. This young man was destined for greatness. Shin Shutong accompanied Fu Chuan to the property management office to handle the electronic card application, sign the contract, and complete the move-in process. An hour and a half slipped away in this manner. Upon exiting the property office, Fu Chuan could only bow deeply to Shin Shutong. "Thank you so much, Senior. If it weren't for your help, I would have been stuck at the rental approval stage alone, let alone securing such a suitable place." Since his rebirth, the most fortunate event for Fu Chuan was encountering Shin Shutong. Without her, he would have never gained the means to leave the Fu family. Shin Shutong gently brushed her hair aside and glanced at her watch, smiling as she said, "Junior, There's still some time before dinner. I would be truly grateful if you could gift me a painting. What would you like, senior? Don't say just one. I can create as many as you desire. For Fu Chuan, this was not only a matter of professional alignment, but also the best way to repay Shin Shutong. Presently, Fu Chuan was a destitute student, entirely pure and unblemished. Were it not for Shin Shutong's admiration for his talent, their paths would remain parallel, never to intersect in their lifetimes. Here, this one. Shin Shutong took out her phone and selected a photo to hand to Fu Chuan. The image captured him reading an English textbook, dappled sunlight playing upon his hair and face. Senior, when did you? Just a casual snap, the angle isn't perfect, but you are the artist I believe in. Capable of producing a satisfactory piece. I want something in the style of a novel cover character, inspired by this photograph. The title shall be Frienda. Fu Chuan observed the photo, perfectly timed, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Senior, you truly have a fondness for your lie in April, don't you? You've seen it too. Friend Ao is the name used by Kaori Miyazono for Keisei Arima, weaving a fabricated tale of love through an imagined April. It's a beautiful story. Indeed, she barged into Friend A's life, becoming a beacon of light that redeemed his dark, piano-laden existence. Do you know? In the end, Kaori smiled at Keisei and asked, will you forget our time together? I genuinely cried. For Keisei, without Kaori's April, even the most resplendent cherry blossoms would pale in comparison. Recalling the emotions she felt when she first pursued the anime, Shin Shutong found it hard to forget. She experienced joy and sorrow for a fictional character, her heartache stemming from a beautifully tragic love story. This passion ignited her desire to become a writer. She yearned to craft tales that would transport readers into a fantastical realm, allowing them to roam freely within it. I have always believed that to become a good writer, one must first possess sensitivity and then the ability to unearth the resonances that lie within a work. Not merely Your Lie in April, but also Clannad Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood. I have indulged in countless renowned manga, anime, and light novels that have captivated audiences worldwide, and they undoubtedly possess their own merits. Shin Shutong shared her creative inspirations with Fu Chuan as if revealing a treasured gem. Fu Chuan listened quietly. Her words hung in the air, like a radiant rainbow in his heart, leaving an indelible mark. Unbeknownst to her, Shin Shutong's warmth, support, and shared appreciation had gently woven her way into Fu Chuan's heart. He longed to muster the courage to inquire whether the male protagonist in the photograph was indeed him. And if creating Friend for Shin Shutong implied that she perceived him as Keisei, the man who had left an indelible impact on the life of a terminally ill girl. Ultimately, Fu Chuan kept his thoughts to himself. Friend A shall remain Friend A. He understood the final answer. Friend A simply Friend A, nothing more. Fu Chuan could only think of the day he would let Shin Shutong know. Meeting Shin Shutong in October had dazzled Fu Chuan throughout the entire summer, filling his life with joy. This time, it was not Your Lie in April, regardless of what the future held for Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong. He hoped for her presence in this October, the next October, and the one after that. Keisei Arima may lose his Kaori, but Fu Chuan would not lose his Shin Shutong. Chapter 46. It turned out that Fu Chuan was even colder and more indifferent than he had imagined. By the way, are you alright? Shin Shutong suddenly inquired. Fu Chuan, somewhat bewildered, replied, Senior, I'm perfectly fine. I mean, about the incident at noon when someone was pestering you at the school gate. I've moved past it. She's the one who's worse off. Fu Chuan spoke with a sense of relief. No matter what the Fu family did, it would no longer affect his mood in the slightest. Conversely, with Fu Zichen continuously causing such significant trouble, she was bound to face dire consequences. No matter how united the Fu family appeared on the surface, they could not allow Fu Zichen to grow more audacious, becoming a parasite within their ranks. Moved on, huh? Shin Shutong softly pondered, her gaze filled with longing, before smiling at Fu Chuan. Hurry back to school and finish your painting. I have a feeling I'll be quite hungry tonight, and will need to eat a lot. Fu Chuan nodded vigorously. I'll do as you say, senior. At 9 o'clock that evening, after parting ways with Shin Shutong, Fu Chuan took the bus home. Upon arriving at the Fu residence, he carried little luggage. Over the years, having toiled tirelessly, the Fu family had never gifted him anything. Most of his attire consisted of school uniforms and a few low-cost items, hastily packed into his suitcase along with his essential art supplies before he left. However, as soon as Fu Chuan returned home, two figures appeared before him, Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing. Fu Chuan remained remarkably calm. I have already secured an off-campus rental application and found a place. Tonight, I will pack my things and move out, no longer to be a burden to you. Nor will I allow your precious brother Zichen to come to any harm. Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing initially intended to confront Fu Chuan about why he had blocked her number. Little did she know how many times she and Fu Linger had called him that day, completely unaware of his whereabouts. Since Fu Qingqing had taken the afternoon off, Fu Chuan had left school early, leaving her unable to inquire about him without revealing his true identity. Yet, Fu Chuan preemptively uttered those words, effectively silencing Fu Qingqing. A wave of guilt flooded Fu Qingqing, not to the point of incapacitating her thoughts, but her emotions erupted uncontrollably, leaving her at a disadvantage. You are not allowed to move out. Fu Chuan. Fu Linger outright rejected. Fu Linger, Fu Qingqing, I discarded my dignity and toiled for you. Yet I received not even a glance in return. Now that I wish to completely let go, as you desire, you have changed your tune, preventing me from leaving? What is it? You can't bear to part with me? Fu Chuan stated these words with a calmness that bordered on sarcasm. Fu Linger cut straight to the point. Fu Chuan, the one who massages me to relieve my headaches is you. ISNT it? I don't know what you're talking about. You mean hide it. I know it wasn't Brother Zichen who helped me with my headaches. It was you. Then feel free to bring Fu Zichen here to confront me. I did nothing of the sort. Fu Chuan's every retort struck true. Initially fierce in her questioning, Fu Linger found herself at a loss for words. Bringing Fu Zichen here to confront him? What if exposing the truth caused Fu Zichen too much heartache and triggered his illness? Fu Chuan ceased to engage in further banter and headed upstairs, intent on packing his belongings to leave. However, as Fu Chuan opened his door, he sensed something amiss. His room was locked. Fu Linger approached, softening her tone. Fu Chuan, let us make a deal. If you help me massage my headache, I will let you move out. Huh, you're quite peculiar. The one who massages you is Brother Zichen, not me. If something were to go awry, would you not blame me? You've sought every renowned doctor for your headaches, and what could a senior student like me possibly do? Witnessing Fu Chuan's adamant refusal to acknowledge the truth, Fu Linger realized that the most effective way to shatter his deceit was to summon Fu Zichen for a confrontation. However, she was acutely aware that such an action would cause harm to Fu Zichen. Was it truly worth risking his well-being for the sake of Fu Linger's migraine? After all, he was her beloved younger brother. Fortunately, Fu Chuan had previously experienced the depths of shamelessness within the Fu family. There was little of necessity for him to take away from the Fu household. His daily needs could be resolved with merely 1,000 yuan, prompting him to head downstairs with the intention of leaving. Just as Fu Chuan set his foot outside, Fu Linger suddenly called out, Fu Chuan, would you be willing to strike a deal with me if I bring Zichen to confront you? His silence spoke volumes, implying consent. If Fu Linger was prepared to jeopardize Fu Zichen for the sake of her so-called headache, it was evident that her brother, whom she claimed was more precious than life itself, held little significance when it came to her own interests. By dismantling the bond between Fu Linger and Fu Zichen, while simultaneously using the headache as leverage, Fu Chuan rendered the Fu family unable to intervene in his academic pursuits, especially with the added complication of Fu Yueqing acting as a ticking time bomb, leaving the family in disarray and incapable of meddling in Fu Chuan's life. It appeared that Fu Chuan had also mastered the art of cold indifference and meticulous planning. As long as he was not blinded by familial affection and discarded unrealistic fantasies, he could unearth even greater benefits from the Fu family. Yet, Fu Chuan had no desire for any of it. Everything about the Fu family now repulsed him. Fu Qingqing, initially reluctant to interfere in the conversation between Fu Linger and Fu Chuan, felt compelled to intervene upon hearing Fu Linger's words. Elder sister, are you serious? I believe Zichen will understand. Fu Linger seemed to be addressing both Fu Qingqing and herself. Today, her headache had returned with a vengeance, leaving her in a state of despair. She was willing to trade anything for even the slightest relief from this ailment, as she had no desire to return to those days of fear and suffering. When Fu Xinling returned home with Fu Zichen, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The butler hurried over. Second miss, young Master Zichen, the eldest miss is asked to see you in the living room upon your return. Understood. Fu Xinling glanced at Fu Zichen, signaling him to keep their recent matters from Fu Linger. Otherwise, Fu Yueqing would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Just released from the police station, Fu Yueqing had once again harassed Fu Chuan outside the school gates. Not only did she harass him, but she also displayed a complete lack of awareness, being subdued and detained by the school security in plain sight. Fu Xinling felt utterly embarrassed to share the same blood as such a foolish sister. Had there been a mutation in their genes? Now, Fu Yueqing was terrified, refusing to return home for fear of Fu Linger's retribution. Rightly so? Upon Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen's arrival in the living room, they were taken aback to find Fu Chuan present, with his hands tucked into his pockets. The moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting an aura of icy detachment around him, as if everything that was about to unfold bore no relevance to him, merely a spectator. Fu Zichen timidly spoke. Elder sister, fifth sister, brother Fu Chuan Zichen, I have something to ask you. Fu Linger interrupted, taking a deep breath. Was it you who assisted me with massages at the pharmacy over the past year? Fu Zichen stared blankly at Fu Ling, his gaze drifting towards Fu Chuan. Was this information divulged by Fu Chuan? Fu Chuan, however, did not meet Fu Zichen's gaze, adopting a nonchalant attitude, utterly unconcerned. Elder sister, I don't understand what you mean. Fu Xinling assumed that Fu Linger had summoned them to inquire about Fu Yueqing's harassment of Fu Chuan, but instead, it revolved around massages. Who else could have provided them if not Fu Zichen? Fu Zichen opened his mouth, tears streaming down his pallid cheeks. Elder sister, it seems you already know. The one who gave you massages was brother Fu Chuan, not me. What did you say? Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing had long been aware of the answer and reacted little, but Fu Xinling, taken aback, exclaimed, is it truly possible to exchange identities? No. Elder sister, fifth sister, did you not notice anything amiss? Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing fell silent. It was indeed astonishing that they had failed to perceive any signs over the past year, perhaps due to their unwavering trust in Fu Zichen's honesty. Suddenly, Fu Zichen dropped to his knees. Zichen, seeing this, Fu Linger and the others hurriedly rushed to assist him. I'm sorry, elder sister, I never intended to deceive you. I saw how effective brother Fu Chuan's massages were for you, and I feared you might not accept it if I directly mentioned it. So I conspired with brother Fu Chuan. I know, I understand. Zichen, please get up. Just as Fu Linger was about to help him, Fu Chuan anticipated the ensuing events. 3, 2, 1 He fainted. As expected, Fu Zichen began to convulse in Fu Linger's embrace, rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth. Not good. Zichen's in trouble. Quickly, to the hospital. In a state of panic, they rushed out, hardly sparing a thought for Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan had witnessed this charade countless times. Whenever the situation turned against him, Fu Zichen's feigned illness became his shield. As long as Fu Zichen put on a performance, the Fu family would become entirely devoted to him, much like when Fu Zichen shattered Fu Chuan's family portrait. He would feign a cough and blood, and without hesitation, Fu Linger would send Fu Chuan to the police station. If even Fu Chuan could see through Fu Zichen's act, it was evident how stark the disparity in their standings was. Had Fu Chuan recognized this sooner, perhaps the matter of reincarnation would never have arisen. After delivering Fu Zichen to the hospital, Fu Linger stood at the ward's entrance, filled with guilt. It's all my fault. I caused Zichen to end up like this, elder sister. Even if you know the truth, there's no need to reveal it so bluntly in front of Zichen. Is there? That is not like you. Did Fu Chuan coerce you? Fu Xinling could not contain her thoughts. Could it truly be that Fu Chuan, in a bid to reclaim the Fu family's attention, had intentionally exposed Fu Zichen? All of Fu Chuan's previous disdain for them had merely been an act, revealing his true nature today. Here is how it is. Fu Qingqing explained the significance of Fu Chuan's massages to Fu Linger's headaches, leaving Fu Xinling in stunned disbelief. No way. The many renowned neurologists could not diagnose the issue, yet Fu Chuan's massages could yield results? How is that possible? It is indeed a fact that since Fu Chuan began his massages over the past year, elder sister's headaches have significantly lessened. Second sister, you wouldn't want to see elder sister suffer from those headaches any longer, would you? Oh, right. I nearly forgot about Fu Chuan. Fu Linger immediately took out her phone to call the butler. Uncle Li, where's Fu Chuan? Young master Fu Chuan has left. Where did he go? He did not say. Fu Linger hung up the phone hastily and called Fu Chuan. The number you dialed is not reachable. Please try again later. Fu Linger realized she had forgotten. Fu Chuan had blacklisted her. Finding Fu Chuan now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan had returned to the apartment he shared with Shin Shutong and others, having purchased a plethora of essential supplies from the supermarket downstairs to make do for the night in his room. After his rebirth, the attitude of the Fu family towards Fu Chuan deviated from the expected course, rendering the plan for Fu Chuan to move out of the family not as smoothly executed as anticipated. It would be a matter of taking one step at a time. At the very least, not being a sycophant to the Fu family in this lifetime was Fu Chuan's greatest advantage in his rebirth. He would not be toyed with like he was in his previous life. Sleeping in his new room, free from the burdens of the Fu household, Fu Chuan felt an immense sense of tranquility and security, managing to enjoy a rare good night's sleep. The following day, after finishing the second period at school, Fu Qingqing called Fu Chuan out for a conversation. The inevitable had arrived, yet Fu Chuan remained unperturbed, casting aside unnecessary emotions. He understood that the weaknesses of each member of the Fu family were quite easy to grasp, particularly that of Fu Zichen. As long as Fu Zichen remained a terminally ill green tea, eliciting the family's sympathy, Fu Chuan's plans would forever be unassailable. Confronted by Fu Qingqing's calm demeanor, she recalled Fu Chuan's resoluteness from the previous day. She lowered her gaze, not hastening to discuss Fu Linger but instead inquiring about mundane matters. Where did you stay last night? Teacher Fu, just speak your mind. This is none of your concern. How can it be of no concern? I wish to fulfill my duty as an elder sister and show my care for you. Is that wrong? Oh, then why do you speak so softly? Fu Qingqing bit her lip. Why? The reason was clear to both Fu Qingqing and Fu Chuan. It was precisely for this reason that Fu Qingqing found herself at a disadvantage each time Fu Chuan pointedly exposed the truth with his sardonic remarks. Teacher Fu, Fu Zichen is your brother, and I am not deserving of that title, nor do I desire it anymore. You need not maintain the facade of an elder sister before me. It is utterly nauseating, Fu Chuan retorted nonchalantly. The image of the once submissive Fu Chuan, who gazed at Fu Qingqing with adoration, repeatedly flickered in her mind. Is it wrong for me to desire what I want? I wish to make amends with you. For I recognize that you are my brother too. I admit my previous actions towards you were excessive and cold. I was wrong, and I apologize. However, Zichen is terminally ill and has little time left. Must you compete with someone who is on the brink of death? Zichen also bears the Fu surname. He is your brother as well. As she spoke, Fu Qingqing reached out to grasp Fu Chuan's hand, only to be callously evaded. Chapter 48. Your face is quite flushed. In that fleeting moment of reaching out, Fu Qingqing's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The distance that seemed easily bridgeable in an instant now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Fu Qingqing realized that she had truly lost this blood relative brother forever, and there would be no way to reclaim him. I no longer require your sisterly affection. I can thrive on my own. Your thoughts are irrelevant to me. I am no longer your brother, nor is Fu Zichen mine. You have come merely to act as a conduit for Fu Linger, haven't you? I am prepared with my terms. Fu Chuan handed over a prepared note to Fu Linger. Have Fu Linger review it and respond to me. It is for our mutual benefit. With that, Fu Chuan turned to leave. Fu Qingqing stood rooted in place for a long while, until a passing student reminded her to regain her composure, causing her to flee in disarray. While managing affairs in the CEO's office, Fu Linger received a green bubble message from Fu Qingqing. This is Fu Chuan's request, elder sister. Please take a look. Fu Linger opened the image and enlarged it. The first condition stipulated that Fu Chuan would provide Fu Linger with a massage once a week, with the location determined by Fu Chuan. The second condition indicated that Fu Chuan would move out of the Fu household without seeking any financial compensation from the family. Previous expenses incurred would be calculated and repaid after Fu Chuan was admitted to university. The third condition demanded that the Fu family cease any form of harassment towards Fu Chuan, and if necessary, assist him in changing his household registration and sign a contract severing ties with the Fu family. In the past, Fu Chuan's proactive submission of such a contract would have been a dream come true for Fu Linger. Now, however, she hesitated. What if Fu Chuan, upon leaving the Fu family, harbored grievances regarding their past actions and spoke ill of the Fu family to Shin Shutong, jeopardizing the cooperation between the Fu and Shin families? Even with such concerns, Fu Linger found herself lacking bargaining power with Fu Chuan. Her migraine relief depended entirely on him, as did the collaboration with the Shin group. Previously, she could summon Fu Chuan at will due to his regard for her as his elder sister. Now, he had no place for her in his heart. Fu Ling never imagined she would find herself in such a precarious position due to Fu Chuan's indifference. Standing before the window on the 50th floor, gazing at the bustling streets below, Fu Linger ultimately made her decision. Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong were on the rooftop, enjoying bread while discussing Shin Shutong's new manuscript. Fu Chuan casually inquired, Sister, when do you plan to publish your work? Inger had consulted her fortune and suggested that the new work be created on Christmas Eve, with updates on Christmas Day. Does, sister, you also practice divination? Indeed, and it's quite effective. The first time my work gained traction on tomato novels. It was on a fortuitous day, she predicted. Shin Shutong tilted her head slightly, as if noticing something, and pulled out a tissue to hand to Fu Chuan. Gesturing towards his mouth, Fu Chuan accepted the tissue and carefully wiped his mouth, feeling a touch embarrassed as he said, Thank you, sister. You missed a spot. Without hesitation, Shin Shutong took out another tissue and helped Fu Chuan clean the crumbs from his cheek. As she leaned in, Fu Chuan could hear his heart missing a beat. Feeling parched, after Shin Shutong had finished, he quickly turned away, feigning nonchalance as he took a sip of soda to cool himself down. In this second life, despite his immaturity, Fu Chuan understood the nature of his feelings. Who could resist the gentle moonlight that pierces through the darkest moments of life? It was this very moonlight that gave Fu Chuan the courage to escape the sinister clutches of the Fu family and embrace the life that rightfully belonged to him. Without Shin Shutong, the Fu Chuan of today would not exist. To not fall for such a girl would make Fu Chuan believe he had lost the capacity to love as a human. However, it simply wouldn't he do. Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong existed in entirely different realms. To remain passive was to avoid harm. To have no expectations was to escape disappointment. Growing up in an orphanage, Fu Chuan had witnessed enough disdain from others. After being reclaimed by the Fu family and enduring years of servitude that led to a tragic end, he dared not harbor expectations regarding matters of the heart, especially knowing the vast chasm that lay between him and Shin Shutong. Maintaining their current relationship was already sufficient for Fu Chuan. As for the day when he might reveal his feelings to his senior, that would only come once he had been admitted to Xingmon Art Academy and could stand on his own as an accomplished artist. Without achievement, how could he dare to speak of marriage? It was not a matter of inferiority, but rather Fu Chuan understood that only by becoming a better version of himself could he rightfully stand beside the finest girl. Junior, are you all right? Your face is quite flushed. In mid-November, with the rare coolness and absence of sunlight, Shin Shutong had invited Fu Chuan to the rooftop for lunch and to discuss new book inspirations. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. Yet now Fu Chuan's face was growing increasingly red. I'm fine. By the way, sister, we were discussing what qualities the female protagonist should have, right? Let us continue. Fu Chuan laughed lightly to divert attention. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. Elder sister has agreed. You need to return to the Fu household tonight. The message was from an unfamiliar number, presumably Fu Qingqing, whose number Fu Chuan had blacklisted and had yet to release. At this moment, Fu Chuan noticed a red indicating a message on his green bubble. It was Fu Qingqing who had taken the initiative to add Fu Chuan's green bubble, signifying her identity and requesting Fu Chuan to accept her. In the past, Fu Chuan would have been genuinely taken aback. The Fu family had prohibited him from using the internet. And the only time he had managed to register a green bubble was when he created a Picasso account at an internet CAF. He was well aware that they had their own close-knit family group, and the excuse of Fu Chuan needing to focus on his studies held no weight against Fu Zichen. With the latest iPhone 16 Pro Max, Fu Zichen enjoyed the luxury of a green bubble and internet access, which saved Fu Chuan the trouble of spending time deleting their messages. Without hesitation, Fu Chuan declined to blacklist her, replying to an unfamiliar number instead. All right, Junior. Lunch break is almost over. You should head to class and rest a bit. Don't you have a professional class this afternoon? There is plenty of time. MHM. Shin Shutong attempted to rise, only to feel as if all her strength had been drained. Senior? What's wrong? Perhaps I've been sitting too long, and I can't quite get up. At these words, Fu Chuan instinctively reached out to Shin Shutong. She smiled slightly, intending to take his hand to stand up. But suddenly, a warm liquid began to flow from her nose. Senior. Chapter 49. You wouldn't want others to know about our relationship, would you? Fu Chuan, witnessing Shin Shutong's nosebleed, hurriedly fumbled for a tissue to assist her in stopping the bleeding. Senior, let me take you to the infirmary. MHM. Shin Shutong's face was pale, lost in thought. In the afternoon, during their professional class, Fu Qingqing appeared somewhat distracted. After Fu Chuan's reply, she borrowed another teacher's phone to send a few messages to him, but they fell into silence. She attempted to add Fu Chuan via green bubble, yet he remained unresponsive, likely having blacklisted her upon seeing her request. When had their relationship deteriorated to such an irretrievable state? Fu Ling was right, regardless of the reason. Once Fu Qingqing felt guilt towards Fu Chuan, wishing to reconcile and atone, she had already lost, destined to face the same fate as Fu Chuan, who had once been a mere sycophant in the Fu family, receiving no acknowledgement in return. Fu Qingqing understood everything, yet the thought of Fu Chuan's cold indifference, coupled with the necessity of teaching him at school, was a torment for her. With the college entrance examinations looming in June, students from the arts department were opting for independent admissions, meaning they would need to submit their materials starting in March. Given Fu Chuan's extraordinary talent in painting and his connection with Professor Hao Ze, the premier choice was Xingman Art Academy, which would begin its independent admissions at the end of May. Moreover, Fu Qingqing would have to interact with Fu Chuan at school for another 6 months. Teacher Fu, we're all here. The class monitor called out softly to Fu Qingqing. Fu Qingqing snapped back to reality, her gaze sweeping around, only to find Fu Chuan's absence. Whereas Fu Chuan, Fang Kaiwei immediately raised his hand. Teacher Fu, Chuan Gu is in the infirmary. He took leave today. Fu Chuan is in the infirmary? Is he unwell? Fu Qingqing felt a surge of anxiety. Many students in the class found it curious. Weren't they saying that Fu Qingqing was aloof and unapproachable? Yet here she was, seemingly concerned for Fu Chuan. With her focus on the class shattered, Fu Qingqing hastily assigned the painting theme for the professional course and departed in a rush. In the infirmary, Shin Shudong's nosebleed had ceased, and after a checkup, there were no issues, though her complexion remained pale. Fu Chuan pulled back the curtains and stood by Shin Shudong's side, softly inquiring, Senior, are you all right? It's an old issue. My nasal blood vessels are weaker than normal. I often had nosebleeds for no reason as a child. The doctor said it would resolve itself by my 20s. But you, why are you still here if I told you I'd be fine alone in the infirmary? Shouldn't you be attending class? How could I possibly go to class with you in front of me like this? Fu Chuan replied earnestly. Even if he forced himself to attend class, his heart wouldn't be in it, unable to create anything as his thoughts remained with Shin Shutong. You. Shin Shutong recognized Fu Chuan as a man of deep loyalty and chose not to press further, lying back down and closing her eyes to rest. Fu Chuan, too, kept quietly standing up so that Shin Shutong could have a peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, Shin Shutong opened her eyes, harboring an unspoken sorrow and fear. Outside the infirmary, Fu Chuan gently closed the door behind him when a hurried set of footsteps approached. Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing rushed towards him, breathless, her small hands pressed against her chest. Fu Chuan's brows furrowed slightly. What do you want? I heard you took leave this afternoon and were in the infirmary, and I thought you might be ill. Teacher Fu, you're overstepping the boundaries of a teacher's concern for a student. You wouldn't want our relationship to be exposed to others, would you? Fu Qingqing's heart ached immensely. She could not reveal her sibling relationship with Fu Chuan. Otherwise, it would put Fu Zichen in a precarious position at G City No. 1 High School. He was the only publicly recognized young master of the Fu family, overshadowed by Fu Chuan, who had stolen both the spotlight and his position. Given Fu Zichen's unstable health, any significant stress could lead to a situation like yesterday's, where he was hospitalized. No one could bear the consequences of that. Fu Chuan, can you please not act this way? You can clearly see that I'm trying my best to make amends. Your talent needs guidance, and your life requires protection. As your sister, I have the capacity to do so. As long as you don't compare yourself to Zichen, can't we get along well? If you utter one more word, I will terminate the agreement with Fu Ling. Fu Chuan interjected, cutting her off, with his hand casually tucked into his pocket. He coldly walked past Fu Qingqing without glancing back, leaving her standing alone in the deserted corridor, shoulders trembling. tears welling in her eyes, speechless and choked with emotion. As night fell, Fu Zichen and Fu Xinling remained in the hospital, expected to return tomorrow. Fu Qingqing was nowhere to be found, leaving only Fu Ling at home. It was the perfect opportunity for Fu Chuan to have a serious conversation with Fu Ling. In the study, Fu Ling sat on the sofa, gesturing for Fu Chuan to sit. To make a long story short, Fu Chuan discreetly activated the recording function on his phone, stating, "You will agree to my terms, one to you?" Chapter 50, The Sadness in Her Eyes. Fu Ling found the Fu Chuan before her to be utterly unfamiliar. When had the Fu Chuan, who once held her in such high regard, transformed into this? Was it merely because she had sent him to the police station? She hadn't even insisted on him serving time. She simply wished for him to realize his mistakes. This had happened before, yet she had never seen Fu Chuan react so strongly. How strange. I have one more condition. You cannot speak ill of the Fu group to Shin Shutong. If I discover that you have, the contract will be rendered void, Fu Ling stated clearly. Knowing that Fu Chuan was attempting to win Shin Shutong's favor to facilitate cooperation between the Fu and Shin groups, it was evident that Fu Chuan would never agree. Making it a futile endeavor, it was better to settle for lesser demands and hope Fu Chuan wouldn't cause trouble. Fu Chuan snorted with disdain. My relationship with my senior is innocent and pure. Your adult matters should not affect us students. Also, you need to help me with a massage. Fu Ling was uncertain whether Fu Chuan's massage would be effective, but it was a fitting opportunity, as she was feeling a bit unwell herself. Fu Chuan refrained from idle chatter, having sanitized his hands before approaching Fu Ling from behind. Fu Ling coughed softly, somewhat uncomfortable. And when Fu Chuan's hand pressed against her head, she shuddered involuntarily, struggling to suppress the urge to leap away. Fu Ling had long grown accustomed to Fu Chuan's disdainful demeanor. She spoke in a flat tone, "I've disinfected my hands, so I won't soil your precious body. I just am not used to others touching me. Especially you, Fu Chuan. It evokes an uncontrollable sense of revulsion, akin to a cockroach crawling upon my face." Yet, with her migraine necessitating Fu Chuan's treatment, Fu Ling had to endure this discomfort, taking deep breaths and engaging in mental affirmations. As Fu Chuan applied pressure, Fu Ling cried out in pain, "Why does it hurt so much? Can't you be gentler?" Was Fu Chuan seeking to take revenge on her? "Your headache has intensified. How could it not hurt? If you wish for my help, then kindly keep your mouth shut." Previously, Fu Chuan had meticulously prepared for Fu Ling's massages, requiring an hour and a half just to help her relax, fearful of causing her undue discomfort during the process. Now, however, he seemed indifferent, as if her suffering were of no concern to him. The contract stipulated a weekly massage. The efficacy of it was irrelevant to Fu Chuan. Only Fu Ling bore the brunt of the pain. Reluctantly, Fu Ling fell silent, understanding that Fu Chuan would no longer indulge her as he once did. "It hurt so much," she gasped, struggling to contain herself, beads of cold sweat soaking her body, her complexion paling drastically. After 15 torturous minutes, Fu Chuan finally withdrew his hands, leaving Fu Ling feeling utterly drained, collapsing onto the sofa as she gasped for fresh air. Strangely enough, while the pressure points he had worked on throbbed painfully, the underlying tension in her mind seemed to have eased. Once she regained some composure, she inquired, "Where are the keys to my room?" "In the second drawer on the left," Fu Chuan replied as he fetched them. Just before exiting the study, he spoke coldly. "Same day next week. The time and place will be decided by me." Fu Chuan's parents were returning soon. His father was less of a concern, but his mother adored Fu Ling. If she were to discover that Fu Ling had moved out of the Fu household, she would undoubtedly go mad. Mentioning his birth mother transformed Fu Chuan's gaze into something terrifying. "Just tell her directly. She does not deserve to be called my mother. Likes her? Huh. What a nauseating statement. She is nothing but a complete pervert." Fu Ling was taken aback. She had not anticipated Fu Chuan's utter coldness towards his seemingly caring mother. How could someone who had once behaved like a sycophant towards his family now express such contempt? What had transpired to alter Fu Chuan so drastically? Nothing about this was normal. Fu Chuan had retrieved his textbooks and clothing from the Fu household, leaving behind all that belonged to them. He neither had the right to take them nor the desire to do so. What belonged there should remain there. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he opened the door to the sound of the television, momentarily stunned. Approaching the source of the noise, he found Shin Shu Tang seated on the sofa, her long legs bare, engrossed in an episode of Crayon Shinchan, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Junior, would you care for some soda?" She greeted him cheerfully upon noticing his presence. Fu Chuan set his suitcase down by the door and moved to sit beside Shin Shu Tang on the sofa, accepting the soda she offered. "Senior, I hope you're feeling much better now." "I'm perfectly fine, full of vitality," she replied, gesturing as if she were fully revived. Unbeknownst to her, this display made Fu Chuan feel somewhat uneasy. This was not the usual demeanor of Shin Shu Tang, having spent considerable time together. He had never witnessed her act so cheerfully in his presence before. It felt more akin to Yu Inger's personality. The most plausible explanation was that Shin Shu Tang did not want to worry him. Despite her sudden fatigue and nosebleed, she seemed accustomed to these episodes, which was not normal for a healthy person. "Junior?" Shin Shu Tang gently called, snapping Fu Chuan back to reality. Yes, I'm glad you're all right. He smiled at her, twisting open the soda and taking a generous gulp. He suspected that her concealment was related to the secret she had mentioned. Remembering the sorrow he had glimpsed in her eyes during their time together, Fu Chuan felt an oppressive weight settle in his heart, stifling him. Junior, please don't mention today's events to Inger. I don't want her to worry, Shin Shu Tang suddenly interjected. I want to say a word. This was Shin Shu Tang's private matter, and Fu Chuan had no intention of gossiping. He also confirmed a troubling thought. Inger was likely aware of the sorrow concealed behind Shin Shu Tang's eyes. After all, they had known each other for a long time. Like sisters, Fu Chuan longed to uncover Shin Shu Tang's secret, but now was not the time. He had yet to breach the walls of her heart, and they remained merely friends, nothing more. One day, he would learn the truth, and at whatever cost. He vowed he would not permit the most significant person in his life, his guiding star, to weep. Senior, aren't you going home tonight? No. I don't wish to return. Fu Chuan's inquiry seemed to touch upon the hidden turmoil within Shin Shu Tang, who hugged her pale legs tightly. Her long hair cascading down to obscure her beautiful eyes. Once again, that inscrutable sadness lingered in her expression. It was evident to Fu Chuan that she harbored many unspoken thoughts, yet he could not discern their meaning. He did not arrogantly assume that Shin Shu Tang had come to stay with him in the new neighborhood merely because he lived there. Rather, it was plausible that after her health scare today, she wished to avoid raising suspicion with her family and had deliberately chosen to remain at the apartment, not returning home. Previously, Fu Chuan would see Shin Shu Tang daily on the bus, indicating she typically returned home on time. Senior, what secrets occupy your mind? Is there anything you can share with me? Shin Shu Tang glanced at the suitcase Fu Chuan had left by the door. Did your family make things difficult for you after moving out? Initially, Fu Chuan believed his departure would be a long-awaited relief for them. Yet now he found himself perplexed by their thoughts. Previously, he had desperately sought their approval, yearning for them to treat him better. Now, he found himself indifferent. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, lamenting the absurdity of life and the convoluted mindset of his blood relatives. I'm sorry, Junior, Shin Shu Tang whispered softly, not intending to evoke painful memories for Fu Chuan. He smiled gently. Senior, it's not your fault. Please rest early. I need to shower and prepare for school tomorrow. Good night, Junior. As Fu Chuan returned to his room with his suitcase, he glanced back at Shin Shu Tang, who remained transfixed by Crayon Shinchan, her eyes shimmering with light. It seemed that only by immersing herself in the humor of the animated series could she momentarily escape the chaos of reality. What troubles could the seemingly flawless Shin Shu Tang be grappling with? With such thoughts weighing on him, Fu Chuan knew he would not sleep soundly that night. As expected, after finishing his shower and reviewing his studies, Fu Chuan retired to bed promptly at midnight. Yet, by 2:30 in the morning, sleep eluded him. His mind ensnared by the melancholic gaze of Shin Shu Tang and her earlier discomfort. With his hands cradling his head, he sighed heavily. The prolonged wakefulness had even stirred his hunger, prompting him to rise and venture downstairs to procure a cup of instant noodles. Seeking to allow the cool night air to invigorate his mind, otherwise, a sleepless night would render him unfit for class the next day. Gently pushing open the door, Fu Chuan cast a glance at the closed door of the senior's room across the hall, deducing that she had likely succumbed to slumber. He faintly heard sounds emanating from the living room, causing him to pause in surprise before hastening to investigate. To his astonishment, he found that Crayon Shinchan was still playing on the television, its light casting a glow upon Shin Shu Tang, who had dozed off on the sofa. Senior? Fu Chuan softly called, tapping her shoulder. Shin Shu Tang murmured, suddenly blurting out in her sleep. No, Mom, please. It seemed as if something terrifying haunted her dreams, her voice tinged with urgency and distress. Senior? Fu Chuan, concerned that she might be ensnared in a nightmare, shook her more vigorously until she stirred awake. Shin Shu Tang's eyes fluttered open, still clouded with remnants of her dream, and 2 streams of tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. Seeing her tears tugged at Fu Chuan's heartstrings. Senior, are you all right? Aye. Shin Shu Tang, regaining her composure, wiped her tears. I can't believe I fell asleep on the sofa. I'm sorry, Fu Chuan, for worrying you. I just had a nightmare. With that, she rose from the sofa, stretching her limbs. I'm going to take a shower to clear my head. Okay. Fu Chuan felt helpless, unable to offer comfort or pose inquiries. Relegated to silently watching her retreating figure while suppressing his own unease. Descending to the lower level, Fu Chuan purchased a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles and a can of Qingdao beer, standing at the convenience store's entrance. He cracked open the beer and took a hearty swig, exhaling deeply. Were it not for his aversion to smoking, he would have procured a pack to ease the pent-up frustration within him. Issues concerning the Fu family and Shin Shu Tang loomed large in his mind. Ultimately, one cannot sever all emotional ties in life. No matter how one attempts to let go, certain individuals linger in the heart, impossible to forget. Fu Chuan sighed. He had thought that after experiencing the so-called familial bonds in his past life, he would be incapable of trusting anyone again. Yet, an unexpected variable had emerged in the form of Shin Shu Tang. Her pain resonated deeply within him, and he longed to share her burdens, even if he currently lacked the strength or the right to do so. This was different from his one-sided devotion to the Fu family. Shin Shutong had aided him immensely, and now it was his turn to reciprocate. With this resolve, Fu Chuan devised a plan. The following day, as Shin Shutong emerged from her room, she was greeted by a rich and enticing aroma. Fu Chuan. He was donned in an apron, expertly frying eggs. Upon noticing her, he smiled warmly. "Senior, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Did you rise so early?" Shin Shutong asked, her gaze lingering on the pink Hello Kitty apron that seemed oddly out of place on his tall, athletic frame, eliciting a suppressed chuckle. "I'm used to it. I found some eggs in the fridge and figured I'd whip up something simple rather than let them go to waste. This apron was a gift from Yujia." "Really? Is Yujia's cooking that bad?" Fu Chuan chuckled. "You could say that. She's burned eggs and nearly set the kitchen ablaze." Shin Shutong nodded vehemently. "That's quite an exaggeration." By then, Fu Chuan had prepared a simple meal of eggs accompanied by fresh vegetables and toast, an improvised sandwich. "Senior, are you lactose intolerant? I'd rather check before serving milk, as some people react poorly." "No, I'm fine." "Great. The sandwich and milk should suffice for breakfast." He untied his apron and sat across from her, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Senior, give it a try." "Okay." Shin Shutong took a bite of the sandwich, her eyes lighting up with delight. "Fu Chuan, would you prefer extravagant praise or something more subdued?" Understanding her desire to indulge her creative spirit, he cleared his throat. "Let us strike a balance. The eggs are perfectly cooked, layered with butter, complemented by the sweetness of the vegetables and tomatoes. And the texture of the bread is simply delightful." As she savored the sandwich and sipped her milk, a bit of the white liquid stained her lips. She playfully licked it clean with her delicate tongue, reminiscent of a kitten. "Glad you like it." Fu Chuan smiled, his heart swelling with joy at her satisfaction. "Do you spend a lot of time preparing breakfast?" "Not really. I keep it simple since we're in our final year." Fu Chuan admitted that he wouldn't typically cook just to please Shin Shutong. Preparing a sandwich, while straightforward, still consumed time that could have been spent buying buns nearby. His culinary skills had been honed during his time at the orphanage, and if he had the leisure, he could whip up a grand feast. Noticing Fu Chuan leisurely enjoying his sandwich, Shin Shutong rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Fu Chuan, how about we strike a deal?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "In exchange for me paying your 600 yuan rent, you'll prepare an extra breakfast for me." "That is not fair." "Senior, I'll gladly make it for you without charge." Fu Chuan shook his head vehemently. "Considering current prices, a fresh sandwich can easily fetch 15 yuan. And given how delicious yours is, I'd be getting a bargain. Unless you're unwilling to prepare it for me, then I have no argument." Crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks in mock irritation, she appeared undeniably adorable. Fu Chuan, resigned, rubbed the back of his neck. "Senior, don't you eat breakfast at home?" "I haven't had breakfast at home in ages." Shin Shutong's voice was soft, devoid of inflection. Fu Chuan cursed himself silently for his thoughtless comment. To amend his misstep, he quickly changed his tune. "All right, senior. I'll take care of your breakfast during this final stretch." "Thank you. I'll come by for breakfast whenever I can, if I have other commitments. I'll inform you in advance." "Sounds good. Good boy." Pat on the head. Shin Shutong leaned over the table, affectionately ruffling Fu Chuan's hair. Was it merely Fu Chuan's imagination, or was there something deeper in Shin Shutong's gaze? Gratitude mingled with joy. Stepping out of the apartment and into the elevator, Shin Shutong adjusted her backpack and suddenly spoke. "Fu Chuan, I wasn't lying earlier. It's genuinely been a long time since I've had breakfast at home." "Oh. And I find solace in the words of my senior. Securing a direct admission slot, while still attending school, serves as my excuse to escape the confines of home. Anywhere but home suffices, be it the school, a CAF, or a public square. Though I cannot frequently absent myself, I possess my own reasons for wishing to remain away." This marks the first occasion on which Shin Shutong divulges her sentiments to Fu Chuan. In that fleeting moment, Fu Chuan experiences an inexplicable sensation, akin to the bond shared between Naruto and Sasuke in Naruto. From their childhood, they recognized one another, deriving comfort from each other's presence. As kindred spirits, they unconsciously gravitated towards one another, becoming inseparable soulmates beyond mere nomenclature, each a sanctuary for the other's understanding and warmth. After all, how else could Naruto have pursued Sasuke across 700 episodes? Such is the essence of countless youth's formative years. "Senior, I believe I comprehend your feelings," Fu Chuan softly articulates. Does his sorrow resonate with Shin Shutong's? Much like Naruto and Sasuke. Just then, the elevator arrives. As the doors part, a beam of sunlight floods in, prompting Shin Shutong to turn her head, her features alight with exuberance, her smile akin to a flurry of peach blossoms that warms Fu Chuan's eyes. "I know. Thus I have often pondered how fortunate it is to have encountered you, Junior. It is a privilege to select you as my illustrator for the comic adaptation. Mustering the courage to forge a friendship with you is truly wonderful." Chapter 53. The Christmas season approaches. Shin Shutong places her hand over her heart, sincerely expressing her thoughts. Through the days spent together, she has subtly discerned that Fu Chuan is of her ilk, both burdened by the shadows of their familial origins, United by the goal of entering Xingmon Art Academy through the Gaokao examination and harboring countless expansive dreams and aspirations. They share a sorrow of yearning to escape, yet feeling compelled to stay, which compels her to genuinely exclaim how fortunate it is to have met Fu Chuan. Yu Yinger, Shen Shutong's closest confidant, cannot fully grasp the depths of Shen Shutong's troubles and pain. She comes from a background of privilege and will never truly understand Shen Shutong's sorrows and nightmares. Yu Yinger's comfort cannot genuinely heal Shen Shutong's wounds. Fu Chuan nods in agreement. Senior, I too share this sentiment. Without Shen Shutong, Fu Chuan would still be isolated and trapped within the Fu household. Meeting Shen Shutong in this lifetime is the most fortunate occurrence for Fu Chuan, surpassing all he has offered her. Ahem, are you two coming out? The delivery person outside the elevator is unwittingly bombarded with a mouthful of dog food. Observing that Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan show no intention of exiting, he reluctantly plays the role of an unwelcome third wheel. Alas, though it irks him, Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan's looks are perfectly matched. Is this the feeling that those girls experience when shipping couples? He finds himself somewhat enamored. Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan exchange a glance, catching a glimpse of each other's innocent smiles, sweet and tangy, an indelible memory. A month slips by in the blink of an eye. Every week, Fu Chuan arranges a time and place for therapy sessions with Fu Linger. Though the process is excruciating for Fu Linger, it ultimately yields some results. Her headaches have become less frequent, and her complaints have dwindled. She even expresses a desire for Fu Chuan to treat her twice a week to expedite her recovery. A proposal Fu Chuan declines. Haste makes waste, and he deeply resists the thought of meeting Fu Linger twice a week. Repugnant. Fu Linger, needing Fu Chuan's help, has deterred the Fu family from intruding. In truth, Fu Chuan's departure from the Fu household aligns with their long-held wishes, as everything seems to fall into place. Not to mention, Fu Zichen's ailment has scarcely manifested. He has been joyfully pursuing Qin Jian daily, playing the devoted admirer. Fu Qingqing remains Fu Chuan's professional course instructor. Her artistic sensibilities admired by the students. Her teaching demeanor remains as aloof and succinct as ever, with abilities that far surpass those of the previous instructor, Teacher Zhang. Fu Qingqing has reverted to her former attitude toward Fu Chuan, silent and unapproachable. Fu Chuan is amused by this return to form, as it spares him from the vexation he previously endured. Gradually, opportunities are arising for Fu Chuan on the Picasso platform, bolstered by recommendations from Shen Shutong and Yu Ying, alongside a part-time wage of 2,000 yuan, sufficient to sustain him until the Gaokao concludes, after which he can apply for national assistance in college. The future appears to be blossoming beautifully. Fu Chuan has never felt such freedom in life, unencumbered. During early morning self-study, the supervising teacher is Fu Qingqing, clad in a white down jacket, hands tucked into her pockets, her head bowed in contemplation. Fu Chuan diligently works on the equations Shen Shutong taught him the previous Sunday, when Fang Kaiwei suddenly leans in conspiratorially. Chuan, tell me honestly, is there something going on between you and Teacher Fu? Why do you say that? Haven't you noticed? While you were solving problems just now, Teacher Fu glanced at you 5 times in secret, and given that you both share the surname Fu, I was wondering if you might be distant relatives? Surely. Teacher Fu isn't infatuated with our little stud, right? Haha, I have no such relationship with her. Fu Chuan does not intentionally deceive Fang Kaiwei. Severing ties with the Fu family is an inevitability. To Fu Chuan, Fu Qingqing is merely a teacher instructing him in his professional studies, nothing more. As long as Fu Qingqing does not irritate him, she may perceive him however she wishes. After all, he has nothing to lose. Accepting Fu Chuan's words, Fang Kaiwei, with a knowing grin, responds, as long as that's the case. The bell rings, signaling the end of the early self-study session. Class monitor Tang Qian steps onto the platform, clad in a pristine school uniform, her youthful visage radiating with collagen, embodying a spirit of youthful romance. Reminiscent of the girl next door, she could easily be considered the belle of Class 27, much adored by the boys. Classmates, Christmas is approaching, and the school has assigned us a task. Our class must submit a piece related to Christmas. Students whose work is selected will receive extra credits. Anyone with ideas can come to me. After announcing this, Tang Qian deliberately approaches Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, do you have any thoughts on participating? I think I'll pass. Extra credits hold little significance for Fu Chuan. He is not a member of the student council, nor is he vying for the presidency. And with it being the senior year, many council members have already withdrawn. Fu Chuan, I can see that your skills are the best in our class. Class 28 has been competing with us, and we must not lose face. If you agree to participate in this Christmas project, Class 28 will surely not stand a chance. Fu Chuan's talent is widely acknowledged as the pinnacle of the class. To spare him the burden, Tang Qian lowers her voice. Indeed, Chuan. Those kids from Class 28 are so arrogant. If you don't personally step in a deal with them, I fear they might run wild. It is rare for anyone to boast that they can certainly defeat Class 28, as one of the 2 specialized art classes in G City No. 1 High School. Each class boasts its own set of exceptional talents. Fang Kaiwei firmly believes that only Fu Chuan has the capability to overshadow them. Reluctantly, Fu Fu Chuan considers the situation. Having been reborn, he possesses far more experience than the current high school art students, which somewhat skews the playing field in his favor. However, he recognizes the value of forging good relations with the class monitor, which could facilitate future endeavors. With this thought, Fu Chuan nods. All right, I'll participate. Well, with Fu Chuan around, the students of Class 28 can no longer act so arrogantly. Tang Qian departed with a cheerful demeanor. Fu Qingqing cast a complex glance at Fu Chuan. He had become the focal point of the class, forming numerous new friendships. Fu Qingqing sensed that Fu Chuan was drifting further away from her, leaving no space for her in his life. It hurt deeply. Fu Qingqing could not suppress the pain in her heart. Fu Linger had previously advised her not to bow her head, to return to her former self. But that was no longer possible. As Fu Chuan's teacher, witnessing his brilliance and indifference, Fu Qingqing felt her heart slipping from her grasp. Chapter 54. Is your heart truly made of stone? Upon returning to her office, Fu Qingqing retrieved her phone and opened the photo album. Perusing Fu Chuan's works one by one, each painting was flawless, a rare gem of talent, exhibiting a maturity and style far beyond his years. Reminiscent of a sword forged through countless battles, gleaming with brilliance. A genius among geniuses. As Fu Qingqing stumbled upon a candid photo of Fu Chuan during class, a flicker of anguish crossed her eyes. She realized she had no photographs of Fu Chuan from his life at the Fu family. Not even a memory of his smiling face when he used to call her fifth sister. Would Fu Chuan's smile ever bloom before her again? How pitiful it was to fall to such depths. Who could she blame but herself? Teacher Fu. Teacher Fu. A voice suddenly erupted beside her. Fu Qingqing instinctively tucked her phone away, only to find it was the director of education, smiling brightly. Did I catch you looking at a student named Fu Chuan? Indeed. She replied, realizing she had been caught. Just as she wished to explain, the director continued. As it happens, I have news for you to relay to Fu Chuan. He has been selected to participate in the provincial high school art competition. Here is the registration form. What? Fu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Director, students in their senior year usually aren't allowed to participate. G City was home to the prestigious Shanghai Academy of Arts, which made the provincial competition particularly grand. Without recommendations from prominent figures in the domestic art scene, students could only gradually build their reputation through children's competitions, county-level contests, and city-level events. Fu Chuan had never participated in such competitions. How could he suddenly be chosen for the provincial one? It was Professor Hao Zhe from Shanghai Academy who recommended him. Fu Qingqing was astonished that such a discerning eye had spotted Fu Chuan's potential and was eager to cultivate it. If Fu Chuan secured a good position, Professor Hao could recommend him directly to Shanghai Academy, thus paving the way for his future. It was not uncommon for mentors to seize promising talents early on in academia, but the key was that this was Professor Hao, a titan with influence on the global art stage. Even the director of education felt a sense of pride knowing that such a genius had emerged from their school. This child's future was boundless. I understand. Once the director left, Fu Qingqing bit her lip in frustration. Fu Chuan was becoming increasingly exceptional, his talent shining brightly, drawing admiration and attention from many. How could the Fu family maintain their place in his heart amidst the throng of admirers? Fu Chuan was currently messaging Yuang. It's settled then, Junior. See you tomorrow night at Sinan Community. Okay. Fong Kaiwei scampered over. Brother Chuan, Teacher Fu is calling for you. Got it. Fu Chuan replied nonchalantly. Fu Qingqing hadn't privately sought out Fu Chuan for a month now, and their encounters in the corridor were mere acts of mutual disregard. She recalled what Fong Kaiwei had said about Fu Qingqing secretly watching Fu Chuan and wondered what her intentions were. When Fu Chuan arrived at the office and stood before Fu Qingqing, she handed him the registration form the director had given her. Fu Chuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the form. Did you register me? In that instant, Fu Qingqing almost admitted to registering him, hoping that he might feel a hint of gratitude towards her and that their relationship might ease from its current tension. She longed for things to return to how they once were. At least in Fu Chuan's heart, she should not be forgotten as his sister. However, she swiftly discarded that thought, realizing how absurd it was. Such a lie would eventually be unveiled, and Fu Chuan would only look down on her more. Not only would Fu Chuan scorn her, but Fu Qingqing felt shame for even contemplating taking credit for Professor Hao's work. How utterly deranged. It was Professor Hao who registered you. Fu Qingqing uttered the words with a hint of exhaustion. Professor Hao. Fu Chuan instantly grasped the professor's intentions. If he performed well in the competition, it would grant Professor Hao the authority to recommend him directly for admission to Shanghai Academy, allowing him to break free from the confines of senior year and embrace the privileges of a chosen genius. Fu Chuan carefully tucked the registration form away and asked, "Is there anything else? My parents' flight is tonight." Oh, that was no longer pertinent to Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing despaired. Do you truly harbor no feelings for us sisters who once overlooked you? I have no words, but our mother cared for you deeply, always thinking of you. Do you truly have no sentiment for her at all? Fu Chuan, is your heart truly made of stone? Does nothing move you anymore? Chapter 55. Fu Chuan would no longer give them the opportunity to hurt him. Always thinking of me. Fu Chuan scoffed, unable to contain his laughter. If that woman truly cared about me, How could she go 3 months abroad without sending a single message? And you, Fu Zichen, take a look at this. Fu Chuan rolled up the sleeve of his school uniform, revealing several ghastly scars. The scars crisscrossed, forming a pattern reminiscent of the swastika. Their visibility a testament to the depth of the wounds he had endured. These are from when you were in the orphanage, right? Wrong. These were inflicted by your so-called caring mother, Ju Mei. Fu Zichen was stunned into silence for a long moment before she could finally speak. No, that's impossible. Those scars are too deep. How could our mother? Believe it or not, it's your choice. Fu Chuan pulled down his sleeve and turned to leave. Ju Mei was a complete lunatic. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had been a sycophant to the Fu family, believing that if he treated his family well, they would eventually accept him with open arms. In reality, Ju Mei had appeared kind on the surface while committing unspeakable atrocities against him behind closed doors. Not only his arms, but his back and chest bore the marks of her cruelty, as she had used a heated knife to carve her affection into him. The scars on his arms were the result of her first attack, which had been so severe that Fu Chuan had suffered a serious infection, requiring 2 days and nights in ICU. Ju Mei had claimed it was merely an accident involving scrap metal, and even the doctor had raised doubts. At that time, Fu Chuan, being the obedient child he was, had helped Ju Mei cover up the truth to avoid further scrutiny. This incident had even occurred with the tacit approval of his biological father, Fu Zichen. The reason for Fu Chuan's descent into depression lay in the agonizing turmoil between suffering and suspicion, which nearly drove him to madness. He was bewildered as to why his seemingly amiable parents would subject him to such inhumane treatment. Their insistence on reclaiming Fu Chuan raised questions about the authenticity of their love. Was it genuine or merely a facade? If even this were a deception, what purpose did Fu Chuan have in remaining in this world? Though he could not pinpoint the exact reasons, Fu Chuan resolved never to grant them the opportunity to inflict harm upon him under the guise of parental authority ever again. Absolutely not. Fu Zichen sat vacantly on a chair, recalling the incident when Fu Chuan was injured. She remembered how Ju Mei rushed to carry Fu Chuan out from the basement, claiming that his arm had been accidentally cut by scrap metal, leading to a sudden loss of consciousness and an ICU admission. The doctor had mentioned a severe infection, which did not resemble tetanus, yet Ju Mei insisted that Fu Chuan had merely been careless. However, at that moment, Fu Chuan's gaze towards Ju Mei was imbued with confusion and fear. What truly transpired in that basement? Was it possible that the gory scar that nearly claimed Fu Chuan's life was indeed inflicted by Ju Mei's knife? Why would she do such a thing? It seemed unfathomable. Emerging from his office, Fu Chuan promptly sent a photograph of the registration form to Professor Hao Zhe. Shortly thereafter, a response arrived. Well, you're quite efficient. Little Chuan, with your talent, achieving a commendable rank in the competition should be within reach. Just give it your all, and good luck. Fu Chuan replied, Thank you, Professor Hao. I will not disappoint your expectations. Professor Hao added, By the way, the gift you presented last time was incredibly practical. Thank you. A smile graced Fu Chuan's lips. Those gifts had been meticulously prepared by Shen Shutong for him. Professor Hao, a prominent figure, had access to anything he desired. But the thoughtful gifts tailored to his tastes had undoubtedly enhanced Fu Chuan's standing in his eyes. With thoughts of the surprise he planned to present to Shen Shutong tomorrow evening, he resolved to prepare diligently. After school, Fu Chuan arrived at the entrance of a boutique street, awaiting Yuang. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and upon opening it, he discovered a new client inquiry from Picasso. Shining meow meow meow. Is the exhibition entirely comprised of your works? A cheeky artist inquired. Indeed, esteemed patron. How may I assist you? Shining meow meow meow. I would like a fan art piece of Kikyo from Inuyasha, capturing a similar essence. After agreeing on the requirements, the client promptly placed the order. Just as he finished adding the green bubbles, Yu Inger arrived, breathless in her pink down jacket. Sorry, Junior. I kept you waiting. No worries. Let's quickly purchase what we need and head back to the apartment. Senior Yu. Oh, I see you're quite eager for your senior Shun. No need to be so anxious. Yu Inger teased lightly. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. Please don't mock me, Senior Yu. Alright. I won't tease you any further. Let us hurry. At the Fu residence, Fu Kaiwa swung her legs while humming a tune, engrossed in her tablet. Fourth sister. Fu Zichen exclaimed as he dropped his backpack and dashed over, leaping into Fu Tsayue's embrace. She affectionately ruffled his hair. Oh, little Zichen, you're back. Have you been behaving well lately? Of course, fourth sister. Have you been busy? Very much so. I haven't even had the chance to browse the fan art of my favorite anime. Thankfully, Mom and Dad are returning tomorrow to pick them up from the airport. I finally get a moment to breathe. A subtle smile appeared on Fu Tsayue's lips. Chapter 56. I want you to be my boyfriend. Oh. Fu Zichen's voice suddenly turned somber. Although Fu Chuan had distanced himself from the Fu family by moving out, Zichen should have felt relieved. It meant he no longer had to compete for their attention. Yet, Fu Chuan had changed. He had truly become enigmatic. Such occurrences were unimaginable in their previous life. How could Fu Chuan now dismiss the family so easily? Had he too been reborn? Each time Zichen entertained this possibility, he recalled how Fu Chuan had rejected the picturesque life and marriage with the Qin family, an opportunity that rightfully belonged to him. How could he bear to abandon it all and leave the Fu family behind? Little Zichen, what troubles you? I just miss brother Fu Chuan. Ever since he moved out, I can't help but wonder if it's my fault. If my presence made him feel uncomfortable. Zichen feigned tears, seeking sympathy from Fu Kaiwe. Oh, let it be. You're a 17-year-old. It's time to take responsibility for your own actions. Fu Kaiwe was uninterested in meddling with such matters, standing firmly with her sisters. Should their opinions of Fu Chuan ever shift, she would treat him more favorably. Avoiding the need for deep contemplation, such simplicity was too comforting. Ultimately, their mother's insistence on reclaiming Fu Chuan since returning from Thailand had reignited memories of him, as if they were on the verge of forgetting about their younger brother. Despite Zichen's serious illness, his conduct within the family remained impeccable. If Fu Chuan chose to leave, then so be it. Everything could return to the way it was, which was just fine. Oh dear, Fu Kaiwe suddenly exclaimed. What's the matter, fourth sister? I was just thinking about how Mom was so adamant about finding Fu Chuan and treating him well. If she discovers that he has moved out, I fear it may lead to further complications. Surely not, fourth sister. Mom has always been kind to brother Fu Chuan. She would respect his choices. Zichen responded with an unsettling calmness. He understood Zhu Mei's intentions in bringing Fu Chuan back and felt no alarm. In fact, he preferred it if Zhu Mei were to bring Fu Chuan back into the family fold, allowing him to observe Fu Chuan's suffering. Rather than the current sense of defeat he felt in comparison to him, it would be a form of vindication. Zichen was far more apprehensive about Fu Ziyue's potential change of heart. He knew her indifference towards Fu Chuan stemmed from popular opinion. Now that Fu Linger was treating Fu Chuan's headaches weekly, and Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing displayed ambiguous attitudes towards him, the situation appeared to shift. As for their third sister, Fu Yueqing, she had fled the country to escape repercussions from recent troubles. Speaking of which, little Zichen, are you truly serious about your relationship with Qingjian? Fu Kaiwe had heard of the humiliation Qingjian had subjected Zichen to. Despite their family's decline, she still carried herself with an air of entitlement. Frankly, Fu Kaiwe did not believe Qingjian was a suitable match for Zichen, especially given his serious condition, which made it exceedingly unlikely for him to find true love. I am serious, fourth sister. I refuse to abandon the woman I fell in love with at first sight, even within the confines of my limited life. Goodness, such talk. You will live a long life, dear little Zichen. Enough of that. Just pursue what makes you happy. How could Zichen be so devoted to Qingjian? Fu Kaiwe had no choice but to silently wish him happiness. Fu Chuan and Yu Inger had completed their shopping and were making their way back to the Xianan community, laden with bags. From a distance, they spotted a figure standing downstairs, engrossed in her phone and impatiently tapping her foot. Upon seeing Fu Chuan, her eyes lit up as she hurried over. Fu Chuan, I've been waiting for you for ages. Why did you take so long? She appeared every bit like Fu Chuan's girlfriend. Yu Inger widened her eyes, glancing between Fu Chuan and Qingjian. Do you two know each other? We do not, Fu Chuan replied coldly. How did Qingjian know he was renting a place here? Yu Inger, what brings you here? Qingjian had encountered Yu Inger several times at social gatherings and was left with a profound impression. She couldn't help but acknowledge that Yu Inger was indeed strikingly beautiful. Among all the enchanting women she had met, only Shen Shudong could rival her allure. The constant praise from those around her had become almost unbearable for Qingjian, who inwardly cursed Yu Inger as a shameless flirt for being so adept at winning people's affection at such a tender age. What would she be like when she grew up? Yu Inger, clearly perplexed, replied, that question should rightly be directed at you. What business do you have with Junior Fu Chuan? Are you his girlfriend? Why are you so nosy? Qingjian, with her inherently rebellious nature, was unyielding and unbothered by anyone, even daring to disregard the face of Fu Zichen, let alone the already irritating Yu Inger. Yu Inger felt as though she were being unjustly caught in the crossfire. Why was Qingjian so hostile today? Was it due to Fu Chuan? Senior Yu, why don't you take your things upstairs first? Sure. Yu Inger was disinclined to engage further with Qingjian. She had a significant task ahead, preparing a surprise for Shen Shutong, so she proceeded into the apartment with her belongings. Fu Chuan regarded Qingjian with an icy stare. What do you want? Fu Chuan, is it too much to ask for a stunning beauty like you to discuss matters at the entrance of the apartment? Have some consideration. With an air of reluctant compliance, Qingjian noted the convenience of the new and community-s location in the bustling center of G City. She had frequented the nearby Huangpai CAF a few times, where the 800 yuan cat poop coffee was freshly brewed by award-winning baristas, and found it to be quite palatable. I have no time. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm leaving. Fu Chuan showed no sign of granting Qingjian any favors, instantly darkening her expression. Here was a lesser-known scion of the Fu family daring to show Qingjian disdain, while the favored Fu Zichen was eager to cater to her whims, clinging to her like a devoted servant. The stark contrast in treatment stoked Qingjian's ire, and she took a deep breath to feign sweetness. Fu Chuan, how about we go to the milk tea shop instead? I can't just stand here chatting with you. I have matters to attend to. Speak now or wait for another day. Fu Chuan was not the type to indulge Qingjian, unlike Fu Zichen, who was driven by aspirations of the Qin family's ascendants. To expect Fu Chuan to pamper Qin Jian was nothing short of a fantasy. Having been a sycophant in his past life, Fu Chuan had learned not to tolerate such behavior, much less now. Seeing Fu Chuan genuinely about to leave, Qin Jian panicked and quickly grasped his arm. All right, Fu Chuan, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I want you to be my boyfriend. Chapter 57. You are truly annoying. I refuse. Fu Chuan's rejection was resolute and anticipated, leaving Qin Jian at a loss for words. Why? What would you lose by being my boyfriend? I'm quite beautiful and the daughter of the Qin family. Because I don't like you. And you want me to be your boyfriend merely to spite Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan had laid bare Qin Jian's intentions. It was precisely this reason that Fu Chuan found her insufferable. She was spoiled and willful, a product of her upbringing, utterly indifferent to others' feelings. Doing as she pleased with brazen audacity. After spending so much time with Qin Jian in his previous life, Fu Chuan had come to understand her inherent malice. She had never considered how her actions might inflict harm on others, only seeking her own amusement. Time and again, she had shown no signs of remorse. Selfish to the core. You are mistaken about one thing, Fu Chuan. You are exceptionally handsome and fit my standards for a boyfriend. Fu Zichen is a sickly wretch and pales in comparison to you. I have no intention of fulfilling any ridiculous marriage contract and becoming his widow. My entire family feels the same way. Qin Jian unabashedly admitted her obsession with looks. She did not necessarily want Fu Chuan alone. But the Qin family's contract was something they could not initiate contact about. They could only pin their hopes on Fu Chuan. Originally, the engagement had been arranged with Fu Chuan in mind, and had it not been for Fu Zichen's sudden declaration of love at first sight, Qin Jian could have pursued a genuine romance with Fu Chuan. Now, she found herself stuck with Fu Zichen, which was utterly exasperating. That's a matter for your family, not mine. As Qin Jian attempted to explain, Fu Chuan had already turned to enter the apartment. With a swipe of his card, the automatic door opened, and once inside, Qin Jian realized she wanted to chase after him, but the door closed behind him, trapping her outside. Qin Jian banged on the door. Fu Chuan, what are you doing? Don't involve me in your family's affairs. And Qin Jian, you are genuinely annoying. The words that Fu Chuan had never managed to voice in his previous life finally found their way out. Leaving that statement behind, he stepped into the elevator, leaving Qin Jian seething at the entrance. No one had ever dared to reject her so brazenly. Fu Chuan was the first. Qin Jian could only glare at the elevator buttons, gritting her teeth in fury. Fu Chuan, do you think you can simply shake me off like this? Dream on. When the next person entered the apartment, Qin Jian swiftly dashed up to the 6th floor. She had no idea which room Fu Chuan occupied, so she knocked on doors one by one. Some remained unanswered, while others revealed occupants who were not Fu Chuan at all. After searching every room on the 6th floor, she was left dumbfounded. She had been played by Fu Chuan. He was not even on the 6th floor. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was busy arranging the venue on the 16th floor. Yu Inger, sorting her things, glanced at him. Junior, did Qin Jian give you a hard time? She can't trouble me. Fu Chuan was no longer a sycophant. No one could manipulate him. Only Fu Zichen, who eagerly sought the power of the Qin family, would willingly let himself be toyed with by Qin Jian. Yu Inger rolled her eyes, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Senior Yu, if you don't mind, may I share my own concerns with you? Oh, Yu Inger stuck out her tongue. Naturally, she was eager to listen, having long been curious about the relationship between Fu Chuan and Qin Jian. Additionally, she felt a protective need to ensure that her friend Shen Shutong did not lose Fu Chuan to other predatory women. Fu Chuan succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in his life, leaving Yu Inger stunned for a full minute. Her eyes soon glistened with unshed tears, and she burst into sobs. Senior Yu. Fu Chuan was taken aback. He had hardly elaborated enough to evoke such empathy from her. The sudden tears left him at a loss, and he quickly fetched a tissue to hand to Yu Inger. Accepting the tissue, Yu Inger unabashedly wiped her nose, her voice trembling as she asked, Junior, have you discussed this with Tang Tang? Fu Chuan shook his head. I intended to speak with Senior Shun, but she said she would exchange her secret with me when she was ready. She still doesn't know. I finally understand why Tang Tang is so special to you. Junior, promise me, you must always stay by Tang Tang's side and never leave her, all right? This was a commitment that only Fu Chuan could fulfill. Yu Inger could not. She wished to see Shen Shutong attain happiness, even if that joy did not originate from her. As long as Shen Shutong smiled, Yu Inger would feel content. All right. Fu Chuan could only passively nod in acceptance. Yu Inger's plea echoed Fu Chuan's ominous premonitions. Could it be that something similar had occurred in Shen Shutong's family? Fu Chuan yearned to comprehend everything about her, including her pain, joy, sorrow, and elation. Although Shen Shutong had yet to fully embrace him, he was certain that one day, he would achieve that. He had to. Chapter 58. I am going to pick up Fu Chuan the following day, at 9 in the morning. Fu Linger and her companions had specifically taken leave to eagerly await in the VIP lounge of the airport. Upon seeing Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei emerge, Fu Zichen approached with a bouquet of flowers in hand, joyfully exclaiming, Daddy, Mommy. Zichen. After months apart, Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei were overjoyed to reunite with their beloved son. Accepting the flowers from Fu Zichen, while Zhu Mei showered him with affectionate hugs and kisses. Fu Linger stepped forward, saying, "Dad, Mom, I've made reservations for dinner tonight. Shall we head home to rest now?" "Indeed," Fu Zhengqiao nodded. Walking alongside Fu Linger at the forefront while discussing business matters, with the other sisters accompanying Zhu Mei, sharing laughter and conversation behind them, Fu Zhengqiao lowered his voice. "How is the situation with the Shin Group? I am doing my utmost." This time, numerous companies were vying for a collaboration with the Shun Group alongside the Fu Group, including several with comparable strength, all fixated on this lucrative opportunity, making it uncertain who would ultimately prevail without a decisive advantage. Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei had returned from abroad with their sights set on the Shin Group, even putting aside their overseas ventures for the time being. "I've heard that Chairman Shin dotes on his daughter Shin Shutong from his previous marriage, cherishing her as if she were made of glass. If we could find a way to approach Shin Shutong, it might yield results. However, even Zichen cannot get close to her." Fu Linger hesitated, unsure whether to voice her thoughts. The fact that even Fu Zichen could not approach Shin Shutong was concerning, especially since Shin Shutong had developed a close relationship with Fu Chuan. If Fu Chuan were willing to seek Shin Shutong's help, the chances of success for the collaboration would undoubtedly soar. Yet, bound by the constraints of their agreement, Fu Chuan had moved out and was reluctant to return to the Fu family. Fu Linger, suffering from her own headaches, had to seek Fu Chuan's assistance while remaining silent. Fu Linger endeavored to conceal the fact that Fu Chuan had moved out, but as soon as they entered the Rolls-Royce, Zhu Mei seemed to recall something and inquired, "Linger, where is Fu Chuan? Why didn't he come to pick us up?" True to the adage, fear what you dread, Fu Linger hastily presented her pre-prepared excuse. "He has been busy with his upcoming college entrance examination and rented a place near the school for convenience." "What did you say?" "Fu Chuan has moved out of the Fu family." Zhu Mei's previously cordial demeanor shifted dramatically. "Mom, Fu Chuan is preparing for the college entrance exam." "No. We must find him immediately. Where is Fu Chuan's new apartment? Drive there at once." Zhu Mei seemed to harbor an absolute taboo against Fu Chuan's departure from the Fu household, losing her usual composure and insisting on retrieving him from his apartment. This unexpected display bewildered Fu Linger and the others, while Fu Qingqing suddenly recalled Fu Chuan's previous comments about Zhu Mei's covert mistreatment of him. Initially skeptical that her amiable mother could act in such a manner, she began to wonder if Zhu Mei truly harbored some dark secret, especially given her current anxiousness. "Wife." It was Fu Zhengqiao who finally spoke up, clearing his throat heavily, prompting Zhu Mei to regain her composure and address Fu Linger and the others, who regarded her with astonished expressions. She quickly explained, "I was merely thinking how difficult it was to bring Fu Chuan back. He is my flesh and blood. My son born after 9 months of pregnancy. How could I not worry about him living alone?" Zhu Mei's explanation was flawless, leaving no room for doubt, and everyone accepted it as a mother's concern for her son. This was also one of the reasons Fu Linger and the others had initially sought to drive Fu Chuan away, fearing that Fu Zichen would be heartbroken upon witnessing Zhu Mei's distress. As night fell, Shin Shutong arrived at the Xianan community at 7 o'clock. Following the information sent by Yu Inger, just as she was about to open the door, she took a deep breath and pushed it open with determination. Bang, bang, bang. Countless colorful streamers flew towards Shin Shutong. "Congratulations, Tang Tang, on the release of your new book. Wishing you a brilliant future. May your new work soar and lead us to new heights." After Yu Inger finished her exuberant announcement, she tossed aside the confetti and embraced Shin Shutong warmly. "All right, this is getting repetitive, lacking any novelty," Shin Shutong remarked, though her beaming smile betrayed her true delight. Who wouldn't relish being cherished and adored? "Tang Tang, don't speak too soon. Something truly unique has arrived this time." Yu Inger replied with a mysterious smile, calling out towards the kitchen, "Junior, it's ready." "Okay." Fu Chuan pressed the switch, plunging the living room into darkness. In an instant, the paper crane-shaped light fixtures hanging from the ceiling illuminated, swirling gracefully above, shimmering with golden brilliance. Amidst the rotating lights sat a cake adorned with a figure resembling Shin Shutong, flanked by the names of the male and female protagonists from her new story. Yu Inger beamed with satisfaction upon witnessing Shin Shutong's astonishment, exclaiming, "This is creative enough, right? Tang Tang, did you come up with this?" "Ahem. I merely assisted in executing the idea. It was all the junior's brainchild. He has quite the flair for surprises, after all. It's the first time I've helped you celebrate a new work." "I knew it." Shin Shutong smiled at Fu Chuan, who had emerged from the kitchen. "Thank you so much, Junior." Fu Chuan returned her smile. "Senior, are you happy?" "Very happy. How could I not be? I just fear that my new work might flop, wasting your thoughtful efforts, which suddenly makes me feel immense pressure." Chapter 59. Have you ever contemplated what the world after death would be like? Silly Tang Tang. How could you let someone else's ambitions extinguish your own prestige? At this moment, you should confidently proclaim that your new work will be a resounding success. A hit beyond the world, a hit beyond the earth. Senior, I believe in you. During their time together, Fu Chuan had come to understand the immense dedication Shin Shutong poured into each of her creations. Every character, main plot, subplot, and storyline was meticulously crafted, even investing considerable sums to acquire fan art. How could such a talented young woman not achieve success? Do not fear others being more gifted than you. Fear those who are both more gifted and more diligent. Truly, competition can be ruthless. Shin Shutong's lips curled into a confident smile. I shall take your words to heart. All right then, let us cut the cake. I'm starving. You're just greedy. After enjoying the cake and sipping on fruity wine, it wasn't long before Yu Inger became tipsy after only a few glasses, her cheeks flushed, lounging on the sofa while waving her arms. Ah, come on, let us drink more. Shin Shutong retrieved her phone and started recording Yu Inger, saying, Look at this Inger, truly pathetic. She's already drunk after just a few glasses. With that, Shin Shutong shot a meaningful glance at Fu Chuan. That's really sad. Are you saying you're brave then? Hee, I'm super brave. Playing along with Shin Shutong's act, Fu Chuan took a few more sips of fruity wine. Speaking of which, if fruity wine could get someone this intoxicated, Yu Inger truly possessed a unique talent. Before long, Yu Inger was completely inebriated. Shin Shutong, accustomed to it, covered her with a blanket and helped her settle comfortably on the sofa, saying, You still pretended to be strong when you clearly couldn't handle it. Shin Shutong gestured to Fu Chuan to join her on the balcony. Brave Junior, grab 2 bottles of fruity wine. Let us head out and enjoy. Fu Chuan hesitated, pondering whether he should fetch something for his senior or simply indulge in a moment of revelry. Ahem. As Shin Shutong and Fu Chuan arrived on the balcony, they gazed upon the dazzling nightscape of the bustling city. The gentle breeze caressed their skin as they savored their nearly ice-cold fruit wine, a moment of sheer delight. Fu Chuan's breath was somewhat uneven. The intoxicating fragrance of the girl beside him perpetually teased his senses. Though he believed himself to have transcended many of life's trivialities in this new life, he found himself uncharacteristically flustered, his heart racing in a manner he had not experienced when he first met Shin Shutong. Unbeknownst to him, she had already nestled into the depths of his heart, becoming an irreplaceable beacon of light, a silvery glow that dispelled the darkness, illuminating the vastness of the world. Thank you, Junior. It has been ages since I've felt as joyous as I do today, Shin Shutong said, her gaze softening as she looked at Fu Chuan, her gratitude sincere. Likewise, Senior. Fu Chuan replied, raising his glass in a toast. He took a sip of the fruit wine and let out a satisfied sigh. Here's to your new work becoming a resounding success. May you soon be recognized as a world-renowned author. He shouted towards the balcony's edge, his voice echoing. In that instant, myriad lights flickered in response, as curious onlookers sought to locate the source of the sound. At 8:30 in the evening, it was still permissible noise. Shin Shutong paused momentarily, then boldly downed a generous gulp of fruit wine, mustering her courage. Closing her eyes, she transformed her hand into a makeshift microphone, declaring, Junior, I wish for your works to win awards soon. May you become a world-famous painter. Goodness, really, are we flaunting our affection now? As if being single isn't miserable enough. Which couple dares to step forward? I'm sharpening my knife for the slaughter. The voices of onlookers filled the air, some incredulous and others envious. I can't believe it. Are they dating already? No way. I'm still single, and I haven't even found a girlfriend myself. The duo, retreating beneath the balcony, exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet laugh. Life, after all, is about undertaking experiences yet untried, creating memories worth cherishing. Junior, this is my first time doing something like this. My heart is racing. Thankfully, Inger is drunk, or I would surely be the subject of ridicule, Shin Shutong confessed. To be honest, Senior, this is my first time as well, Fu Chuan admitted, chuckling. So that's why your ears turn red when you do something mischievous. It's quite exhilarating. Shin Shutong pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of Fu Chuan's flushed ear, the flash illuminating the moment, confirming his embarrassment. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head. Senior, you seem to be socially anxious, yet you don't appear shy at all while doing something so bold. Perhaps it was that her expression belied her true feelings. His heart raced within his chest. If it weren't for you, Junior, I might never have had the courage to act like this, Shin Shutong mused, her heart fluttering like a star. I'm reminded of the character from Four Lies, Miyagawa Kuru, who, alongside Arima Kusei, embarked on whimsical adventures, jumping into rivers while riding bikes, arms outstretched as they chased after trains. Such seemingly foolish actions were, in truth, filled with an indescribable beauty. Each bold step taken before death, each fleeting memory, is akin to the most brilliant fireworks, bursting forth only to vanish, leaving behind unspoken emotions. Fu Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the joy radiating from Shin Shutong. The moonlight draped over her like a magical veil, rendering her almost ethereal. A vision so exquisite it seemed unreal, fragile enough to shatter with a mere touch. If only he could join her in such blissful endeavors, seemingly foolish yet immensely fulfilling. As Shin Shutong admired the night sky, Fu Chuan found himself captivated by her. You stand upon the bridge, gazing at the scenery, while the onlookers above marvel at you. The bright moon adorns your window, while you embellish the dreams of others. A line from Bien Jeline echoed in his mind. In that moment, the thoughts of these young hearts took flight, soaring into the boundless night, warm and intertwined. Junior, have you ever contemplated what the world beyond death might hold? Chapter 60. If tomorrow were your last day, who would you wish to see? Senior? Fu Chuan responded, astonished by her query. I have pondered such things. Heaven or hell? Does heaven hold deities? Is hell composed of 18 layers? Is it governed by Eastern or Western beliefs? Does reincarnation truly exist? Is it possible for someone to be born with remnants of their past life, memories fading as they grow? Xin Shutong mused, her fingers painting her dreams in the air. Fu Chuan, a hint of concern in his tone, interjected, Senior, you might be a bit tipsy. Rest assured, I am clear-headed. I genuinely wonder what awaits after death. If I could be reborn, at what age would I return? If I could time travel, I would love to experience the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Inger, on the other hand, dreams of the Ming dynasty. She's watched the stories of the Ming dynasty countless times and knows its history well. Still, I think I'd prefer not to time travel. Without the internet, phones, and electricity, I would surely go mad, becoming a mere shadow of my former self. With a playful flick of her hair, Xin Shutong maintained her warm, gentle smile. In that moment, Fu Chuan felt an insurmountable distance between them, unable to decipher the depths of her heart or touch her myriad emotions. And you, Junior? If tomorrow were your last day, who would you wish to see? If you could be reborn, when would you choose to return? Which era would you most desire to visit? Xin Shutong casually posed these questions to Fu Chuan, her imaginative mind relishing the boundless possibilities. As a novelist, she thrived on fanciful notions, often weaving dreams into the fabric of her stories. Perhaps Fu Chuan's responses could inspire her in ways she had yet to imagine. The question momentarily stumped Fu Chuan. After a thoughtful pause, he shook his head. I have no one in mind. Throughout my life, no one has truly cherished me, no one who seeks to understand my joys and sorrows. I have always walked alone, living in solitude, willing to sacrifice everything for a glimmer of light, only to become a target for others' cruelty. Though I have long since ceased to care for the Fu family, I mourn only for the life I have led. Without the chance for rebirth, my existence would have been utterly ruined by my family. Junior, Xin Shutong began, but he continued, please don't think me presumptuous. Though our acquaintance has been brief, your kindness and warmth have surpassed any I have encountered in my life. If tomorrow were my last, I would wish to see you. Senior, your presence alone would suffice. Like a drowning person grasping for the last strand of hope, or a soul lost in darkness yearning for a sliver of moonlight. Xin Shutong held an irreplaceable position in Fu Chuan's heart. If I could be reborn, I would wish to return to the very first day I met you. I would strive to befriend you, believing that your presence would illuminate my life, transforming it into a radiant tapestry rather than a descent into despair. As for time travel, I have no particular preference for any dynasty. The realms of alternate history and fantasy seem distant. Yet, I would choose the Tang dynasty, as I am certain the splendor you yearn to witness would not disappoint. However, I lack confidence in surviving such a journey unless granted some form of assistance. Everything Fu Chuan wished to express and accomplish was shaped by the template that Xin Shutong had provided. In the midst of his dismal existence, her presence served as a solitary ray of moonlight, illuminating the path out of the refuse, guiding the tattered Fu Chuan forward. Even after his rebirth, this truth remained unchanged. Fu Chuan's ability to respond to such profound questions with ease was solely due to Xin Shutong's steadfast presence by his side. It truly is as such. Xin Shutong's voice bore a certain clarity, a soothing comfort. After sipping a few more mouthfuls of fruit wine, she continued, Junior, do you remember? I once mentioned that secrets can only be exchanged equivalently between each other. Now, I feel a pressing urge to speak about my own affairs. Senior, I will always be by your side when you wish to exchange. Fu Chuan's response remained unwavering. After a brief silence, Xin Shutong began, years ago, my father and mother fell in love at first sight. Their romance blossomed at G City No. 1 High School and endured through university, culminating in a marriage after more than a decade of courtship. My father's confession occurred beneath the phoenix tree at G City No. 1, a tree that still stands. Unwavering, yet they have since drifted apart. Fu Chuan thought to himself, it was no wonder he often saw Xin Shutong standing under the phoenix tree, gazing vacantly at the blooming flowers. It was indeed tied to her parents' past, a memory preserved in that painting. He hesitated to inquire if one of their parents had strayed, fearing to touch upon the sorrow that lay unspoken within Xin Shutong. Sensing Fu Chuan's thoughts, she offered an explanation. They did not cease to love, but my mother fell ill with ALS, the same affliction that plagued Hawking. Have you heard of it? In the beginning, she could still call my name, as if she were like anyone else, but within 2 years, her condition deteriorated rapidly. She could barely speak, required a wheelchair, and was on the brink of death. I was still so young, utterly oblivious, even finding my mother frightening and distancing myself from her. By the time I grew up and understood everything, she had passed, and I was left with no time. In her youth, Xin Shutong was lively and cheerful, much like her friend Yu Ying-er, yet as she matured, she became socially anxious, often perceived as an aloof moonlight. This experience had indeed left a profound psychological scar on her, one that time could not heal. My father cherished me dearly, never blamed me for anything, supporting all my endeavors, even after he remarried and had children with another woman he liked, claiming she resembled my mother in her youth. My stepmother treated me well, devoid of any wicked fairy tale drama. However, I always felt I did not belong to that family, especially as I watched them gather around my newborn half-brother. The feeling intensified. Chapter 61. Only the past is most wounding. Shin Shutong vividly recalled the incident when her brother, at the tender age of 3, innocently broke something in her room. Their father merely stated he would buy her a replacement and urged her not to hold it against her brother, for he was still so young and knew nothing. Indeed, her brother had not acted with malice. Shin Shutong understood this completely. Yet, their father had forgotten that the broken item was a ceramic gift painstakingly crafted by their mother while she was still alive, a one-of-a-kind treasure that could never be replicated. From that moment of despair, Shin Shutong realized she no longer belonged to the Shin family. Her father's affection and attention towards her brother overshadowed any he had for her. Though she longed to leave, she found no compelling reason to do so. Now a celebrated novelist with a lifetime of royalties, should she leave? Should she? Perhaps this was divine retribution for being a flawed daughter. Before her passing, my mother had been consumed with concern, imploring my father to take good care of me. She had poured all her love into me, and in her darkest moments, I had fled in fear, leaving a guilt that shackled me, dragging me deeper into despair. I could not face her portrait, nor our shared past. Nor could I confront my father, my stepmother, or my half-brother. Shin Shutong buried her face in her knees, her back pressed against the balcony wall, her voice barely a whisper. The weight of the past was most excruciating. These memories ensnared Shin Shutong, trapping her in a web of her own making, and every attempt to break free only tore at her wounds, eliciting a searing pain that gnawed at her flesh. Over time, Shin Shutong chose to bury these memories deep within her heart, rendering herself utterly numb. Yet, in the stillness of the night, nightmares occasionally assailed her, jolting her awake, leaving her sleepless. Aside from Yu Ying-er, this was the second time Shin Shutong had unburdened her heart. In her mind, Fu Chuan was different. He was akin to her. Shin Shutong despised revealing her vulnerabilities and sought no solace from others. Although her words dripped with sorrow, she did not wish for Fu Chuan to pity her. It was merely a mutual exchange of secrets, his offering and hers, the essence of reciprocity. Not a demand for someone to pour out their heart while she offered nothing in return. That would be coercing someone into servility, a notion she could not abide. Taking a deep breath, Shin Shutong lifted her face to meet Fu Chuan's gaze, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Would this boy, who shared a similar experience, arrive at a different conclusion? Fu Chuan pressed his lips together. So, senior, every novel you write ultimately culminates in the protagonists living harmoniously together, basking in happiness, correct? Shin Shutong chuckled softly. Junior, I must apologize. I previously told a small fib. Before truly knowing you, I hadn't read many of your works. But later I immersed myself in all your stories. Regardless of the protagonists' tumultuous beginnings or mid-journey trials, their families always remain by their side, resolutely supporting them. Words are a reflection of the soul, illuminating Shin Shutong's innermost desires. She smiled wryly. Indeed, words possess a certain magic. I can create any story I desire at will. In my narratives, no matter if the protagonist's parents vanish or are captured by antagonists, they ultimately rescue them and remain together. Some readers have remarked that my endings lack impact, yet I simply believe life is already fraught with sorrow. I do not wish my creations to endure the same. To Shin Shutong, the characters she painstakingly crafted were more than mere figments of paper. Once she assigned them names and identities, weaving their tumultuous tales, they transcended into her children. This sorrow was one she wished to bear alone, for they deserved happiness. To be honest, Junior, I have contemplated various reactions you might have upon hearing this story, yet I never anticipated you would respond with an ending reminiscent of my novels. Unlike Ying-er, who wept uncontrollably, even more so than I, the one directly involved, and thus took a month off school to stay by my side. Shin Shutong wore a light-hearted expression. Well then, senior, are you satisfied with this answer? Very much so, thank you. Shin Shutong expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Fu Chuan had genuinely taken the time to understand her, piercing through the facade. Fu Chuan felt he had finally drawn closer to the depths of Shin Shutong's heart. Despite her sparse words and understated demeanor, she had not fully divulged everything. At the very least, in Shin Shutong's heart, she had begun to regard Fu Chuan as someone worthy of recognition. This realization filled Fu Chuan with immense joy. Tilting her head to regard Fu Chuan, Shin Shutong inquired, so then, are you willing to share your secret with me? Of course. It's somewhat akin to your story. Fu Chuan recounted the events that followed his reunion with the Fu family. They both grappled with the burdens of their origins. The difference lay in Fu Chuan possessing a decisive reason to leave the Fu family, while Shin Shutong did not. Her father still loved her, the first wife had passed, and after remarrying, he had children of his own, establishing a boundary that Shin Shutong could not traverse, even if he did not perceive it as such. Shin Shutong could rent a place outside, temporarily escaping this suffocating environment. She was talented and financially secure enough to pursue her desires, no longer beholden to her father's whims. Yet ultimately, she would still have to face it all. The world indeed harbored such peculiar parents and siblings. Shin Shutong marveled in disbelief. Had it not been spoken from Fu Chuan's lips, Shin Shutong would have found it utterly unbelievable. In this vast and wondrous world, myriad peculiarities abound. It is not uncommon for individuals like Shin Shutong, whose mother succumbed to illness and whose father remarried to forge a new family, to find themselves overshadowed by the attention and affection lavished upon younger half-siblings, thereby neglecting their own feelings. Fu Chuan, abducted and subjected to the vicissitudes of life in an orphanage, only to be reclaimed by his biological parents and scorned by his sisters as a mere pretender to a noble title, is a tale so absurd it defies belief. With self-deprecating humor, Fu Chuan mused, if only I had grasped sooner that the warmth of human hearts cannot be forced, yet it is not too late. For I have embarked on the first step towards a renewed existence. In contemporary society, financial stability reigns supreme, followed closely by the ability to generate ongoing income. This is a challenge Fu Chuan felt capable of addressing. Once the college entrance examination was behind him, he would no longer be tethered to the Fu family. As Fu Chuan pondered, he suddenly felt Shin Shutong's hand clasp his tightly. The small warmth radiating from her palm seemed to envelop him entirely. Fu Chuan momentarily held his breath, his mind blank. Senior you. Younger student, if there is anything on your mind, you must confide in me. I will assist you. Shin Shutong responded with utmost sincerity. To redeem Fu Chuan was, in essence, to redeem herself. Fate had intertwined their paths within this vast universe. And if destiny indeed played a role, the struggles faced by Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong were remarkably similar. Shin Shutong found herself ensnared in the mire of despair, unable to muster the courage to pursue answers. Yet, she recognized that she possessed the capability to extricate Fu Chuan from his plight. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced, and warmth flooded through her. Fu Chuan could not feign nonchalance, for such heartfelt concern was too comforting, akin to a blissful dream from which one hesitates to awaken. Who could bear to resist such a form of redemption? Countless sentiments coalesced into a singular word, good. Fu Chuan silently added, if only you would continue to gaze at me like this, hold my hand, and never let go. With you by my side, I shall find my direction and motivation. I will feel that this world awaits me, filled with beauty, rather than a lifetime of despair and suffering. With a gentle smile, Shin Shutong remarked, younger student, you are truly obedient. She affectionately ruffled Fu Chuan's hair. Unable to suppress a smile, Fu Chuan wondered, why does this feeling seem so familiar? Rising to her feet, Shin Shutong gazed at the starlit night sky and stretched languorously. Tell me, younger student, if you were in my position, would you still have decisively left this home? Senior, do you wish to hear the truth? Of course, I yearn for the truth. Shin Shutong awaited Fu Chuan's response, eager to understand how he would choose where he to occupy her shoes. I do not know, Fu Chuan replied candidly. According to what you say, your father loves you. Yet, circumstances have led you both down divergent paths. As for me, my family has offered only indifference and pain. Were I in your place, I would be uncertain about leaving. This is your life, and I do not wish to impose my own feelings upon your decision. Whatever you choose, I will stand by your side in support. Meeting Fu Chuan's fervent gaze, Shin Shutong playfully tossed her hair and nodded with a smile. You are correct, younger student. This is my life, and I must make the decisions, not rely on you as an escape. You have imparted a lesson to me. Suddenly, fireworks illuminated the sky with a resounding boom, bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. How beautiful, Shin Shutong exclaimed, feeling as though a long-borne burden had been lifted, her voice now tinged with lightness. Fu Chuan stood beside her, confidently proclaiming, tomorrow shall dawn with clear skies, just as your new book begins, surging forth with the winds of change. And if it rains tomorrow, I shall hold you accountable, younger student. All right, senior, please do not frighten me. They exchanged playful banter while watching the fireworks, discovering that happiness could indeed be this simple. Just having each other was sufficient. As night deepened, Fu Chuan assisted Shin Shutong in placing the half-conscious Yu Inger into a taxi. Oh, I should drink more. Yu Inger mumbled in her sleep, embodying the classic blend of stubbornness and fragility. Younger student, I shall escort her home. Until tomorrow, senior. Rest well. Following their heartfelt exchange, the glances they exchanged held newfound significance. Upon returning to his room, Fu Chuan felt invigorated. He anticipated a sleepless night, his body still buzzing with excitement. Eager to etch every moment of the evening into his memory. Perhaps he would paint instead. He aimed to create a piece for the school's Christmas theme and a fan art of Inuyasha and Kikyo commissioned by a patron. Fueled by inspiration and energy, Fu Chuan immersed himself in his art, pouring forth creativity until he was blissfully unaware of the hour. 3 a.m. arrived before he knew it. With his work complete, he captured a photo and sent it to Shining Meow before retiring to bed. Meanwhile, Fu Kaiwe was engrossed in watching fan-made videos in her room, relishing the rare moment of freedom from work obligations. Soon, she would return to the grind, leaving little time for her beloved anime. Just then, she received a message from a talented artist, a green bubble appearing on her screen. Already, Fu Kaiwei raised an eyebrow, her business acumen urging her to critique the work. However, upon opening the image, she was taken aback by its excellence. Flawless in every regard, it left her in awe. As a seasoned fan of anime, and having grown up in the Fu family, Fu Kaiwei possessed a refined taste and artistic sensibility, making her discerning eye hard to impress. Yet, this artist had truly captivated her. She realized she had stumbled upon a brilliant gem destined for greatness on the Picasso platform. Seizing the opportunity before the artist's popularity exploded, she swiftly requested more works. I am thoroughly satisfied. Please send me the digital version, and I would like to commission additional pieces featuring Sesomaru, Eren Yeager, Tanjiro, and Wudong Wang. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Kaiwei placed her order, generously tipping Fu Chuan on the platform. The following day, Fu Chuan set an alarm for 6 in the morning. Upon waking and glancing at his phone, he was astounded by a flurry of notifications. Patron Shining Meow 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 has tipped you a skyrocketing firework. Patron Shining Meow 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 has tipped you a worldwide celebration. Patron Shining Meow 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 has tipped you a super rocket. In an instant, his earnings surged over 10,000 yuan. Upon receiving a flurry of messages from the illustrious Shining Meow 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 accompanied by a series of orders, it was evident that the financial prowess displayed was quite remarkable. The Picasso platform is not bereft of affluent patrons, as any artist who catches their eye is likely to receive generous financial backing. Those illustrious 5-star patrons, in particular, possess a plethora of commercial orders and have even allocated several advertisement slots, which inexplicably landed on the account of Fu Chuan, a complete novice. In his lifetime, Fu Chuan had never employed any grandiose means to attract attention. He was merely a newcomer. He recalled that in his previous life, it took him 3 years of navigating the Picasso platform to receive such generous tips. The actions of Shining Meow 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 prompted many users from Picasso to flock to Fu Chuan's account, speculating whether he was a new identity for some prominent figure. The works Fu Chuan displayed in the gallery were indeed commendable, defying the expectations of a mere novice, as he had already secured multiple orders shortly after creating his account. Picasso maintains a stringent policy against fraudulent activities. Should one be caught, the consequences extend beyond mere IP bans and identity revocations, encompassing all associated entities. Even utilizing another's identity to create an account is fraught with the risk of being reported. Aspiring artists who wish to establish a lasting career are thus compelled to grow organically, step by step. The intervention of Shining Meow 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 propelled Fu Chuan to the pinnacle of Picasso's newcomer rankings, granting him significant exposure. My apologies, esteemed patron. I have only just seen this. I accept. Absolutely. Such a generous, straightforward benefactor, who refrains from nitpicking, is indeed the dream of every artist. Noticing that Shining Meow 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 had yet to respond, Fu Chuan decided to prepare breakfast. At 7 o'clock, Shin Shutong arrived punctually. The residential complex was conveniently located near the school, allowing a leisurely 5-minute walk, thus enabling them to savor breakfast before attending classes. While enjoying a meal of pork, vegetables, and vermicelli, Fu Chuan suddenly looked up. Senior, may I ask you something? Is Shining Meow 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 you? Shin Shutong, chewing on her vegetables, blinked in surprise. Shining Meow Meow Meow? How do you know that username? To his astonishment, it turned out to be his senior. Fu Chuan had asked merely out of curiosity, not expecting the truth. The sunflowers blooming in his heart wilted instantly upon the realization that it was Shin Shutong who had deliberately placed orders to elevate him to the top of the newcomer rankings. After swallowing her vegetables, Shin Shutong chuckled. Silly Junior, what are you imagining? Shining Meow 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 is quite a famous user. Those involved in the two-dimensional art community often encounter them. Oh, really? Shin Shutong opened several apps related to the two-dimensional art circle, revealing the omnipresence of Shining Meow Meow Meow. It was evident that this user was not lacking in finances, casually rewarding artists they favored. Such affluent and unproblematic buyers are the envy of many. Whenever Shining Meow 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 appears, a multitude of admirers hope for a chance to showcase their portfolios, dreaming of being favored by a wealthy patron. Fu Chuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Am I being sponsored by a rich patron? What is this about? Shin Shutong inquired. Fu Chuan recounted the tale of the generous tips he received from Shining Meow Meow Meow. Shin Shutong's reaction was rather subdued. Your response is not quite what I expected. Senior, isn't this a normal reaction to your talent? Shin Shutong blinked in confusion. Indeed, the onlooker often sees more clearly than the participant. Given Fu Chuan's artistic prowess, his rise to prominence was inevitable, and Shin Shutong was unperturbed by it. Not to mention, even Professor Hao Zhe regarded Fu Chuan with the reverence reserved for rare treasures, marking him as a true genius among geniuses. Countless artists strive to earn Professor Hao's recognition, a feat akin to scaling a mountain. Yet Fu Chuan's artwork garnered his utmost admiration, signifying its exceptional value. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head, reflecting on how, despite having achieved fame in his past life, This swift ascent to the top of Picasso's newcomer rankings was unexpected. Following this exposure, an influx of clients seeking to commission Fu Chuan's work would alleviate the pressures of his senior year and even the forthcoming university experience. By the way, Junior, are you feeling a bit overconfident lately? Xin Shutong playfully waved her chopsticks at him. What? You actually suspect I was behind your rise to the top of the newcomer rankings? Humph. Xin Shutong pouted, genuinely vexed. While she could assist Fu Chuan, she would not allow him to misjudge his career trajectory. Victories achieved through one's own merit hold far greater significance. Fu Chuan's journey mirrored Xin Shutong's initial foray into novel writing, where she had rebuffed Yu Ying's insistence on boosting her data for a head start. Such maneuvers can only embellish success. They should never serve as a crutch. When a novel gains traction, strategic marketing and copyright sales can elevate one to new heights. To sustain a long-term career, one must rely on their own capabilities, and Xin Shutong firmly believed Fu Chuan would soon accomplish this. My sincerest apologies, Senior. Fu Chuan clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. Merely apologizing will not suffice. Junior, accompany me to an event tonight, and I shall absolve you. Of course. Chapter 64. Attending the New Year's Eve party with the senior. Fu Chuan arrived at school and submitted his completed Christmas artwork to Tang Qian. Tang Qian marveled at the piece, exclaiming, absolutely stunning. Fu Chuan, you are indeed a genius. I will deliver this to the teacher's office immediately. Class monitor, I want to see Fu Chuan's work. Class monitor, me too. Once Fu Chuan wins an award, we shall all see it. Just wait. Tang Qian clutched the artwork protectively, rushing out of the classroom to avoid any leaks to Class 28, inciting a chorus of lamentations from her classmates. Upon returning to his seat, Fong Kaiwei patted Fu Chuan on the shoulder. Brother Chuan, it seems you are universally acknowledged as the genius of our class. There is no jealousy, only admiration. You flatter me. Fu Chuan's response was muted, as he was now far beyond the level of his peers. His aspirations reaching for the stars and the vast ocean of the future, unwilling to be complacent with such minor achievements. Fong Kaiwei gazed at him with respect, an air of subtle arrogance emanating from him. Truly, Brother Chuan was impressive. After the second class, a bespectacled, attractive girl in a school uniform loitered at the entrance of Class 27, casting furtive glances until someone noticed her and discreetly conveyed her purpose. Fu Chuan, there's a junior looking for you. Fu Chuan, leaning against the window while studying English vocabulary, set down his book and stepped outside the classroom. Hello, Senior Fu Chuan. I am Ning Lan, the vice president of the student council. Ning Lan's cheeks flushed as she stood nervously before Fu Chuan, prompting him to chuckle. Did he really look that intimidating? Is there something you need? Ning Lan composed herself and spoke. Senior Fu Chuan. The school is planning to hold a New Year's Eve party. Normally, we shouldn't invite seniors from the third year, but based on the student council's voting, you ranked second. In keeping with the traditions of G City No. 1 High School, I still needed to ask if you would be available to attend. Fu Chuan was well aware of the tradition. At G City No. 1 High School, events such as these required students to perform on stage. The student council was responsible for gathering suggestions from the students, such as selecting a few high-voted students to take the stage, thereby fulfilling the desires of their peers. Naturally, participation was based on voluntary consent. Those who received high votes would not be coerced into performing if they were unwilling. In the past, Fu Chuan had filled out such forms, but had always kept his distance from such lively gatherings. To his surprise, this year, after being reborn, he found himself ranking second. Truly, the unpredictability of life is astonishing. The first place was undoubtedly taken by the school's belle, Xin Shu Tang, who had dominated the rankings for 4 consecutive years, including her repeated year. Xin Shu Tang had never agreed to participate in the evening performance, even when Yu Ying held the position of student council president. While others perceived her as aloof, in truth, she struggled with mild social anxiety and had little fondness for such occasions. Reflecting on this, Fu Chuan shook his head. I cannot. Besides the new benefactors, Shining Meow 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 Commission, Fu Chuan also had to prepare for the provincial high school painting competition, aiming for a commendable ranking to gain admission to Shanghai Academy of Arts. He truly found himself unable to assist with an event like the New Year's Eve Gala that required extensive rehearsal and time commitment. However, Fu Chuan, the senior, the students had voted overwhelmingly for a collaborative performance between him and Senior Shun. We have already approached Senior Shun, and she has surprisingly agreed to perform this year, stating that she would be willing to take the stage if you agreed. What did you say? Fu Chuan was utterly taken aback. Xin Shu Tang actually said such a thing? If Senior Fu and Senior Shun are willing to perform together, I believe this year's New Year's Eve Gala will become a historic moment for G City No. 1 High School. Although the school emphasized the principle of voluntariness, we still beseech you, Senior Fu, to bring us an unforgettable evening. Ning Lan bowed deeply to Fu Chuan, earnestly pleading. Ultimately, Fu Chuan could not muster the resolve, merely requesting Ning Lan's contact information, indicating he would consider it, thus sending her away. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Xin Shu Tang, informing her about the student council's approach. Xin Shu Tang replied, Do you wish to participate? Fu Chuan responded, What astonishes me most is that you are willing to participate. Senior, Aren't you averse to such occasions? Shen Tang replied. Do you remember the ambitious declarations we shouted from the balcony last night? When the junior approached me, I felt a moment of haze. I am about to graduate from G City No. 1 high school. Perhaps engaging in some unexpected, extraordinary activities before I leave would create unforgettable memories. Junior, I still lack confidence and need you by my side. Thump, thump. The words Shen Tang sent seemed to possess a magical quality, stirring Fu Chuan's heartstrings. He was acutely aware that there was no romantic inclination between them. They were simply very good friends. Yet, his heart raced uncontrollably. By the time Fu Chuan regained his composure, he had already agreed to join Shen Tang in performing at the New Year's Eve gala. Shen Tang responded, Then I will inform the junior. We can discuss the performance and the format this evening. All right. As the class bell rang, Fu Chuan returned to the classroom, inwardly lamenting, truly, beauty leads one astray. Nevertheless, performing at the New Year's Eve gala with Senior Shen would surely become an indelible memory for Fu Chuan throughout his life. Upon reflection, it did not seem so bad. Chapter 65, Unless You Die? During the lunch break, Fu Chuan and Shen Tang met on the rooftop to eat while discussing the performance for the New Year's Eve gala. Junior, can you sing? Just adequately. But I know a bit of an instrument. Shen Tang's eyes lit up. Do you play the guitar? I do. Fu Chuan managed a wry smile, as it was rather ironic that he learned the guitar from Fu Zichen. In the past, Fu Chuan had watched Fu Zichen create music at the Fu residence, earning his sister's praise, which stirred envy within him. Fu Zichen, noticing this, had graciously offered to teach Fu Chuan music to help him gain his sister's attention. At that time, Fu Chuan sympathized with Fu Zichen's terminal illness and, seeing his sincerity, had no doubt that Fu Zichen genuinely recognized him as an elder brother. He devoted himself to learning guitar from Fu Zichen, hoping to perform in front of his sisters to gain their attention, only to be met with cold glares and ridicule, as they claimed that no matter how much he learned, he could never transform from an ugly duckling into a swan, and that aspiring to compare himself with Fu Zichen was a fool's errand. Eventually, Fu Chuan came to understand that those who despised him would view his very existence as a mistake, while those who loved him would cherish him regardless of his flaws. Ultimately, being unloved was a sin in itself, whether in friendship, love, or familial ties. Once one became a sycophant, they were destined to be a thorough loser. All right, I already have an idea. After Shen Tang shared her plan, Fu Chuan expressed concern. Senior, are you truly capable of this? I don't know. It's merely a thought I wish to try. As long as you're by my side. Junior, I believe we can do it. Shen Tang flashed Fu Chuan a radiant smile, reminiscent of the courage they had shared while shouting on the balcony the night before. The socially anxious person she once was would never have dared to engage in such acts. Yet, at that moment, an ardor propelled Shen Tang to shout alongside Fu Chuan. If life were to last but a fleeting moment, then let them unleash the most dazzling fireworks in that instant. Regardless of what the future held, all that mattered was transcending oneself in the present, reclaiming one's identity, and creating profound, unforgettable memories. Fu Chuan nodded firmly. I vow to honor this promise for a lifetime. During afternoon professional classes, Fu Qingqing suddenly called Fu Chuan outside. Fu Chuan, feeling exasperated, inquired, Teacher, what is it? Having grown accustomed to Fu Chuan's aloofness, Fu Qingqing felt a pang of hurt. Mother wishes to meet with you. Fu Chuan scoffed. What is there to meet about? She is a sadistic psychopath. Fu Chuan, she is our biological mother. Fu Qingqing retorted, astonished. How can you say such things? To you, she may be a biological mother, but to me, she is a butcher. If she continues to harass me, I will not hesitate to make this public. I am just a poor student. I have nothing to lose, but the Fu family would surely face disgrace. Fu Chuan declared. Turning to leave, he knew that the Fu family valued reputation above all, especially since the collaboration with the Shen family was at a critical juncture. Fu Jingchao and Fu Lingair were desperately trying to pull strings to secure a connection with the Shen family, and if they failed, it would not only cost them financially, but also forfeit a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They needed Fu Chuan, their biological son, to refrain from causing trouble. Fu Chuan, what must you do to lessen your hostility? Are you truly happy treating me and your biological mother this way? In response to Fu Qingqing's words, Fu Chuan simply shot her an incredulous look. Fu Qingqing, cold and devoid of compassion, was aware that the Fu family had never treated Fu Chuan as a person and still expected him to lessen his hostility. If Fu Chuan had a system that allowed him to commit murder without consequence, he might have been tempted to scatter the ashes of the Fu family in a fit of rage. Alas, reality was what it was. Fu Chuan was merely a reincarnated individual with the experience of a painter from his past life, unable to wield power like those in novels or films, turning adversaries to ashes with a mere snap of his fingers. Having already squandered one life for the Fu family, he had been granted the mercy of rebirth. There was no way he would allow himself to be dragged back into the mire of the Fu family. Want me to lessen my hostility? Unless you die? With that, Fu Chuan cast one last glance at Fu Qingqing's pale countenance before returning to the classroom, having resolved matters regarding his coursework. Fu Chuan still needed to head to the grand auditorium to rehearse the New Year's Eve gala program with Shin Tang. He was swamped with various tasks, including the commission from the benefactor and a provincial painting competition. The affairs of the Fu family could swiftly fade into oblivion. How could Fu Chuan suggest that she cease to exist? Standing in place, Fu Qingqing murmured to herself, a searing pain spreading from her heart throughout her body. An irresistible force that left her emotions in disarray as she crouched on the ground, covering her mouth. How could Fu Chuan, in the past, have uttered such callous words to Fu Qingqing, his own biological sister? He would rather sacrifice himself than allow Fu Qingqing to suffer even the slightest harm. Was there truly no way to mend their relationship except by wishing Fu Qingqing dead? She had merely been somewhat indifferent towards him in the past. How could he act in such a manner? The slowly falling maple leaves resembled wistful yearnings. Her phone chimed. Fu Qingqing glanced at the screen to see that it was a call from Ju Mei. Mechanically, she pressed the answer button. Mom. Fu Chuan refuses to meet with you. How could he refuse? There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Her tone lacked conviction, contrasting sharply with the demeanor of the sisters who had previously faced Fu Chuan's indifference. Fu Qingqing recalled Fu Chuan's words concerning Ju Mei's mistreatment. While it seemed utterly absurd that a mother could inflict such harm upon her own son, she tentatively ventured, Mom. Do you remember the incident in the basement when Fu Chuan suddenly sustained severe injuries and was rushed to the hospital? Oh, that did happen. Never mind, Qingqing. Fu Chuan still has classes. I'll return another day to see him. Chapter 66. I am your mother. Fu Qingqing keenly sensed Ju Mei's desire to evade the topic, leaving her in profound shock. Could it truly be as Fu Chuan had said, that the scars on his hands were inflicted by Ju Mei, not from injuries sustained in the orphanage? Despite their harshness, her sisters had only shown indifference towards Fu Chuan. At worst, they had been cold and dismissive, slapping him or sending him to the police for a proper reprimand, never resorting to further physical harm. Yet the scar on Fu Chuan's hand was so deep, now an indelible mark that he would bear for life. The thought that Ju Mei may have committed irreparable acts against Fu Chuan was the very catalyst for his inability to forgive the Fu family, causing Fu Qingqing to find it increasingly difficult to breathe. Upon returning to the classroom, she sat down, head bowed, appearing as though her very soul had been stripped away, utterly despondent. The students in the classroom noticed the heavy atmosphere that surrounded Fu Qingqing, and Fang Kaiwei quietly inquired of Fu Chuan, Brother Chuan, what did you discuss with Teacher Fu? Why does she seem so dejected upon her return? I only asked about the Christmas project submissions. Beyond that, I know nothing, Fu Chuan replied, disinterested. Having completed his artwork, he raised his hand to signal, grabbed his backpack, and exited the classroom, intending to meet Shin Tang. This time, Fu Qingqing did not utter another word, not even daring to glance at Fu Chuan. In her heart, Ju Mei's earlier attitude had already laid bare the truth. If Ju Mei had indeed been secretly abusing Fu Chuan, even going so far as to send him to the ICU, the gravity of such an offense was too great to fathom. Fu Qingqing could hardly comprehend how the amiable Ju Mei could commit such acts. What had their biological mother concealed from them? As Fu Chuan traversed the corridor, a figure suddenly emerged from the office, standing directly in his path. Upon seeing the woman before him, Fu Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing an air of danger. It was indeed Ju Mei, his biological mother. Many times, Fu Chuan had pondered whether he truly shared blood ties with the Fu family. Why did his 7 sisters treat him with such coldness for the sake of Fu Zichen? Why did his biological father remain oblivious? While his mother appeared to care for him on the surface, yet secretly inflicted harm. Even after being a loyal servant in his previous life, Fu Chuan could not shake off the desire to confirm their connection, leading him to conduct 2 DNA tests with their hair samples. The results were a staggering 99 match, confirming that Fu Chuan was indeed the lost true heir of the Fu family. Yet, he was met with a fate that was unimaginable. Fu Chuan Ju Mei did not expect to encounter her biological son here, her face lighting up with joy as she instinctively reached out to grasp Fu Chuan's hand. How have you been recently? Yet Fu Chuan subtly evaded her touch. Fu Chuan, what's wrong? I am your mother. There is no one else here. Why continue pretending to be a good mother? Isn't it exhausting, Miss Ju Mei? Fu Chuan mockingly retorted. Ju Mei's expression abruptly froze. Fu Chuan, I don't understand what you mean don't understand. Shall I remind you how I acquired this scar? Fu Chuan rolled up his sleeve, revealing the shaped scar that Ju Mei had inflicted. You used a rusty dagger, the origin of which is unknown, to carve this into my hand, leading me to the ICU, nearly costing me my life. Dare you claim you've forgotten? Ju Mei bit her lip. Fu Chuan, I told you this matter was a secret between us. You promised me you wouldn't tell anyone. Why did the 5th one suddenly bring up the incident in the basement during the call? Her words seemed to hint at blaming Fu Chuan for breaking his promise. Because I was foolish back then. I could have escalated the situation, called the police, and reported you for abusing your own child, sending you to prison. You rushed back here just to continue inflicting scars on me, fulfilling your twisted sadistic desires. The scar you left nearly killed me, and yet. Ju Mei had once knelt by Fu Chuan's hospital bed, tears streaming down her face, fervently grasping his hand, promising she would never again commit such heinous acts against him. In his fragile state, Fu Chuan, swayed by his mother's remorse, chose to believe her one last time. Initially, Ju Mei kept her word until a particular full moon night when she stealthily drugged Fu Chuan and took him to the basement, once again using that dagger to leave scars on his back, sending him to the hospital once more. Upon realizing that Ju Mei's maternal love was a facade, a disguise for her demonic nature, and the means by which she inflicted harm upon him, Fu Chuan's worldview shattered completely. He fell into severe depression, a condition that persisted even until the car accident with Fu Zichen in his previous life. In this life, perhaps with a healthier body and a clear perception of the Fu family, Fu Chuan had relinquished his obsession with familial bonds. When he encountered Ju Mei now, he felt no surge of fear or despair. It was as mundane as any other day. Fu Chuan, I promised you that this would never happen again. I was just momentarily confused, and that's why I did such things to you. How can you not trust your mother? I am your biological mother. Ju Mei spoke with immense pain, her acting so convincing that Fu Chuan momentarily found it hard to see through her. With the experience of his past life, Fu Chuan knew that to trust Ju Mei again would render him lower than a beast. Biological mother? Huh. To outsiders. You appear to be the only one in the Fu family who treats me well, who smiles at me. During your absence from the country, did you even think to inquire about my well-being? Did you send me a single message? You have your own family group, where you exchange greetings with Fu Zichen daily, while I have been ostracized by you, my own mother, reduced to the status of a mere clown. Chapter 67. The bond between us has long since transcended mere siblinghood and friendship. Yet Fu Chuan, you don't have a phone or WeChat. You can't blame your mother for that. These are merely excuses. In the past, I lacked a smartphone, yet you could have called or texted to inquire about me. But you did not. Dare you swear upon your life that you have never reached out to Fu Zichen? Every word from Fu Chuan struck like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Ju Mei's vulnerable spots, leaving her utterly mortified. The truth, long veiled beneath a shroud, only awaited Fu Chuan's awakening to be unveiled, exposed to the light, rendering all attempts at concealment futile. The faade of your dutiful motherly affection may still hold sway over your 7 daughters and Fu Zichen, but it bears no relevance to me. Do not dare approach me again. With that, Fu Chuan cast aside his words, cold and unfeeling, intent on departing. Yet Ju Mei, suddenly seized by a thought, hurriedly grasped Fu Chuan's arm. Fu Chuan, you cannot leave. You are my biological son. You must remain with the Fu family. You cannot go anywhere. It is mother who has erred, neglecting you far too much in the past. I apologize, and I kneel before you. Come back to me. And I promise to change. I will change. Ju Mei's grip seemed as if it could tear Fu Chuan's arm from its socket, prompting an imperceptible furrow of his brow. Gazing at Ju Mei's pained, aggrieved, and sorrowful plea, Fu Chuan found himself at a loss. What exactly did he mean to Ju Mei? To his 7 sisters, Fu Chuan was an unnecessary presence, met with indifference, insults, and humiliation, as they feared his existence might harm Fu Zichen. In Fu Jingchao's eyes, Fu Chuan could not compare to the esteemed Fu Zichen, even though Fu Chuan was the biological child. Fu Zichen was merely an adopted boy. In the past, Fu Chuan had desperately sought understanding. Now, he felt no need to comprehend, nor the desire to do so. Just as he intended to push Ju Mei away, a familiar voice rang out. Fu Chuan, Jr.? Xin Shutong appeared at the end of the corridor, hastening towards them, her eyes glimmering with concern for Fu Chuan. Upon seeing someone approach, Ju Mei instantly released her grip, adjusted her bag, and tidied her hair, preparing to leave swiftly to avoid detection of her connection to Fu Chuan. However, upon recognizing Xin Shutong, she paused. Shutong, is that you? Do you know Fu Chuan? What do you intend to do with him? Xin Shutong was aware of the convoluted circumstances surrounding Fu Chuan's family. Observing Ju Mei's grasping demeanor, she instinctively positioned herself protectively behind Fu Chuan, her gaze brimming with vigilance. Even Xin Shutong was oblivious to how fiercely protective her actions appeared. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Chuan had already transcended the realm of mere junior to become a cherished friend in her heart. It's all a misunderstanding. I merely came to the school to find my daughter and thought to revisit my alma mater, seeking directions from this Fu Chuan classmate. Ju Mei mistakenly assumed that Xin Shutong was unaware of Fu Chuan's ties to the Fu family, while in truth, Xin Shutong was already cognizant of Fu Chuan's reality. As his biological mother, Ju Mei endeavored to mask their blood relation before Xin Shutong, which evoked a surge of sympathy in Xin Shutong for Fu Chuan. Just hearing from Fu Chuan about the Fu family's actions upon reclaiming him was astonishing enough. Witnessing it firsthand left Xin Shutong bewildered. She had once perceived herself as akin to Fu Chuan, yet now it appeared that his suffering far surpassed her own. In comparison, her own tribulations seemed trivial, akin to the lamentations of a privileged girl. Ah, Shutong, I cannot reach teacher Fu Qingqing. Would you mind showing me around the school? Ju Mei recognized the Fu group's aspirations for advancement, and the significance of the Shun group was self-evident. This young lady from the Shun family was of utmost importance to cultivate favorable relations with. as perhaps a single word from her could persuade Chairman Shun to solidify a partnership with the Fu Group. Seizing the opportunity, she sought to establish a rapport. I have no time. Shin Shutong grasped Fu Chuan's hand, not sparing another glance at Zhu Mei, leading him away from that abyss of darkness. Zhu Mei stood awkwardly, bewildered by the newfound closeness between Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong. Had he confided in her about his experiences within the Fu family? A wave of dread washed over her, and she could no longer bear to stay, hastening her departure. Shin Shutong guided Fu Chuan to the infirmary. Fortunately, it was unoccupied, with even the nurse absent. Shin Shutong instructed Fu Chuan to sit while she retrieved the medical kit. Having spent 4 years at G City No. 1 High School, she was well acquainted with the nurse and knew precisely where everything was stored. Senior, I'm really fine still putting on a brave front. Shin Shutong sighed softly, lightly tapping the spot on Fu Chuan's arm where Zhu Mei had pulled him. Fu Chuan winced, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. Just wait. Shin Shutong swiftly returned with the medical kit, urging Fu Chuan to roll up his sleeve for treatment. Now exuding an air of leadership, Shin Shutong commanded Fu Chuan's compliance, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. As Fu Chuan bared his arm, revealing a bruised patch and the scar shaped like a swastika on his hand, Shin Shutong applied antiseptic with a cotton swab, unexpectedly offering an apology. I'm sorry. Junior. Fu Chuan was taken aback. Senior, what's wrong? I once believed we were alike. Now it seems you have endured far more than I. Senior, are you trying to comfort me? Fu Chuan found it somewhat amusing. Shin Shutong shook her head. It's not a consolation. Rather, I feel that compared to your experiences, my troubles seem trivial. Fu Chuan pursed his lips, contemplating briefly before responding with a light-hearted smile. Senior, there's a saying that for each grain of sand that falls upon us, it feels like a mountain. My experiences, though bewildering, do not necessitate your suffering due to your upbringing. We are born free and must reject that which brings us pain, distancing ourselves from sorrow. Don't you think? Chapter 68. All wishes are stars in the sea. If we were to compare misfortunes, countless souls in this world have fared worse than Fu Chuan. Children in Syria, ravaged by war, orphaned and homeless. Those born in the mountains, drinking from polluted ditches, forever deprived of education. Children raised in dust and despair. Those born deformed, forced to struggle for survival as monsters. Children sold by traffickers, maimed and abandoned, begging on the streets. One cannot claim that because others suffer more. One should view their own calamities as blessings to be grateful for. No one celebrates suffering. Rather, we honor the indomitable spirit that faces unavoidable hardship. Who would willingly choose suffering? Everyone aspires to happiness and a life devoid of regrets. This is the essence of humanity's pursuit, the wellspring of our endeavors. When faced with adversity, one must not merely endure but confront it. Much like Fu Chuan, who can choose to steadfastly embrace goodness. Sincerely love his family without the need for wealth. Just a harmonious family is sufficient. What Fu Chuan rejects is to have his earnestness trampled upon by the Fu family, a family that treats him with disdain. Upon hearing Fu Chuan's words, Shin Shutong felt her heart, previously entangled in confusion, suddenly clear. Gratefully, she expressed, Junior, you've taught me yet another lesson. Senior, never allow anything to interfere with your choices. Follow your heart, and I will always support you. Fu Chuan gestured a thumbs up to Shin Shutong, though the movement pulled at his wound, eliciting a grimace. Look at you, silly. Shin Shutong gazed at Fu Chuan with increasingly unique eyes, the unacknowledged tide of tenderness threatening to overflow. Ahem. Senior, what shall we do now? With time to spare, shall we discuss my new work? Certainly. How's the data looking? You take a look first. Fu Chuan promptly retrieved his phone and opened the Tomato Book app to peruse the newly released chapters of Oranges. You Are Endless. After a meticulous reading, though his recollections were somewhat hazy, he found it strikingly reminiscent of the wildly popular fantasy novels penned by Shin Shutong in his previous life. The plethora of positive reviews beneath the story, adorning the Tomato Book gift leaderboard, attested to Shin Shutong's immense popularity. How does it measure up to your expectations? Shin Shutong inquired, a hint of nervousness in her tone. Fu Chuan responded with a subtle smile. It is exceptionally well written, as long as you maintain your composure. It is bound to become a sensational success. Really? You're not just flattering your senior, are you? Shin Shutong chuckled. But even the senior can be bewildered while the observer remains clear. Fu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the initial moments can be nerve-wracking. One can only trust that months of diligent preparation will not be in vain. At this juncture, Shin Shutong paused momentarily before adding, this inspiration came from you, Junior. It is the fruit of our combined efforts, and I sincerely hope it resonates with the audience. Shin Shutong was not averse to failure. Provided she could ascend to the heights of Tian Can Tu Do, Chin Dong, I Eat Tomatoes, and Tang Jia Sen Shao. Otherwise, many great authors have launched new works only to fade into obscurity. Failure itself is not dreadful. What is truly fearsome is becoming ensnared in the quagmire post-failure, unable to extricate oneself. This time, Shin Shutong yearned for success. Without Fu Chuan's inspiration, she could not have crafted this novel with such swiftness. It felt akin to the progeny of Shin Shutong and Fu Chuan, and who would not wish for it to flourish and gain public acclaim? Upon hearing Shin Shutong's sentiments, Fu Chuan closed his eyes, murmuring an incantation he had learned from a volunteer sister at the orphanage. Shin Shutong could not discern his words and waited for him to open his eyes again, her curiosity piqued. What were you doing just now? This is a spell taught to me by a volunteer sister at the orphanage, wishing for all your aspirations to be as boundless as the starry sea. May all your wishes be as vast as the starry sea, and may the heavens bless you, Junior. Thank you for your prayers. Shin Shutong pressed her right hand against her chest, where her heart beat, her gaze imbued with sincerity and gratitude. Without Fu Chuan, Shin Shutong would not have arrived at this juncture, taking the initiative to step beyond her previous fears and reclaim her former self. Everything seemed so remarkably beautiful with Fu Chuan by her side. After further conversation, Fu Chuan shook his arm, sensing a lack of sensation, and proposed, Senior, shall we head to the venue for a rehearsal? Are you able to? Of course, with you here, it is entirely feasible. Observing the trust in Fu Chuan's expression, Shin Shutong's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Yet, a fleeting shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes as if a thought had crossed her mind. The melancholic emotion vanished in an instant, unnoticed even by Fu Chuan. Only Shin Shutong rose, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head, and beaming the most radiant smile at Fu Chuan. Junior, let us walk together. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Fu Qingqing returned home, weary. The Fu household had once served as her sanctuary, a refuge where, regardless of how exhausting work or studies became, the familiarity of home brought her a profound sense of contentment, as if the chaos of the outside world could not intrude upon her peace. However, this time upon returning, Fu Qingqing's steps felt leaden, as if she yearned to flee. She seemed to have uncovered a startling secret. Fu Chuan had nearly perished, and Zhu Mei was to blame. What secrets lay hidden beneath Zhu Mei's maternal facade? Fu Qingqing had never felt such estrangement from her biological mother as she did now. Who else knew this secret besides Zhu Mei and Fu Chuan? Father? Eldest sister? Had they all been concealing this truth? Fifth sister? As Fu Qingqing lingered in her thoughts, Fu Zichen's repeated calls finally drew her back to reality. Upon meeting Fu Zichen's concerned gaze, she forced a smile and replied, What is it, Zichen? Father, mother, and eldest sister are in the study. They said they would wait for you to return before seeking you out. It seems they have something to discuss. They tried calling your phone, but couldn't reach you. Fifth sister. Are you all right? It's likely because I was too busy with classes and my phone ran out of battery. I'll head over now. Fu Qingqing hurried upstairs, anxious that Fu Zichen might detect something amiss. Fu Zichen remained behind, his gaze shrouded in intensity as he clenched his fists discreetly. He was aware that Zhu Mei had visited Fu Chuan at school today, for the sake of the Fu family's future. Zhu Mei would stop at nothing to bring Fu Chuan back into the fold. Had Fu Zichen not known Zhu Mei's hidden secrets, he would not have been able to remain as calm as he was now. If Fu Chuan's heart softened, and he was swayed back by his biological mother, he would be condemned to a hellish existence. The deviation that had emerged since his rebirth was the transformation of Fu Chuan and his sisters. They seemed increasingly concerned for Fu Chuan, which unsettled Fu Zichen's position, while Fu Chuan regarded the Fu family with disdain. Regardless, he resolved to strategize for the future. He would arrange another meeting with Qin Jian today, as long as he could win her heart. Once the Qin group flourished, the Fu group would be unworthy of even carrying their shoes. Chapter 69. Fu Chuan must return. The Fu family cannot be without him. In the study, when Fu Qingqing entered, she was met with the unified gaze of Fu Zhengqiao and the others. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Mei before lowering her head. Father, mother, eldest sister, is there something you need? Your mother encountered Fu Chuan at school today and mentioned that his relationship with Shin Shutong seems quite close. This marked Fu Zhengqiao's first mention of Fu Chuan to Fu Qingqing. Previously, he neither supported nor opposed Zhu Mei's insistence on retrieving Fu Chuan. Since Fu Chuan's return, Fu Zhengqiao had exhibited no paternal affection towards him, treating him as merely an additional set of chopsticks at the table. When they met, he merely offered a greeting. Had it not been for their familial ties, outsiders would scarcely believe they were related. Such was the disparity in his demeanor compared to Zhu Mei's. Fu Qingqing understood that Fu Zhengqiao prioritized benefits above all else. Among his 7 daughters, he favored and trusted the eldest, grooming her as the future heir. Had they not achieved anything, Fu Zhengqiao would not have spared them a second glance. Fu Qingqing softly murmured, It seems so. The Fu family cannot be without Fu Chuan. At a loss for words, Fu Qingqing hesitated. Fu Linger sighed. Father, Fu Chuan has changed significantly. He appears to desire to distance himself from the Fu family. Distance? What has our Fu family ever deprived him of? Why would he wish to leave? Fu Zhengqiao's retort was delivered with such indignation, tinged with confusion. Regardless of Fu Chuan's circumstances, he bore the blood of the Fu family. He was Fu Zhengqiao's biological son and entitled to a share of the family's wealth. As long as he claimed his share, he would live a life free from want, something many could only dream of. Fu Zhengqiao's willingness to allow Zhu Mei to reclaim Fu Chuan's share of the inheritance was a tremendous favor. Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing felt a heaviness in their hearts. Setting aside their previous biases against Fu Chuan due to Fu Zichen's terminal illness, they sensed that Fu Chuan's existence within the Fu household was suffocating. His sisters ignored and bullied him, deriding his devotion, while even his biological father prioritized profit. Linger, go tell Fu Chuan that as long as he can win over Shin Shudong and facilitate a partnership between the Fu group and the Shin group, I can offer him 100 million. Fu Jingchao intended to allocate a few million to Fu Chuan to appease him, but should Fu Chuan demonstrate his worth, Fu Jingchao would not hesitate to part with more funds. Regardless of whether they were his biological children or not, Fu Jingchao only believed in benefits. Under the weight of gold, there will always be brave souls. Fu Qingqing wished to interject, but was halted by Fu Linger, who nodded. Father, I will speak with Fu Chuan about this matter. As soon as Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing departed from the study, Zhu Mei turned her gaze towards Fu Zhengchao and remarked, Darling, if Fu Chuan truly does not return, I fear that the fortune of the Fu family may have been irrevocably altered by his resolute decision this time. He even confided the secrets of the basement to Qingqing. Zhu Mei felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and dread regarding Fu Chuan's actions. She was an ordinary person and his biological mother. What mother would willingly wish harm upon her own son? Yet, for the sake of the Fu family, she felt compelled to take such drastic measures. It is often better to believe in the possibility of the extraordinary than to dismiss it outright. If Fu Chuan manages to facilitate a collaboration between the Fu group and the Shin group, he is indeed my true son, surpassing even Zichun. My retention of Fu Zichun is not solely due to his upbringing under Fu Jingchao. His exceptional achievements and his battle with a terminal illness enhance Fu Jingchao's reputation, casting him in a noble light that positively influences the group. Meanwhile, Shin Shutang accompanied Fu Chuan to a rooftop restaurant nestled atop an old office building, adorned with decorative light bulbs, lush grass, tables, chairs, and umbrellas. From their vantage point, they could see a nearby Ferris wheel spinning gracefully, accompanied by soothing pop music. Shin Shutang laid the menu before Fu Chuan, saying, Junior, feel free to order anything. Today, it's my treat. Sister, is this the place you wanted to bring me? Does it hold any special significance? Fu Chuan inquired. Indeed, this was my mother's favorite spot to take me when I was young, although it has changed considerably. The flavors remain delightfully familiar. Haha. As they reminisced, Fu Chuan's encouragement visibly eased Shin Shutang's burdens. She was no longer consumed by guilt over her biological mother and could embrace the present. Life, after all, is about moving forward, isn't it? Carrying the weight of guilt and sin while tenaciously striving to live. That is the essence of existence. Shin Shutang would not forget the guilt of fleeing during her mother's most critical moments, yet she remained resolute in her desire to forge ahead, to realize her dreams, and to carve out a life that belonged solely to her. Fu Chuan smiled knowingly. Then, sister, do recommend a few dishes. Sure, let's go with this one. And this one for the waiter. After placing their orders, Fu Chuan casually inquired, when will Yu Xueje be joining us? Her? Just look. Mentioning Yu Inger. Shin Shutang's irritation flared as she pulled out her phone, revealing a chat history to Fu Chuan. She had invited Yu Inger to dinner at their usual spot, and although the conversation had started pleasantly, Shin Shutang had mentioned Fu Chuan's invitation. After a brief wait, Yu Inger had replied, There's an urgent matter at the student council. I'm uncertain if I can make it tonight. Please understand. This response had infuriated Shin Shutang, prompting her to send multiple angry emoji and insist that Yu Inger treat them to a lavish meal the following day as compensation. Fu Chuan remained contemplative. Sister Yu. Surely she doesn't misconstrue this? It was evident that Yu Inger was subtly facilitating Fu Chuan and Shin Shutang's budding connection, unwilling to play the role of a third wheel. Given Yu Inger's character, it was entirely plausible. Junior, don't you think Inger is rather detestable? Shin Shutang was still fuming, and Fu Chuan could only solemnly concur. Indeed, my love overflows like the rain that falls all night. Suddenly, Fu Chuan's phone buzzed. Chapter 70. You must be bewitched by Fu Chuan. He pulled out his phone to see a call from Fu Linger, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. His agreement with Fu Linger entailed weekly massages, prompting him to remove her number from the blacklist, while others remained untouched. Naturally, if they wished to bother him, obtaining a new number would be effortless. This was merely a statement of intent on his part. Over the past month, aside from their scheduled meetings, Fu Chuan and Fu Linger had kept their distance. Yet, with Fu Linger's unexpected call, Fu Chuan could surmise her intentions. Recalling Zhu Mei's sycophantic demeanor towards Shin Shutang, he displayed the incoming call to Shin Shutang, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Fu Chuan to activate the speakerphone. What is it? Fu Chuan, are you available to me? Fu Linger's tone conveyed hesitation. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly surrendered the upper hand to her younger brother, who held a significant advantage due to their familial bond. It was not merely the massages that alleviated her headaches. It was the weighty matter she was about to discuss that could prove quite troublesome. I previously stated that aside from our scheduled meetings, we should refrain from contacting one another. This matter is of utmost importance. She insisted. Important to you, perhaps, but not to me. It is equally important to you. Fu Linger declared with unwavering determination. Is Fu Zhengqiao pressuring you to win me over to appease Sister Shun, thereby advancing the collaboration between the Fu and Shin groups? Fu Ling'er fell silent, having been completely exposed by Fu Chuan's astute deduction. Fu Chuan, let us speak plainly. Do you not wish to know the conditions under which your father seeks to win you over? He is still your biological father, after all. How can you address him so casually? Upon my return to the Fu household, has Fu Zhengqiao even spared me a glance? You know full well that he values only those children who can offer him tangible benefits. As for me, having not been raised within the confines of your esteemed family, I am but a negligible concern to him. On the other hand, Fu Zichen, who is afflicted with a terminal illness, and Fu Yueqing, who is incorrigible, hold more significance in Fu Zhengqiao's eyes than I ever could. Fu Chuan bluntly articulated the harsh truth. Both Fu Zichen and Fu Yueqing were acutely aware of this reality. Thus, Fu Zichen strived to maintain an impeccable image of the ideal son before Fu Zhengqiao, while Fu Yueqing lived in constant trepidation of his wrath. The two of them skillfully avoided confrontation, their treatment far superior to that which Fu Chuan received. Had Fu Chuan not formed a friendship with Shin Shu Tang, it was likely that upon his departure from the Fu household, Fu Zhengqiao would not have even inquired after him, let alone prompted Fu Ling'er to reach out to him, coaxing him to return. Fu Chuan, you harbor profound misconceptions about our father. Fu Ling'er faltered, her confidence waning. You are pampered and groomed to be the future heir of the Fu group. Of course, you cannot comprehend this feeling. Tell Fu Zhengqiao that I will not acquiesce to any of his demands. We still have our contract. And how you navigate this is entirely up to you. Without waiting for Fu Ling'er to respond, Fu Chuan abruptly ended the call. The dial tone echoed in Fu Ling'er's ears, and she frustratedly tossed her phone onto the table. She had not anticipated Fu Chuan's outright dismissal, refusing even to entertain the conditions set forth by Fu Zhengqiao. The loss of control over Fu Chuan, who was determined to sever ties with the family, would have delighted Fu Ling'er in the past. At last, she could rid herself of this burdensome brother. However, now that she sought Fu Chuan's assistance, it felt akin to swallowing something repulsive. Her instincts rebelled, yet she was compelled to acquiesce. Utterly revolting. Fifth sister, what is your take on this matter? Fu Ling'er directed her question towards the quietly contemplative Fu Qingqing. Elder sister, I believe Fu Chuan is correct. If he were to relent and agree to speak with us, it would indicate that he is no longer the Fu Chuan we once knew. We are all too aware of how we treated him in the past. Once he decides to leave, he will not look back. Acknowledging Zhu Mei's actions that nearly cost Fu Chuan his life, Fu Qingqing felt that Fu Chuan had every right to escape the suffocating confines of their home. They had failed Fu Chuan as a brother, and now that he had returned, they had not cherished him. Their regret was too late, and they would have no opportunity to make amends. Fifth sister, what is happening with you? Even if Fu Qingqing harbored deep remorse towards Fu Chuan, it would not lead her to utter such words, would it? Fu Chuan's attitude was nearly contemptuous, as if he were treading upon Fu Ling'er's head while expressing his disdain, disregarding even his biological father. Fu Qingqing fixed her gaze upon Fu Ling'er and implored, Elder sister, please tell me honestly, are you aware of what our mother has done to Fu Chuan? Fifth sister, you've left me in a state of confusion. What exactly has mother done to Fu Chuan? Upon confirming through their exchanged glances that Fu Ling'er was uninformed, Fu Qingqing hesitated but ultimately decided to disclose the incident concerning Zhu Mei's harm towards Fu Chuan. Fu Ling'er gasped in shock, exclaiming, how is this possible? Fifth sister, you must have been misled by Fu Chuan. I initially thought it was a fabrication, but given Mother's reaction, it is highly plausible that it's true. Have you forgotten that the doctor had doubts about whether this injury was accidental or intentional? If Fu Qingqing had not mentioned it, Fu Ling'er might have almost forgotten the matter entirely. The long-buried memories stirred once more, attacking Fu Ling'er's cognitive faculties. Yet, why would Mother act in such a manner? Only Mother knows the answer, and she would never disclose her reasons to us. Elder sister, if you were in my position, would you still return to the Fu family? I would not. As Fu Ling'er uttered these words, a profound sense of defeat washed over her. Fu Ling'er prided herself on being the eldest daughter of the Fu family, a role in which her parents trusted her and often consulted her on various matters, respecting her opinions. They were nurturing her as the future heir of the Fu group. However, to be kept in the dark about such a significant issue left Fu Ling'er feeling utterly powerless. No matter how harshly she treated Fu Chuan, it would only amount to slapping him, sending him to the police station, or making him kneel. She would never resort to actions that could cost Fu Chuan his life. Such acts are crimes. On the other side, after overhearing Fu Chuan's phone call with Fu Ling'er, Shin Shutong maintained an expression that revealed little emotion. Once the juice arrived, she took a sip, resting her chin on her hand. Fu Chuan could not help but comment. Senior sister, you appear even more composed than I had anticipated. That is quite normal. Were I Fu Ling'er and aware of our close relationship, I would behave similarly. I refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Shun group. Living in that household, I have overheard some matters. Currently, my father is finalizing partnerships, and many are vying for the opportunity, with the Fu group among them. Today, the number of individuals attempting to curry favor with Shin Shutong has increased manifold. Everyone is aware of Chairman Shin's affection for this outstanding eldest daughter born to his first wife. If not for Shin Shudong's aloof demeanor, her disinterest in mingling with high society would likely have led to her being inundated with gifts and flattery. Though she comprehends the situation, she is still irked by the notion of others being instructed to ingratiate themselves with her. As she spoke, Shin Shutong took a forceful sip of freshly squeezed orange juice, her beautiful eyes reflecting her displeasure. Despite her private musings, Shin Shutong could not help but feel anger rise within her as the reality lay before her. How could she not be incensed? Senior sister, I wish to distance myself from the affairs of the Fu family. I am indifferent to whom Chairman Shin collaborates with. I only desire to be honest with you and to cultivate the best of friendships. Fu Chuan declared his stance, indicating that the eventual fate of the Shun group and the Fu group held no significance for him. What Fu Chuan has always sought is simply the luminous presence that has redeemed him from darkness. Shin Shutong. With a gentle smile, Shin Shutong replied, I understand. The world of adults is exceedingly dark and sordid. We must focus on being ourselves. Being oneself is indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Shin Shutong encountered Yu Inger and Fu Chuan, discovering that life is filled with beauty beyond sorrow, guilt, and regret. Tasting cheesy baked rice, black pepper steak, sipping orange juice, feeling the breeze, and gazing at the spinning Ferris wheel brought her immense comfort. Shin Shutong sighed. In life, one must never forsake the joys of good food. Senior sister. Cheers. May your new work be a resounding success. Thank you, Junior. I hope you too achieve fame swiftly, so I can cling to your success. The two clinked their glasses, seemingly having an endless array of topics to discuss. And in that moment, time slowed, enveloped in a serene ambience. As the open-air stage began to play some soothing background music, Shin Shutong proposed, Junior, would you like to practice on stage after we finish our meal? Huh. Is it permissible for guests to go up there? I'll have a word with the owner. It should be fine, especially since we haven't hired a band today. Without hesitation, Shin Shutong approached the owner and received an enthusiastic affirmation. She then rushed to the stage, waving at Fu Chuan with a smile. Come on up, Junior. Fu Chuan gazed at Shin Shutong, illuminated by the stage lights, her long hair cascading like a dream, clad in a pink down jacket. Her exquisite beauty captivating everyone around her. Who is this celestial being? Absolutely stunning. Shin Shutong seemed to be shedding her social anxiety, perhaps influenced by Fu Chuan's presence, becoming increasingly radiant and drawing others in. How he wished to construct a golden house to hide her away, a thought that startled Fu Chuan, prompting him to shake his head as he jogged to the stage. Shin Shutong placed the guitar into Fu Chuan's embrace. Tonight, you are the star. Go for it, Junior. Her eyes shimmered with trust and anticipation. Arriving late for their afternoon rehearsal at the Grand Hall, they found the stage already occupied. To avoid unnecessary commotion, Shin Shutong and Fu Chuan sought a music classroom instead. The performance went well, however, the experience of playing without an audience is entirely different from that with one. This is a valuable opportunity to hone their mindset. Senior sister, Fu Chuan's hands trembled around the guitar, prompting him to take several deep breaths. He could feel numerous diners' gazes fixed upon him and Shin Shutong, with some already capturing the moment on their phones, cheering them on. Shin Shudong's beauty and Fu Chuan's undeniable charm made them an exquisite pair, seemingly destined for each other, their silhouettes inseparable within the frame. The presence of an audience undeniably heightened the tension. In a past life, Fu Chuan had been averse to such events, often invited to attend galas. Yet he had dedicated himself entirely to the Fu family, fearing that any ostentation might draw ire from his sisters. This was his first time performing guitar publicly, and despite his experiences from 2 lifetimes, he found himself shaken. The crux of the matter lay not in the fear of tarnishing his reputation through poor performance, but rather in the dread of hindering Shin Shudong's progress. This was not merely Fu Chuan's inaugural public performance. It was alongside his most cherished muse. If given the chance, he yearned to create the most perfect and beautiful memories rather than suffer from a sense of failure. Calm down, Fu Chuan, you can do this. Just showcase your talents, and everything will fall into place. He repeatedly reassured himself, attempting to steady his racing heart. Noticing his anxiety, Shin Shutong suddenly said, Junior, first, put down the guitar and extend your hands. Fu Chuan, too nervous to think clearly, complied and set the guitar aside, reaching out towards Shin Shutong. With a swift motion, Shin Shutong clapped her hands firmly against the back of his clasped hands, holding them tightly. The trembling in Fu Chuan's fingertips gradually subsided. A subtle ache spread through him, unexpectedly allowing Fu Chuan to relax his tense demeanor. Was it the warmth emanating from Shin Shutang's palm that invigorated him? It truly proved effective. Reminiscent of how Gonyuan Keru calmed Ma Gongsheng before taking the stage to perform on the piano, eliciting a chuckle. Shin Shutang's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had longed to experience this moment. She had not anticipated employing this technique today, coinciding perfectly with their shared pre-performance jitters. Fu Chuan's gaze was filled with astonishment for Shin Shutang, while her excited eyes danced with joy. It was all too perfect, truly magnificent. As Shin Shutang grasped Fu Chuan's hand, she trembled involuntarily, unable to suppress the fervor coursing through her veins. This sensation had not graced her since she had abandoned her ailing mother, curling up in a corner like a timid turtle, helplessly witnessing her mother's demise. Now, memories surged back to life once more. Mother, please forgive your daughter's stubbornness. This time, I wish to reclaim the former Shu Tang, embracing light and passion, and no longer wishing to become that socially anxious girl. Senior. Fu Chuan's tension eased, only to realize that Shu Tang was the one now on edge. As he contemplated expressing his gratitude to her and attempting to soothe her nerves, Shu Tang parted her lips, her voice brimming with excitement. Friend A, I appoint you as my lead vocalist for today. I entrust everything to you. It wasn't that Fu Chuan was incapable. It was merely that he could shine only in Shu Tang's presence. Shu Tang firmly believed in this. Her sparkling eyes pierced Fu Chuan's heart, and understanding that her trembling stemmed from exhilaration rather than anxiety, Fu Chuan resolved to ensure that tonight's memories would not be marred, but rather transformed into a beautiful recollection belonging to both Fu Chuan and Shu Tang. All right. After releasing his hand, Shu Tang retrieved a hair tie from her pocket, gathering her long hair into a ponytail, instantly exuding a refreshing and carefree aura. Senior, what song shall we perform? Shall we give Sleepless Night by Zhang Jie a try? Good. This was a piece they had practiced several times in the music classroom that afternoon, and it left a deep impression. Fu Chuan took out his phone to search for the guitar sheet music for Sleepless Night, tuning the guitar strings until he felt satisfied, then nodded towards Shu Tang. Shu Tang would provide the backing vocals, while Fu Chuan would take the lead on guitar. They plugged in the sound system and began to play Sleepless Night. Accompanied by the rhythmic beats, Fu Chuan strummed the guitar and began to sing. The night outside the car window shimmered with vibrant colors. Don't forget to close your eyes to truly awaken. You perform in this play, shifting your stance. How should I guess the riddle's conclusion? Memories serve as the prologue to dreams. Fu Chuan didn't need to strain his voice. With Shu Tang's exceptional harmonies, he focused more on his guitar playing. Their synergy was seamless, creating a delightful chemistry. As the song concluded, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Fu Chuan and Shu Tang exchanged glances, basking in the brilliance of their debut performance, and they knew that the next would be even better. The nervousness faded, replaced by exhilaration. Junior, are you tired? Not at all, Senior. Shall we do another song? Yes, let us perform Lanting Su. Fu Chuan and Shu Tang were truly in high spirits. Only realizing it after stepping off the stage, they hurriedly drank some water to soothe their parched throats, even shedding their jackets. The applause thundered, and fans approached for autographs and photos, mistaking Fu Chuan and Shu Tang for students from a prestigious music academy, believing that with such talent and looks, they were destined to become stars. Upon learning that they were merely high school seniors, the surprise was palpable. Shu Tang glanced at her watch. Oh dear. It's already this late. Junior, will you accompany me to a place afterward? Where to? You'll find out once we get there. Noticing Shu Tang's hurried demeanor, Fu Chuan dared not lag behind and quickly followed her lead. Under the Ferris wheel, it was nearly 11 at night. Despite the chilly weather, vendors were selling ice cream cones near the Ferris wheel, and a line had formed. Shu Tang and Fu Chuan stood at the back of the queue. And when it was their turn, Shu Tang spoke up. Annie, I'd like 2 ice cream cones. Junior, what flavor would you like? Chocolate, I suppose. All right. Chocolate and strawberry it is. Fu Chuan hurriedly paid, and as they stepped away from the line, Shu Tang theatrically produced 2 tickets for the Ferris wheel. Originally having bought 3, it seemed air could not make it. So today, Junior, you shall accompany me on the Ferris wheel until dawn. Fu Chuan understood Shu Tang's intent and remarked, I've heard about this Ferris wheel. It's said that when one makes a wish at the highest point during the transition from day to night, it is especially potent. While this was likely a marketing gimmick, it held great appeal for the youth, as evidenced by the numerous couples revolving around it. Securing tickets for the last ride before dawn required extensive advance reservations. Shu Tang smiled slightly. Actually, this was my mother's idea. Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Huh? The restaurant where they had dined and this Ferris wheel held special significance for Shu Tang's parents. Later, when her father's career stabilized and grew busier, he had less time for her mother. Her mother, reminiscing about the past, visited the area alone, only to find the Ferris wheel struggling in business. On the brink of closure, she decided to purchase it and revive the wish-making initiative, which then gained popularity online. As Shu Tang recounted her mother's past, she exhaled deeply. So, every time I face something significant, I come here to pray. It truly works, Junior. Fu Chuan's gaze softened. If Senior says it works, then it must be true. As it was their turn to board the Ferris wheel, it ascended slowly, and as the scenery below receded, Shu Tang nostalgically remarked, Last year, when I came with air, it had just snowed in G City, and the Ferris wheel almost couldn't operate. The ground was blanketed in snow, with only the city lights refusing to dim. Truly beautiful. It's beautiful now too. This scenery is a gift from you, Senior. I fear I would never have come here in my lifetime without you. Fu Chuan expressed his gratitude. Shu Tang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Junior, you have quite the sweet tongue. As the clock struck midnight at the apex of the Ferris wheel, Shu Tang had already assumed a posture of prayer. Her eyes closed in earnest wish-making. Fu Chuan had contemplated his wish prior to boarding, and as he opened his eyes to glance at Shu Tang, he noticed she took 10 seconds longer than him to do so. Quickly, he diverted his gaze to avoid being caught stealing a glance at her. Shu Tang gazed through the glass at the bustling night landscape, and Fu Chuan, unable to restrain himself, shifted his focus back to her, silently accompanying her. Noticing the hint of uncontainable sorrow lurking in her eyes, suddenly, Shu Tang spoke softly. You know, Junior, my parents once made a wish here for a lifetime together when they were in college. This was a secret my mother told me, and I still remember her radiant expression when she spoke of that wish. But later, when my mother passed away, my father, who deeply loved her for so long, eventually forgot that promise and remarried, starting a new family. Chapter 73. One must live, well, even for two individuals deeply in love, when one passes away, the other gradually embarks on a new chapter of life, forgetting the past and their promises. Even if, in the quiet of the night, the heart-wrenching pain occasionally resurfaces, it swiftly heals. What kind of fervent emotion allowed one to so resolutely declare, in this lifetime, you are my only one? Fu Chuan pressed his lips together. Senior, I believe Auntie does not wish for Chairman Shin to remain ensnared in the past, including you. I understand that my father's actions are justified. It is his life, and no one has the right to selfishly prevent him from embracing a new beginning. I merely feel that prayer is a luxury for humanity, and promises inevitably fade with the passage of time. I have been fervently seeking the sanctuary of the divine to fulfill my wishes. For Shu Tang, this was merely a psychological solace. She had long understood that the prayers made at dawn atop the Ferris wheel would not be heeded by the heavens. Otherwise, how could fate be so cruel as to snatch away her mother's life? How could it allow two souls, who had loved each other for so long, to drift apart? It will come true, Senior. Fu Chuan smiled at Shu Tang, because I just made a wish. May your life be filled with all you desire, and may your thoughts manifest as stars in the galaxy. I wish for you to ride the winds and waves, ultimately shining with brilliance. Each word was pronounced with conviction. Junior. Shu Tang gazed at Fu Chuan in astonishment, not expecting that his wish was not for himself, but for her. An uncontrollable warmth surged through her body, as if the chilling 10-degree night had suddenly turned warm. Shu Tang clenched her right fist against her chest, giving a thumbs up in gratitude. Thank you. This was the sign language of appreciation. Shu Tang wished she could be a magician, transforming into a butterfly orchid to fully express her current feelings. Thank you, Fu Chuan, for always providing me with strength and resolve during my moments of sorrow and reflection on the past. Thank you, Fu Chuan, for pulling me from the mire with your words when I find myself ensnared in chaos. This was something only Fu Chuan could accomplish. With him by her side, Shu Tang felt emboldened to confront any challenge, even the prayer that had long since lost hope, simply following the footsteps of her mother in her childhood memories. Observing Shu Tang's rosy cheeks, Fu Chuan silently added, in truth, the one who should be thanked is I. Without you, Senior, I would still be trapped in the Fu family's grasp. I have lost so much in my past life. I must reclaim it all in this one. It is exceedingly difficult for me to do so alone, but with you beside me, it is as if a beacon of light has guided me through the darkest and most arduous times. I believe our future will be radiant. Shu Tang pressed her hand against the Ferris wheel's glass and cheerfully declared, tomorrow will surely be a day of clear skies, right? Indeed. Just like your new article's success, without a doubt, Fu Chuan had sacrificed his wish for her, hoping that her novel would become a milestone in her journey as a web novelist. Buoyed by this thought, Shu Tang felt invigorated, eager to rush to her computer and write fervently. Just then, a warm liquid erupted from her nostrils. Shu Tang instinctively covered her nose. Senior. Fu Chuan quickly retrieved tissues to help her staunch the bleeding. Chaos ensued. Once the Ferris wheel came to a halt, Fu Chuan assisted Shu Tang to a nearby KFC where there was heating. After Shu Tang returned from the restroom, she met Fu Chuan's concerned gaze and spoke first. I'm fine, just an old problem. I didn't expect to have a nosebleed at this moment. How embarrassing. As long as you're all right, should we see a doctor? I've seen doctors about this many times. They all say that as I grow older, the blood vessels in my nose will thicken and it will improve. Shu Tang seemed to be concealing something. Fu Chuan, unable to decipher her, chose to help her catch a cab home as the time was drawing near. Shu Tang shook her head. Let us go back to the apartment together. I'll be sleeping in the XIN and community tonight. All right. Upon returning to the apartment, Shu Tang appeared somewhat downcast. Noticing Fu Chuan's worried expression, she chuckled. Junior, we have school tomorrow. I should take a shower and rest early. Senior, if anything feels off, remember to call for me. Enough, do I look so frail? It's just a little nosebleed. It's nothing serious. Go on. Once in her room, Shu Tang took out her phone and quietly marked an X in her date log. Comparing the dates, she noted that her nosebleeds had increased recently. Thankfully, this time there were no signs of fatigue or immobility. There's nothing to worry about. It definitely won't be anything serious. Shu Tang took a deep breath. Finally able to break free from the shackles of the past, she embraced life with passion. I will live well. For Yu Heir, for Junior Fu Chuan, for those supporters who stand by me unwaveringly, and for those who love me. In response to Junior's prayer, Shen Tang felt no time could be wasted. She must write diligently, striving to create a work that surpasses her previous successes in the realm of fantasy literature. After finishing his shower, Fu Chuan lay in bed, restless, his mind filled with thoughts of Shen Tang, wondering if her nosebleed had improved. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Instinctively, he picked it up, fearing it was an emergency message from Shen Tang. To his surprise, it was a text from Fu Heir. Fu Chuan, I think we should meet and have a serious talk. Chapter 74. Regret. Fu Chuan couldn't be bothered to read it and tossed the phone aside. As long as Shen Tang was unharmed, that was all that mattered. The tables had turned, and now it was Fu Heir who found herself unable to sleep. After learning from Fu Qingqing about Zhu Mei's actions against Fu Chuan, her heart was overwhelmed with shock. Rationality told her that Zhu Mei could not possibly commit such acts. The gentle mother had no reason to harm Fu Chuan. As the wife of the chairman of the Fu Corporation, Zhu Mei would not dare to crush even an ant. Yet, an array of signs, coupled with Fu Qingqing's fervent assertions, left Fu Heir questioning what Zhu Mei might be concealing. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, wine glass in hand, Fu Heir saw her message to Fu Chuan sink into silence and could only reassure herself that it was late, and he must have fallen asleep as he had classes the next day. However, after a night spent drinking, Fu Heir still could not sleep. By breakfast time, Fu Chuan had yet to respond. Clearly, he was ignoring her message. With classes on the horizon, how could Fu Chuan not have checked his phone by now? Worried that her delay in responding might anger Fu Chuan, Fu Heir spent the entire night awake. Each excuse she made to comfort herself transforming into a mask of a clown, leaving her exposed. Fu Chuan. Fu Heir reluctantly accepted the reality of Fu Chuan's disregard for her, gritting her teeth as emotions surged within her. The throbbing pain in her head returned as she rubbed her temples, collapsing onto the sofa in despair. Why? Why can Fu Chuan treat Fu Heir so cruelly? As the future heir of the Fu Group, Fu Heir has taken the initiative to bow down to Fu Chuan. Feeling remorseful for the transgressions committed by the Fu family against him, shouldn't Fu Chuan be elated? Why, then, does he remain indifferent to Fu Heir's overtures of goodwill? Could it be that Fu Chuan's previous pleas and humble attempts to ingratiate himself with Fu Heir felt akin to this? During class, Fu Chuan's thoughts lingered on Shen Tang. He contemplated reaching for his phone to inquire with Yu Heir, but ultimately decided against it. He hoped, as the senior had suggested, that it was merely a case of fragile nasal blood vessels. Fu Chuan had heard of many adults experiencing similar issues. In the guise of concern, he sought to pry into Shen Tang's privacy through Yu Heir, an act likely to be met with disdain, something Fu Chuan could not afford to do. During the lunch break, Fu Chuan intended to head to the computer graphics room to convert the illustrious work of his benefactor into a digital format for submission. Just then, Tang Qian bounced in like an exuberant rabbit, announcing, Fu Chuan, your work has been approved. It will be showcased in the school's public area and on the WeChat official account, transformed into a promotional video. Our Class 27 has thoroughly outshone Class 28. The speed of this announcement left even Tang Qian astonished. This clearly underscored the excellence of Fu Chuan's creation, as the school leaders had decisively endorsed it upon review. The classroom erupted in a chorus of congratulations for Fu Chuan, who was met with admiration for his talent, mingled with a hint of jealousy. Fortunately, Fu Chuan was a singular prodigy. Were there more like him, they would surely feel overshadowed. Fu Chuan's expression remained placid at this juncture. Academic credits held little value for him, serving only to enhance his reputation in the eyes of those observing G City No. 1 High School. The thought of his work stirred something within Fu Chuan, prompting him to dash out of the classroom. Tang Qian called after him, Hey, Fu Chuan, where are you going? Fu Qingqing found herself inexplicably drawn to the graphics management room. At this time, Fu Chuan was typically present. Peering through the window, she covertly observed him passionately engrossed in his creative endeavors, utterly absorbed. The earnestness of the young man was undeniably captivating, drawing Fu Qingqing's gaze. Simultaneously, her heart brimmed with guilt and regret. Why had she not recognized Fu Chuan's talent sooner? Why had she not treated him more kindly in the past? Why had she failed to notice the cruel acts Zhu Mei had inflicted upon him? Countless words lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless with remorse. Upon learning that Zhu Mei had nearly harmed Fu Chuan, Fu Qingqing's sense of guilt reached a climax, leaving her at a loss for how to confront him. She could only watch from afar. Fu Chuan would never forgive their family and would not return to the Fu household. Ultimately, Fu Qingqing was destined to lose this exceptionally gifted brother, burdened with guilt. Fu teacher, what are you doing here? Just then, the director of education passed by. Noticing Fu Qingqing peering into the graphics management room and inquired with concern. Ah, Director Zhang. Fu Qingqing had not anticipated being caught in the act of spying on Fu Chuan, her face flushing with embarrassment. As she attempted to explain herself, Director Zhang stepped closer to the window and spotted Fu Chuan inside. Oh, isn't that Fu Chuan? This young man is remarkable. Not only has he received Professor Hao Zei's recommendation to participate in the provincial competition, but the work he submitted for the Christmas event also garnered unanimous praise from the teachers. His future is undoubtedly bright, a source of pride for G City No. 1 High School. Director Zhang's lavish praise for Fu Chuan was unreserved. When Fu Chuan had been admitted to G City No. 1 High School as an exception, Director Zhang had been one of the evaluators. He had sensed an extraordinary spark in Fu Chuan's work that set him apart from his peers. An orphan, he had achieved success through online courses, possessing vast potential for growth. With proper guidance, he was destined for greatness. Indeed, after only a few months at school, Fu Chuan's abilities had blossomed, affirming his status as a genius among geniuses. Yes, Fu Chuan is truly outstanding. The words left a bitter taste in Fu Qingqing's mouth, causing her immense discomfort. Everyone else had recognized Fu Chuan's brilliance early on, nurturing him and awaiting the day he would emerge as a butterfly from his cocoon. Only she had remained blind, failing to see Fu Chuan's merits, believing that Fu Zichen surpassed him by countless degrees, oblivious to the fact that they were the true jesters, blinded and soundly rebuffed by Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan yearned to feign ignorance of Fu Qingqing and Director Zhang's conversation. Alas, Director Zhang spoke with such volume as to ensure Fu Chuan heard. He understood the complexities of human relationships, setting aside his work to greet them. Hello, Director Zhang. Hello, Fu teacher. Fu Qingqing realized her presence was merely incidental. Without Director Zhang, Fu Chuan would not have emerged. Listening to Director Zhang's praises of Fu Chuan, she could only lower her head, unable to utter a word, as if enduring a cruel punishment, fretting that Fu Chuan had surely discovered her spying. Before Fu Chuan, she felt stripped of any semblance of sisterly dignity. Good luck. Fu Chuan, you have the opportunity to participate in the provincial high school painting competition. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let us know. Our school will do its utmost to assist you. With your talent, achieving a commendable rank is surely within reach. Fu Chuan had awaited Director Zhang's words, smoothly requesting some materials and arrangements for transportation to the competition venue, tasks that would otherwise consume his time. With so much to prepare, securing awards for G City No. 1 High School would reflect well on the institution, creating a win-win scenario. It was prudent to delegate such matters to the school, thus allowing him to benefit without any cost. Of course, Fu teacher, you will assist Fu Chuan. Me? Fu Qingqing, who had been staring at the ground, was suddenly called upon, gazing blankly at Director Zhang. Helping Fu Chuan? She would gladly assist, but feared Fu Chuan's reluctance. As expected, Fu Chuan interjected. I heard Fu teacher has family matters to attend to and may not have time. Director Zhang raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Fu teacher? Fu Chuan's cold dismissal was anticipated, yet still struck Fu Qingqing painfully. Perhaps excessive distance and indifference had fueled her frustration, leading her, in a moment of impulse, to declare, I will do my best, Director Zhang. Well, then, I appreciate your help, Fu teacher. Director Zhang left with a smile, while Fu Chuan gazed at Fu Qingqing in exasperation. What has gotten into you? Fu Chuan, if it weren't for Director Zhang's request, I wouldn't be helping you. Fu Qingqing endeavored to downplay her concern for Fu Chuan, insisting it was merely a favor. Yet, in the next moment, Fu Chuan retorted, then you can pass it off to another teacher. If it's you assisting me, I would prefer to handle it myself. While it was burdensome, it was certainly better than getting entangled with the Fu family again. Fu Chuan had painstakingly extricated himself from their grasp and was resolute in not being ensnared once more. Fu Chuan, do you find me so repugnant? Setting aside their sibling bond, my capabilities would undeniably benefit your participation in the provincial high school painting competition. Do you not desire to achieve a commendable rank in the competition, thereby allowing Professor Hao Zei, who holds you in high regard, to seamlessly guide you into the Starry Sea Academy of Arts? Fu Qingqing's composure began to unravel. Despite her efforts to mentally prepare herself and adhere to Fu Linger's counsel to treat Fu Chuan with indifference, disregarding his every action, Fu Chuan's every utterance struck her like a blade, leaving her defenseless and desolate. In any relationship, the individual who first experiences guilt, who first cares, and who first relinquishes their dignity, succumbing to pain, is invariably the eternal loser. Previously, that person was Fu Chuan. Now, it had become Fu Qingqing, a true turn of fortunes. I shall secure a prominent position and gain admission to the Starry Sea Academy of Arts. This journey will remain unchanged, whether you are involved or not. Your presence, indeed, repulses me, Fu Qingqing. Did you truly believe I would revert to being your obedient brother, your devoted admirer? Now, with my own income supporting my studies, I have no fear of you. After casting these words aside, Fu Chuan strode into the digital art management room without a backward glance. Fu Qingqing's thoughts were of no consequence to him. He had long since awakened from the delusions of being a mere dog for the Fu family, having discarded his dignity in a futile attempt to please them, only to be abandoned in times of peril. Their attention had always been fixated on Fu Zichen, and Fu Chuan had finally come to his senses. Some hearts are impervious to warmth. Perhaps Fu Qingqing's transformation stemmed from Fu Chuan's sudden refusal to continue his servitude after years of subservience. Now, she yearned for reconciliation. But if Fu Chuan were to resume his role as the Fu family sycophant, they would treat him with the same disregard as in the past. If a relationship must yield a victor and a vanquished, Fu Chuan was determined to be the victor. He would not foolishly repeat the mistakes of his previous life, squandering this precious opportunity for rebirth. All he needed was to fulfill his promise to Xin Shutong and gain admission to the Xiamen Academy of Arts, ultimately becoming a world-renowned painter. As Fu Chuan closed the door to the digital art management room and resumed his diligent work, Fu Qingqing felt as if her heart were being brutally torn asunder. She murmured, "No, Fu Chuan, I do not wish for you to be my sycophant. I genuinely regret my actions. I am your sister, your true sister. We cannot become enemies." Such sentiments were lost on Fu Chuan. Even if he heard her, he would remain indifferent. When he had the chance to cherish her, he failed to do so, and now that it was lost, remorse was futile. There is no path to retrace in this world, no medicine for regret. Once something is lost, it is irrevocably gone. All he sought was mutual well-being and a vow of non-interference. After Fu Chuan completed the client's artwork and sent the digital version, he took a sip of water when a message from Shining Meow 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 arrived. "Well done, master artist. I am thoroughly satisfied. Continue your creative endeavors." Fist bump. A whimsical comic artist replied, "Thank you, esteemed patron. Your generosity has propelled me to the top of the newcomer rankings. Immense gratitude." Shining Meow 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 confirmed the order and bestowed upon the whimsical comic artist a celebratory firecracker, wishing for their career to flourish. Fu Chuan promptly replied, "Patron, truly, there is no need for such generosity. I am already deeply moved by your numerous commissions. Search my username. I am quite generous to artists I admire. I have ample funds. Just focus on creating splendid works for me, understood?" Shining Meow 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 rewarded him with a super rocket, and the entire Picasso platform erupted in applause, celebrating the whimsical comic artist's newfound success. In an instant, users on the platform expressed their envy and admiration for Fu Chuan, who had caught the eye of the reputedly affluent patron, a dream come true for countless artists. "Dear sister, do you still have leg hair? I seek a hug." Fu Chuan could only gratefully accept the patron's bounty. Who would ever turn down an abundance of wealth? At this moment, Fu Chuan was more in need of resources than anyone, as he aspired to forge a future far removed from the Fu family. Encountering such a generous and discerning patron was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. All this luck was bestowed upon Fu Chuan by Xin Shutong. Thinking of the cherished senior, Fu Chuan clenched his fist. During the afternoon professional class, Fu Qingqing attended a meeting, leaving the group to create independently. Fu Chuan dismissed the day's earlier incident with Fu Qingqing and immersed himself wholeheartedly in his artistic pursuits. This was the most he could do to support Xin Shutong. Once the work was polished and complete, Fu Chuan exchanged pleasantries with the class monitor and excitedly departed with his creation. On the playground, beneath the flamboyant phoenix flower tree, the weather had turned chilly, and there was no physical education class that day, rendering the expansive playground eerily vacant. Fortunately, both Fu Chuan and Xin Shutong had wished upon the Ferris wheel for a clear day to follow. The heavens favored their wish, presenting a sky of azure and white clouds, with the warm sun dispelling the cold, imparting a sense of comfort. Xin Shutong stood beneath the phoenix flower tree, her hands clasped behind her back, presenting a beautiful silhouette to onlookers. Her eyes narrowed slightly against the blinding sunlight as she gazed at the bare branches, lost in thought, her mind swirling with myriad reflections. Wearing headphones that echoed Jay Chou's melodies, adorned in a blue and white striped winter uniform, with her hair tied in a ponytail, she radiated a vibrant, youthful spirit. In Shen Shudong's eyes, the phoenix flower tree was a landscape forever etched in her memory, embodying the most cherished recollections of her parents. Unbeknownst to her, the scene of her standing beside the swaying phoenix flower tree, accompanied by the gentle breeze, formed a breathtaking tableau that would remain indelible in the hearts of many. Fu Zichen happened to be in the storage room for sports equipment on the playground. Through the glass, he caught sight of Xin Shutong beneath the phoenix flower tree, his gaze entranced. Were it not for Xin Shudong's aloofness and the remarkable turnaround of the Qin group, Fu Zichen would have been reluctant to let her go. She was his first crush, his ethereal moonlight. As Fu Zichen lamented Xin Shudong's disinterest, he could not help but compare himself to Fu Chuan, who was 1,000 times more pitiable and neglected. Just then, a voice shattered his thoughts. Senior. Chapter 76. It seems that even death now holds no regrets. As Fu Chuan, brimming with excitement, approached within mere meters of Xin Shutong with his artwork in hand, Fu Zichen felt the urge to grind his teeth in frustration. Out of sight, out of mind, Fu Zichen chose to avert his gaze and exited through the back door of the sports storage room. Fu Chuan, relish your moment of triumph now. Once the Qin group rises again and I seize control of Qin Jian, I will become the son-in-law of the Qin group, commanding the winds and rain. At that point, you, the true heir who has distanced himself from the Fu family, will not even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Upon hearing Fu Chuan's footsteps, Xin Shutong removed her headphones and turned to him with a smile. Junior, what brings you here in such haste? I have a gift for you. Take a look. Fu Chuan presented his artwork to Xin Shutong. As she accepted it and glanced at the piece, her eyes shimmered with delight. The painting depicted a swirling Ferris wheel, where a man and a woman, at the pinnacle of their ascent, closed their eyes, their hands clasped in earnest prayer to the starry sky. A radiant beam of light illuminated the two, and the entire artwork, rendered in a whimsical style, captivated the viewer instantly. What do you think, Senior? Do you like it? Seeing Fu Chuan's blend of excitement and anxiety, Shun Shutong inhaled deeply. This is the best gift I have ever received. Thank you, Junior. Fu Chuan finally felt a sense of relief. As long as Senior's sister is happy, that's all that matters. During breakfast, I noticed she seemed a bit out of sorts. So I thought to create a painting for her, hoping to lift her spirits. Silly me, I was actually up all night working on it because I couldn't sleep, which left me dozing off at my desk today. Shin Shutang jumped up and playfully patted Fu Chuan on the head. Oh. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. Thankfully, Shin Shutang's fatigue today wasn't due to the nosebleed she had yesterday, but rather from her diligent writing. Fu Chuan realized he had worried for nothing. In short, it was truly wonderful that everything was fine. Shin Shutang glanced at the horizon, extending her hand to catch the fragmented warmth of the sun, her voice free and languid. Hey, Junior, do you know what I was just thinking? You were thinking about me? Fu Chuan deliberately ignored this remark, dismissing it as a fleeting mischievous thought. Hee, Junior, you've become quite the little rascal. Shin Shutang saw through Fu Chuan's playful intentions, smiling gently. I was thinking how fortunate I am to be able to attend this high school. It holds memories of my parents' love, a place where I followed my mother's footsteps and created joyful memories with my best friend, Yuing Air, during our high school years. This time, Shin Shutang reflected on how coming to this school allowed her to meet Fu Chuan. In her final year of high school, she encountered a warm ray of sunlight that illuminated her previously dark existence. Fu Chuan gazed at the breathtaking girl before him and instinctively spoke. I feel the same way. Huh, what are you saying? Fu Chuan's voice was barely a whisper, and Shin Shutang hadn't heard him clearly. She blinked at him. I said, it's wonderful to be at this school, which led me to meet you in my senior year after transferring to G City No. 1 High School. Fu Chuan revealed an honest smile. His sincerity rendered Shun Shutang momentarily speechless, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Fu Chuan, don't you feel embarrassed saying such things? Not at all. These are my heartfelt words. What is there to be embarrassed about? Fu Chuan looked at her in confusion. Well, perhaps I seem a bit shy. I must tell you, I am truly grateful that I chose to leave everything behind to attend the copyright development meeting, as it allowed me to repeat my senior year at G City No. 1 High School and meet such a talented junior like you. Shin Shutang tilted her head, the gentle breeze tousling her hair as she smiled and closed her eyes, placing a hand over her heart to listen to its steady and fervent rhythm. Praying earnestly, meeting you, Junior, is truly wonderful. Shin Shutang was aware she had expressed this sentiment to Fu Chuan countless times. Each time he guided her, saved her, and cleared the darkness in her heart, she would genuinely feel this way. Listening to her inner voice, she thought, be a bit more honest. It is truly wonderful to encounter Fu Chuan in this lifetime. Indeed, it felt as though she could die without regrets now. No, she still wished to live. To live well, so she could continue to enjoy this happiness and beauty and move forward with Fu Chuan. Me too, Senior. Meeting you has given me motivation and made me realize there are so many people worth cherishing in life. I no longer feel confined to a single realm and can let go of those I should have abandoned long ago. This painting may not be worth much now, but it embodies all my sincerity, energy, fervor, and passion, created solely for you, Senior. It's the best I can offer as a humble student. And I'm truly glad you like it. Chapter 77. The little brother is still young. Tang Tang. You must be understanding. Fu Chuan's gentle and bright smile seemed to dissolve into the mottled warmth of the sunlight, inadvertently causing Shin Shutang's nose to tingle. Oh no. Why were her eyes shimmering with unshed tears? Silly boy, what you give me is always priceless. Even if offered Van Gogh's 13th sunflower in exchange, I would steadfastly choose your painting instead. To Shin Shutang, the world's most precious masterpieces were merely cold frames, devoid of significance. She had no desire to collect them. Each piece Fu Chuan gifted her was infused with love, crafted uniquely for her, a treasure to be cherished. When she leisurely caressed the canvases in her collection, she would recall the sunlit rooftop, the flamboyant trees, and the warmth Fu Chuan, a remarkably talented yet sincere junior, had brought her. In truth, Shin Shutang understood well that what she desired was not merely the painting, but the heart that beat fervently for her. That person was Fu Chuan, and she felt fortunate. Let us not do that. How about you exchange for Van Gogh's 13th sunflower instead? I can paint as many as you want, Senior. We have so much time ahead of us. Fu Chuan spoke earnestly, successfully eliciting a laugh from Shin Shutang, which repressed her tears as she lightly tapped his arm. Super silly Fu Chuan. Senior, that hurts. Stop pretending. When Shin Shutang returned home with Fu Chuan's artwork, her heart was elated, her steps light. The butler approached her. Miss, the master is in the study and asked to see you once you return. Understood. Has Andy and my little brother come back? Madam took the young master for swimming lessons and has not yet returned. Oh, Shin Shu Tang's eyes dimmed slightly. Feeling a bit unsettled, the title that once belonged to her mother had transformed into a label for another woman. Shin Shu Tang knew she shouldn't be so petty. Even if her father had made promises to her mother, she was gone. Her father had loved her mother until the day she died, and that was enough. She could not selfishly demand that he forego the remainder of his life. The handwritten past was ultimately just that, a past. Compared to her father, Shin Shu Tang's childhood actions towards her mother were far worse, weren't they? It was just that in the past, Uncle Shun would consider Shin Shu Tang's feelings, saying she had gone out with her brother, but now he had finally begun to refer to her as Madam. Time would inevitably wash everything away, and the person hidden within her memories was gradually becoming indistinct. If Shin Shu Tang wished to live, she had to adapt to it all. Placing Fu Chuan's artwork in a designated room, she approached the study door and knocked gently. "Come in." Shin Shu Tang pushed the door open as she heard the reply. There sat her father, Shun Shan He, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, slicked back hair, dressed in a high-end custom white shirt and trousers. Shin Shu Tang stepped forward. "Dad, did you need something?" "Tang Tang, how have you been doing at school lately?" "Pretty well." Shin Shan He and Shin Shu Tang discussed various matters of daily life. Although it was a father-daughter conversation, an invisible wall had risen between them, creating a sense of despairing distance, like a chasm that seemed impossible to cross. Rather than being accustomed to it, Shin Shu Tang felt numb. "Isn't it almost time for your full-body checkup? Scheduled for the 5th of next month?" "Yes." Shin Shan He paused for a moment. "Tang Tang, on that day, I will be accompanying Annie to your little brother's kindergarten parent meeting. Once it's over, I will come to the hospital to see you. Please asking Air to accompany you for the checkup. You are now an adult and very understanding. It should be fine, right?" Shin Shan He was not inquiring about Shin Shu Tang's opinion. He was making a decision. A comprehensive medical examination requires an entire day. Shin Shu Tang, now an adult, is both intelligent and sensible, and with Yu Ying by her side, this minor matter poses no issue. Shin Zhongwei is still quite young. It is his first parent-teacher meeting at the elite kindergarten, necessitating Shin Shanha and his wife, Jiang Li, to attend and provide a promising start to Shun Zhongwei's kindergarten journey. This arrangement is undoubtedly the most prudent. Shin Shutong stood in a daze. In the past, during every hospital visit for a full checkup, Shin Shanha would cancel all his engagements to accompany her. Now, however, he has chosen to attend Shin Zhongwei's parent-teacher meeting first before coming to the hospital to review Shin Shudong's examination results. This decision signifies that in Shun Shanha's heart, a hierarchy has been established between this half-sibling pair. Shin Shutong is no longer his most cherished daughter. Shin Zhongwei has assumed that esteemed position. So this is how it truly is. Shin Shutong had anticipated this day would eventually arrive, sensing it would come when Shun Shanha began to forget the relics of their mother, Feng Dai, and as he grew increasingly fond of his stepmother and younger brother, gradually neglecting Shin Shutong. Yet, she had not expected it to unfold today. The joy she had felt due to Fu Chuan was suddenly plunged into a chasm of despair. Sinking into darkness, her gaze gradually losing its luster. Tang Tang. Shin Shanha noticed something was amiss with Shin Shutong and inquired, "Is something troubling you?" "Father, if there is nothing wrong, I shall take my leave." Shin Shutong turned to depart. Tang Tang. Shin Shanha hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her arm. "Speak your mind. Is this arrangement unsatisfactory? I am doing my utmost to balance matters between you and your brother. He is still young and naive, needing more care. Please, do not add to my burdens." "Father, you are absolutely right. Your decisions are impeccable, and I have no grounds for criticism." Shin Shutong gazed at Shin Shanha with eyes filled with despair over familial love. "I am the elder sister, now an adult. It is time for me to make way for my brother." The expectations of maturity and understanding were thrust upon Shin Shutong. A burden she felt was imposed by Shin Shanha himself. What more could she say? No words could mend the reality of her biological mother's passing or the growing favoritism of her biological father towards his stepfamily. Any further disputes were futile. Since the day their mother died and Shun Shanha chose to remarry, welcoming children of his own, Shin Shudong's fate had been sealed. Gradually, there was no longer a place for her within the Shin family. She felt like a fish gasping for air, her existence suffocated. The only glimmer of hope lay in breaking free from the confines of the fishbowl she had always known and plunging into the vastness of the ocean. Tang Tang. It is reassuring to know you understand. I have seen your novel published, and it has received great acclaim. You are sure to become a pride of the Shin family. You are so intelligent, beautiful, and sensible, unlike your mischievous brother, who is quite a handful. Shun Shanha adorned Shin Shutong with praises, which indeed reflected his genuine sentiments. A prodigious novelist, she had emerged during her high school years, selling her book rights, already embodying a figure of renown. With her beauty and academic prowess, Shin Shutong was undeniably the center of attention at gatherings, the subject of countless accolades, further enhancing Shun Shanha's pride. This arrangement was deemed the best. The parent-teacher meeting commenced with Shun Shanha and Jiang Li supporting Shin Zhongwei, followed by a visit to the hospital to see Shin Shutong. With one child on each side, Shin Shanha had to consider the Shun group's interests, ensuring no time was wasted. He had done everything within his capacity to be a good father. Uncertainly, Shin Shanha found himself hesitant to meet Shin Shudong's gaze. Father, what is the name of the male protagonist in my new story? Shin Shutong suddenly inquired. Shin Shanha was taken aback. What was his name again? Chapter 78. It turns out, the sensible child has never tasted sweetness. Glancing at the synopsis of Shin Shudong's newly released novel, Shin Shanha genuinely could not recall the specifics. Too much had transpired recently for him to keep track. At this moment, he felt quite helpless. Fathers truly are prone to forgetfulness, Shin Shutong thought, her heart sinking completely. Her eyes lost their brightness, becoming as still and lifeless as stagnant water. No longer lingering, she extricated her hand from Shin Shanha's grasp and turned away. Shin Shutong had once believed that time would allow her to maintain her place within the Shin family. Yet today, all the self-deceptive lies were shattered. From now on, she would have to rely solely on herself. She was utterly alone, with nothing left to look forward to. Father, do you know? The reason I strive to be a novelist is not solely to fulfill a dream, but also to become your pride, to have you notice me more, to carve out a space in your heart that isn't dominated by my stepmother and brother. Ultimately, this minuscule wish has been completely obliterated by you, turning into a weapon that pierced my heart, crafted by your own hand. I am sensible, and I possess talent. I am not as troublesome as my younger brother. Yet you overlook that my efforts to gain your attention have led to this very moment. It turns out, the sensible child has never tasted sweetness. It turns out, the noisy child is the one who is most favored. Now, nothing mattered anymore. Observing Shin Shudong's retreating figure, Shin Shanha yearned to call her back, but was at a loss for words. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Shin Shanha had indeed faltered. He was but an ordinary man, not an omniscient deity, incapable of striking a balance between his new family and the daughter of his first wife. Tang, I am sorry. Please forgive your father. I truly lack the energy to fulfill the role of a good parent. I hope you can understand, your brother is still young. And you are so sensible, you will empathize with me. Shin Shanha seemed to be speaking to Shin Shutong, while simultaneously reassuring himself. Beep, beep, beep. His phone rang. Upon seeing it was Jiangli calling, he answered. What is it? Darling, Zhongwei is throwing a tantrum in the car, insisting he won't get out unless you come and carry him. I understand, that little rascal. Shin Shanha shook his head in exasperation, pocketing his phone, and dutifully went to fetch his son. Shin Shutong returned to her room, collapsing onto her bed, feeling as heavy as if she were encased in lead. I am so tired, I don't want to move. A heart-wrenching pain spread through her very being. It was true that some people could drag one from the heights of bliss to the depths of despair with just a single word, more damaging than the sharpest of blades. Closing her eyes, the image of Fu Chuan's smiling face flooded Shin Shudong's mind. Fu Chuan, my junior. In this world, you are the only one who can truly understand me, aren't you? Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was at the apartment, diligently working on the project for Shining Meow Meow Meow. With such a generous patron, he poured his heart into the work, effortlessly losing track of time until it was nearly 9 in the evening. After sending the sketches to Shining Meow Meow Meow, Fu Chuan stood up to stretch, his stomach grumbling. How hungry I am, he exclaimed. Tidying up the paint supplies in the studio, he decided to head downstairs for a quick bite at the nearby casino-themed hotel. As Fu Chuan stepped out of the apartment, he exhaled, it's so cold. Fu Chuan, an irate voice called out, halting him in his tracks. Turning around, he saw Qin Jian, her small face flushed from the cold, standing before him. On such a frigid day, Qin Jian, in her pursuit of beauty, donned a short skirt paired with white stockings, neglecting to wear even a down jacket or a scarf, opting instead for a black leather coat. Fu Chuan mused to himself that Qin Jian had remained unchanged across lifetimes, still as foolishly naive as ever, daring to crouch outside in such attire. Was she in a hurry to attend a banquet? How audacious of her to have played tricks on him last time. Today, when he sought her at G City No. 1 High School, she was nowhere to be found. Where had she scurried off to? This afternoon, Qin Jian had made a special trip to G City No. 1 High School, painstakingly inquiring about Fu Chuan's class, only to discover that he had dismissed early and vanished without a trace, leaving her empty-handed. To ensure her efforts were not in vain, Qin Jian deliberately squatted beneath Fu Chuan's apartment building, harboring a surge of frustration that she intended to unleash upon him. However, Fu Chuan made her wait an interminable time, nearly freezing her to death. Achoo! Qin Jian let out a tremendous sneeze, her nose dripping. Fu Chuan promptly sidestepped, and upon witnessing this, Qin Jian's ire intensified. Fu Chuan, are you even a man? Here I am, a woman on the brink of catching a cold, and you retreat to the side. Can't you at least hand me a handkerchief to wipe my nose? Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? Why don't you concern yourself with the warming of the planet instead? Fu Chuan rolled his eyes, disinterested in engaging with Qin Jian's antics. His stomach was growling, and he prioritized satisfying his hunger at the official hotel. You. Qin Jian was furious, charging toward Fu Chuan with the intent to strike him. As the pampered daughter of the Qin group, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she was accustomed to being revered, with everyone around her bending over backward to please her. Yet, this scion of the Fu family, who was often overlooked, repeatedly humiliated her, while even Fu Zichen resorted to being her sycophant. Why did Fu Chuan think he had the right? Fu Chuan, well aware of Qin Jian's temperament, nimbly dodged her as she lunged at him, causing her to fall ungracefully. He then pulled out his phone to call Qin Jian's father, Qin Haoran. Hello? Who is this? Just then, Qin Jian emitted a wail that sounded like a slaughtered pig. Qin Haoran's expression shifted. Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian, where are you? Who are you with? What has happened to Xiao Jian? Uncle Qin, it's Fu Chuan. Qin Jian has been waiting for me downstairs at my apartment, and now she has sustained an injury. I truly have no choice but to request your assistance in taking her home and preventing her from harassing me further. Xiao Jian is bothering you? Qin Haoran paused for a moment, then realized Qin Jian's true intentions. She must be attempting to leverage Fu Chuan to undermine Fu Zichen, whom she despised for being a frail, ailing young man. Even with Fu Zichen's efforts to please her, she was unwilling to marry him, seeking every means to dissolve their engagement. The optimal strategy was to ensnare Fu Chuan, allowing her to maintain her engagement without offending the Fu family, achieving a perfect balance. I understand. Fu Chuan, please send me the address. I will promptly retrieve Xiao Jian. I sincerely apologize for the trouble she has caused you. Not at all, Uncle Qin. Fu Chuan recognized Qin Haoran's nature. He was a communicative elder who was not overly strict, yet he had spoiled such a headstrong daughter. Every individual has their flaws, it seems. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Haoran pocketed his phone and glanced at Fu Zichen, whose expression was decidedly grim. With a forced smile, he said, Zichen, why don't you head back for now? Xiao Jian has encountered a little trouble. Chapter 79. What is the nature of love? It compels one to risk life and death. Fu Zichen had overheard everything. Damn it. Qin Jian had secretly sought out Fu Chuan, and not just once. It was evident to anyone with half a brain that Qin Jian held disdain for Fu Zichen, wishing to pursue Fu Chuan as her boyfriend in order to rescind her engagement to Fu Zichen. If it weren't for the Qin group's burgeoning power surpassing that of the Fu family, who in their right mind would play the role of a sycophantic dog to a spoiled heiress like Qin Jian? Fu Zichen had no delusions that he was worthy of her affection. There were countless women far prettier and more accomplished than her. Fu Zichen was resolute in not allowing Fu Chuan to benefit from this situation. Having regained control over the spring and landscape artwork, he aimed to secure Qin Jian for himself, ensuring he could thoroughly eclipse Fu Chuan. Yet, given the circumstances, he had to don the metaphorical green hat and feign concern. Uncle Qin, what has happened to Xiao Jian? I must accompany you to find her. Qin Haoran's face betrayed his discomfort. If they were to drive over and Fu Zichen were to catch sight of Qin Jian with Fu Chuan, what then? No man could endure the humiliation of being cuckolded, especially by Fu Chuan, his own brother. Should this situation escalate, the Fu family would undoubtedly place the blame on the Qin family. Uncle Qin, I know I'm somewhat foolish and failed to win Xiao Jian's favor, but I genuinely care for her. I am willing to give everything for her happiness. I have no qualms about it. Please, I'm truly worried about Xiao Jian. Seeing Fu Zichen's pitiful and sincere demeanor, Qin Haoran couldn't help but sigh. What is the nature of love? It compels one to risk life and death. For a man so deeply in love with Qin Jian and bound by childhood betrothal, any other father would have rejoiced. But Fu Zichen was a man afflicted with a terminal illness. Qin Jian would never be able to love him in return. Despite Fu Zichen's infatuation, Qin Haoran felt utterly helpless. With Fu Zichen's earnestness, Qin Haoran couldn't refuse him, uttering only 2 words, let us go. Fu Chuan sent the address to Qin Haoran, who promptly replied, indicating that Fu Zichen happened to be at the Qin residence and wished to accompany him to check on Xiao Jian. Hoping Fu Chuan would avoid any potential awkwardness, Fu Chuan raised an eyebrow. The reborn Fu Zichen was indeed relentless, striving to reclaim the identity of the Qin family's son-in-law from Fu Chuan. It was evident he was fully committed to this endeavor. Fu Chuan found himself wishing for Fu Zichen to swiftly win over Qin Jian, eager to rid himself of her incessant pestering. For the first time, he felt a genuine desire to cheer Fu Zichen on. Having tumbled earlier, Qin Jian, dressed inadequately for the weather, was in agony as her knee throbbed painfully and bled, causing her to gasp in discomfort. Sitting by the roadside, she cried out to Fu Chuan, Fu Chuan, are you blind? I've fallen apart here, starving and freezing, and you still haven't rushed me to get treatment. Your father and Fu Zichen will be here soon to pick you up. With that, Fu Chuan departed, eager to avoid becoming embroiled in the impending chaos. Qin Jian was left stunned. Not only had Fu Chuan called her father to report her situation, but Fu Zichen was also on his way. Even though she secretly wished for Fu Chuan to be her boyfriend, she certainly didn't want Fu Zichen to find out. That would be mortifying. And Fu Chuan actually left. He didn't look back. He abandoned her, a delicate, injured, extraordinarily beautiful girl, out in the freezing cold, ignoring her plight. Damn it. What kind of plan is this? What the hell? Fu Zichen is such an insufferable turtle. It infuriates me. Clearly, none of the men from the Fu family are worth a damn. They're all scoundrels. For the first time, Qin Jian loathed her own irresistible charm, which had attracted a foolish sycophant like Fu Zichen. It made her feel utterly disgusted. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was savoring steamed dumplings at the official hotel, perusing a renowned international artist's website on his phone to study the latest trends. The bright flash from the screen remained unresponsive. Suddenly, Yu Inger called. Fu Chuan pressed the answer button. Senior Yu, what's the matter? Fu Chuan, do you have a moment? Yu Ingner's voice was unusually subdued. Fu Chuan's brow furrowed ever so slightly. What's the matter, Senior Yu? I had planned to treat Tang Tang to dinner today. I sensed that Tang Tang's mood was rather off, and I wanted to inquire if anything happened today. Upon hearing this, Fu Chuan's heart tightened. Oh, nothing happened. Senior. She was quite cheerful when she left school. Or is it that Shu Tang is still preoccupied with last night's nosebleed? Does Fu Chuan not know? Yu Ingner bit her lip. I'll ask her first. Please wait for my reply. All right. Once Yu Ingner ended the call and returned to the dining table, she gazed at the almost untouched plate of food before Shu Tang. Grasping Shu Tang's hand, she asked with concern, Tang Tang, what's the matter? Your mood seems off today. Has someone been bullying you? Ingner. Shu Tang lifted her murky eyes to meet Yu Ingner's gaze, taking a deep breath as she endeavored to muster her spirits. I would like to ask you for a favor. Yu Ingner nodded vigorously. Just say the word, Tang Tang. We share a bond. I will certainly help if I can. Could you accompany me to the hospital for my full-body checkup on the 5th of next month? Huh. Isn't it always Uncle Shun who goes with you for these checkups? He'll be attending a parent-teacher meeting for his younger brother and will only come over after the checkup. Seeing the forced smile on Shu Tang's face, which was more painful than a frown, Yu Ingner felt a sharp pang in her heart. Her eyes brimmed with tears as they fell. Tang Tang. Boo-hoo. Yu Ingner rushed forward and embraced Shu Tang tightly, finally understanding the source of her friend's sorrow. The unspoken truth they had both avoided had finally come to light. Chapter 80. Tears Become Poetry. How could Uncle Shun be so cruel to Shu Tang? Knowing how crucial these regular checkups are for Shu Tang's health, which is tied to her very life, he still chose to accompany Shin Zhongwei to a kindergarten parent meeting. Does he truly value his new wife and son over Shu Tang? It is profoundly heartbreaking. All right, Ingner, please don't cry. I'm fine. Yet you are the one who is so distressed. Shu Tang attempted to console Yu Ingner. Tang Tang, if you're in pain, just let it out. Shu Tang's lips twitched as she forced a bitter smile. I'm sorry, I truly can't cry anymore. I've long made peace with it. He is my biological father after all. To say I don't feel disappointed would be a lie. I'm sorry for worrying you tonight. Boo-hoo. Seeing Shu Tang, who was clearly so hurt, yet still trying to comfort her, made Yu Ingner sob even harder. Fu Chuan, meanwhile, was growing increasingly anxious waiting back at the apartment. He repeatedly picked up his phone to check if Yu Ingner had messaged him. Finally, a notification chimed. Fu Chuan quickly grabbed his phone. Great. This is the feeling. Keep pushing yourself, sis. Your coins are yours to spend. A playful comic artist. Thank you for your encouragement, generous patron. I will do my best. Fu Chuan engaged in casual conversation with the patron about concepts, clothing, and subtle expressions. Unbeknownst to them, the clock crept towards 11:30 at night. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the air. Rain began to pour heavily. It was late, and Yu Ingner still hadn't sent any news. Though concerned, Fu Chuan reasoned that no news was perhaps the best news, assuming they had returned. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing Shu Tang's name flash on the screen, Fu Chuan's heart leaped, and he hurriedly answered, Senior? Junior, I forgot to bring my umbrella. I'm downstairs at Meijia. Could you come and pick me up? On my way, Fu Chuan rushed downstairs with an umbrella. Meijia had already closed, leaving only a light at the entrance. Shu Tang squatted by the door, clutching a backpack to shield herself, her face hidden in the shadows. The yellow light illuminated her frail figure, and from Fu Chuan's perspective, she resembled a homeless child, forced to hide from the pouring rain. In that moment, the world seemed to have abandoned Shu Tang. She was crying. The rain fell heavily, accompanied by a chilling wind that lashed against Shu Tang. Fu Chuan quickly approached her, positioning the umbrella over her. Senior, you're here, Junior. Shu Tang lifted her small face, reddened by the cold. After a night of despair, her dull eyes sparkled with a flicker of life as if reigniting a candle-less flame. Senior, it's cold here. Let us head back to the apartment. Fu Chuan held the umbrella with one hand and extended the other towards Shu Tang. His rain-soaked hand was broad and warm, a beam of light piercing through the darkness, a salvation for Shu Tang. Her gaze flickered, and without hesitation, she grasped Fu Chuan's hand. Fu Chuan helped Shu Tang to her feet, and together, they navigated the rain back to Xian and community. Senior, there is some leftover ginger in the fridge. I'll make you some ginger tea to warm you up and prevent a cold. Before Shu Tang could respond, Fu Chuan dashed to the fridge and began his task in the kitchen. Unconsciously, a smile crept onto Shu Tang's lips as a strange warmth surged through her. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged that despite feeling as heavy as lead, Fu Chuan was right. She couldn't afford to fall ill and cause further worry for those around her. Shu Tang went to the bathroom, retrieved a towel to dry herself, changed into clean clothes, and used a hairdryer to dry her hair. By the time she returned, the ginger tea was ready. Senior, drink it while it's hot. Shu Tang cradled the cup, feeling the warmth radiating from within, and took sip after sip. Is it too spicy? Just right, Junior. Your culinary skills are remarkable, far surpassing mine, Shu Tang sincerely praised. The skills she had honed for unworthy individuals now proved useful for her senior. and she suddenly felt that those experiences were indeed beneficial. Unworthy individuals. Fu Chuan's words touched upon Shen Shutang's hidden sorrows, causing her gaze to dim slightly. Senior, has something happened? If you're comfortable, would you share it with me? Fu Chuan summoned his courage to speak. He typically refrained from prying into others' privacy, understanding that some matters were difficult to voice, just as he had his own secrets he wished to keep. In this moment, Fu Chuan yearned to alleviate Shen Shutang's burdens, just as her presence had illuminated his dark existence. Senior, what do you often listen to in your earphones? When your eyes reflect sorrow, what thoughts cross your mind? Would you share with me? Junior, this evening, I went out for dinner with Inger. She cried quite fiercely, sobbing until she eventually fell asleep. I took her home, intending to stay with her for the night. Yet, despite my own sadness, my body felt immobilized, and I found myself here instead. There were feelings that you Inger could never comprehend, and Shen Shutang wished for her to remain blissfully unaware. She simply wanted her dear friend to live happily, cherished like a princess by their family, her most important companion, flourishing in warmth throughout the seasons. In this world, the only person who could penetrate Shen Shutang's heart and truly understand her emotions was Fu Chuan. After enduring the blows from Shen Shanhe, Fu Chuan was the first person to come to her mind. Thus, Shen Shutang found herself here, recounting the events that transpired at home to Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan fell silent. In truth, I had long harbored a premonition. Indeed, numerous signs began to indicate that my place in my father's heart was increasingly diminished, entirely usurped by my stepmother and younger brother. I had been deceiving myself, and the day of reckoning arrived with alarming swiftness, catching me off guard. I had assumed that my father would at least not be absent on such a significant day. As she spoke, Shen Shutong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her feigned nonchalance rendering her plight all the more poignant. She cupped her hands around her lips and exhaled forcefully, rubbing her palms together, smiling, striving to maintain that smile as she tilted her head towards Fu Chuan. Yet, my father now seemed unwilling even to feign interest. I despaired at the realization that there existed no common ground between us. Each conversation felt like a mere formality, with him perched high above, inquiring about my life as though I were a subordinate. I, his biological daughter, bound by blood, found our relationship to be little more than a shade better than that of strangers. Compared to my stepmother and brother, I had become utterly inconsequential. Truly, it was excruciating, a profound agony. Junior, do you know what thoughts occupied my mind as I relinquished all hope for this familial bond and retreated to my room? I pondered the unfortunate truth that despite your earnest efforts to uplift my spirits, everything was effortlessly shattered by my father's words. I yearned to be nonchalant, to accept that one could live resiliently, not wishing to squander your goodwill. Yet, I found myself incapable of embodying the same fortitude as you. He is my biological father, and each word he uttered wielded a potency far surpassing that of a fleeting infatuation, striking me down and leaving me utterly desolate. At long last, my tears became verses. In that moment, I crumbled. The young girl, having held back for what felt like an eternity, let two streams of clear tears spill from her eyes. There was no hysteria, no frenzied shouting. The tears, emblematic of sorrow, flowed freely like a faucet turned wide open. Drip by drip, they shattered into blossoms.